Chapter 226. The consequences are serious. However, what the surrounding natives didn't expect was that before their mocking laughter could stop, Purani's over there ripped open the iron vine net. Looking at Purani's movements, it seemed that it was no more difficult than tearing a piece of paper. When the indigenous people saw that the iron vine net was being torn apart, the surrounding indigenous people felt that their necks were being pinched. After pulling open the iron vine net, Purani's turned back and looked at the surrounding natives. "This isn't strong either." Purani's tilted her head, as if she still didn't understand. This net didn't seem to be as tough as the natives said. Hurtful words are often those careless words. Just like what Purani's is saying now. At this time, after hearing Purani's words, the natives had only one thought in their minds. Where did this strangely powerful woman come from? "Purani's! Stay back!" Erzenis, who had just fallen to the ground, slowly stood up and said to Purani's, Clan leader." Purani's turned her head worriedly when she heard Essenes' words. "What? Are you trying to stop me?" Purani's looked at Purani's with cold eyes. "No, it's not." Purani's knew that Essenes was very angry when she saw her cold gaze. For the angry Erzenis, Purani's really didn't dare to stop her. "Then get out of the way. I will make these stupid humans pay the price. The noble siren cannot be insulted." When Purani's heard her clan leader's words, she immediately wanted to answer them. "Have you been insulted enough by Mr. Tang Sichuan?" But Purani's didn't dare to say this. She was afraid that if she said it, Essenes would beat her up as well. "No, Patriarch. I just want to remind you that Lord Tang Sichuan specifically told us before we set off that we should be gentle. These people are likely to become your labor force." When the angry Essenes heard this, she felt a little discouraged. If so, who can stop Erzenis now? It is probably Tang Sichuan. After all, in Essenes' plan, she needs to rely on Tang Sichuan to completely lift the curse of the Siren clan. And she also wants to get some benefits. So when facing Tang Sichuan, Essenes was naturally at a disadvantage. Moreover, Erzenis has now experienced the feeling of rapidly improving her strength after being exposed to the curse, which really fascinates her. Therefore, Essenes really doesn't dare to offend Tang Sichuan now. "You are the only one who talks a lot," Erzenis said to Purani's angrily. "Aren't I afraid that after the Patriarch goes, it will be difficult to explain to the adults?" After Purani's heard what Erzenis said, she suddenly touched the back of her head in embarrassment. While Purani's and Erzenis were discussing, the surrounding natives looked confused. They couldn't understand what Essenes and Purani's said at all. But they were not stupid. They could see from the expressions of Purani's and Purani's that they didn't put their group at all in eyes. This made the surrounding group of indigenous people somewhat unacceptable. Although they admit that Purani's is very powerful when she pulls apart the iron vine net. But isn't it a bit too much to be so disrespectful to others? Therefore, a middle-aged man who looked very prestigious, wearing a vine armor woven with vines, and holding a stone axe in his hand, stood up. "Where did you two get it from? How dare you break into our Mud's tribe without permission? Also, the ship on the sea outside is also yours. Right. If you can leave the boat and exit by yourself, our Mud's tribe is willing to forgive you. Otherwise, when the high priest comes out, you will all be executed." The middle-aged man pointed at Essenes with the stone axe in his hand. However, what was destined to disappoint him was that Purani's and Essenes did not understand what he was talking about at all. "Patriarch, he seems to be threatening us." Purani's tugged at the corner of Essenes' clothes, then pointed at the middle-aged man and said, "I'm not blind. I can see." Originally, Essenes had calmed down a lot after hearing Tang Sichuan ask them to keep their hands. But when he saw the middle-aged native like this, he suddenly became angry again. "Chief, what should we do? Should we activate our talents and learn their language?" Purani's asked Essenes. "Why learn their language?" Erzenis was speechless when she heard Purani's words. "Communicate with them." "Communicate? No need. It's not time yet." Essenes shook her head and refused. "Joke. After learning their language, don't you know what they mean? Then if you know what they mean, won't you be able to understand what they are saying? It would be fine if it was some provocation, and I would have an excuse to beat them up. But what if you beg for mercy? Then do you want to beat yourself up? If you beat him up, you just don't listen to Tang Sichuan. Maybe one day he will be brought up by Tang Sichuan to settle old scores. But if you don't understand, that's another story. At that time, even if Tang Sichuan asked, he would have an excuse to say that he didn't understand. Therefore, Essenes decided that this time she would not use her talent to learn the other party's language, but give him a good beating first. Thinking of this, Essenes directly rolled up her sleeves and prepared to go up and beat the middle-aged man. When Pornis saw Essenes' expression, she knew that she couldn't persuade her anymore, so she could only say one final word to Essenes. Clan leader, be gentle. Don't hammer people to death. Don't worry. I have my own sense of discretion, Essenes said without looking back. What do you want? The middle-aged man saw Erzenis walking towards him. He didn't know why, but he suddenly panicked. Erzenis couldn't understand what the middle-aged man said now. At this moment, she just wanted to punch him. Seeing Erzenis slowly walking towards him, the middle-aged man finally panicked. Quick! Everyone come together and kill them! The middle-aged man yelled at the surrounding tribesmen. The surrounding tribesmen, upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, rushed towards Essenes. When Erzenis saw the crowd rushing toward her, the corners of her mouth raised slightly, and then she punched the face of the native closest to her with her fist. The pink fist, carrying a strong wind, hit the native who was rushing at the front. The native came running very fast, and then flew backwards at an even faster speed. He didn't stop until he flew a distance of more than 20 meters and hit a big tree. The natives present stopped when they saw the scene, and then swallowed hard. Chapter 227: A murder caused by a chicken leg. The scene at this time was extremely embarrassing. The party with more people was frightened and did not dare to move. The middle-aged indigenous leader swallowed hard. You? The middle-aged native said for a long time without saying a complete sentence. Essenes watched as she killed a native with one punch, and then slowly retracted her fist. Then he brought his fist back to his chest and squeezed it hard. With a trace of ridicule on his face, he slowly walked towards the middle-aged native. You, don't come here! Some middle-aged natives shouted in panic, and their bodies involuntarily stepped back. Want to run? Essenes watched the middle-aged native keep retreating, thinking that he wanted to escape. So she quickly rushed towards the middle-aged native and punched him in the face. The middle-aged native did not expect Essenes to be so ungrateful in martial arts. She would hit whatever she asked without any nonsense. So, he was very lucky to be punched out by Erzenis. The body was still spinning in midair, unable to stop flying backwards. He also flew more than 20 meters before he hit the ground hard. Fortunately, they were in the woods now, and the ground was covered with soft leaves and soil. So the middle-aged native was knocked unconscious by just one punch. If it were in another place, there is no way this middle-aged native would have been thrown out by Essenes. Hit something sharp, and died. However, even on the soft ground, this middle-aged native was able to save his life, thanks to Erzenes not using all his strength. Otherwise his head would probably have been blown off by a direct punch. After Erzenes defeated the middle-aged native with one punch, she did not stop. For her, the beatings were already done anyway, so why not just beat everyone present? At least this way, I'll be happy. In less than 5 minutes, except for Erzenis and Pornis, there was no third person who could stand up. Done! Let's call it a day! Essenes clapped her hands, very satisfied with her performance. Chief, what should we do now? You've knocked everyone unconscious. How can we ask for information? Pornis looked at the indigenous corpses lying on the ground and was speechless. Why ask? What's there to ask? Erzenis turned back and looked at Pornis. She really didn't think there was anything to ask. Huh? Don't we need to ask for information? Pornis felt a little strange when she heard Essenes' words. No need. Essenes shook her head firmly. With our strength, do we still need to ask for information? What do you want to do? Patriarch? Pornis looked at Essenes, a little confused. Now that we've had fun, it's time to get down to business. Erzenis looked into the depths of the jungle, and then said slowly, Don't Tang Sichuan hope to capture these natives alive? Then you say, the two of us captured all these natives, and then waited for Tang Sichuan to come over. What do you think his expression would be? Oh? Just the two of us? When Pornis heard these words, she immediately knew what she wanted to do. Yeah. What's the problem between the two of us? Erzenis turned back and looked at Pornis. Clan leader, will there be anything bad if the two of us go up there? What's not good? Pornis suddenly expressed some confusion when she heard what Essenes said. You are always afraid of this and that. Can you be brave? Erzenis patted Pornis earnestly, and then said, Didn't you just see what kind of fighting power these natives have? This kind of combat power poses almost no threat to us. I can sweep through it by myself. Besides, don't you think about it. If we can really sweep across the entire island, what a great achievement it will be. When the time comes, with these achievements, do you think Tang Sichuan will reward you with something you haven't eaten before? Erzenes said to Purnes in a seductive way. As for Purnes, it was just as Erzenes said. She had been captured by Tang Sichuan's food. As soon as she heard that by wiping out the entire island, she could get all kinds of food from Tang Sichuan, she nodded without hesitation. Patriarch, I suddenly feel that what you said makes sense. We are all gods. How can we not be the opponents of these indigenous people? And Mr. Tang Sichuan is so kind to us. We should share his worries. Chief, I support you. Let us wipe out the entire island together, Purnes said solemnly. When Erzenes heard what Purnes said, she suddenly wanted to slap Purnes to death. This Purnes has no bottom line. As soon as it comes to having something to eat, the change will be so big. It felt like if he stopped her, she would probably hammer him to death. However, this is exactly what Essenes wants. Very good. You have finally learned to look at the problem from the perspective of a strong person. Then, let us clean up the entire island together. Erzenes put her hands on Purnes' shoulders and faced, he said solemnly. Yes, Patriarch. Purnes nodded heavily, and then rushed out. The speed was so fast that even Essenes couldn't react. Moreover, she vaguely heard Purnes shouting, chicken legs, roast duck and so on. Although she didn't know what the chicken legs and roast duck were, she knew from Purnes' attitude that they were definitely for food. Essenes put her hand on her forehead in pain. How could the noble Siren clan be such a foodie? This is simply a shame for the Siren clan. Erzenes was still depressed. While Purnes was already killing people, Purnes rushed into the dense forest, then directly unfolded her consciousness, and began to scan the hiding natives around her. Then she used her speed to run directly to them, and punched them in the back of the head. This method of hitting people is high speed, fast, and effective. The only drawback is that it is a bit physically demanding. Purnes has already thought about it. After she captures all the natives, she must ask Tang Sichuan to add another chicken drumstick to her. Ever since the last time Tang Sichuan came to check on Aquan, he brought her a chicken drumstick, and she had been deeply fascinated by the drumstick. If Tang Sichuan knew that the entire Nais tribe would be defeated because of a chicken leg taken out of the supply box, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was laughing because a chicken leg was worth a lot of money for a Nais tribe. He wanted to cry because he probably needed to worry about the animals raised on his own island. If all these livestock were eaten by Purnes, then his breeding business would be over. Chapter 228. What does it mean if you take out a feather? Just when Purnes and Erzenes were sweeping through the Anise tribe, Tang Sichuan finally took Maka and the others to the island of the Anise tribe. Originally, Tang Sichuan did not plan to take Maka with him. After all, his injury was not healed yet, but he could not withstand Maka's hard work. In the end, Tang Sichuan could only agree to Maka's request when Maka threatened to jump into the sea and swim over. When Tang Sichuan and the others drove the small wooden boat back and forth 3 times, a team of 30 people officially landed on the Nais tribe's island. Tang Sichuan stepped on the soft sand and looked at the dense forest in front of him, his face full of excitement. Maka, leave a few people to watch our ship, and the rest will follow me to the island, Tang Sichuan said to Maka without looking back. Okay, master, Maka responded, then nodded to the 2 people around her. Tang Sichuan led the tribal warriors towards the dense forest. But not long after they walked in, Maka came to Tang Sichuan's side. Master, something doesn't feel right here. Maka lowered her voice and said to Tang Sichuan. Huh? What's wrong? Tang Sichuan was puzzled. Master, it's too quiet here. Someone should be hiding in the dark. Maka relied on her own experience and said to Tang Sichuan. Is there someone hiding in the dark? Tang Sichuan frowned when he heard Maka's words. He doesn't have Maka's ability to sense that someone is hiding in the woods through clues in the woods. At the same time, he had deep resentment towards Purnes and Erzenes, who came to investigate earlier. I've known for a long time that these 2 guys are not that reliable, but I didn't expect that someone would be ambushing them just as they entered the woods. Tang Sichuan complained secretly in his heart. Maka, can you ask the tribesmen to find the people who are hiding? Tang Sichuan looked at Maka and asked. Maka didn't speak, but nodded firmly to Tang Sichuan. Then, Maka nodded to a warrior behind him. The warrior immediately understood what Maka meant. He disappeared in front of Tang Sichuan in a few flashes. Master, that man is the warrior who is most familiar with tracking in our tribe. With him here, it only takes a short time for us to find those who are hiding, Maka said softly to Tang Sichuan. Well, let's wait. Tang Sichuan nodded after hearing Maka's words. Just as Maka said, in less than 5 minutes, the warrior who had just dodged out dragged 2 figures from the left and right out of the woods. Master, It's just these two guys. There is no one else around. Well, very good. Maka, record his achievements and reward him with a can when he returns to the island. Tang Xichuan nodded very casually. After hearing Tang Xichuan's words, the warrior rewarded him with a can, and his mouth burst into laughter behind his ears. Tang Xichuan nodded with satisfaction, and then turned his attention to the two natives lying on the ground, still unconscious. Maka, wake them up. Tang Xichuan said to Maka very casually. Yes, master. Maka nodded, then took off a water bottle from the belt on her back, and poured it over the two of them. After being splashed with water, the two natives immediately sat up. You are from the Nias tribe, right? Tang Xichuan said straight to the point. But after the two people heard what Tang Xichuan said, they looked like I don't understand what you're saying. Tang Xichuan was stunned for a moment when he saw the expressions of these two people, and then realized what they were saying. He was used to chatting with Maka and the others, and Maka and his entire tribe were already familiar with Chinese, and many of them could communicate in Chinese. So Tang Xichuan is still used to chatting in Chinese. It was obvious that these two natives did not understand Chinese, but Tang Xichuan still asked them in Chinese. It would be weird if they could respond. Tang Xichuan turned his head and looked at Maka. Do you speak their language? Yes, master. Maka nodded. Then ask them if they are from the Nias tribe. Tang Xichuan pointed to the two people still sitting on the ground and said, Master, they are. Who knows? Maka didn't ask them at all, and gave Tang Xichuan the answer directly. This is Babu, the son of the leader of the Nias tribe, and the other is Buka, the son of the first warrior of the Nias tribe. Maka pointed at the two people, and said to Tang Xichuan, Huh? Do you know him? Tang Xichuan asked with some confusion. I came to their tribe before, and met them once. I have an impression of them. Maka nodded. Tang Xichuan nodded when he heard Maka's words, and then said to Maka, Then ask them, why are they the only two here? And where are the others? When Maka heard Tang Xichuan's words, she turned her head, and babbled to Babu and Buka. However, Babu and Buka returned Maka's words directly, and then turned their heads to the side. Tang Xichuan didn't need to understand the language of the indigenous people. He only needed to see the expressions of the two of them. Tang Xichuan knew that these two people must have said something bad. Master! Maka looked at Tang Xichuan with some embarrassment. I know. When Tang Xichuan saw Maka's expression, he knew that Maka had been scolded. Tang Xichuan suddenly felt angry at Maka being scolded. Just kidding. Maka is one of our own no matter what. Now that one of his own is being scolded, how can Tang Xichuan not be popular? As the saying goes, beating a dog depends on its master. In this case, where does it put you as the master? Maka, let the tribesmen tie the two of them to the tree. Tang Xichuan said to Maka. Tie to a tree? Maka heard Tang Xichuan's words, and expressed that she didn't understand. Logically speaking, if the enemy is stubborn and refuses to speak, then the best way is to beat him up. Why is he tied to a tree? However, the loyal Maka still executed Tang Xichuan's orders very strictly. Soon, Maka directed everyone to help Buka and Babu get into the tree. Tang Xichuan looked at the two people who were tied tightly, and a cruel smile appeared on the corner of Tang Xichuan's mouth. When Babu and Buka saw Tang Xichuan smile, they expressed that they were ready to die. Maka, who was familiar with Tang Xichuan, immediately felt bad after seeing Tang Xichuan smile. Every time Tang Xichuan showed this smile, someone would be unlucky. Maka, lift their feet, Tang Xichuan said casually to Maka. And then he began to take out a long feather from his system space. Everyone present was stunned when they saw Tang Xichuan take out this feather. What kind of operation is this? If the enemy doesn't surrender, what's the point of taking out a feather? This is a true portrayal of the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 229, I can't hold on for a minute. Is Tang Xichuan stupid? He's not stupid. So he won't take out a feather for no reason. In fact, this feather is a new item that Tang Xichuan just got after signing in this morning. Produced by the system. It is bound to produce high-quality urine. It is not easy to know this with your toes. In particular, the level of this feather is terrifyingly high. Tickle feather, SS level item. Its only function is to tickle people. The person being tickled cannot resist, and will feel extremely itchy all over the body, and will immediately lose combat effectiveness. Note, after being tickled by a feather, it will be extremely itchy, unless the user stops using itchy feathers. Even gods cannot resist it. Moreover, after using it, there is a certain chance of gaining the opponent's loyalty. Except gods. This introduction didn't seem to be anything special, But Tang Sichuan thought about it carefully. I found that there is actually a hidden key point in this, which was not mentioned here. First of all, this feather is an SS level item. Do you think it can only scratch itches? Tang Sichuan wouldn't believe it even to death. So after careful analysis, Tang Sichuan finally discovered the key point of this feather. This feather is actually a substitute for the contract card, or an upgrade. First of all, this feather can be used on anyone. As long as you use this feather to tickle someone, no one can resist, including gods, and they will feel itchy and lose their fighting power instantly. This means that if I encounter a hostile god in the future, I just have to rush to his side and scratch him. TSK TSK TSK. So exciting. Looking at it this way, I can think of myself as having a life-saving trump card when facing the gods. The second point is that after being tickled by this itchy feather, there is a chance of gaining the other party's allegiance. This is equivalent to having a contract card that can be used unlimitedly. To be precise, it is more powerful than the contract card. One contract card is used, one less card is used, and itching and scratching can be invalidated. And more importantly, this thing has no side effects and no cooling time. What does this mean? It means that as long as you are willing to spend your time, you can win the loyalty of everyone. If scratching it once doesn't work, what about 2 scratches? What about 3 times? What about 10 times? 100? 1,000? 10,000? Even if the chance of getting the other party's loyalty is 1 in 10,000, he can still win his loyalty. Another point is that this thing has no side effects and can be scratched non-stop. This is completely a bug-like existence. In game terms, this thing has no cooling time, can be used repeatedly, and has an effect that will definitely lose resistance. Therefore, Tang Sichuan himself made a profit this time. However, these are just his own guesses. He has always wanted to find someone to try. And now Babu and Buka have come to his door. Then why are you so polite? Wouldn't it be better if they just conduct experiments? At this time, Buka and Babu looked at Tang Sichuan walking towards them with a feather, and they suddenly felt uneasy. Who are you looking down on? Could it be that my son, the most dignified warrior of the Nias tribe, would be hit by a feather? What a fuss! At this time, Buka despised Tang Sichuan for threatening him with a feather. But Babu next to him didn't think so. He is the son of the patriarch, so naturally his brain is better than his burqa. Although he didn't know what Tang Sichuan was doing with a feather, he knew very well that unless Tang Sichuan was a fool, he would not be able to threaten himself with such a seemingly non-threatening thing. Is Tang Sichuan a fool? Obviously not. If he was really who he was, how could he have such warriors around him? Therefore, Babu thinks this feather is definitely weird. Although, he didn't know exactly what was weird about this feather. When Tang Sichuan saw Buka's expression of indifference, he felt that he should try Buka first. After all, Buka is just the son of the first warrior. If something unexpected happens, there is still room for relaxation between him and the Nias tribe. But if something happens to Babu, it will be really hard to explain. Another point was that Buka smiled too cheaply, and Tang Sichuan wanted to punish him. So, Tang Sichuan took the tickle feather and walked to Buka. Then, he started tickling Buka's soles with feathers. No! No! You! What are you going to do? As soon as the feathers started scratching, Buka felt a strange feeling starting from the soles of his feet and heading straight to his head. The numb, itchy feeling left him unable to muster the strength to resist. Ah! Ha ha! No! Don't! Stop! Buka said intermittently under the extreme numbness. Under such numbness, Buka could not utter a complete sentence. Damn it! What are you talking about? Tang Sichuan's face turned dark when he heard Buka's words. A grown man, and a man with a strange smell, laughs and tells you not to stop. Who can bear this? As a result, Tang Sichuan sped up the movements of his hands, and the feathers were all connected by him. The speed is obviously much faster. The faster the speed, the greater the tingling sensation Buka felt. So he fainted without taking a single breath. Seeing Buka fainted immediately after being scratched by a feather from Tang Sichuan, everyone around him felt as if they had seen a ghost. What kind of operation is this? A feather, scratching an itch, and then the person faints? Everyone around him gave Buka. You are so weak. Look. The only person who felt a little bit scary was Buka. He is a member of Buka's tribe, and he knows Buka very well. It can be said that Buka is a tough guy, the kind of person who bleeds but does not shed tears. But now, facing a feather, he couldn't even hold on for a minute, which shows how powerful this feather is. Tang Sichuan himself was expressionless, but he was smiling on the inside. Before Buka passed out, Tang Sichuan heard the notification sound from the system. Ding! Buka has pledged allegiance to the host. Loyalty is 100. Looking at the unconscious Buka, Tang Sichuan felt that Buka was getting more and more cute at this time. 100 loyalty. That is die-hard loyalty. With a feather and a scratch on the sole of his foot, he gained a die-hard fan in less than a minute. No matter how much he thought about it, Tang Sichuan felt that he had earned it. After seeing Buka, Tang Sichuan turned his attention to Babu. At this time, Babu was so panicked that he felt that Tang Sichuan must be the devil. He has magic powers. He wanted to shout, "Mom! I want to go home!" But Tang Sichuan didn't give him any chance and stretched out his feathers directly towards the soles of his feet. Ah! Ha-ha! Hey! In less than a minute, Babu also fainted. Similarly, Tang Sichuan also heard another prompt from the system. Satisfied, Tang Sichuan waved to Maka. Put them two down. Ah? Master? Put it down? Maka didn't quite understand why Tang Sichuan had such an order. However, he didn't understand why he still chose to obey Tang Sichuan's order. Chapter 230. Although pushing horizontally is good, it is useless. When Buka and Babu were put down, they woke up within a moment. After they woke up, they first looked around, then stood up very respectfully, and made a chest-stroking salute to Tang Sichuan. As soon as Tang Sichuan saw this etiquette, he knew that Buka and Babu had been completely surrendered by him. However, Maka and the others around them seemed a little surprised when they saw this scene. They had contact with the Nias tribe, and knew that this kind of breast-stroking ceremony was a high-standard etiquette in the Nias tribe. But now they saluted their master, which was far beyond Maka's expectations. As a result, the surrounding warriors looked at Tang Sichuan with admiration. But now Tang Sichuan didn't have time to care about what the people around him thought. He wanted to know the situation of the Nias tribe as soon as possible. Maka! Ask them if they are the only two here. Tang Sichuan pointed at Babu and the two and said to Maka. Maka nodded and relayed Tang Sichuan's words to Babu and the others. She saw Babu and the others nodded first, and then shook their heads. Tang Sichuan was speechless when he saw this scene. He nodded and shook his head. What did it mean? Then he heard Babu chattering a lot to Maka. Master, Babu said, there are only two of them here. But behind this dense forest, there is a group of tribesmen hiding in the woods. Is there anyone else in the back? Tang Sichuan nodded after hearing Maka's words. He thought this was normal. If only the two of them were here, Tang Sichuan would feel abnormal. After all, anyone who is not blind can see the sudden appearance of himself and others on such a big ship. If he didn't send someone to stop him after seeing it, then Tang Sichuan would feel it was abnormal. The abnormal result is that the Nias tribe is holding back its ultimate move. Maka! Ask them if they have seen Erzinis and the others. Tang Sichuan felt that he should still care about Erzinis. After Maka heard what Tang Sichuan said, she said a few words to Babu and the others before speaking to Tang Sichuan. Master, they said they saw it. However, the two of them did not show up at that time. And Lady Fong Erzinis passed by. Maka said. Let it go! Tang Sichuan frowned and thought for a while, then felt something was wrong. Logically speaking, Erzinis and the others were both gods. He did not believe that Erzinis and the others would not discover Babu and the others. If they really didn't find it, it could only be said that Erzinis and the others were careless, a little distracted, and didn't pay attention to their surroundings at all. When Babu saw Tang Sichuan frowning after hearing the news about Erzinis, he understood that the two women who had just passed by were very important to his new master. So, the two of them immediately said something quickly to Maka. After Maka heard this, she immediately frowned. Master, maybe we need to move forward faster, Maka said to Tang Sichuan. What's wrong? Tang Sichuan came to his senses only after hearing Maka's words. Master, Babu and the others said that there are more than 20 of their tribesmen in the dense forest behind, and they are preparing to ambush us. Now that Lady Erzinis and the others have gone over first, they may be in danger. Maka was a little anxious. Said, Huh? Tang Sichuan suddenly felt bad when he heard this. He is not worried about Erzinis and the others, but he is worried about the people of the Mudze tribe. No matter how careless Erzinis and the others were, they would not be ambushed and captured without help. So it was very likely that Erzinis led Pornis to fight back. It didn't matter if they counterattacked. He was worried that Erzinis and the others would kill several natives, so that his recruitment of labor would be in vain. So, when Tang Sichuan heard this, he immediately shouted to the people around him. Quick! Find Essenes and the others. When everyone heard Tang Xichuan shouting, they all ran towards the woods ahead. Even Babu and the others were running forward. In the eyes of everyone, they all thought that Tang Xichuan was really worried about Essenes, and the two of them. Only Tang Xichuan knew that he was really worried about Essenes killing the people of the Nias tribe. Soon, Tang Xichuan and the others, led by Babu and the others, ran to the place where their tribesmen were ambushed. As a result, Tang Xichuan was dumbfounded as soon as he ran to the place. Directly in a small open space that was not very big, there were more than 20 people lying in various directions, making the scene very messy. When Tang Xichuan saw the scene, he secretly said, "Sure enough." The others were frightened, especially Babu and the others. They knew very well that the people who caused all this were the two women who just passed in front of them. At this time, Babu and the others were very glad that they did not jump out to intercept them. Otherwise, the two of them would be lying on the ground like the current group of tribesmen. "Maka, go see them," Tang Xichuan said with a frown. "Yes, master." After Maka heard Tang Xichuan's words, she immediately took someone to check the injury. And soon Maka returned to Tang Xichuan's side. "Master, there is no big problem with them. They just fainted." Tang Xichuan breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Maka's words. Fortunately, he just fainted. If one or two people died, he would not be able to explain to Babu and the others. Bang! Just when Tang Xichuan was about to give orders for Maka and the others to treat the wounded, he heard a loud noise coming from the woods in the distance, which made Tang Xichuan shiver. "What's going on?" Tang Xichuan shouted. "I don't know." Maka spread her hands beside her, saying that she didn't know either. That direction seems to be where the tribe is." At this time, Babu, who was also startled, said to Tang Xichuan, "Where is the tribe?" Tang Xichuan was stunned when he heard Babu's words, and then slapped his thigh. "Damn it! What are Essenes and the others planning to do?" Tang Xichuan had already guessed what Essenes and the others were planning to do. But this result was not what he wanted. He came to the Nias tribe to communicate well. If he couldn't communicate, he would be tough. Moreover, even if they are trying to do something tough, they don't want to harm the people of the Nias tribe. After all, these are the best labor force. As for Erzinis, she was ready to push forward as soon as she came up. Although horizontal pushing is good, it is also prone to casualties. "Quick! Lead the way! Let's go to your tribe!" Tang Xichuan said anxiously to Babu and the others. When Babu and the others heard what Tang Xichuan said, they were also worried about their own tribe. So they nodded and ran towards the place where the tribal camp was. Chapter 231. Do you think I'm stupid? Soon, Tang Xichuan led a group of people to the Nias tribe's headquarters. Since Babu and the others were leading the way, Tang Xichuan and the others basically did not take any detours. But even so, when Tang Xichuan and the others ran to the Nias tribe station, they only saw a group of lying natives. No matter men, women, old or young, everyone just lay down without any surprises. When Tang Xichuan saw the scene, his face suddenly turned dark. There are about 200 people in the entire Nias tribe, and now 99 are lying flat. But what made Tang Xichuan happy was that these people were just like the people who blocked the road before. They were just knocked unconscious, and their lives were not in danger. But even so, Tang Xichuan did not find Erzinis and the others among the people lying down. Where did these two troublemakers go again? Tang Xichuan was a little angry. If he had known that Essenes would do this, he should not have let her come. Where is this investigation coming from? They were obviously here to ransack the house. Maka! Ask the brothers to search around and see where Essenes and the others are, Tang Xichuan said angrily. Yes, master. Maka nodded immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. But just as he was about to tell his clansmen to search around, he heard a sound breaking through the air above him. Everyone raised their heads and looked up at the sky strangely, only to find a figure falling from the sky at high speed. Tang Xichuan looked at the falling figure, and his first reaction was to let people disperse. Just kidding. If you fall from such a high altitude, it would be bad if you hit one of your own. Everyone knows that if someone falls from a height, if there is someone below, they will be crushed to death. Even a flower pot can cause serious damage. This is why it is prohibited to throw objects at high altitudes when living in high-rise buildings in the city. If it hits someone, there can only be one consequence, and that is death. Unless you are using professional rescue equipment, such as an air bed or something like that. But does Tang Xichuan have it now? He didn't. So Tang Xichuan immediately gave up rescuing that person. Get away! Tang Xichuan shouted, and then ran out first. When Maka and the others heard Tang Xichuan's words, they immediately reacted and dispersed. As soon as they dispersed, they heard a loud bang behind them. It's done. It's probably turned into meatloaf now. When Tang Xichuan heard the loud noise, he knew that the figure must have fallen to the ground. It was only then that Tang Xichuan felt a little nervous. He was a little worried that this figure would be someone between Erzinus or Pornis. If it was really Erzinus or Pornis, Tang Xichuan felt that this matter might be more serious. Tang Xichuan knew very well what level Erzinus and the others were. It can be said that in this subspace, Erzinus and their group of sirens are the ceiling of Tang Xichuan's individual combat capabilities. If it was really Essenes and the others who were thrown from the sky, then it goes without saying how powerful the person who threw them down was. So, Tang Xichuan ran towards the place where the figure fell with an uneasy mood. He needed to confirm who the fallen person was. As a result, Tang Xichuan had just gotten within 5 meters of the crash site when he saw the man smashing a human-shaped pit on the ground. Damn it! How high must it be to create such a pit? Tang Xichuan looked at the human-shaped pit and felt a little confused. As we all know, the higher the height of the fall, the greater the gravitational acceleration and the greater the kinetic energy generated. The greater the kinetic energy, the greater the energy when it hits the ground. Such a large humanoid pit made Tang Xichuan wonder if it was thrown down from outer space in this world. The closer Tang Xichuan got to the human-shaped pit, the more worried he became. He was afraid that it was Erzinus or Pornis lying in the pit. But when Tang Xichuan got closer to within 2 meters and saw clearly that the man lying in the pit was wearing animal skin, he breathed a sigh of relief. Essenes and the others are sirens, and they have no clothes in the sea. So when they landed, Tang Xichuan specially found 2 ordinary clothes for them. But now this person is wearing animal skins, which means that the people lying in the pit are not Erzinus and the others. If it wasn't Erzinus, then the identity of this person would be obvious. This person must be from the Nais tribe. But what made Tang Xichuan curious was that the man seemed to have just fainted and did not burp. Is this still a human? You didn't fall to death from such a high height? Tang Xichuan looked at the man's slightly rising chest and suddenly felt a little ridiculous. If a normal person falls, let alone falling from the sky, just falling from 4 or 5 floors, he will almost receive a box lunch. But this person, obviously, did not fall from a height of 4 or 5 stories, because it fell from a height of 4 to 5 meters. There would be no such a big pit. Tang Xichuan looked at the middle-aged man lying in the pit with confusion on his face. But his doubts did not last long, because he heard the sound of breaking through the air again. Tang Xichuan raised his head strangely, and saw 2 figures descending quickly toward the ground. When they landed only about 20 meters from the ground, the 2 figures began to slow down, and Tang Xichuan also saw clearly who the fallen person was. When will Essenise and the others be able to fly? Tang Xichuan looked at Essenise, and the 2 with doubts in his heart. Are you here? Erzinus, Tang Xichuan asked with a smile on her face. You are very brave. Tang Xichuan suddenly felt angry when he heard Essenise's words. Erzinus could see that Tang Xichuan's tone was a little unkind at this time, and his face was full of embarrassment. Tell me, whose idea was it? Tang Xichuan looked at Essenise and said angrily. Erzinus pointed directly to the side, who was still confused. Pornis without thinking. She did it all. I told you. Take it easy. But Pornis said, take down the entire island and trade you for chicken legs. Huh? When Pornis heard what Essenise said, she immediately expressed that she couldn't believe it. Clan leader! Don't call me clan leader! I've told you before. Tang Xichuan is not that kind of person. Will he give you chicken legs just because you captured the entire island? Tang Xichuan is a very principled person. As long as you work hard under Mr. Tang Xichuan, you will definitely eat chicken drumsticks. Moreover, Mr. Ogawa, why don't you think about us if you don't allow us to act without authorization? Are you afraid that we will be in danger? Why are you so unwilling to listen to others' advice? Essenise looked distressed. When Pornis heard these words from Essenes, she had only one word to describe them. Tang Xichuan also looked unhappy when he heard that Erzinus was so good at shirking responsibility. I treat you as a friend, but you treat me as a fool? Do you think I'm stupid? Chapter 232 New Trump Card. Do you think I'm a fool? Tang Xichuan asked Essenes with a dark face. When Erzinus heard Tang Xichuan's words, she knew that what she had just said was completely in vain. Therefore, Erzinus could only smile awkwardly. I remember. I asked you to investigate, but you guys were kind enough to just overturn the entire island for me. Tang Xichuan said angrily. Erzinus knew that if she pushed the matter to Puarnus again, some of her explanations would be unreasonable, so she could only express her thoughts in silence. When Tang Xiachuan saw that Essenes was silent, he immediately stopped embarrassing Essenes. Although Essenes and the others didn't do what they wanted, the result was still good. Therefore, Tang Xiachuan did not intend to reprimand Erzinus in front of so many people. After all, Erzinus is also the leader of the Siren tribe, so she has to save some face for him.
Tell me, what's going on with this person?
Tang Xiachuan pointed to the person still lying in the pit.
Oh, him.
When Erzinus saw Tang Xiachuan pointing at the person in the pit, a smile appeared on her lips.
That person is the high priest of this tribe,
Essenes said lightly.
High priest? How could he fall from the sky?
Tang Xiachuan suddenly became alert when Essenes said that that person was the high priest. It's not like he hasn't fought against the so-called high priest of the tribe. The former high priest of the Sisi tribe was still killed by him and Zhang Ji. However, that high priest can't fly, and he doesn't have as much fighting power as this one. After hearing what Tang Xiachuan said, Essenes frowned, and then took out a golden ring from her pocket. Tang Xiachuan looked at Essenes' movements, and then noticed that Essenes' clothes had some damage. There is some blood leaked. Tang Xiachuan thought for a while, took out another piece of clothing directly from his system space, put it on Essenes, and then took the ring from her hand. Erzinus watched Tang Xiachuan put on clothes for herself, and a blush suddenly appeared on her face. But she did not refuse.
What is this?
Tang Xiachuan took the ring and looked at it.
This is the source of the high priest's power. There is also a ring still on his finger.
As she said this, Essenes also pointed to the high priest lying in the pit.
Please tell me carefully what is going on.
Tang Xiachuan looked at the high priest, then turned back to Erzinus and asked.
Actually, it's very simple. Puarnus and I swept all the way to the tribe's headquarters, and then prepared to knock these people out. I'll let you know later. But, just as we were taking action, the high priest ran out and attacked us. At the beginning, he only used some spell-like magic. As you know, Puarnus and I have recovered to the semi-god level in this subspace, so his magic is basically useless to us. It doesn't have much effect, and the high priest also discovered this. And then he activated the 2 rings on his fingers, and his strength was directly raised to the demigod level.
Essenes frowned and said,
What? He was directly promoted to a demigod?
Tang Xiachuan shouted in surprise when he heard Essenes' words. Essenes didn't speak. She just nodded solemnly. Tang Xiachuan looked at Essenes. He felt that there was no need for Essenes to lie to him, so he chose to believe it. So, Tang Xiachuan walked directly to the unconscious high priest, took off the other ring from his hand, and then used the system to check the properties of the 2 rings.
Ring of the Sun God, left SS level item. Every 2 hours after wearing it, a fireball will collect. The fireballs can be accumulated, up to a maximum of 50. Note, a powerful and mysterious ring. Legend has it that it is the Ring of the Sun God. It was left in the world. When paired with the Ring of the Sun God, right, it can activate the hidden attributes of the ring. After activation, it can be blessed by the Sun God's divine power, and its strength can be compared with others. Demigod. Note, after activating the ring, the effect is only half an hour, and the cooling time is 30 days. Ring of the Sun God, right SS level item. Every 2 hours after wearing it, a fireball will be collected. The fireballs can be accumulated, up to a maximum of 50. Note, a powerful and mysterious ring. Legend has it that it is the Ring of the Sun God. It was left in the world. When paired with the Ring of the Sun God left, it can activate the hidden attributes of the ring. After activation, it can be blessed by the Sun God's divine power, and its strength can be comparable to that of the Sun God. Demigod. Note, after activating the ring, the effect is only half an hour, and the cooling time is 30 days. I'll go.
Tang Xiachuan was dumbfounded after seeing these 2 rings. What a bug it is to be able to have the power of a demigod for half an hour. Look at Erzinus and the others. One with the strength of a demigod, directly overthrown the entire Mud Swamp tribe, with such speed and efficiency. Moreover, this ring can still store 1 fireball every hour. 1 ring has a maximum limit of 50 fireballs, and 2 rings can store 100 fireballs, which is enough for you to spend a lot. Think about it. Among the survivors today, who can keep firing fireballs like this? Only he, Tang Xiachuan, is cool. However, there are advantages and disadvantages. The cooling time of this thing is too long. It takes a month to experience the power of a demigod. It seems that this kind of ring can only be used as one's own trump card.
So, These injuries on your bodies were also caused by him?
Tang Xichuan turned around and looked at Essenes and asked. Essenes nodded. And then said,
Yes. When he raised his strength to the level of a demigod. We were unaware of it, and were attacked by him. We were a little embarrassed. But after we reacted, he also no match for the two of us. Then what do you think his strength will be after he is promoted to demigod?
Tang Xichuan is still very concerned about this issue. After all, Essenes is now at the demigod level. He feels that it can be understood more clearly from Essenes' mouth. I know the strength positioning of this ring after it is opened.
Well, how should I put it?
After hearing what Tang Xiaochuan said, Essenes thought about it and then said to him,
You can't say that he doesn't have the strength of a demigod. But there is still a difference from the strength of a real demigod. At best, he's a pseudo-demigod. If we go one-on-one with him, he will still be the one to lose. But we still need to use some tricks to do it. If it's 2 against 1, then he can only wait to be slaughtered.
Essenes said to Tang Xichuan. Tang Xichuan suddenly felt happy when he heard Essenes' words. No matter whether he is a pseudo-demigod or a demigod, as long as he reaches the demigod level, it is enough. Although it can only be used once a month. As a trump card, it is absolutely adequate. Tang Xichuan laughed so hard that he couldn't shut up when he thought about all the benefits he had gotten from going out this time. Chapter 233 High Priest Zambaka.
By the way, what are you going to do with this high priest?
Essenes suddenly asked.
Huh?
Tang Xichuan was stunned for a moment when he heard what Erzenis said. Then he realized what Erzenis said and felt that there was something in her words.
What do you mean? You can just say it. What I mean is, aren't you planning to build a temple? After you build the temple, you need priests to take care of it.
Essenes said to Tang Xichuan.
What? Is there such an operation?
This was the first time Tang Xichuan heard such remarks. And he directly said that he was stupid.
Don't you know?
Essenes heard Tang Xichuan's surprised tone. And she was also surprised.
I really don't know. Is there any other way to say this?
Tang Xichuan shook his head, saying that he really didn't know. Erzenis nodded. And then said,
Although temples can be built with or without sacrifices, there is still a big difference between having sacrifices and without sacrifices. If there are sacrifices, you can pray for yourself, and you can also get hints of destiny from the gods. If there are no sacrifices, there will be none of this.
Essenes said to Tang Xichuan.
You still say that? What do you mean? You want to take the high priest of my Nai's tribe as your own?
Tang Xichuan asked with some doubts.
Yes.
Erzenis nodded, and then continued to Tang Xichuan.
If my guess is correct, you should plan to return to your own island after finishing the Anizei tribe. After you return to the island, you will start to build the temple. At that time, you will need a priest to start working in the temple. Of course, if you don't want to at first, you can arrange someone to serve as a sacrifice later.
Essenes said to Tang Xichuan with a smile.
But I need to remind you that this person has a very good affinity with the gods. Wait a minute. What is the sense of affinity with the gods?
Tang Xichuan immediately interrupted when he heard what Essenes said.
You don't know this either?
Erzenis heard Tang Xichuan's question and looked at Tang Xichuan with a look like a fool.
No. Do you think I should know?
Tang Xichuan was speechless when he heard Essenes' words.
Isn't this common sense? Do you think that before I came into contact with you, I would have thought that there was a god in this world?
Tang Xichuan was speechless. He was an atheist. Now that there is a god, his perception has been broken. And now Essenes is still following. He said this is common sense?
Okay.
Erzenis heard what Tang Xichuan said and understood what he meant. So, Erzenis began to popularize science for Tang Xichuan.
Actually, this affinity is still very important. After all, the higher the affinity, the easier it is to communicate with the gods, and the easier it is to get blessings from the gods. In other words, for a person with high affinity, it is easier for him to pray to the gods than for a person with low affinity. And he can also get greater benefits. Can you see the affinity?
Tang Xichuan suddenly asked something strange when he heard Essenes' words.
Please! I'm a god too. How could I not see it?
Essenes was speechless after hearing Tang Xichuan's words.
You are a demigod. Demigods are not gods. No.
Tang Xichuan shook his head, expressing his disapproval.
Me? You?
Erzenis was once again so angry that Tang Xichuan was speechless.
Okay. No more joking.
Tang Xichuan looked at Erzenis, who was pouting in anger, smiled and then said to her,
You mean? The high priest has a very close affinity with the gods. Good? I can't say it's very good. I can only say it's barely.
Ursini said, still a little angry.
However, the premise is that you must be able to conquer him.
When Tang Xiuquan heard this, he immediately became happy. Isn't it easy to conquer him? It was only a matter of time before he could subdue the high priest if he had an itchy feather in his hand. Tang Xiuquan took out the feather and walked towards the high priest. The high priest was actually awake at this time. But after falling from a high altitude, although he had no external injuries, his whole body was still sore.
Are you awake?
Tang Xiuquan looked at the high priest and showed a smile that he thought was friendly. After the high priest saw Tang Xiuquan, he immediately started to babble. But Tang Xiuquan didn't understand.
Maka! Maka! Come and translate.
Tang Xiuquan shouted at the top of his lungs.
Okay. Don't call me Maka. He's still injured.
Erzenis said behind Tang Xiuquan's back.
I can't communicate with the high priest unless my name is Maka.
Tang Xiuquan spread his hands, expressing that he was also helpless.
Have you forgotten me?
Essenes said speechlessly. Tang Xiuquan realized when he heard Essenes' words. It seems that the sirens have always had language abilities that are beyond ordinary people. They can learn any language at any time as long as they are willing.
Okay. Then you can be the translator.
Tang Xiuquan nodded and said to Erzenis.
What else does the high priest say? He asked again. Who are you, and why did you come to his island?
Essenes was beside Tang Xiuquan, translating for him. Tang Xiuquan just smiled when he heard Essenes' words, and then said to the high priest,
I don't want to do anything. I just want to use this feather to tickle you. What are you doing?
After hearing Tang Xiuquan's words, Erzenis did not immediately translate to the high priest, but looked at Tang Xiuquan and asked,
Don't worry about it. Just tell him.
That's fine.
Dot.
When Essenes heard Tang Xiuquan's words, she immediately rolled her eyes at him. But she still followed Tang Xiuquan's wishes and translated the original words to the high priest. Similarly, when the high priest heard what Tang Xiuquan said, he also felt that Tang Xiuquan was mentally ill. Attack his island just to tickle him with feathers. After Tang Xiuquan saw that Essenes had told the high priest, he didn't say much, just picked up the tickle feathers and scratched the high priest. The high priest was tickled by Tang Xiuquan's feathers and kept twisting his body. But his whole body was sore, and he couldn't move at all. I could only lie in the pit, laughing.
Ding! Zambaka has pledged allegiance to his host. Loyalty is 100. Nice.
After 2 minutes of tickling the high priest Zambaka with his feathers, Tang Xiuquan finally heard the system prompt and waved his fist excitedly.
Huh? What's wrong?
Erzenis was surprised when she suddenly stopped after watching Tang Xiuquan violate Zambaka for 2 minutes.
It's okay. It's been solved.
Tang Xiuquan smiled at Essenes. At the same time, he was thinking in his mind whether this tickling feather would have any effect on the demigods. Chapter 234. How about you give it a try?
Master.
The high priest Zambaka said softly to Tang Xiuquan as soon as he woke up. Although Tang Xiuquan couldn't understand, Erzenis on the side was frightened by Zambaka's words. There was an incredible look in his eyes. Tang Xiuquan saw the expression of Essenes. He was very surprised. He didn't know what the high priest said and how he could scare Essenes like this.
What's wrong?
Tang Xiuquan asked strangely.
He called you master?
Erzenis looked at Tang Xiuquan with a look of horror.
What did you do to him? What did I do? Didn't you see it?
Tang Xiuquan smiled and raised the feather in his hand. Tang Xiuquan fluttered the feather in his hand, and Erzenis noticed it. Originally, she watched Tang Xiuquan tickling the high priest with feathers just for fun. But she really didn't expect that it was this feather that caused all this.
What is this?
Erzenis looked at Tang Xiuquan and asked with some doubts.
This is just an ordinary feather,
Tang Xiuquan said lightly.
Do you think I'm a fool?
Essenes said with some dissatisfaction.
If it's just an ordinary feather, can it have such an effect? How can you be so sure that this is the effect of this feather?
Tang Xiuquan asked in confusion.
Unless I'm blind.
Essenes looked at Tang Xiuquan as if he were an idiot. When Tang Xiuquan heard what Erzenis said, he just smiled and didn't say much.
Actually, this feather has some special functions.
Tang Xiuquan smiled and nodded to Essenes, and then slowly said to Essenes,
The main function of this feather is to be able to surrender.
Make others want to be loyal to you. What?
Erzenis shouted in horror when she heard Tang Xiuquan's words.
Can you make people want to be loyal to you?
Tang Xiuquan didn't speak, just nodded. Seeing Tang Xiuquan lower his head, Essenes took a step back involuntarily. Tang Xiuquan frowned slightly when he saw Essenes retreating. He felt that Essenes had reservations about him. However, when he thought about it carefully, Tang Xiaochuan also felt relieved. After all, he felt from the beginning that Essene's surrender to him was not so pure. Tang Xiaochuan had already vaguely felt that Essene's had a purpose for seeking refuge in him. And her purpose is not what she said. There must be other purposes. To put it simply, Ursnes, who seems to be very loyal and reliable at present, will choose to betray herself under certain conditions. This is not what Tang Xiaochuan wants. If we talk about the past, Tang Xiaochuan may have felt that the farther away these sirens are from him, the better. After all, they are a race cursed by the goddess. If he goes too close to them, he will inevitably arouse the goddess's anger, resentment. But after this trip to the Mudze tribe, Tang Xiaochuan suddenly felt that demigod races like the Essenes were quite useful. After all, when gods cannot recruit, these demigod races are the ceiling for individual combat. If other people could have won, they might choose these demigods at the expense of others. But Tang Xiaochuan was different. Siren is not the only trump card in his hand, especially now that he has the Ring of the Sun God. He himself could raise his divine power to the level of a demigod. Coupled with the existence of the demon-breaking blade, it would be very easy for Tang Xiaochuan to defeat Erzenes, even without the help of canned herrings. However, even though he said this, Tang Xiaochuan was not generous yet. Someone betrayed him. But he was still smiling.
What? You don't believe it? Why don't you give it a try?
Tang Xiaochuan said to Essenes half-truthfully, and then fluttered the feather in his hand.
No. You'd better ask Maka to translate for you. I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do.
Essenes shook her head quickly and walked towards the coast. Tang Xiaochuan looked at Essenes' back and secretly decided that he would find an opportunity to scratch Essenes severely in the future. One is that he wants to try to see if tickling feathers is useful to the demigod sirens. The other is that he really doesn't want to lose the help of the sirens. However, now is not the time to talk about this matter with Essenes. After all, we are still in subspace. Essenes and the others have the strength of demigods. It is not wise to go to trouble them now. Tang Xiaochuan waved to Maka on the side. The most important thing at the moment was to solve the high priest's matter first.
Master.
Maka walked to Tang Xiaochuan and bowed to him.
Maka, you are here to be the translator. You want to ask what the high priest just said.
Tang Xiaochuan pointed to the high priest, who was still lying in the pit. Maka nodded when she heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, then turned her head and muttered a few words to the high priest.
Master, the high priest of the Nais tribe wants to say hello to you.
Maka communicated with the high priest for a moment, and then said slowly to Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xiaochuan nodded when he heard Maka's words, and then continued to ask.
You asked? Where is the thing that hides the entire island?
Tang Xiaochuan is most concerned about this thing now. After all, this time when I came to the Nais tribe, I unexpectedly needed the population and the area of the island. I just needed something that could hide the island.
In fact, this thing that can hide the entire island is more important than the population and the area of the island. After the high priest Zambaka heard Maka's translation, he pointed directly to a hill behind the tribe, and then said,
Master, what you want is on that hill.
When Tang Xiaochuan heard Zambaka's words, he raised his head and looked at the hill, and then said to Zambaka,
How about you? Can you get up and lead the way? Master, please wait for me for 10 minutes and let me slow down.
Zambaka immediately said to Tang Xiaochuan after hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words.
Don't worry. I'll give you half an hour.
Tang Xiaochuan felt that his main purpose of coming to the island had been achieved. The entire island was now under his control, so there was no need to be so anxious. Therefore, Tang Xiaochuan felt that there would be no problem even after half an hour passed. But only 15 minutes later, the high priest Zambaka slowly stood up from the pit. Tang Xiaochuan glanced at Maka beside him and asked him to pull Zambaka. After Zambaka was pulled up by Ma, he bent down to express his gratitude to Tang Xiaochuan, who waved his hand indifferently. Seeing Tang Xiaochuan's expression, Zambaka knew that Tang Xiaochuan was now concerned about the Nephil mirror. So he said to Tang Xiaochuan,
Master, please come this way.
With that said, Zambaka made an invitation gesture to Tang Xiaochuan, and then walked out first. Tang Xiaochuan thought for a while and felt that there was no big danger. So he waved to Maka and followed him. Chapter 235 Where does soul power come from? An hour later, Tang Xiaochuan finally followed Zambaka to the top of the hill. Even though the Nais tribe's island is not large, only about 1 square kilometer, the development level of the entire island is really not as good as Tang Xiaochuan's island. The most intuitive point is that there are no good roads on the entire island. In many places, there are only half-human high weeds, And then roads are weighted between the weeds. When walking on such a road, the speed will naturally not increase. When Tang Sichuan and others arrived at the top of the mountain, the three of them were all out of breath.
Master, the pile of stones in front is what you want.
Zambaka pointed to a stone pile and said to Tang Sichuan. When Tang Sichuan heard Zambaka's words, he raised his head and glanced, and then said to Maka and Zambaka,
"Wait for me here."
After saying that, Tang Sichuan walked towards the stone pile. When Tang Sichuan came to the edge of the stone pile, he saw a bronze mirror placed on the top of the stone pile. When Tang Sichuan saw this mirror, he knew that this mirror was what he wanted most this time.
Nephiel's mirror. Fake the imitation Nephiel's mirror can open up a subspace. In the subspace, the owner can re-establish the rules of the space if conditions permit. Note, this is a pseudo-artifact, but it has powerful functions. Please explore on your own for specific information. Note, the Mirror of Nephiel was a gift created by the Lord God Zeus to Hera. The owner may be resented by Hera. Note, when you need to use the Mirror of Nephiel to open up a subspace, you only need to activate it to directly create a subspace with a radius of 30 kilometers. However, it requires soul power. Damn it! Resentment again!
When Tang Sichuan saw this introduction, he immediately wanted to turn the table over. Tang Sichuan finally discovered that as long as he uses such artifacts, he will definitely be related to the gods. Accepting the Siren clan will be at odds with the goddess of literature and art. And possessing the Mirror of Nephiel is related to Hera. Who is Hera? Tang Sichuan has heard her legend since he was a child. To put it simply, Hera is a stingy woman. And she is the kind of person who is extremely jealous. If she is targeted, it will usually be very uncomfortable.
Damn it! If you are brave enough, I will take it. If you can, come down and trouble me.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and felt that he still had to take the Nephiel mirror. After all, having his own independent subspace is very important to him now. But Hera may not have time to cause trouble for herself. At least not now. After all, as of now, the entire survival scene is still in the development stage. Only a very small number of people have reached the ocean-going stage, while many others are still trapped on their own islands. Although we can't say that we are jumping back and forth between life and death, we can only say that we have enough food and clothing. Therefore, Tang Sichuan felt that it was impossible for the so-called gods to appear so early. The most that could appear now were demigods like Erzinus. And there are bound to be various restrictions. Otherwise, how could survivors like me still be fooling around? The arrival of any god can destroy the entire group of survivors. Tang Sichuan felt that this was definitely not in line with the thoughts of the people behind the scenes. Others, Tang Sichuan, would think that these gods are not the people behind the scenes. Because it is very simple. Just intuition. Judging from all aspects of information. These so-called gods are just chess pieces like myself. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan felt that there was nothing to worry about. As long as Hera doesn't immediately come to trouble him, then he has hope of defeating her. When you develop yourself, it's hard to say who will cause trouble for whom. Therefore, Tang Sichuan directly took the Nephiel mirror into his system space. After getting the Nephiel mirror, Tang Sichuan turned his head and looked at Zambaka behind him. Tang Sichuan suddenly thought of the soul power mentioned by the Nephiel mirror. This is another new term. Tang Sichuan said that he was very unfamiliar with such a term, and Zambaka can successfully activate it, which means that he should know what soul power is.
Zambaka, do you know what soul power is?
Tang Sichuan looked at Zambaka and asked directly.
I know. Master.
Zambaka nodded, indicating that he knew.
Then tell me, what exactly is this soul power?
Tang Sichuan asked with a frown.
Master, actually this soul power is easy to understand. It is the power of the soul,
Zambaka said to Tang Sichuan.
Soul power?
Tang Sichuan frowned when he heard Zambaka's words, and then said,
You mean, this soul power is the soul power? Yes, Master.
Zambaka nodded. When Tang Sichuan saw Zambaka nodding in confirmation, his scalp felt numb. He is not a novice, and has read many novels before. According to Zambaka, this soul power is linked to the soul. So there are only two possibilities. One is to be linked to the user's soul power, and the other is to sacrifice other people's souls. Tang Sichuan refused to use his soul power to activate the Nephiel mirror without even thinking about it. If it were before, someone told him that people have souls, Tang Sichuan might just jump up, give the other person a big mouth, and then shout, I'm a godless person. However, after having experienced so much, Tang Sichuan really didn't dare to shout like this at this time. Therefore, regarding the soul, Tang Sichuan's idea is that there is another way to believe it. Tang Sichuan directly refused to use his own soul to activate the Nephil mirror. God knows what will happen if a person loses part of his soul. The other way is to sacrifice other people's souls. Tang Sichuan said that he could not accept this even more. Although he was not a good person, he had not yet developed himself at the expense of other people's lives for the sake of his own development. If he really does this, Tang Sichuan will feel that his conscience cannot bear it. When Zambaka next to him saw Tang Sichuan's expression, he knew what Tang Sichuan was thinking.
Master, actually this soul power is not what you think. It must be sacrificed with human souls. Huh? What do you mean?
Tang Sichuan asked immediately after hearing Zambaka's words.
Master, in fact, this soul power does not necessarily need to be a human soul to fly. Other animals can also be used, but it will be better to use a human soul.
Zambaka can understand Tang Sichuan's concerns. After all, he is like this too. The former Nais tribe was on an island. If people's souls were to be sacrificed here, do you think the tribesmen on the island would be willing? Therefore, Zambaka has long discovered that it is possible to use animal souls. But the amount required is larger, and the effect is not as good as human souls. However, Tang Sichuan was very satisfied. As long as he could use the souls of other animals to replace them, that would be fine. The most indispensable thing on his island now was animals. Chapter 236 3 Things. Although Tang Sichuan currently has few large animals such as cattle and sheep on the island, there are more fish. However, there is one thing that Tang Sichuan is not sure about. It is not possible to use fish instead.
Zambaka, what soul power do you usually use to sacrifice?
Tang Sichuan looked at Zambaka and asked.
Master, our tribe has very few people. We all sacrifice small animals.
Zambaka listened to Tang Sichuan's words and thought that Tang Sichuan was asking him if he had sacrificed the lives of his own people. Present the mirror of Nephil. He was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly and explained to Tang Sichuan. When Tang Sichuan heard Zambaka's words, he immediately understood that his guess was right. After all, the entire Nais tribe has a population of just over 200. If this Zambaka really sacrificed human lives, it is estimated that no matter how foolish and loyal these tribal warriors are, they will still resent him.
Small animals? Can fish be allowed?
Tang Sichuan asked the most critical point. When Zambaka heard Tang Sichuan's words, he also understood that Tang Sichuan planned to adopt the same method as him. Zambaka still supported such a decision.
Master, as long as it is a living thing, it has soul power. It just contains the amount of soul power. If it contains less soul power, you can sacrifice more. As long as the total reaches the standard, it will be fine.
Zambaka said to Tang Sichuan with a smile.
As long as the total is reached?
Tang Sichuan nodded when he heard Zambaka's words. He grasped the key points from these few words of Zambaka. The first is that this soul power exists in living creatures. As long as there are living animals, soul power will exist. It doesn't matter if it's a person, a cow, a sheep, or even a fish. The second point is that the soul power of each creature is not the same. This is like the IQ between various species. The higher the IQ, the more soul power can be obtained after sacrifice. Tang Sichuan even had a little doubt that this so-called soul power refers to the IQ of each creature. However, this idea requires further research. But the good news is that you don't have to worry about taking the Nephil mirror back to the island and leaving it there as a decoration.
By the way, Zambaka, I want to move you and your tribe to my island. What do you think?
After Tang Sichuan solved his biggest purpose in coming to the Nais tribe, Zambaka asked. In fact, before he learned that the Nais tribe had props that could open up subspace, Tang Sichuan had been thinking about how to pack up all the members of the Nais tribe and take them away. And now that he has obtained the mirror of Nephil, this matter should also be put on the agenda.
Go back to the master. On behalf of the Nais tribe, I am willing to obey the master's arrangements.
After hearing Tang Sichuan's question, Zambaka agreed without hesitation.
You didn't ask what was going on the island, and you just agreed?
Tang Sichuan was a little surprised when he heard Zambaka's words. This tickling feather only makes the other party loyal to you, but it does not turn the other party into an idiot and lose the ability to think. Just like the contract card, it only changes the other party's mind, making the other party think that he is his master, allowing himself to gain the other party's allegiance, instead of turning into a machine that can only obey orders and cannot think. Just like Binboerba, Kuratsuchi, and Maka, they were all used contract cards by Tang Sichuan to make them loyal to him, but did not restrict their temperament. Therefore, Zambaka agreed to Tang Xichuan's request without hesitation, which made Tang Xichuan have some doubts.
Since the owner has told us to move, he must have already thought about the follow-up arrangements. There are already arrangements. So what do I have to worry about?
Zambaka knew what Tang Xichuan was worried about, so he took the initiative to say it come out. Tang Xichuan nodded when he heard Zambaka's words. He now feels that Zambaka is very smart. It can be said that he is the person who can best understand him at this stage. Compared with Zambaka, Maka and the others are a little more awkward. But Zambaka is not. He accepts new things quickly, and can know what his superior wants.
Well, your guess is correct.
Tang Xichuan nodded with satisfaction, and then continued to ask Zambaka.
Then do you think your clansmen also have the same idea as you? Master, don't worry. I will communicate this matter with my clansmen. I can guarantee that they will be very willing to follow my master.
There was a hint of determination in Zambaka's eyes. At this time, Zambaka didn't have any sinister thoughts in his heart. But it couldn't be said that he didn't have his own little thoughts. Zambaka could clearly see that the Nias tribe was not the only one on Tang Xichuan's island. There must be other tribes living on Tang Xichuan's island. Zambaka has been a human being for a long time. In his opinion, it is natural for him to surrender to Tang Xichuan. But if he wants others to step on his head, that is not okay. Now that I have decided to join Tang Xichuan, I must work hard to become Tang Xichuan's indispensable right-hand man. Perhaps, in this way, the Nias tribe where he belongs can achieve better development. Of course, Tang Xichuan didn't know this. But even if he knew, he would feel it didn't matter. In Tang Xichuan's opinion, healthy internal competition is a good thing. If you choose to lie flat internally, then your power will come to an end. Only by ensuring good internal competition can the entire island maintain full vitality and competitiveness. Only in this way can we all go further. After solving the problems of the Nephiel mirror and the relocation of the Nias tribe, Tang Xichuan finally had time to think about the third thing, which was to directly move the island where the Nias tribe was located. After all, expanding the area of his island is also something Tang Xichuan needs to face urgently. Tang Xichuan took a rough look at the island where the entire Nias tribe was located. It was about 1.5 square kilometers, counting 1 square kilometer of his own island. After the merger, the island would be 2.5 square kilometers. Such a large island cannot be 100% guaranteed to be the largest among all the survivors. But it is definitely in the top 5. But, don't forget, Tang Xichuan also has a card that doubles the island area. No matter how big the island is, as long as it is used, the island can be doubled. 2.5 square kilometers directly becomes 5 square kilometers. What is the concept of 5 square kilometers? To put it simply, it is as big as 5 Forbidden City. With such a large area, it can be called a big island. Tang Xichuan was a little excited when he thought that his island could become so big, because this means that Tang Xichuan can do more things on the island. With the island area and population, Tang Xichuan couldn't think of anything else that could affect the development of his island. Chapter 237 Small Conflict.
By the way, Zambaka, is there an island rock on your island?
Tang Xichuan looked at Zambaka and asked.
Island stone?
Zambaka expressed a hint of doubt when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
That's it.
With that, Tang Xichuan took out the island stone directly from his system space and showed it to Zambaka. When Zambaka saw the island stone that Tang Xichuan took out, he immediately understood, and then nodded to Tang Xichuan.
Master, this we call the sacred stone is in my room,
Zambaka said to Tang Xichuan.
Great. Take me there quickly.
Tang Xichuan heard Zambaka's words and immediately said with a smile.
Master, this way.
When Zambaka heard Tang Xichuan's words, he immediately made an invitation gesture to him, and then led the way. Tang Xichuan followed closely. Soon, Tang Xichuan and the others returned to the Nias tribe station again. At this time, inside the Nias tribe station, the people from the Sisi tribe brought by Tang Xichuan were confronting the people from the Nias tribe. Although the fight has not started yet, the attitudes of both sides are not very good. When Tang Xichuan saw the scene, he couldn't help but secretly patted his head, secretly warning himself that he was careless this time. When he took Zambaka away from the station, most of the people in the Mudzay tribe were still in a coma. And he was also in a hurry to find the mirror of Nephiel. So he just asked Zambaka to give a few simple instructions. So now, as soon as the members of the Nias tribe woke up, they saw a group of outsiders occupying their island. Moreover, these outsiders are smaller than their number. If it weren't for these outsiders, each wearing armor and holding a sharp knife, they would be difficult to deal with. if Zambaka hadn't ordered several people from the Mudze tribe before leaving, told them not to act rashly. It is estimated that they will start fighting soon.
It's okay. It's okay.
Tang Xiuchuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the people from the Nias tribe were dissatisfied with the people Tang Xiuchuan brought, they had not really started fighting yet, which made Tang Xiuchuan say it was a fluke.
Zambaka, please comfort your tribe first, and I will go to your room first.
Tang Xiuchuan thought for a while, and it was not good for him to come forward at this time. So he could only let Zambaka come out first to explain to his tribe. When Zambaka heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, he nodded immediately, and then said,
Master, don't worry. My subordinates will solve it soon.
Hearing what Zambaka said, Tang Xiuchuan nodded with satisfaction, and then walked towards the house pointed out to him by Zambaka. Tang Xiuchuan didn't pay attention to how Zambaka explained to his tribe. He really wanted to know what reward he could get this time. When Tang Xiuchuan opened the door of Zambaka's room, he found that Zambaka's room was very neat and simple. There were not many items in his room, only some bottles and jars. And those bottles and jars also exuded a faint smell of herbs.
Huh? Herbal medicine?
When Tang Xiuchuan smelled this, he suddenly felt happy. You know, the smell of herbal medicine here means that Zambakata understands some basic pharmacology. There is a shortage of such talents on our own island. As long as he finds a way in the future and provides Zambaka with some modern medical knowledge, he can completely serve as a doctor on the island. Unexpectedly, I found a treasure this time. I originally thought I just found a temple to offer sacrifices, but I didn't expect that the sacrifices also had medical skills. It was like buying one and getting one free. Tang Xiuchuan was very satisfied at this time, and felt a little swaying when he walked. Tang Xiuchuan walked around Zambaka's room, and found an island stone on Zambaka's table. Tang Xiuchuan smiled slightly, walked to the table very skillfully, and then took the island stone as his own. After Tang Xiuchuan put away the island stones, he began to look for the prize for occupying the island this time. However, Tang Xiuchuan rummaged through Zambaka's room, and found nothing that looked like a supply box.
How is it possible? There is no material reward?
Tang Xiuchuan muttered after walking around the room for several times before returning to the table. Tang Xiuchuan thinks this is impossible. Logically speaking, if you capture an island, you will definitely get a reward. But now, you have searched the whole room and there is none. This is totally unreasonable.
Could it be said that the capture of the island this time is the credit of Essenes and the others? But that's not right. Essenes and the others are essentially members of my force. Could it be that I used a member of my force to capture the island, but the result was not my own? This is unjustifiable.
Tang Xiuchuan thought for a while, and felt that this was very unreasonable. But apart from this explanation, Tang Xiuchuan couldn't think of any other explanation. While Tang Xiuchuan was still deep in thought, a knock on the door suddenly woke Tang Xiuchuan.
Who?
Tang Xiuchuan raised his head, and asked towards the door.
Master, it's me.
Maka's voice sounded outside the door.
Come in.
When Tang Xiuchuan heard Maka's voice, he casually said outside. After hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words, Maka opened the door and walked in. Behind him, in addition to Zambaka, there was also a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s.
Who is this?
Tang Xiuchuan looked at Maka with some confusion and asked.
Master, this is the leader of the Nias tribe, Niba.
When Tang Xiuchuan heard this name, he spit out his saliva. What a hacking name. Mud? A person with this name is truly a talent. Tang Xiuchuan managed to hold back his laughter. He knew that if he laughed, he would definitely reveal to the other party that he looked down on him. You must know that the leader of the Nias tribe has not signed a contract with him, or wants to be loyal to him. If he makes him feel bad about him, it is very likely to prevent him from merging the two tribes.
Have you arranged all the clan members?
Tang Xiuchuan asked Maka and the others with a smile on his face. After Maka and Zambaka heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, they nodded immediately.
Master, everything has been arranged. Both the Nias tribe and the Stream tribe have calmed down.
Zambaka stood up and said to Tang Xiuchuan.
Well, very good.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded.
You are all lucky to have a hard time these days. When we return to our own island, everyone will be able to relax a little bit.
Tang Xiuchuan said with satisfaction. He knew that the biggest problem now was to prevent the two sides from conflicting before returning to the island. As for returning to the island, Tang Xiuchuan felt that when the Nias tribe people who lived in the primitive era saw the living environment of the Sisi tribe, they would not leave even if you chased them away. After all, no matter how stupid the people of the Nias tribe are, they can always tell the difference between what is a good life and what is a bad life without any knowledge. He didn't believe it. When the people of the Nais tribe saw that Maka and the others ate meat every day and slept on soft beds, they would not be envious. Chapter 238, Using food to seduce the natives. People are selfish. We can all share adversity, but we can never share wealth, unless there's someone above you. Tang Sichuan wanted to use this method to encourage the Nais tribe to work hard by using the different treatment of the two tribes. What Tang Sichuan needs to do is to show the good life to the people of Nais tribe, and let them understand that working hard will lead to a good life. The only thing left is for Tang Sichuan to control the speed. This degree is fairness in treating the two tribes. This is what was called the way of the emperor in ancient times. Don't ask how Tang Sichuan knew this. He had never eaten pork or seen a pig running. Have you watched so many TV series in vain?
Very good. You just need to remember one thing. Work hard for me, and you will have meat every time in the future.
Tang Sichuan said while looking at Zambaka and Niba. Hearing Tang Sichuan say that there was meat every meal, Zambaka was okay. After all, he had often been able to eat meat before. But Niba seemed a little surprised. Although he is the head of the clan, he cannot eat meat every day. After all, such a large island can produce very little meat.
Really?
Niba asked in disbelief.
You can ask Maka if it's true. He has been living on my island for a while, and knows the situation on the island very well.
Tang Sichuan said he understood Niba's question.
Then what do we need to do?
Niba looked at Tang Sichuan and asked.
Same as Maka and the others.
Tang Sichuan pointed at Maka, and then continued.
The main thing is farming and grazing on my island, and also building the island as required. Of course, when a foreign enemy invades, or I need to attack other people's islands, you need to provide troops and follow me to fight.
After hearing Tang Sichuan's words, Niba thought for a moment and then nodded. Although Niba was not smart, he was not very able to understand what Tang Sichuan meant by building islands, farming, and grazing. But since Maka and the others can do it, he will definitely be able to lead his tribe to complete these tasks. Thinking of this, Niba couldn't help but turned his head and looked at Maka. He vaguely remembered this person, and he knew that Maka had been to their island before. Moreover, the high priest also ordered to entertain Maka and the others well. He knew that Maka and the others belonged to another tribe, and were the #1 warriors of their tribe. And now, Maka has taken refuge in this stranger named Tang Sichuan, which means that the Stream tribe has also taken refuge in him. Since the Stream tribe can do it, why can't my own tribe? Moreover, according to what this stranger said, in the future, as long as you work hard, you will have meat every meal. This was something that the entire tribe had never dreamed of before. For the sake of meat, he had to agree. Otherwise, he would almost be driven away if he let the tribesmen know that he refused a channel that could provide a stable source of meat through labor. As for the last sentence Tang Sichuan said, when resisting foreign enemies and attacking other people, the clansmen need to fight, which is not a problem for Niba. If Tang Sichuan's island is really what he said, then in order to protect his existing interests, he should naturally let his tribe go to war. So having said so much, everything is actually based on the fact that the island Tang Sichuan said is really as rich in products as he said. In fact, the leader of the Niba tribe still had some reservations at this time. In his opinion, it may not be possible to have meat every day, but it should be possible to have a stable food source. Otherwise, Maka and the high priest would not follow Tang Sichuan so wholeheartedly. At this point, Niba was a little confused as to why his high priest admired Tang Sichuan so much. However, if you can't figure it out, don't think about it. This is Niba's principle of dealing with others. In particular, this high priest was originally the smartest and wisest person in his tribe. What he believes in is basically correct. This is also one of the important reasons why Niba can so easily agree to follow Tang Sichuan. As for another important reason, he knew very well that his tribe could not stop Tang Sichuan's offensive at all. And there was no way to repel Tang Sichuan and save his tribe. He looked at the group of warriors wearing leather armor and holding sharp weapons outside, as well as the two godlike people, and he had no desire to resist in his heart. He still remembers that those two beautiful and unattractive women, like gods, rushed directly into their tribal camp, and then punched each tribal warrior, knocking them to the ground one by one. Even he himself received a punch and fainted. In his eyes, the high priest, who represented power and was like a god, was also pressed to the ground and rubbed by the two women. Therefore, facing such a powerful opponent, if he chooses to resist, it will push the entire clan to destruction. Faced with such a situation, any normal person would know what to choose. Moreover, it is said that those two powerful women are also Tang Sichuan's subordinates. which reflects Tang Sichuan's power from the side. You want to say that Tang Sichuan has no trump cards. How can he control such a large ethnic group and people? Niba said that he was just ignorant. Not really stupid.
I understand. Then on behalf of the entire Nias tribe, I surrender to you. Sir,
Niba solemnly said to Tang Sichuan.
Very good. You just need to remember and work hard for me. And you will be 100 times, 1,000 times better than you are now.
Tang Sichuan nodded with satisfaction after hearing Niba's words.
Then you start arranging things for the clansmen to move. Remember, only take the most important things. We will board the boat and leave early tomorrow morning.
Tang Sichuan nodded with satisfaction. He has experience now. When he first moved Maka's island, it took him a long time to explore the entire island. As a result, after the island relocation was completed, it was discovered that the resources on the entire island could actually be relocated directly. Since you can directly relocate all the material resources on the entire island, why bother exploring on your own? When the island expansion is completed, Mr. Fawn will take people to visit the island and it will be okay. However, when it came to resources, Tang Sichuan thought again that he really hadn't received the treasure chest reward this time, and suddenly felt a little unhappy. His displeasure was immediately noticed by Maka and the others.
Master, what's wrong?
Maka asked first.
It's nothing. I just feel like a few things are missing.
Tang Sichuan shook his head, and then suddenly thought, wasn't the original owner of this house the Zambaka in front of him? So, Tang Sichuan turned his attention to Zambaka, and then asked,
Zambaka, why didn't I find the treasure box in your room? Treasure box? What treasure box?
Zambaka was a little confused by Tang Sichuan's question.
Just 2 metal boxes,
Tang Sichuan said slowly.
Metal box?
Zambaka was stunned for a moment, and then he immediately understood what Tang Sichuan was going to say. Chapter 239 The Wise Zambaka. Zambaka didn't know how Tang Sichuan knew. But since Tang Sichuan had already asked, there was no need for him to hide it. So Zambaka said to Tang Sichuan,
Master, are you talking about the God-given treasure chest? God-given treasure chest?
When Tang Sichuan heard Zambaka's words, he immediately expressed that he did not understand.
Yes, the master should be talking about the God-given treasure chest. This kind of treasure chest also suddenly appeared on the island. It exudes golden light and is very gorgeous. But no one among us can open it,
Zambaka said to Tang Sichuan.
No one can open it.
When Tang Sichuan heard this, he immediately felt a little confused. He had encountered occupied treasure chests before, but he had never heard of them being unable to be opened. For example, Tang Sichuan remembered Haitu and the others very clearly. Haida said that they had opened it when he occupied the Sisi tribe. He knew that the 2 boxes were put in by the high priest of the Shioshi tribe himself. Why did he say he couldn't open them when they arrived at Zambaka?
Could it be that the treasure chests obtained on each island have different origins?
Tang Sichuan secretly thought of a possibility. However, there is another possibility. That is, the original owner of the treasure box this time may not have been eliminated by himself. So why did he use this method to protect the origin of the treasure box? No matter what the reason is, these are not important. What is important is that Tang Sichuan knows that the existence of the treasure box is okay. After all, there are rewards for occupying the island. And the rewards are not bad. At least you can get a lot of good things from the treasure chest every time.
So where are these treasure chests now?
Tang Sichuan asked curiously. After all, he had just searched the entire house, but still found nothing.
Master, those boxes are not here, but over there at the altar. Altar? Is it the place we just went to?
Tang Sichuan asked speechlessly when he heard Zambaka's words.
Yes, Master.
Zambaka nodded.
Sure enough.
Tang Sichuan's face suddenly turned dark. He had just come down from the altar, but he had to go up again.
Okay, let's go take a look at the treasure box first.
Tang Sichuan nodded helplessly.
Okay, Master.
Zambaka nodded, then looked at Tang Sichuan with some hesitation.
What's wrong?
Tang Sichuan looked at Zambaka with a hesitant expression. He didn't understand what Zambaka was hesitating about.
Master, you must be mentally prepared first. None of our clansmen can open the God-given treasure box.
Zambaka reminded Tang Sichuan again.
I know. It's okay. Let's go take a look first.
Tang Sichuan smiled indifferently. Just kidding. If you can't open it, it doesn't mean that you can't open it as a survivor. Although Tang Sichuan is not sure why Zambaka and the others are unable to open the box, he feels that it is not important. Seeing that Tang Sichuan was so sure, Zambaka could only nod his head, and then said to Tang Xiuchuan,
Master, let's go!
When Tang Xiuchuan heard Zambaka's words, he stood up and followed Zambaka towards the altar again. Soon, Tang Xiuchuan and his party once again returned to the altar where the Nephil mirror was placed. Tang Xiuchuan looked around. He didn't find any trace of a treasure box here. So he turned his head and looked at Zambaka.
Where's the treasure chest you mentioned? Master, the treasure chest is under the altar.
Zambaka pointed to the altar in front of him.
Down there? How do we take him out?
Tang Xiuchuan asked with a frown.
Let me do it,
Zambaka said softly to Tang Xiuchuan, and then walked directly to the altar, touching Xiao Xiao on the left and touching on the right. As a result, a large hole of only about 10 centimeters popped out at the bottom of the stone base under the altar. Zambaka put his hand into the hole and took out a box that glowed with golden light. Although the box was small, it looked exactly like the supply box Tang Xiuchuan had opened before, only much smaller. Moreover, it seems that this box is made of something similar to crystal.
This is?
Tang Xiuchuan looked at the small box in Zambaka's hand and expressed that he was speechless.
Master, this is the God-given treasure box I'm talking about.
With that said, Zambaka handed the treasure box in his hand to Tang Xiuchuan. Tang Xiuchuan looked at the treasure box and suddenly seemed a little speechless. He never expected that the treasure box was so small. However, he still used the system to start checking the information on the treasure chest.
Crystal God-given treasure box, SS level, one of the most mysterious material treasure boxes, which can produce a variety of materials. The lowest level is S level. The highest level is SSS level. Note, every time you get a rare supply box, your strength can be greatly improved. I'll go.
Tang Xiuchuan was dumbfounded when he saw this introduction. Another kind of treasure chest that he had never seen before. And this treasure chest clearly states that the lowest S-level items and the highest SSS level items. This is immediately capped. When Tang Xiuchuan saw such an introduction, he couldn't believe it. He had an unreal feeling. He couldn't help biting his lip with his teeth, but found that it hurt. Only then did Tang Xiuchuan dare to believe that all this was true. However, Tang Xiuchuan did not intend to open the crystal God-gifted treasure box now. He thought it was better to follow the old rules. Bathe and change clothes first. Fast for 3 days. And then open the box. This is not because Tang Xiuchuan is superstitious. But under such circumstances, it is better to be pious.
Master, what's wrong?
Zambaka looked at Tang Xiuchuan's expression and immediately asked with concern.
It's okay.
Tang Xiuchuan shook his head, and then put the crystal treasure box directly into his system space in front of Zambaka. When Tang Xiuchuan put the treasure box into the system space, he kept observing Zambaka's expression. However, the latter's expression did not change much after seeing this scene, as if Tang Xiuchuan's move was normal.
Are you curious? How did this treasure box disappear?
Tang Xiuchuan asked doubtfully.
I'm curious, but after the subordinate, this is all the master's magical power. If the master is willing to tell me, then he will naturally tell me. If he is not willing, if the subordinate asks, it will only cause trouble to the master.
Zambaka said calmly.
I'll go.
When Tang Xiuchuan heard Zambaka's words, he had only one idea. Has Zambaka ever watched those stupid dramas? How do you know this? This made Tang Xiuchuan couldn't help but wonder if Zambaka was pretending. Tang Xiuchuan remained calm. He decided that after returning to the island, he would check the telepathic sensor as soon as possible to see how loyal Zambaka was. If the system, feathers, and telepathy prove that there is no problem with Zambaka, then Tang Xiuchuan feels that he will have too many things in the future that he can handle. Because Tang Xiuchuan could see from Zambaka's answer that Zambaka possessed wisdom that other indigenous warriors could not match. Chapter 240. Put it in your mouth and chew it. If Zambaka is not within his absolute control, then Tang Xiuchuan will not hesitate to get rid of Zambaka, because such a wise person may be killed under his hands. Don't call Tang Xiuchuan cruel. In this case, Zambaka, as a native, has a natural advantage in winning over other natives. Unless Tang Xiuchuan can sign a contract with every native. But is it possible to sign a contract with every native? Strictly speaking, it's possible. But how much time would it take? Tang Xiuchuan doesn't have so much time to do such a thing. Besides, the number of people on the island is still small. Only a few hundred people. Tang Xiuchuan may still subdue these natives one by one. But if the number of people on the island suddenly increases sharply and reaches thousands or tens of thousands, will it be possible? Does Tang Xiuchuan also have to surrender one by one? Therefore, for your own safety, If you cannot confirm that this kind of native with high EQ and IQ will completely surrender to you, then the best way is to deal with him directly. Doing so may slow down the development of the island, but it will be safe. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan suddenly became inexplicably wary of Zambaka.
You are fine. But this matter is not something you can know yet. I will tell you when the opportunity comes.
Tang Sichuan looked at Zambaka and said slowly. Zambaka did not speak, but nodded to Tang Xiaochuan.
Maka, let's go back. Inform the clansmen that there will be a bonfire party tonight, and ask the brothers to take out all the food on the ship,
leaving only enough food to go.
Tang Xiaochuan turned around and looked at Maka and said,
Okay, master.
Maka heard Tang Xiaochuan's words and nodded to show that she understood. After Tang Xiaochuan finished all this, he waved to Zambaka and said,
You also go back with me and inform your tribe so that they can get ready.
Okay,
master.
Zambaka also nodded. Afterwards, several people walked towards the station where the Nais tribe was located. When Makata returned to his station, he immediately called his tribesmen back to the seaside to inform the tribesmen staying on the warship and asked them to bring the food. Zambaka also told everyone that Tang Sichuan was planning to hold a party. Suddenly, the entire Nais tribe burst into cheers. Afterwards, the tribesmen of the Nais tribe, under the leadership of their leader Niba, began to prepare the ingredients for the evening party, because everyone now knows that starting tomorrow, they will make a long-distance migration and move the whole family to another island. And there are many things that they cannot take with them. Therefore, many members of the Nais tribe directly moved out some of their treasured things. All kinds of meat that you can't usually eat, or some cherished foods were brought out one by one, especially when several strong Nais tribe members walked out, one holding a jar half a person tall. Their move immediately attracted Tang Sichuan.
What is this?
Tang Sichuan walked near the jar and asked Zambaka behind him.
Master, this is a drinkable thing that the tribesmen discovered by accident. This stuff is very delicious. As long as you drink a little bit, you will feel very happy.
Zambaka said with a smile to Tang Sichuan.
A drink? Will it make people feel happy?
Tang Xiaochuan murmured. And something suddenly came to his mind. He immediately opened the jar and found that there was indeed a kind of liquid in the jar, which was very yellow, but it exudes a faint aroma of wine.
I'll go. It's really wine.
Tang Sichuan was overjoyed. He couldn't remember the last time he drank. At this moment, he smelled the faint aroma of wine, and his index finger moved. He looked around and found that there happened to be something like a cup on the table next to him. Tang Sichuan picked up the cup without thinking, filled the jar with a full cup, and then held it under his nose and carefully looked at it. Smell it. As a result, Tang Sichuan discovered that this thing was a bit like wine. Although it had a faint smell of wine, it smelled more like corn.
Why does it feel a bit like corn wine? But why is this thing so yellow?
Tang Sichuan looked at the yellow liquid in his cup and some small bubbles.
Zambaka, are you sure this thing is drinkable?
Tang Sichuan turned his head and looked at Zambaka. Zambaka did not speak, but directly picked up a quilt, filled a cup from the jar, and drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, he wiped his mouth obsessively, and finally blinked twice. When Tang Sichuan looked at Zambaka's movements, he knew that Zambaka was telling him through his actions that this stuff could be drunk. Therefore, Tang Sichuan no longer hesitated and drank the liquid in the quilt in one gulp. The aroma lingers in the mouth, with a strong corn flavor going straight into the nose, along with a hint of sweetness. However, in addition to these, there is also a particularly obvious fermentation smell, and that smell is wine. Tang Sichuan drank up the cup, and the smile on his face became even bigger. He was now certain that what Zambaka and the others brought out this time was corn wine. At this time, Tang Sichuan was very satisfied. He really didn't expect that he would find wine in the Nais tribe, although hops were also found on his island. If you want to use hops to brew beer, you still need wheat. But now the wheat yield on Tang Xiaochuan Island is too low, and the fruits of these wheat harvests have been reserved as reserved seeds. According to the previous arrangement, it will take at least 2 to 3 rounds of planting before there is excess wheat that can be used to make wine. With wheat and hops, I still need to figure out how to brew beer. After all, I have never been exposed to this stuff before. This means that it will take at least a month to 2 months for Tang Sichuan to drink homebrewed wine. This is still a good situation.
Although Tang Sichuan is not the kind of person who is addicted to alcohol, he still likes to have a drink when eating barbecue. Since beer is not available, sweet wine such as corn wine is also available. What makes Tang Sichuan most happy is that since the Nias tribe has been able to brew their tribe's unique corn wine before he took over, it means that their tribe has mastered this skill skillfully. This means that you can brew corn wine continuously in the future, and the efficiency of beer brewing and other alcoholic brewing will be greatly improved. After all, for things like wine, although the specific methods are different, the general things are similar. It is much faster for people from the Nias tribe who have brewing experience than those like me who don't know anything and start everything from scratch.
By the way, Zambaka, how did you brew this?
Tang Sichuan asked curiously.
Master, this is actually about breaking off the corns when they are ripe, putting them in your mouth, chewing them, and then putting them in a sealed jar to let them mature on their own.
Zambaka saw that Tang Sichuan liked this liquid very much. He was also very happy to introduce it to Tang Sichuan. But after Tang Sichuan heard Zambaka's words, he was stunned and didn't know when the quilt in his hand fell to the ground.
Put it in your mouth and chew it. Then seal it?
Tang Sichuan suddenly felt nauseous. Chapter 241 Put down my coconut. The warm sea breeze was blowing Tang Sichuan's hair. He was lying on a chair on the deck, wearing sunglasses. Next to him, Maka was holding a huge sun umbrella for him. There is also a coconut on the small table on Tang Sichuan's left-hand side. Tang Sichuan's current outfit is the item he got when he signed in yesterday morning. A complete 4-piece beach suit. What is a beach 4-piece suit? Beach chairs, sunglasses, umbrellas and board shorts. Although Tang Sichuan didn't know his luck, whether he disappeared after drinking the corn wine or what. Anyway, he didn't get anything good at all in the past 2 days. In line with the principle of no waste, Tang Sichuan planned to try this method on his own deck to see if it worked. So he dressed up early this morning and came to the deck. The deck was made of wooden boards, and the parasol couldn't fit in at all, so Maka could only hold the parasol on the side. Maka accepted it readily. After all, he was also curious about the strange set of things Tang Sichuan brought out. Tang Sichuan wore sunglasses, reached out to the table next to him, picked up the coconut, put it to his mouth and took a sip, then blinked again.
Oh, you're quite proud of yourself?
Erzina suddenly emerged from the wooden box next to her and complained to Tang Sichuan.
Yeah.
Tang Sichuan hummed lazily.
What are you drinking? Does it taste good? Give me a taste?
No. When Erzina heard that Tang Sichuan said no, her originally smiling face suddenly became unhappy.
How stingy.
Erzina pouted at Tang Sichuan.
Yeah.
Tang Sichuan hummed again. For him, he now knew Essenes' character very well. Although Essenes is the leader of the Siren tribe, in terms of human grade, she is only 23 or 4 years old. For such a grade, he can only say that the little girl is immature. Therefore, he doesn't care about the various threats Erzina poses to Tang Sichuan now.
By the way, I heard that you vomited at the banquet the day before yesterday?
Essenes rolled her eyes and asked directly to Tang Sichuan.
If you don't mention this, we will still be good friends. Otherwise, when we get there soon, we will go eat delicious food without you.
Tang Sichuan was already very aware of Essenes' weakness. Erzina obviously just wants to disgust her. So why should she be polite? Sure enough, when Erzina heard Tang Sichuan's words, she immediately praised herself and didn't know what to say.
I said, how long does it take for us to arrive? We have been sailing in high speed for 2 days. You don't even look at how tired the people under your hands are.
Erzina pointed at the Nias tribe members, who were rowing and complained to Tang Sichuan.
Almost there.
Tang Sichuan heard Essenes' words, looked down at the navigation chart in his arms, and said slowly to Essenes.
How long is it?
Essenes asked dissatisfiedly.
2 hours.
Tang Sichuan put away the navigation chart and said to Essenes.
How long?
Erzina was speechless when she heard Tang Sichuan's words.
You've endured it for 2 days, and you're still 2 hours short? It'll be over soon.
Tang Sichuan said calmly. When Erzina heard what Tang Sichuan said, she felt that what he said made sense. But then she thought of something very important.
By the way, what do you think we will do with my tribe after we arrive at your island? Don't worry. The people on the island have been notified and are ready for you.
Tang Sichuan said slowly.
Ready? What does it look like?
Essenes asked curiously.
I don't know either.
Tang Sichuan pulled down the sunglasses on his eyes, and then moved his hands to Erzina, saying that he didn't know either.
Why are you in such a hurry? When we get to the ground, can you go and see for yourself and it's okay?
Oh, Erzina said a little disappointed. Tang Sichuan saw Essenes' expression, and felt that he might have been too cold towards her. After thinking about it, He picked up the coconut in his hand, took a deep breath, and then handed it to Erzenis.
Forget it. I see how pitiful you are. I'll give this to you. Really?
Erzenis felt happy when she heard Tang Xiuquan's words.
Really?
Tang Xiuquan nodded seriously, and then said to her,
You eat first. I'll go see Zambaka and the others.
After saying that, Tang Xiuquan ran away quickly. Essenes looked at Tang Xiuquan's running back, and suddenly felt in her heart that although this Tang Xiuquan didn't look good on the surface, he was actually quite a good person. Although he said he wouldn't give it to himself, he finally gave it to himself. Thinking of this, Erzenis didn't mind Tang Xiuquan drinking it, so she put the straw on the coconut into her mouth and sucked hard.
Huh?
Erzenis sucked it in, but nothing came up. She spit out the straw and looked at the coconut with some confusion.
That's not right. I saw Tang Xiuquan sucking like this. Why is there nothing?
Essenes looked at the coconut in her hand for a long time, and finally picked up the coconut and shook it by her ear. As a result, she did not hear the sound of water.
Asshole! Your conscience has been eaten by a dog.
Erzenis, who realized that she had been fooled, immediately yelled in the direction where Tang Xiuquan left. Then she raised the coconut in her hand and threw it in the direction Tang Xiuquan left. I don't know if Erzenis was really mad, but anyway, her hit was not accurate and hit the mass directly, and then bounced into the wooden box of Purnis. By accident, it hit Purnis directly on the head. Suddenly, the empty coconut cracked directly on Purnis' head. The coconut was broken into two halves, revealing the white coconut meat inside. Purnis covered her head with one hand and held the two halves of the coconut with the other.
Chief, what are you doing? Why did you hit me?
Purnis had a look of resentment on her face, and then she smelled a special fragrance.
It smells so good.
Purnis sighed, then dug out a little coconut meat with her fingers and put it into her mouth.
Wow! It smells so good and delicious.
Purnis suddenly looked happy as she was surrounded by delicious food. Then she started digging into the coconut meat with her hands and eating it with big mouthfuls. When Erzenis saw Purnis start to eat the white flesh, her mouth immediately drooled.
Purnis! Put it down! That's mine!
Erzenis pointed at Purnis and yelled.
You obviously threw it away! As the leader of the clan, I order you to put it down!
As she said that, Erzenis pushed her tail hard, and then ejected directly towards Purnis. Purnis wanted to hide, but she couldn't. Then the two started to struggle. In the end, one person grabbed half of it and ate it in big gulps. Both of their faces were filled with expressions of satisfaction. Chapter 242: A Sudden Sense of Crisis. 2 hours ago, Tang Xiuquan stood on the bow of the flyer, looking at the island not far away, and he was in a very good mood. This trip to sea lasted only about 7 or 8 days, whether it was long or short. But the content is extremely colorful. First the sirens, then mythical monsters like the Chimera, and the Mirror of Nephiel. It can be said that this time I went to sea, both in terms of receiving goods and gaining insights. Whether it is the demigod siren or the Mirror of Nephiel, they all play a great role in promoting one's own development. At that time, as long as you hide your island in the subspace, the curse restrictions on the siren will be released. By then, even if other survivors are able to invade the subspace, then I can congratulate them and have to face more than 40 demigod sirens. That scene was extremely comfortable. Of course, if he could make the two foodies around him shut up forever in the future, then Tang Xiuquan would feel even happier. Purnis and Erzenis have been pestering Tang Xiuquan since they ate coconut meat, asking him to give him another coconut. Otherwise they will keep grinding next to Tang Xiuquan. When Tang Xiuquan heard this, he was furious and scolded the two of them for behaving like this, completely losing their dignity as sirens and the face of the goddess. However, Tang Xiuquan's ridicule was not threatening to Erzenis, who had already figured out his character. She just said lightly,
When did you think of me as a god?
Tang Xiuquan was immediately defeated by such a shameless Erzenis.
Please, you two, stop pestering me. I really don't have any more coconuts. I believe you. I remember that when you left the Nais tribe, you picked more than 20 coconuts. You only ate one in total during the whole trip.
Erzenis looked at Tang Xiuquan and waved. He showed an expression of disbelief.
Hey, I've already said that those coconuts are useful.
Tang Xiuquan sighed. He did still have more than 20 coconuts in his hand. Those coconuts were found on the beach when he was about to leave the Anizei tribe. He was afraid that if the island stone was taken away and merged with his own island, these coconut trees would disappear. So he picked some first and planned to take them back to his island for planting. He had just been basking in the sun on the deck when he suddenly opened a coconut and prepared to taste it. But Essenes and the others were interested in it. If all these coconuts are given to them, what will they use to plant when they return to the island?
Tell me, what's the use of you?
Erzenis didn't listen to Tang Sichuan's explanation. In her opinion, these were all Tang Sichuan's excuses.
I said, I plan to go back and plant these coconuts on the island. If these coconuts are planted alive, are you afraid that you will have no coconuts to eat in the future?
Tang Sichuan explained weakly.
Planting on the island?
After hearing Tang Sichuan's words, Essenes lowered her head and thought for a moment. She suddenly felt that if it was really as Tang Sichuan said, it was taken back to the island for planting. Then she could endure it.
Are you telling the truth? Didn't you lie to me?
Erzenis asked, looking into Tang Sichuan's eyes.
It's necessary. What's the point of lying to you? There are only so many coconuts. If you don't think about planting them, sooner or later these coconuts will be used up. If we can grow it, we will have an endless supply of coconuts in the future. Do you think I will kill the goose to get the eggs?
Tang Sichuan suddenly felt that his personality was insulted when he heard Essenes' words. When Erzenis heard what Tang Sichuan said, she immediately chose to believe him.
Okay, but when the time comes to plant them, I want 2 a day. No, there aren't that many. 1 a week at most.
Tang Sichuan shook his head and said to Erzenis, just kidding. There are 2 coconuts a day. Even if more than 20 coconuts are planted, there won't be enough for her to eat alone. So her rations must be limited.
How stingy!
When Erzenis heard Tang Sichuan's words, she immediately expressed her dissatisfaction.
Stingy? You have 2 in a day. Even if I give you all the coconuts I grew, it won't be enough for you to eat for a month. Why don't the others eat it? Just do what I say. 1 coconut a week. If you don't agree, don't want any.
Tang Sichuan said impatiently. After all, he was beaten by Essenes and 2 people over this coconut matter. I've been annoyed for 2 hours.
Okay.
Essenes nodded reluctantly. They also knew that if they made Tang Sichuan angry, they would not get any good results. When Tang Sichuan saw that the 2 of them agreed to his proposal, he nodded and didn't want to say anything more. While Tang Sichuan and Erzenis were talking, the flyer had begun to slow down slowly. At this time, Tang Sichuan could clearly see the people standing on the dock. Tang Sichuan looked at these familiar figures and showed a meaningful smile on his face. He raised his hand and waved vigorously towards the dock. Soon, the flyer docked at the dock that had been expanded, and Tang Sichuan was the first to jump off the ship excitedly.
Sichuan, you finally came back safely.
Zhang Ji saw Tang Sichuan jump off the boat and was the first to greet him.
Yes, this journey is really exciting.
Tang Sichuan smiled and nodded.
Well, it's good that you can come back safely. Don't be so reckless in the future. You know that the other person is a god, but you still rush forward. Do you know that you are not just representing yourself now? There are many people behind you. Everyone is looking at you.
Zhang Ji felt that Tang Sichuan was a little impulsive.
Don't worry. It won't happen again.
Tang Sichuan heard Zhang Ji's words and knew that he was caring about him. So he listened very humbly. As for whether he will go to sea again in the future, Tang Sichuan has no plans yet. But when he encounters a suitable opportunity, he still wants to go and have a look.
Sichuan.
Ma Yin hugged Wenwen and walked over from behind the crowd.
Sister Ma Yin, long time no see.
When Tang Sichuan heard Ma Yin's voice, he also smiled at Ma Yin.
Yo! There is another woman on your island.
Just when Tang Sichuan was about to give Ma Yin a loving look, a very inappropriate voice suddenly came from behind him. Erzenis was lying on the side of the ship, looking at the people on the dock.
Hey, there is also a human cub.
Essenes smiled when she saw Wenwen in Ma Yin's arms.
Sichuan, who is she?
Ma Yin immediately asked Tang Sichuan angrily when she saw Erzenis.
Her. Her name is Erzenis.
Tang Sichuan felt the slightest bit of unkindness in Ma Yin's tone.
Is she Essenes?
Ma Yin knew Essenes, but she had never seen Essenes. So she asked. However, now that Ma Yin saw Erzenis, a sense of crisis suddenly arose in her heart. Chapter 243. Suddenly I smelled vinegar. When Ma Yin and Erzenis met for the first time, the relationship between the 2 people was full of gunpowder. And this unknown smell of gunpowder came so suddenly and so violently.
When you take your child to the beach, aren't you afraid that the sea breeze will dry out the child's skin? I remember that human cubs have very delicate skin.
Essenes asked with a smile on her face.
You don't need to worry about it. Don't you know there is something called moisturizer?
Ma Yin hugged Wenwen and returned directly. Erzenis was hit back by Ma Yin. and she suddenly didn't know how to answer. So she turned her target to Tang Xiaochuan.
Tang Xiaochuan, why didn't you say you had a child? If I had known you had a child, I should have prepared a gift for him. This is my goddaughter. Besides, you are naked. What good can you do?
Tang Xiaochuan heard what Essene said and rolled his eyes in return.
Who said no?
Erzenis was choked by Tang Xiaochuan, and her face suddenly felt hot. Originally she thought this was Tang Xiaochuan's child, but when she heard that it was her goddaughter, she suddenly felt happy. But at this time, she heard Tang Xiaochuan say that she had no good things. Can she bear this?
Puernes, where is your bead? Let me use it first.
Erzenis turned her head directly and asked Puernes, who was about to eat melon and watch the show.
What beads?
Puernes didn't understand why the fire burned on her head.
It's the bead you picked up in the abyss last time. Chief, what are you doing? I picked up that bead with great difficulty,
Puernes said with some reluctance.
2 coconuts.
Erzenis stretched out 2 fingers and said to Puernes,
Here, Patriarch.
Upon hearing the 2 coconuts, Puernes immediately took out a snow-white bead from nowhere and handed it to Erzenis. Tang Xiaochuan's face turned dark when he saw this scene. He was not angry about the conversation between Essenes and Puernes, but he was angry at himself for not draining Siren and the others dry. He didn't even know that these sirens actually had good things in their hands.
No! I must find a time to have a good chat with these sirens and let them contribute to the development of the island.
Tang Xiaochuan decided secretly.
Here, this is for you.
Erzenis directly threw the bead she just got to Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xiaochuan took the bead and checked it directly using the system.
Deep Sea Pearl, grade B, a precious pearl produced in the deep sea. It is as gentle and soft as jade and can nourish people. After wearing it, it can eliminate all poisons. Note, it can be worn or ground into powder. It has the effects of detoxification and whitening.
After Tang Xiaochuan saw the effect of this deep sea pearl, he felt that the greatest use of this pearl was that Baidu was not clear. But this thing is not of much use to me. So, he handed the pearl directly to Zhang Ji.
Brother Zhang, please bring this to Owen later. It can detoxify hundreds of poisons. And it is also a good thing. How embarrassing is this?
Zhang Ji smiled slightly, but his hand movements were still very fast, and he directly accepted the pearl. When Erzenis saw Tang Xiaochuan accepting her gift, she immediately raised her chin at Ma Yin proudly. This provocative expression immediately made Ma Yin very angry. She directly pushed Wenwen into Zhang Ji's arms, then walked to Tang Xiaochuan's side and took Tang Xiaochuan's arm very naturally.
Xiaochuan, you haven't eaten yet. I prepared your favorite fish stew for you. Let's go back quickly.
Ma Yin held Tang Xiaochuan's arm and shook it back and forth.
Okay.
Tang Xiaochuan was a little embarrassed by Ma Yin's shaking. He didn't understand why Ma Yin was so abnormal today, but he somewhat enjoyed the soft friction. When Ma Yin heard that Tang Xiaochuan agreed, she immediately pulled Tang Xiaochuan towards the villa. Seeing Tang Xiaochuan being pulled away by Ma Yin, Essenes's expression was a little ugly. If she had legs now, she would definitely chase after him. But now she has no legs. Only a fish tail. If she wants to catch up, she can only crawl to catch up. This was unacceptable to the proud Essenes, so she could only snort.
Patriarch, Mr. Tang Xiaochuan has gone to eat. What should we eat?
Puernes asked in Puernes' ear, very uninterested.
Eat. You know how to eat. Why don't you die of fat?
Essenes said angrily.
Patriarch,
Before Puernes could finish her words, she was interrupted by Essenes raising her hand. Then Puernes saw Zhang Ji coming under the side of the ship, holding his head high and saying to Essenes,
Chief Essenes, first of all, I feel the gift you gave to my little girl. Lord Zhang Ji, you're welcome.
After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Erzenis suddenly became very serious and nodded to Zhang Ji very politely.
In addition, on behalf of all members on the island, I welcome the joining of the nobles. In the future, you can come and go at will on the island. We respect any habits of the nobles. So, we selected 2 residences for the nobles. One is in the sea east of the island, about 500 meters away from the island, and a small island was specially built. The other place is a settlement built in the lake in the center of the island. Although these 2 places are still relatively small now, I believe that they will soon be expanded to a size that satisfies the nobles. In addition, these 2 places are connected by water. Nobles can enter and exit these 2 places at will. Thank you very much, Mr. Zhang Ji, for the arrangement.
Erzenis nodded to Zhang Ji after hearing Zhang Ji's words.
It's okay. This is all Sichuan's order. We, the people, just put in some effort.
Zhang Ji also said to Erzinus with a smile.
Is this all arranged by Ogawa?
This was the first time Erzinus heard about this, and a touch of red suddenly appeared on her cheeks.
Yes.
Zhang Ji saw Essenes' expression and immediately felt funny in his heart.
In addition, Sichuan also asked me to prepare some food. Please also ask the Essenes Patriarch to appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Zhang Ji, for your hospitality. Then we will be disrespectful.
Essenes nodded.
That's good. Please ask the Essenes Patriarch to move to the center of the island. Everything is ready there. The Patriarch can lead the clan members directly up the river.
Zhang Ji pointed with a smile, pointing to the boundary river next to it. At this time, the boundary river channel has been widened to 10 meters, and the depth is more than 3 meters. It can no longer be regarded as a small river. When Erzinus heard Zhang Ji's words, she nodded, then waved to the tribesmen behind her, then jumped down first, jumped into the boundary river, and swam upstream. After Essenes had left, Shenqian came over.
Brother Zhang, why do I suddenly smell vinegar?
Shenqian said with a smile.
You? Don't say this nonsense. Be careful, you won't have food to eat in the future.
Zhang Ji laughed and cursed, and then handed Wenwen to Shenqian.
Please help me take Wenwen to visit Mr. Fang. I also need to arrange some people from the Nais tribe here. Okay, Brother Zhang.
Shenqian nodded, hugged Wenwen and walked towards Nandao. Chapter 244. Preparing to expand South Island. Ma Yin held Tang Sichuan's arm and dragged him back to the villa while jumping and walking. When Ma Yin pushed Tang Sichuan into the villa, Tang Sichuan saw food already placed on the table in the living room of the villa.
So many?
Tang Sichuan looked at the table full of dishes and was very surprised.
Hurry up and go in.
Ma Yin did not take the conversation, but just smiled at Tang Sichuan and said. After Tang Sichuan heard Ma Yin's words, he didn't say much, just nodded and followed. When Tang Sichuan reached the dining table, he smelled a strong fragrance. His saliva flowed down involuntarily.
What are you looking at? Eat quickly.
Ma Yin saw that Tang Sichuan was still in a daze and said to him,
You can eat together. Too. I can't eat so many dishes.
Tang Sichuan picked up the chopsticks and said to Ma Yin,
No. You can eat it. We have already eaten these during the harvest.
Ma Yin shook her head, and then said to Tang Sichuan,
After you went to sea, Mr. Fang and the others have made great progress, and the first crop of crops has been harvested. Then, a lot more seeds were reserved for the second round of planting. So the amount of agricultural products received on the island is now much more than we previously expected. Really? That's great.
Tang Sichuan was overjoyed when he heard Ma Yin's words.
How much planting land do we have now? With the efforts of Mr. Fang and Haitu, the entire South Island has been reclaimed and can be planted at any time. Some land has been planted with crops, but due to manpower problems, only easy-to-grow crops like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn have been sown. Some crops that are more delicate and require a lot of manpower have not been sown yet. Sow seeds,
Ma Yin introduced to Tang Sichuan with a smile.
Well, very good. The island will not be so short of manpower in the future. After all, with the addition of the Nais tribe, we can quickly develop the island.
Tang Sichuan said to Ma Yin with a smile.
Well, I believe you. You'd better eat quickly.
Ma Yin nodded with a smile and said to Tang Xiaochuan. When Tang Xiaochuan heard Ma Yin's urging, he didn't say anything. He directly picked up the bowl, took a few bites of the food, and then started to attack the food on the table fiercely. Ma Yin watched Tang Sichuan wolfing down the food she cooked, and a feeling of happiness suddenly rose in her heart, until Tang Xiaochuan finished eating. Ma Yin looked at Tang Sichuan quietly without saying a word. Tang Xiaochuan, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed by what Ma Yin looked at. So he put down his bowls and chopsticks and stood up.
Sister Ma Yin, the people from the Nais tribe have just arrived today, and I still have a lot of things to do.
Tang Sichuan said awkwardly. He felt that it was not good for him to prepare to break the road after eating like this. However, sitting opposite Ma Yin like this, he felt extremely embarrassed. So Tang Sichuan could only find an excuse to leave first. It's not that Tang Sichuan doesn't understand what Ma Yin means to him. But at this time, Tang Sichuan is not ready yet. It's not that he doesn't like Ma Yin, but he feels that his current life has not stabilized yet. Now that he is with her, the future days will be full of too many uncertainties. Therefore, Tang Sichuan's current thinking is to delay it for one day. After Ma Yin heard what Tang Xiaochuan said, she didn't say much and just nodded.
You go ahead and do your work first. I also have to prepare dinner.
Ma Yin smiled and nodded.
By the way, what do you want to eat tonight? Anything is fine. Sister Ma Yin.
Just watch and do it,
Tang Xiuchuan said. Then he opened the door of the villa and ran out. Ma Yin looked at Tang Xiuchuan's back as he ran away with a smile on her face. When Tang Xiuchuan quickly ran back to the dock, the people of the Nias tribe, led by Haitu and the others, were already heading towards the residential area in the middle of the island. At this time, only Zhang Ji, Zambaka and Maka were waiting for Tang Xiuchuan on the dock.
Have you finished eating?
Zhang Ji saw Tang Xiuchuan running over and said with a smile at him,
Have eaten.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded, and then said,
Have all the people in the Nias tribe settled down? We have already asked Haitu and the others to take them to the residential area.
Zhang Ji smiled and nodded to Tang Xiuchuan.
Is the house enough to live in?
Tang Xiuchuan asked the question he was most concerned about.
Enough? It's not like we haven't done anything in this short period of time. We have already built 3 houses for these indigenous people, which is enough for them to live in.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiuchuan's words and nodded with a smile.
That's good.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded with satisfaction, and then said,
Whether we can get these natives to return home quickly depends on what we do next. I know all this. Don't worry.
Zhang Ji nodded.
By the way, how do you plan to arrange these natives? I am planning to let most of them invest in planting in the South Island.
Tang Xiuchuan thought for a while and said to Zhang Ji,
All of them go to the South Island? Can so many people be accommodated there?
Zhang Ji suddenly felt something was wrong when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's arrangement.
Don't worry. I can accommodate it.
Tang Xiuchuan smiled and said to Zhang Ji,
I forgot to tell you. This time, in addition to getting the island area of the Nias tribe, I also got an island area doubling card. Island area doubling card? What is this?
Zhang Ji heard this new term and immediately expressed his doubts.
Literally, the area of the entire island has doubled.
Tang Xiuchuan smiled slightly, and then said,
To put it simply, after the island upgrade this time, our island will be approximately 5 square kilometers. 5 square kilometers?
Zhang Ji was frightened and took a step back when he heard the area mentioned by Tang Xiuchuan. What does 5 square kilometers mean? That is an island 2 kilometers square. If you compare the Forbidden City with it, you can put down 5 Forbidden City. So, you can imagine how big this must be.
So big?
Zhang Ji asked without fear.
Yes. So I said, no matter how many people there are in the Nias tribe, we can still accommodate them.
Tang Xiuchuan said with a smile. Zhang Ji nodded when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, and then he fell into deep thought.
Xiuchuan, you haven't thought about it. Our West Island actually needs to be expanded. West Island? Livestock Island?
After hearing what Zhang Ji said, Tang Xiuchuan thought it was right. After all, West Island will be the most important stable source of meat for the entire island in the future. As the population on the island increases, the demand for meat will also increase. Therefore, it is imperative to expand the livestock industry on your own island. Chapter 245, Welcome Party. Enough meat.
Well, Brother Zhang, you are right. I will pay attention when expanding the island this time.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded.
However, our main source of food is still in the South Island. So this time the new members, I am still prepared to move them to the South Island. As for the West Island, I plan to double the expansion, and that will be enough. Yeah, I think it's okay.
Zhang Ji nodded to express his agreement.
In addition, I plan to build the temple early tomorrow morning.
Tang Xiuchuan suddenly thought that he still had a temple that had not been built, and Aquin was still locked in the cabin. Aquin is too dangerous and must be dealt with early. Killing Aquin directly would not maximize the benefits. If you want to squeeze out all the value of Aquin, you must first build a temple. Therefore, the matter of building a temple has also been brought up by Tang Xiuchuan. Schedule.
Temple?
Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiuchuan's words and immediately remembered that Tang Xiuchuan had mentioned it to him before. Where do you plan to build a temple? Just the top of the mountain behind our villa. I think that's the most suitable place.
Tang Xiuchuan thought for a moment and pointed to the only hill on the island.
Yeah, that's okay.
Zhang Ji nodded after hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words.
Your idea makes sense. Although there are gods in the world we live in, from our own interests, we still need to downplay the influence of the gods on the island. If the temple is built in the living area, it will more or less affect other indigenous residents. If it is built on the top of the mountain, this will greatly reduce the influence of the temple among the indigenous residents.
Zhang Jidian he nodded and said to Tang Xiuchuan.
Yes, I think so too.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded and said to Zhang Ji,
Okay.
Brother Zhang, then you can arrange for these natives first. I will go back to expand the island area first.
Tang Xiaochuan said to Zhang Ji,
By the way, there is another prisoner in the cabin. Send someone to watch it. Point. I will also ask Erzenis and others to send someone over to keep an eye on it together. Who is the prisoner?
Zhang Ji asked, a little confused.
That's Aquin. Aquin? He's not dead yet?
Zhang Ji only knew that Aquin was the original owner of the flyer. After taking advantage of Tang Xiaochuan, he was ready to kill Tang Xiaochuan. He thought that according to Tang Xiaochuan's temper, Aquin would have been killed long ago. But he didn't expect that he would keep Aquin until now.
Not dead yet. But soon.
Tang Xiaochuan smiled.
This guy is registered with Poseidon. Essene suggested that I sacrifice him to Poseidon after the temple is established. I can exchange it for Poseidon's bless. Since you have already thought about it, I won't say anything else. Just pay attention to yourself.
Zhang Ji said to Tang Xiaochuan with a smile.
Okay. I understand.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded and waved to Zambaka and Maka. Zambaka and Maka saw Tang Xiaochuan greeting them, and they followed him. Tang Xiaochuan walked in front of the two of them. He was checking Zambaka's loyalty value through the mind control tower. As a result, when he checked, he found that Zambaka's loyalty value was directly at full value. Since it is at full value, Tang Xiaochuan can use him with confidence and boldness.
Zambaka, I have something I need you to do.
Tang Xiaochuan stopped and said to Zambaka,
Master, your orders?
When Zambaka heard that Tang Xiaochuan had assigned him a task, he immediately walked to Tang Xiaochuan's side, bowed to him and asked,
You just heard that I plan to build a temple. If there is a temple, there will be a need for sacrifices. I am going to let you fill the position of sacrifice.
Tang Xiaochuan said slowly. Zambaka was stunned when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words. He did not expect that Tang Xiaochuan would give him such an important position.
Master, are you serious?
Zambaka looked at Tang Xiaochuan with excitement.
Yes.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, and then said,
Do you think there is anyone on our island who is more suitable than you? Thank you. Master, Zambaka is willing.
Zambaka nodded immediately after hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words. When Tang Xiaochuan saw Zambaka agreed, he nodded with satisfaction, then stretched out his hand and patted Zambaka hard on the shoulder.
Do a good job. I'm optimistic about you.
Tang Xiaochuan smiled at Zambaka, and then continued walking towards the residential area on the island. And Maka and Zambaka quickly followed. Soon, Tang Xiaochuan arrived at the residential area. At this time, the residential area had been renovated on a large scale by Zhang Ji and others. On the bank of the dividing river, there are 4 dormitories. To the west of the dormitory, where the Boundary River and the Quanshui River meet. It is close to the place where Tang Xiaochuan and the others used to raise fish. The fish pond has been expanded to 10,000 square meters. Although this 10,000 square meters is not very large, it is barely enough for Essenes and the others to live in. According to Zhang Ji, the pond inside the island is only used in emergencies or when all island residents participate in activities. The main place of residence for Essenes and the others is still the small island that was built urgently to the east of the island.
At this time, Essenes and the others were sitting on the rocks in the middle of the small lake, each holding a fruit and gnawing wildly.
Essenes!
Tang Xiaochuan came to the shore and shouted to Essenes. Erzenis was working hard on an apple when she suddenly heard Tang Xiaochuan calling her. So she raised her head and looked at Tang Xiaochuan.
Why are you here?
Essenes looked at Tang Xiaochuan and suddenly felt an inexplicable anger rising in her heart.
I have something to do with you.
Tang Xiaochuan squatted on the shore and said to Erzenis. When Erzenis saw Tang Xiaochuan say this, she swam towards Tang Xiaochuan.
What's the matter?
Erzenis asked.
I have some things to take care of later. Mainly building the temple. It will probably be completed tomorrow. So, Aguian still needs you and your tribe to guard him for one night. Why? Are you treating us as free labor?
Essenes was a little unhappy when she heard this.
Oh, please help me. I won't treat you badly.
Seeing that Essenes was not very interested, Tang Xiaochuan said with an apologetic smile.
Tonight. I'll treat you to meat tonight. Eating meat? Really?
Essenes' eyes lit up when she heard Tang Xiaochuan's words.
It's necessary. To celebrate the Mud's tribe and your joining tonight, we will give you a welcome party according to the old rules. At the welcome party, there will be enough food, so you can eat with open stomachs.
Tang Xiaochuan said with a smile. When Essenes heard Tang Xiaochuan say this, she rolled her eyes and thought clearly about what she should do. After all, even if Tang Sichuan didn't hold a welcome party, she still had to promise Tang Sichuan to send someone to guard Aquan. But now, there is still food to eat, so it's not a waste at all. Chapter 246 Hidden Secret. After Tang Sichuan saw that Erzinus agreed to his proposal, he said hello to her and walked towards his villa. When he returned to the villa, he found that Ma Yin was still busy in the kitchen, so he did not disturb her. Tang Sichuan first came to the living room and looked at the island stone placed in the middle of the living room. He thought about it and felt that what Ma Yin and the others said made sense. It would indeed be much more convenient to place an island stone in the living room. Therefore, Tang Sichuan had no intention of moving this island stone back to his room. Anyway, I still have a lot of island stones in my hand, and there are quite a few of them just lying around. You can completely place an attached island stone in your own room. Therefore, Tang Sichuan went directly back to his room and took out the island stone he had brought with him. After taking out the island stone, Tang Sichuan first connected the auxiliary island stone to the main island stone. Ding! The Mud Swamp Island Stone has been detected. Is it fused? Tang Sichuan had just connected the attached island stone when he heard a prompt. Tang Sichuan originally wanted to upgrade the island area this time, so he did not hesitate and directly chose to upgrade. When Tang Sichuan chose fusion, he immediately felt a vibration under his feet. Tang Sichuan, who had already experienced many upgrades, knew immediately that his island had been upgraded successfully. At this time, the island has reached 2.5 square kilometers. He glanced at the island map on the island stone and found that the island's projection on the map had now doubled in size. In contrast, Tang Sichuan was extremely satisfied. Then he took out the island area doubling card he got at the Poseidon altar. Without thinking, I just chose to use it. As soon as he chose to use it, there was another vibration under his feet. The island projection on the map has doubled in size again. At this time, the island area has expanded to 5.2 square kilometers. A huge island appeared out of thin air. It expanded from 1.2 square kilometers to the current 5.2 square kilometers in less than a minute. But this is not over yet. Tang Sichuan still needs to take advantage of this opportunity to upgrade and redistribute the area of each sub-island. With every large-scale upgrade like this, there's an opportunity to modify the layout of the island. This is also set so that each survivor can make reasonable use of the island area. According to previous thoughts, the South Island will be an important source of food on the island in the future, so sufficient area must be ensured. Therefore, Tang Sichuan directly expanded the South Island to 2.2 square kilometers this time. The West Island will need a lot of animal husbandry in the future, so the land area here cannot be small. Tang Sichuan thought for a while and directly expanded the West Island to 1 square kilometer. In this way, he directly divided 3.2 square kilometers, leaving only 2 square kilometers in his hands. And I still only have the Central Island where the residential area is located and the East Island that is planned to be used for industrial development. At this time, Tang Sichuan only has a few workshops like yours, which do not use much area. So Tang Sichuan does not want to allocate too many land resources to Dongdao at this time. Tang Sichuan thought for a while, and he only allocated 0.5 square kilometers to Dongdao. Although it is only 0.5 square kilometers, if converted into square meters, it has an area of 500,000 square meters. A normal community is only 200,000 square meters. Therefore, the 500,000 square meter Dongdao is equivalent to 2 normal communities. There are only 4 or 5 workshops in such a large area, which makes it seem relatively empty. However, this is only temporary. After I get more drawings, I will need to develop Dongdao on a large scale. In fact, at this time, Tang Sichuan had a vague sense of what the person behind the scenes wanted to do. In this world, islands can be expanded wirelessly as long as they have island stones. There are also various weapons, workshops, and even various warships. It can be said that except for the first week or two, food and natural disasters were the main theme of this world. And now, the battle between survivors has become the main theme. Whether it's Erzinus or Aquan whom I met recently. In fact, they all reveal one meaning. That is, as long as the living can complete the task, they can be strengthened to a certain extent. Just the form is different. For example, Aquan owns a sailboat like the Flyer. The technological strength of this kind of sailing ship is equivalent to that of the Age of Discovery in our own world. An era dominated by artillery. An era in which the number of artillery is justice. An era that represents conquest. What will a survivor do when he has such cross-era technology. You can tell with your toes that survivors, who are suitable for the flyer, will definitely embark on a path of conquest similar to that of the Age of Discovery. Use the artillery on the Soarer to conquer one survivor island after another. Don't say anything in case the person who gets the flyer is a kind person. What if you don't take the road of conquest? Because it is impossible for such a person to get the flyer. The reason is that Aquin will suddenly kill people after the survivors complete the mission of the Poseidon altar. If he is a kind-hearted person without any scheming, he will definitely be killed by Aquin. Although there is no evidence. Tang Sichuan can also guess that if Aquin really kills the survivors who helped him, he will definitely turn into his original appearance of the Noon Undead and continue to wait for the next survivor. Although this possibility seems unrealistic, it all makes sense if you think of the world as a game. And what will a scheming and capable survivor do after he gets the flyer? This goes without saying. After all, everyone knows that this world is a competitive world. Only the final winner can survive. Therefore, survivors who are suitable for the Soarer will definitely take advantage of the Soarer's cross-generational advantages to attack other survivors on a large scale. Let's talk about Essenes. At this time, Tang Sichuan has already guessed the meaning of Essenes' existence. To put it bluntly, their role is more like game consultants. Because talking to Essenes, you will know many so-called secrets. And these secrets are all guiding the survivors to expand outward. As for whether there is any evidence to prove Tang Sichuan's guess, Tang Sichuan will definitely answer yes. Think about it. A race that belongs to the demigods will lick their faces and tell you to surrender to you. And then start to instill in you that if you want to satisfy the gods will also satisfy you. How to satisfy the gods? Isn't that just increasing the number of believers in the gods? How to increase the number of followers of the gods? Then the only thing left is to conquer one indigenous tribe or other survivor island after another. To put it bluntly, the meaning of Essenes' existence is to allow survivors to take the initiative to embark on the path of expansion. 2 people, 2 lines, but they point to the same result. If you say there is no connection, who would believe it? Chapter 247. Which temple to build? One thing is a coincidence. 2 things can also be said to be coincidences. But what about 3 or 4 things? It's impossible for everything to be a coincidence. From the initial invasion of the indigenous tribes, the strength of the invasion gradually grew from weak to strong, and the number of invaders also increased. Although these invading people have dispersed in numbers due to various reasons. For the survivors, the result is the same. The number of people was very small at first, ranging from 1 to 2. Aboriginal invasions of this strength often have no effect at all. Instead, they kill the survivors and provide free labor. Later, the Blood Moon disaster of the Sea clan may seem terrifying. But in fact it is just to tell the survivors that this sea area is not peaceful. And they must quickly increase their strength if they want to survive. Why does Tang Sichuan think so? The reason is very simple. According to Binbo Erba and the others, there are countless strong people in the Sea tribe. They actually don't know why the Sea Emperor would let the lowest level fishmen like them invade the survivors. Then, there were Aquin and Aerzinus whom Tang Sichuan met. He always felt that all the things he encountered actually showed one thing. That is, the world was not peaceful. And if he wanted to survive, he had to strengthen his strength quickly. When the strength of a survivor expands to a certain level, it will inevitably fall into a bottleneck. At this time, you will either expand outwards, or you will stand still and wait for others to overtake you. Let alone those who stand still. There is only one outcome for such people in the end. And that is death. If you choose to expand outward, you will face another problem. What will you use to expand? If you want to be able to expand externally, to put it bluntly, you need to invade the outside world and conquer the other party by force or other means. But no matter what method is used, it must have strong strength. In addition, the people behind the scenes intentionally or unintentionally restricted the survivors from conducting transactions remotely, which was tantamount to forcing everyone to go out. Therefore, taken together, Tang Sichuan can clearly guess that the people behind the scenes actually want all the survivors to fight it out on the sea. Since you can't resist, you can only passively accept it and choose to go to sea to find a way out. But is the sea so easy to get out of? If nothing else, Tang Sichuan had a deep understanding of this time when he went to sea. The sea was definitely more difficult than on land. Whether you need to face all kinds of other survivors, or the pits deliberately left by those so-called gods. These are things that need to be stepped on by our group of survivors. Therefore, if you want to obtain enough benefits in this vast sea, you must strengthen yourself. Judging from the current situation, Tang Sichuan has a sense of crisis. This sense of crisis does not mean that someone comes back to invade him, But Tang Sichuan felt that the people behind the scenes would very likely cancel the setting of the supply box one day in the future. As for why Tang Sichuan thinks so, it is actually very simple. Only by canceling the supply boxes can it be possible to force the survivors huddled on the island to the greatest extent, leaving them with no other choice but to enter the sea. Therefore, what Tang Sichuan wants now is to get as many drawings as possible before canceling the supply box. That's right. It's a drawing. Now Tang Sichuan has no shortage of food or island area. What he only lacks is various workshops and people who can make these things. To put it simply, if you have a variety of workshops, you can definitely develop technology inside the island, and then go out to explore when you are strong enough. Don't think Tang Sichuan's idea is unrealistic, because he has a subspace, and he can completely hide in this space and develop himself. Even without a supply box, he can still live well. In addition, if I can really make these workshops operate, then I can continue to manufacture various tools and weapons from afar. And from using these things, they develop their own power. Therefore, for Tang Sichuan, the focus of his mission at this time has shifted to how to develop the industry on his own island. But this is easy to say, but too difficult to do. He currently only has a textile workshop, a blacksmith shop, and a leather armor workshop. These three types of workshops are not enough for Tang Sichuan. These things cannot support the development progress he wants at all. So he must increase the amount of acquisitions. However, this has ushered in a new problem. There is no longer remote trading. If you want to trade workshop drawings, you must trade face to face. Even if you own the Feiyu, which can reach 800 kilometers per hour, it will be extremely difficult to use it to trade with others, because the sea area of this world is really too vast.
Since the drawings are not good, then think about it the other way around. I will go directly to find people, and then use the people to push it out to the workshop. I don't know if this is possible.
Tang Sichuan suddenly thought of a possibility. In the normal order, survivors need existing drawings before they can build a workshop. But what about the other way around? If you first let someone with a certain craft build a room, and then improve the functions of the manual construction workshop bit by bit, so after all the functions are realized, will this hand-built room be recognized as a workshop? Tang Sichuan didn't know, but he thought it was very likely. However, in this case, there is another question. How do you need to verify it? Do you want to build a workshed yourself? Tang Sichuan said that he didn't know any craftsmanship. So what kind of thing would he build?
Wait a minute. Just because you don't know it doesn't mean that others don't know it.
Tang Sichuan suddenly thought of a question. On this island, except for himself and the familiar Ma Yin, everyone else has more or less professional skills. Zhang Ji is a veteran. He is familiar with everything in the army. But this set of things is not used yet. Fang Long and Shin Qian are both engaged in agriculture. At present, these do not have much effect. In other words, their greater role is in agricultural land. Then only Yumin is left. Yumin used to engage in aquaculture. And this industry will definitely involve some handmade things, such as fishing nets or breeding boxes.
How about letting brother you try it? Get a breeding box first.
Tang Sichuan touched his chin, thinking about whether it could be achieved.
After calculating for a while, let brother you try it first. If we can really make a breeding box, then it means that we can make some tools without drawings.
Tang Sichuan decided to try it first. After deciding these things, Tang Sichuan once again took out the Nephil mirror and 2 construction drawings from his system space. These 2 construction drawings. One is the construction drawing of Tana Lot Temple. The other is the temples. Now, Tang Sichuan has to decide which one of these 2 drawings to choose for construction. Chapter 248. This mountain is a bit bald. In fact, Tang Sichuan didn't have to choose at all. He obviously had better temples. So why did he choose to build a single sea temple? Unless your island is large enough so that one temple cannot cover the entire island, you will need to build a second temple. But the island is still very small now, and 1 temple is enough. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan did not hesitate and directly returned the Temple of the Sea to the system space. Then he chose to build the Temple of the Gods.
Ding! You have chosen to build the temple. Please choose the location.
Tang Sichuan had just made up his mind when he heard Daosha prompting him to build the location. Tang Sichuan did not hesitate and directly chose to build the temple on the hill behind the villa.
Ding! The location has been determined and the temple is under construction. It will take 6 days, 23 hours and 59 minutes. I'll go. It takes 7 days to build a temple?
Tang Sichuan was speechless when he heard this prompt. He has seen the Tana Lot Temple before. To put it simply, it is just a few pillars. From this look, It is estimated that the temples are just like that. But with just a few pillars. It actually took 7 days to build? What a fuss! However, he thought about it again and felt that this thing was a temple of the gods after all. It seemed that it would take a longer time, which was reasonable.
Forget it. Wait. It's only 7 days anyway. I can still afford it.
Tang Xichuan sighed and said slowly,
Ding! Since you are the first survivor to build a temple and start the era of gods, I will give you a special reward and the temple will be completed immediately. Ding! Congratulations to the survivor for completing the construction of the temple and winning the title of
Agent of the Gods.
Ding! Since the survivor already has the title of
Agent of the Gods,
the reward title will now be changed to
the Chosen One. The Chosen One. The person chosen by God has a good relationship with each god plus 50%.
I'll go. What's going on? Tang Xichuan was stunned by this series of notification sounds. It originally took 7 days to build the temple, but it was completed in an instant. And he gave himself a lot of rewards. First of all, it was because he already had the title of Agent of the Gods. As a result, the second title was directly upgraded to the Chosen One. It seems that there is nothing special about this Chosen One. It just increases the favorability with the gods. But this is the biggest benefit. The favorability with the gods is directly increased by 50%. It's still a percentage increase. This means that the goodwill between himself and the gods has been directly increased by half. The gods that were just ordinary will now become friendly. And the gods that were friendly will become close. This is simply a huge bug. The second reward is to directly open the era of gods. Strictly speaking, this is not actually a reward. It just opens a new module. Tang Xichuan was not surprised by this. He had already guessed that such a day would come when he got the temple construction drawings. After all, even the demigod race sirens have come out. Are these gods still willing to hide behind them? I just didn't expect that this day would come so quickly.
It seems that some of these gods can't help but want to roll up their sleeves and leave immediately.
Tang Xichuan smiled slightly and could already guess what these gods were thinking. Tang Xichuan guessed that a large part of the reason why he could obtain these rewards was because these gods couldn't wait. I can't even wait for 7 days. And I can't hold my breath looking at these gods. However, Tang Xichuan fell into deep thought in the next second. It seems that I have already started the era of gods before and got the title of Agent of Gods. How come I built a temple and got the same title again?
Could it be that these titles can be obtained repeatedly?
Tang Xichuan thought with a frown. If this is really the case, then doesn't it mean that someone else will also get their chosen one? Tang Xiaochuan thought so. But he had nothing to do. After all, this thing is not something you can control. Even if Tang Xiaochuan didn't want to, there was nothing he could do. The only thing he can do is to try his best to gain as much benefit for himself as he is the only one holding this title. After taking care of the temple and expanding the island, Tang Xiaochuan felt that the last thing he had left was to go to the top of the mountain and place the Nephiel mirror. Thinking of this, Tang Xiaochuan exited Dao Shi's interface and walked out of his bedroom.
Xichuan? When did you come back?
As soon as Tang Xiaochuan walked out of the bedroom, Ma Yin's voice sounded beside him.
Oh, I've been back for a while. After I arranged things at the pier, it suddenly occurred to me that the island has not been expanded yet. So I came back. Oh, let me tell you. Why did the island vibrate twice just now? I knew right away that it was you who was expanding the island.
Ma Yin nodded after hearing Tang Xichuan's words.
Well, Sister Ma Yin, I have something else to do. I'll go out first.
Tang Xichuan said to Ma Yin with a smile, and then prepared to walk outside. Go early and come back early. All the dishes tonight are what you like.
Ma Yin said to Tang Xichuan with a smile.
I know. I'll be there soon.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded. And then he walked out of the villa door directly. When Tang Xichuan walked out of the villa, what he saw was the endless land. The coastline has retreated a long way. Tang Xichuan didn't have time to inspect the changes on the entire island. He could only get up to see the temple first. As for the changes on the entire island, he could only wait until tomorrow. But when Tang Xiaochuan turned around, he was dumbfounded. The hill that was originally only about 30 meters has now turned into a large mountain range with a height of 100 meters and spanning almost 2 kilometers from east to west.
If it were upgraded several times, this mountain wouldn't become a new Mount Everest. Right.
Tang Xichuan looked at the mountain and swallowed. When he thought about it, if it really turned into a peak with a height of several thousand meters, he felt terrible just thinking about it. If something happened, and he had to climb such a high mountain, his legs would be trembling.
No. You have to be careful not to build a mountain too high in the future. A maximum of 200 meters is enough. No matter how high it is, people will be stupid to climb.
Tang Xiuquan thought to himself. But that is for the future. Now, I can only climb up. Half an hour later, Tang Xiuquan finally climbed to the top of the mountain. When he reached the top of the mountain, he suddenly felt that his mood and vision had broadened a lot.
The scenery at the top of the mountain is indeed different from that at the foot of the mountain.
Tang Xiuquan sighed. Looking at the sea level in the distance and the gentle sea breeze blowing, he felt that the scenery here was extremely wonderful. At the same time, I also understand why so many ancient people always like to climb high and look far away. But after Tang Xiuquan looked at it for a while, he felt that something was missing.
Here, this mountain is really high. But why does it feel so bare?
Tang Xiuquan looked at the surrounding environment and thought for a long time, and finally remembered that this mountain has no green at all and is too bare. Chapter 249. Everyone is just a pawn. As the saying goes, if you want to live a decent life, you must have some green on the mountains. Gold and silver mountains are not as good as clear waters and green mountains. This bare mountain always gives people a desolate feeling. Tang Xiuquan feels that this is a little out of place for his prosperous island. If this is the case, then change it. Don't you just want to make the mountains green? It may be difficult in reality, but here, it's just a handful of grass seeds. As long as you sprinkle grass seeds on the hillside, the whole mountain will be green in a few days. When Tang Xiuquan thought of this, he decided to go to Mr. Fang for some grass seeds soon. What matters now is the issue of the temple. He looked around and found a platform at the top of the mountain. On the platform, there stands a temple. Tang Xiuquan took a closer look and found that the temple also faced the south. The entire temple was completely white, and the architectural style was indeed the ancient Greek style, as Tang Xiuquan had guessed.
Sure enough, it is the ancient Greek pantheon.
Tang Xiuquan was already convinced when he saw this temple. He looked at the temple, thought for a while, and decided that he should go and see it himself first. So, he raised his feet and walked towards the temple. When Tang Xiuquan came outside the temple, he looked at the temple gate that was more than 5 meters high, and felt a little nervous for no reason. He took a deep breath and then pushed open the temple door. The door, which looked thick and heavy, was pushed open with just a gentle push from Tang Xiuquan. Tang Xiuquan glanced inside the temple and found that there was no movement inside the temple, except for a huge throne that seemed to be made of gold and was more than 5 meters high. There were only rows of seats on both sides of the hall, and there was nothing else.
Is this the temple?
Tang Xiuquan looked at the temple without anything and murmured in his heart. Then, Tang Xiuquan stepped directly into the temple. I don't know what the principle of this temple is. There are obviously no walls around it. Only some pillars supporting the top of the entire temple. But every time he took a step, he could hear the echo of his own footsteps. Tang Xiuquan didn't understand what the principle was, but he didn't pay too much attention to it. After all, this was a temple, and it was normal to have some things that couldn't be explained scientifically. Tang Xiuquan just walked like this, looking around the temple. This was his first time coming to the temple, and he was always a little curious. While Tang Xiuquan was still looking around, he suddenly heard a strange voice in front of him.
Human! Did you build a temple?
When Tang Xiuquan heard this, he was frightened and took a step back. When Tang Xiuquan stabilized his figure, he saw an old man with white hair and white beard appearing in front of him. He has a hairstyle that looks like instant noodles and looks very majestic. As for his image, Tang Xiuquan has also heard of his name in many myths and stories.
Zeus? Zeus?
Although Tang Xiuquan felt that he already knew the identity of the other party, he still asked a little uncertainly.
It seems you know me? I didn't expect that I'm quite famous.
Zeus was very happy when he heard that Tang Xiuquan could hand over his name immediately. When Tang Xiuquan heard these words, he knew that he had guessed correctly. Another thing that makes Tang Xiuquan so sure that he is Zeus is that besides his image, there is a lipstick mark on his face. As we all know, in Greek mythology, in addition to being the main god of Greece, the father god, and the lord of thunder, Zeus is also more famous for his wild nature. In all ancient Greek mythology, how many goddesses and demigods have unclear relationships with Zeus? For example, goddess of justice, goddess of wisdom, goddess of the sea, etc. It can be said that if Zeus were placed in modern times, he would definitely be a scumbag, or the kind that deceives feelings. However, why did Tang Xiuquan suddenly feel envious when he thought of this?
Human, let me ask you, did you build this temple?
Zeus asked Tang Xiuquan again.
Yes.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded after hearing Zeus's words.
Well, you are very good. You are the first person in this world to build a temple. You are really good.
Zeus heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, and showed a satisfied smile to Tang Xiuchuan.
Thank you for the compliment.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded to Zeus.
Human, I feel that you are not afraid when you talk to me.
After Zeus heard Tang Xiuchuan's answer, he stared at Tang Xiuchuan for a while, and then said to him,
Afraid? I don't have it at that time. But if you want to say respect, I still have it. Oh. Why?
Zeus suddenly became interested when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words.
How should I put it? Although I have heard of your name, or I have barely grown up listening to your stories.
Tang Xiuchuan said slowly.
But this is just a story. Can you count on me?
How much awe can you get from these stories? So, we Greek gods can only be regarded as stories?
Zeus just whispered after hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words.
What?
Tang Xiuchuan only heard Zeus whispering to himself. But he didn't hear what Zeus said clearly at all.
It's okay. Let's not talk about this anymore.
Zeus shook his head, and then he looked at Tang Xiuchuan carefully before continuing.
Looking at you. You must be an Oriental.
Tang Xiuchuan nodded when he heard Zeus's words.
It's normal for people in the East not to be afraid of me. Let's not talk about it for now.
Zeus waved his hand, then looked solemn, and then said to Tang Xiuchuan,
Since you are the first to build a temple, then I hope you can continue to maintain this advantage. In the future, you will find that this will actually be very useful. This advantage will bring us huge benefits in the future.
Huh? Tang Xiuchuan frowned when he heard this. What Zeus said was completely beyond Tang Xiuchuan's expectations. In other words, this is completely opposite to Tang Xiuchuan's expectation. Zeus's words gave Tang Xiuchuan the feeling that he was not the person behind Tang Xiuchuan's speculation. Zeus seemed to be just a chess piece. Seeing Tang Xiuchuan frowning, Zeus seemed to understand what he was thinking. Human, I advise you not to get involved in the things behind this prematurely. You just need to do what you should do. This will be good for you and me.
Zeus suddenly said seriously to Tang Xiuchuan. And Tang Xiuchuan was not stupid. When he heard Zeus's words, he immediately understood that Zeus should be a restricted member like Essenes. Or to be precise, everyone is a pawn. Chapter 250 My Brother. Hades. Zeus's words made Tang Xiuchuan feel a little disappointed. He originally thought that a figure like Zeus was the person playing chess behind the scenes. He felt that he finally had the opportunity to face the people behind the scenes directly. But what disappoints Tang Xiuchuan is that even Zeus seems to be just a chess piece. At best, they are just bigger chess pieces. Regardless of whether the chess piece is big or small. As long as it is a chess piece, it is destined to be unable to escape the position of being at the mercy of others. Thinking of this, Tang Xiuchuan couldn't help but feel pity for Zeus. He didn't expect that Zeus, who was the main god of Greek mythology, would one day become someone else's pawn.
I said, Boy, there's something wrong with your eyes.
Zeus felt unhappy when he saw Tang Xiuchuan's look of regret.
Shouldn't I be a pity? The majestic Lord God has become someone else's pawn.
Tang Xiuchuan shook his head and whispered to Zeus.
You brat. Why are you speaking so harshly? What do you mean by becoming someone else's pawn?
Zeus was a little dissatisfied.
Isn't it?
Tang Xiuchuan ignored this and fought back directly. When Zeus heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, he immediately couldn't find any place to fight back. After an unknown amount of time, he sighed and said to Tang Xiuchuan,
Can you respect me? I am also the main god. So what? You're still just like me. A chess piece.
Tang Xiuchuan spread his hands, expressing that he was also helpless.
You?
Zeus was obviously speechless.
You brat. This is now. If it were before, I would have given you a 5-shot lightning whip. Oh, you did a good job. If it were before, I wouldn't have dared to speak like this.
Tang Xiuchuan showed a smile to Zeus. After Zeus heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, he was silent for a while, and then smiled at him.
Okay, stop talking nonsense. Let me introduce you to the other gods.
Zeus waved to Tang Xiuchuan, and then said to him,
Well, I can't wait.
When Tang Xiuchuan heard Zeus's words, he nodded with satisfaction. He had just exchanged words with Zeus, but it was not without purpose. After all, when Tang Xiuchuan knew that Zeus and the Greek gods were just pawns of certain people, his attitude toward Zeus and the others changed from being wary to being cautious. Cooperative partner. Since Tang Xiuchuan wants to cooperate with Zeus and the others, he must clearly define his position. No matter how you say it, Zeus and the others are still gods from the past. Although he doesn't know why they appear here and why they have become other people's pawns. This island belongs to him. Tang Xiuchuan. As long as you are on this island, you must listen to yourself. No matter you are an individual or a so-called god. If you don't listen to your own arrangements, you will only be eliminated. Therefore, the main reason why Tang Sichuan tentatively exchanged words with Zeus just now was to test Thursday's attitude towards him. After Tang Sichuan's testing, he also felt very clearly that Zeus's attitude towards him was actually that of a partner. That is, a way of getting along without distinction between superiors and subordinates. Tang Sichuan is quite satisfied with this attitude. He felt that it was very good for Zeus to be able to do this. After all, he used to be the superior godfather.
Come on! Come on this way!
Zeus grabbed Tang Sichuan's wrist and pulled him towards his golden seat. Tang Sichuan did not resist. He allowed Zeus to pull him up to the high platform. As soon as Tang Sichuan and Zeus stepped onto the high platform, Tang Sichuan felt a flash of white light below the high platform. Then more than a dozen figures appeared in the hall.
Ha! Boy, come and meet my family.
Zeus stood beside Tang Sichuan and said to Tang Sichuan with a smile. Tang Sichuan could hear Zeus's words, put on a speechless expression, and then said to Zeus,
"You should introduce me to him." Ha! Okay, let me introduce you.
Zeus smiled and nodded to Tang Sichuan, and then pointed to a man in black robe standing at the front under the high platform.
This is my brother, Hades.
Zeus pointed at the man in black robes and said. When Hades saw Zeus introducing himself, he nodded to Tang Sichuan very cooperatively. Tang Sichuan was shocked. Although he had guessed that the man in black robe was Hades, now that Zeus had confirmed it, he still felt a little uncomfortable. This discomfort is not physical, but psychological. After all, Hades has been dealing with the undead all year round, and his whole body is filled with aura of death.
Hades, tell this brat about your abilities.
Zeus nodded to Hades and said. When Hades heard what Zeus said, he showed Tang Sichuan a smile that was uglier than crying, and then nodded before continuing.
Human, I am Hades, the Lord of Hell. Previously,
Tang Sichuan couldn't help but add when he heard Hades showing off his identity to him very shamelessly. When Hades heard Tang Sichuan's words, his smile suddenly froze, as if he had eaten a dead fly.
Okay, you're right.
Hades nodded helplessly.
However, even though I was the former Lord of Hell, I still retain some divine power. Oh, what is your divine power?
This was the first time Tang Sichuan heard that there were gods retaining divine power, and he immediately became interested.
I can resurrect the dead within a certain period of time.
Hades said this, and suddenly showed a proud smile. Although Hades has just arrived in this world, he is actually very aware of the development of this world. It can be said that being able to resurrect the dead is an ability that people like Tang Sichuan dream of.
What? Resurrection of the dead?
Tang Sichuan shouted in surprise when he heard Hades' ability. When Hades saw Tang Sichuan being so surprised, his mood became very good, and then he raised his eyebrows at his brother Zeus, who was not very easy to deal with. That means showing off to Zeus and saying,
"Look, my ability is the most useful." Wait, you just said a certain time? What do you mean?
After Tang Sichuan was surprised, he frowned and looked at Hades.
Hades
suddenly felt embarrassed when he heard Tang Sichuan ask.
Well, the resurrection needs to be limited to a certain time.
Hades explained awkwardly.
What's the specifics?
When Tang Sichuan saw Hades say this, he felt a little bit untrue.
If you want to be resurrected, you must be someone who died within 3 days. In addition, everyone only has one chance per month.
Hades touched the back of his head and said very awkwardly. Chapter 251 Goddess Athena. Tang Sichuan was speechless when he heard what Hades said.
Then, I just want to ask, what is the scope of your ability? In other words, if I go to sea and something unexpected happens, can you be resurrected?
Tang Sichuan looked at Hades speechlessly and asked.
Well, it seems that I can't leave the temple's coverage area of 200 kilometers. In other words, if you exceed 200 kilometers, I have no choice.
Hades looked helpless. When Tang Sichuan heard this explanation, he was even more speechless than Hades. What does it mean to not be able to cover 200 kilometers without leaving the temple? Tang Sichuan can't make a conclusion yet, but he is certain that Hades' skill is very useless. It is true that Hades can resurrect the dead, but he cannot leave the 200 kilometers covered by the temple, which almost limits his ability to the 200 kilometers around the temple. Within these 200 kilometers, as long as the person has been dead for less than 3 days, Hades can resurrect the person. Of course, the premise is that the person does not die twice in a row within a month. But if the location of death exceeds 200 kilometers, Then you can be resurrected if you can return to the 200 kilometers covered by the temple within 3 days. But this is very useless. According to the current fastest Feiyu in Tang Xichuan's hands, with a speed of 800 kilometers per hour, the maximum radius is only 57,600 kilometers without considering charging. Compared to this world, this area of more than 50,000 kilometers cannot be said to be the tip of the iceberg, but it does not cover a very large area. More importantly, Feiyu has a battery life of only 10,000 kilometers. After exceeding 10,000 kilometers, it needs to be recharged. If you choose to use power source to charge, it will take 8 hours to fully charge. But if you choose solar charging, it will take at least 24 hours to fully charge. Therefore, this further restricted Tang Xichuan's scope of activities.
Boy, I know what you are thinking.
At this time, Zhu suddenly said to Tang Xichuan,
Do you think Hades' skill is useless?
Tang Xichuan said nothing, but his expression said everything.
Actually, you have misunderstood the meaning of the temple's coverage.
Zhu sighed and said to Tang Xichuan,
Huh? What do you mean?
Tang Xichuan frowned when he heard Zeus's words.
How can I explain to you? The coverage of this temple is not what you understand. It is only on this island.
Zeus looked at Tang Xichuan and patiently explained to him.
You're not referring to the island?
Tang Xichuan heard Zeus's words and expressed that he could not understand them.
Let's put it this way. This coverage means that all the forces belonging to you can be protected by the temple.
Zeus said to Tang Xichuan calmly.
Belong to my power?
Tang Xichuan was confused.
Yes. For example, if you conquer an island in the future and then classify the island as your own subsidiary island, or make the original owner of the island your vassal, then he will be considered your sphere of influence. On this island, it is also counted as the coverage area of the temple. In addition, if there is a friendly force that is willing to believe in the temple, and its relationship with you reaches the level of an ally, then this force will also be counted as a temple coverage.
Zeus explained to Tang Xichuan in detail. When Tang Xichuan heard Zeus's explanation, he immediately felt that his time was worth it. But then, Tang Xichuan suppressed the excitement in his heart. He looked back and thought about it carefully, and found that the result of this was the same, forcing the survivors to expand outward. As long as you occupy and vassal more places, your temple can cover a larger area. Tang Xichuan, who was used to such instigation, was only slightly upset and then returned to normal.
Let's talk about this later. You'd better continue the introduction.
Tang Xichuan smiled at Zeus. When Zeus heard Tang Xichuan's answer, he knew that Tang Xichuan was not opposed to external expansion. So a smile appeared on his face.
Come! Come! Let me introduce you to my other brother, Poseidon, god of the sea.
Zeus said to another strong man holding a trident. Tang Xichuan looked at Poseidon, and he suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a replica of Poseidon's trident in his hand.
Boy, I'm very optimistic about you. We can be considered old acquaintances.
Poseidon showed a kind smile to Tang Xichuan. Tang Xichuan also smiled and nodded.
Yes, I still have a trident imitated by you. Ha! It's just a gadget. If you like it, just keep it. This is not good.
Before Tang Xichuan had time to speak, a beautiful goddess wearing a semi-covering breastplate, exposing her navel, and a skirt, holding a large shield and a spear stood next to her. Come out.
What? Athena, do you have any opinion?
Poseidon asked Athena with some dissatisfaction. When Tang Xichuan heard Athena's name, he couldn't help but cast his eyes on her. Athena is worthy of being the first female goddess of war in Olympus. Her body is full of strength, but does not show any obtrusive muscles. She looks full of strength. Moreover, her exposed belly has a perfect vest line. However, Tang Xichuan is thinking about another thing now. That is, Athena has come out. Where are her 12 loyal brothers?
Opinions don't count. It's just that we agreed before that we all start from the same starting line. It's a bit bad for you to be the first to eliminate Tang Xichuan and want to be one step ahead of us and expand your Poseidon's power.
Athena said to Bo with extraordinary momentum. Sidon said. When Poseidon heard Athena's words, his whole face turned red.
Okay, Athena, don't be so powerless and let Xichuan see the joke.
At this time, Zeus exerted his father's pressure and said to Athena. Athena heard Zeus's words, although she was still a little dissatisfied, but she still retreated.
Okay, Poseidon, you'd better tell Xichuan about your abilities.
Zeus said to Poseidon with a smile.
Okay, you should be aware of my abilities, which are mainly able to increase the output of marine materials by 50% within the temple and control various marine life within the temple.
Poseidon said to Tang Xichuan. Tang Xiuchuan, who had already guessed Poseidon's abilities, nodded to him with great satisfaction. After all, he had already guessed Poseidon's abilities when he got the Trident and Poseidon Temple.
Then, Athena, it's your turn to introduce yourself,
Zeus said to Athena after seeing Poseidon finish introducing himself. When Athena heard what Zeus said, she took a step forward and said to Tang Xichuan,
I am the goddess of war, the goddess of wisdom. Athena, I can bring blessings of war and blessings of wisdom to your island.
Athena stated her abilities very concisely and clearly. Chapter 252. You will like him. Athena is indeed the goddess of war. Her words are so concise and easy to understand. What can be expressed in one word will never be expressed in two words. If it can be explained in one sentence, it will never be explained in two sentences. Just like when Athena introduced her abilities. However, she was simple and clear. But Tang Xichuan said that he still didn't understand it.
Which, goddess, what do you mean by blessing of war and blessing of wisdom?
Tang Xichuan looked at Athena in confusion and asked.
Stupid.
Athena rolled her eyes at Tang Xichuan. And then one word popped out of her mouth. Although she spoke very softly, everyone present could hear her clearly. This was the first time in Tang Xichuan's life that he was called stupid in public. He suddenly felt a layer of cold sweat break out on his forehead. Tang Xichuan really wanted to ask Athena, why haven't you been beaten to death by talking like this?
Boy, don't mind. She has always been like this.
Zeus, who was standing by, saw that the scene was slightly embarrassing, and immediately came out to smooth things over.
I don't mind.
Tang Xichuan smiled at Zeus when he heard what Zeus said. But he had already begun to curse in his heart.
Let me explain it to you. This war blessing will be of great benefit to you for a long time to come. War blessing. As the name suggests, this ability is related to war and can enhance the combat effectiveness of one's own forces. Whether it's morale or damage, there will be a big improvement after being blessed. As for the blessing of wisdom, it actually improves the intelligence of one's own forces. For example, if you need to develop something in the future, with the blessing of wisdom, your research and development speed will be very fast. In addition, I see that there are many indigenous people on your island now. These people do not belong to the same cultural circle as you. With the blessing of wisdom, the intelligence of the natives on the island can be improved, allowing them to learn various skills, including languages, in a very short period of time.
Zeus said to Tang Xichuan with a smile.
What?
Tang Xichuan was so surprised and speechless when he heard Zeus's words. He turned to look at Athena aside. His eyes filled with fire. Tang Xichuan is very clear about the role of Athena's two skills. War Blessing is equivalent to a collective buff in the game, which can greatly enhance one's own combat effectiveness. This skill is actually quite good. After all, fighting does not only rely on so-called morale, but also relies on weapons and equipment. Of course, this does not mean that morale is not important. When two parties fight, to put it bluntly, it depends on who is brave, and whoever is brave wins. However, this is when both parties have the same equipment. If one side is barehanded and the other side is armed to the teeth, no matter how brave you are as a side without weapons, you will end up in the street. Although Tang Xichuan cannot say that his team has the best weapons now. In this sea area, his equipment is definitely the best. Therefore, at this stage, Tang Xichuan's reliance on Athena's skill is not very strong. But Tang Xichuan attaches great importance to the blessing of wisdom. Tang Xichuan summarized the characteristics of wisdom blessing. To put it bluntly, it increases the intelligence of the natives on the island, allowing them to receive the knowledge he wants them to master faster. For example, language, planting skills, and of course artillery skills. After all, if you want to operate the artillery skillfully, you also need to master certain skills, such as angle calculation, wind direction, wind speed, etc. These Maka and the others don't know how to do it. For Tang Xichuan, as long as Maka and the others can load gunpowder and then smash the cannon in the general direction, that's fine. As for the hit rate, it depends on fate. But now Athena can greatly improve intelligence, which gives Tang Xichuan hope that he can train Maka and the others to become skilled gunners. The second point is that Zeus talks about the speed of research and development. Although Zeus only mentioned this sentence in one sentence, Tang Xichuan did capture this key point very accurately. What is research and development? It is a process of creating something from scratch, materializing things that only stayed in the mind before. And when will R&D be used? That's what you want. And it's not available in this world. According to the nature of urine in this world. What do you want that you don't have? Everything from bread and mineral water to warships is available. Logically speaking, there is no need for survivors to develop anything themselves. Just ask the survivors to keep opening the supply boxes themselves. If the survivors really need to develop it themselves, it only means that there are no supply boxes. In other words, one day in the future, everyone can only compete with the strength on the island. And there is no need to think of any shortcuts. At this time, if you want to obtain new equipment or something, you can only rely on yourself. Therefore, looking at Athena's second skill, it is far more gratifying than the first skill. After Tang Sichuan thought about it, he suddenly felt that Athena's somewhat arrogant face suddenly became cute.
Boy, I advise you not to mess with her. She has a bad temper.
Zeus saw the burning fire in Tang Sichuan's eyes, and could only kindly advise him.
I understand. I just simply want to get familiar with her.
When Tang Xiaochuan heard Zeus's words, he knew that Zeus had misunderstood him. But it's really hard for Tang Sichuan to explain this matter. Should Tang Sichuan tell Zeus directly that what I value is your daughter's skills, not your daughter's body? Tang Sichuan estimated that as soon as he said it, he would be hammered to death by Zeus.
Well, let's continue the introduction.
Tang Sichuan looked at Zeus and quickly changed the topic. When Zeus heard Tang Sichuan's words, he didn't rush to answer. He just looked at him and then showed a smile.
Okay, let me introduce you.
Zeus nodded, then pointed at a tall man with muscular arms and said,
His name is Hephaestus, god of fire, god of craftsmen. His ability is to improve temple coverage type craftsmanship.
When Tang Sichuan heard these words from Zeus, he turned his attention to Hephaestus, and at the same time gave him a position in his heart, a blacksmith who makes iron.
This is Apollo. You should have heard of him. He is the main god of light, sun, livestock, medicine and music. His ability is to improve the development of livestock industry on the island and ensure that the people on the island are not affected by the damage of disease,
said Zeus, pointing at Apollo. Tang Sichuan nodded and gave Apollo a definition in his mind, hurting.
This is Hermes, who is also our god of messengers, god of animal husbandry, god of thieves and travel. As for his abilities,
Zeus said here, suddenly paused, and then said to Tang Sichuan,
You should like it very much. Huh?
Tang Sichuan was a little confused.
He has only one ability, and that is to connect all the forces he belongs to.
Zeus looked at Tang Sichuan with a smile. Chapter 253, Let the Goddess Take Charge.
All the forces are connected?
When Tang Xiaochuan heard Zeus's words, his head was filled with questions. He didn't quite understand what Zeus meant. But the next second, his face was filled with shock.
You mean to connect them together?
Tang Sichuan confirmed with Zeus again.
Yes, connect them together. His ability is to build a teleportation array, and he can travel back and forth freely.
Zeus smiled and nodded.
Isn't it great? This is more than awesome. It's incredible.
Tang Sichuan was extremely surprised at this time. What do the affiliated forces mean, and can they be connected? This is equivalent to the teleportation array in the game. As long as the teleportation array is built, you can enter the opponent's territory in the blink of an eye. This greatly saves the time required for navigation, and can more closely coordinate one's own forces. In the future, trade, or control, has been greatly strengthened. Imagine if he returned to an island tens of thousands of kilometers away from his own island, within the scope of his own strength. If there is an accident on his side, or if there are any urgently needed supplies, he can send the supplies there in a very short time. Or, with an island thousands of miles away as a base, there is an urgent need to expand his sphere of influence. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan trembled with excitement. This ability can be called heaven-defying.
It seems you are very satisfied?
Zeus said to Tang Sichuan with a smile.
Satisfied? Must be satisfied.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, indicating that he was very satisfied.
You'd better be satisfied later.
Zeus poured.
Do you think it is easy to build such a teleportation array? The amount of materials required for this teleportation array is terrifying. And where can you find the most important space crystal? Space crystal? What is this?
Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded when he heard a new term.
In words you can understand, it is a kind of crystal stone with special effects. It is the main material for building space channels or teleportation arrays. Without space crystals, you don't have to think about building teleportation arrays.
When Tang Xiaochuan heard these words, his heart suddenly went cold. He never thought that this teleportation array would require a space crystal, not to mention whether this thing existed or not. It was the first time that Tang Sichuan had heard of it. Where could he go to find it? Seeing Tang Xiaochuan's disappointed expression, Zeus once again showed a smile.
You don't have to be disappointed. If you don't have it now, it doesn't mean you won't have it in the future. Although I admit that what you said makes sense. Why do I feel that you are gloating?
Tang Xiaochuan asked Zeus.
No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense.
Zeus quickly denied it 3 times.
Okay, go ahead,
Tang Xiaochuan said helplessly to Zeus.
Well, this is Demeter, the goddess of harvest. Her ability is very simple. It is to make the agriculture within your sphere of influence have a good harvest. This is Ares, the god of war. I think you will have a lot of dealings with him in the future. And his ability is martial arts. To put it simply,
if you can get the blessings of Athena and Ares, then the army will be invincible. Wait, god of war Ares.
When Tang Xiaochuan heard what Zeus said, he immediately interrupted Zeus and turned his attention to Ares. Ares was seen to be over 2 meters tall, wearing Greek-style heavy armor from top to bottom. A helmet covered his entire face, only revealing a pair of sharp eyes. The spear in his hand and the shield he raised were all flashing with cold light, all indicating that Ares was a brave and aggressive person.
Dear god of war Ares, I have a question to ask you.
Tang Xiaochuan thought for a while and said to Ares,
What's the matter?
Ares' voice came from inside the helmet.
What's the relationship between Mr. Kuei and you?
Tang Xiaochuan asked curiously.
Master Kuei? What Master Kuei?
Ares was a little confused by Tang Xiaochuan's question.
Master Kuei. Kratos.
Tang Xiaochuan reminded.
Kratos? I don't know him.
Ares shook his head directly, indicating that he didn't know.
Hey, I'm talking about that brat. Can you stop comparing the people in the game with us gods?
Zeus poked Tang Xiaochuan on the shoulder and said to him softly.
You also know that Mr. Kuei is in the game?
Tang Xiaochuan suddenly felt so strange when he heard Zeus's words.
Aren't you talking nonsense? Then can you tell me how you know? No comment.
Zeus' face turned dark when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words. And then he said,
Do you want me to continue introducing you? Oh, tell me then.
Tang Xiaochuan saw that Zeus was a little annoyed, so he nodded to him and motioned for him to continue.
This is Hestia, the goddess of the stove. Her ability is to cook. If you eat what she cooks, you can quickly regain your energy. Goddess of stoves? God of food? Great. There will be delicious food in the future.
After Tang Xiaochuan heard Zeus introduce the last goddess, he almost jumped up with joy. And a bunch of gods. Seeing Tang Xiaochuan almost split his mouth behind his ears. Couldn't understand why Tang Xiaochuan didn't show this expression among so many powerful gods before. Why did he come to Hestia? Is he about to jump?
No. Boy, are you mistaken? She is Hestia, the goddess of the hearth. Not Athena, the goddess of war. I know. It's just because she is the goddess of the stove that I am happy.
Tang Xiaochuan said to Zeus with a smile.
I don't understand. Why are you so happy?
Zeus touched his chin, not answering at all.
Let's put it this way. Among you here, whose ability can be put to use right now? Is it you, Zeus? Or Hades? Or Athena? Your abilities don't have a direct effect on the island now. But Hestia is different.
Tang Xiaochuan pointed around. Then he said to the gods. The gods named by Tang Xiaochuan all lowered their heads in embarrassment.
What's the difference?
Zeus asked shamelessly.
Because tonight, I promised the new tribesmen that I would hold a bonfire party. And I happen to be short of a spoon cook. I think Hestia is very good. I'm so excited when I think that Hestia, one of the main gods, can personally cook for everyone to eat.
Tang Xiaochuan said, and waved his fist excitedly. When the gods present heard these words from Tang Xiaochuan, their faces suddenly turned dark, including the protagonist of this incident. Hestia. She was originally a goddess with a very good temper. After all, she was in charge of the stove and the family. But at this time Hestia also wanted to push Tang Xiaochuan to the ground and beat her up. I have never seen such a shameless person, who has just asked the noble goddess of the stove, the sister of Zeus, the lord of the gods, to cook in person? But people have to bow their heads under the eaves. And so do gods. Hestia puffed up her cheeks, and was angry for a long time. After a long time, she said to Zeus, who was at a loss,
Brother,
let me go.
Dear sister, are you sure?
Although Zeus is the lord of the gods, he can't force his sister.
It's okay.
Let me go. Hestia nodded firmly. Chapter 254. Do you really trust these so-called gods? Hestia probably never dreamed that one day she would re-enter the smoky kitchen to prepare dinner for people. Moreover, The dinner that needed to be prepared was not only a small one, but also needed to be cooked for more than 500 people. Hestia, who had not touched kitchen utensils for who knows how many years, was now playing with the ingredients excitedly and nervously. Tang Sichuan was sitting in the living room of his villa, holding a can of iced fatty happy water and drinking it in big gulps. Sichuan, don't you think it's strange? Zhang Ji looked at Tang Sichuan with a worried look. Strange? What's strange? Tang Sichuan heard Zhang Ji's words and turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. No. Sichuan, are you so nervous now? Zhang Ji suddenly felt speechless when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. Okay. When Tang Sichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he put down the Coke in his hand and looked at Zhang Ji seriously. Brother Zhang, I know what you want to say. You are simply saying that these so-called gods are too enthusiastic. Right. This is more than just enthusiasm. Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words and immediately complained. The way they look is almost like being a traitor. They have completely lost their face and trampled it into the ground. Tang Sichuan laughed immediately when he heard Zhang Ji's words. He felt that Zhang Ji's words were actually very polite. Is he trampling on his face? To put it bluntly, it is devoid of dignity for them to backtrack like this. But Tang Sichuan said this was normal. Brother Zhang, you don't have to worry. I know this well. Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji with a smile. Do you know what you think? Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words and suddenly felt a little puzzled. Tell me, if this continues, I will almost be unable to sleep. Okay, let me analyze it for you. Tang Sichuan put down the Coke, sat up straight, and then said to Zhang Ji. Actually, they have two purposes for backing down like this. One is to get close to us deliberately, and then catch us all when we relax our vigilance. Another possibility is that they really want to join us. Tang Sichuan said lightly. Brother Zhang, what do you think is that possible? I think it is. Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's question. He paused for a moment and then said, I think there are two possibilities. I think they sincerely surrendered. After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Tang Sichuan leaned back and looked at Zhang Ji with a smile. Why are you so sure? Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words and said he didn't understand. There are many reasons. For example, Zeus and the others are actually just chess pieces like us. But their chess pieces are stronger. They may be forced to join this competition for some reason. They are just players. If they are players, they are destined to abide by the rules. Actually, strictly speaking, the relationship between us and these gods cannot be regarded as surrender. It can only be said to be cooperation. From the information I got from Essenes, I guess that these gods were also forced to join. And then, they could only select some people to invest. If their investors can win in the end, they should also gain a lot benefit. Then how can you confirm that they sincerely want to help us or cooperate with us? Zhang Ji understood what Tang Sichuan meant, but he didn't know why Tang Sichuan was so sure. Well, Brother Zhang, can't you be more confident? Our island has strength. You should know it very well. We can have a clear understanding of what other survivors' islands look like on the public screen. Do you think they will give up on a powerful force like ours? After Tang Sichuan finished speaking, he picked up the Coke and took a sip. You are right. But these are just your personal guesses. Zhang Ji looked at Tang Sichuan and said, It doesn't count. I actually have evidence. Tang Sichuan shook his head and said to Zhang Ji, Evidence? What evidence? Zhang Ji suddenly became interested when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. Do you still remember the mind control tower I told you about? Zhang Ji nodded doubtfully when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. He knew about the mind control tower. It was used to control the natives on the island. It can slowly increase the loyalty of the natives. Another is that you can check the loyalty of the natives on the island at any time. It can be said that with this mind control tower, Tang Sichuan and the others can safely and boldly use these natives. I discovered that this mind control tower can actually check the loyalty values of these gods. Tang Sichuan smiled and said to Zhang Ji, Actually, to be precise, this control tower cannot see the specific values, but we can see how these gods treat us. For example, Essenes and the others treat us with respect, while Zeus and the others only treat us with kindness. We only need to observe the control tower at any time to basically control their attitude towards us. Tang Sichuan said with a smile, Let me go. Is the control tower so powerful? Does it still have this function? Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words and immediately said that the control tower is very strong. After Zhang Ji received Tang Sichuan's affirmation, he leaned back slightly and then continued to ask Tang Sichuan,
Then what are your plans for the future? In the future? I haven't thought about it yet. But one thing is for sure. Our thinking needs to change in the future. Change? Change what?
Zhang Ji heard that Tang Xichuan said he wanted to change. And he became interested.
The temples built this time are quite worthwhile overall. And we also got a lot of good things. Such as the improvement of Athena's combat power, and the resurrection of Hades. To us, these are it adds a buff to our future external expansion. It's just that this kind of improvement is basically limited within the scope of influence. This also means that when we conquer other survivors, if we want to stay in this buff state, we must continue to expand our own islands. Area. Uniformly expand the area of our own islands. This is impossible. We need to expand such a large island. Not to mention whether we can control it. Even if we can control it, we don't have that many cornerstones.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiaochuan's words plan. Immediately refuted.
I know. So after I saw the god Hermes, I discovered the correct usage of these gods.
The corners of Tang Xichuan's mouth rose slightly, with a smile on his face. What do you mean? Zhang Ji said he didn't understand.
Hermes can build a teleportation array that allows us to shuttle back and forth within our own sphere of influence. Teleportation array? What is this? Are you sure this thing can be built?
Zhang Ji was shocked. He did not expect that Tang Xichuan would give such a result. Chapter 255 He is a God.
It can indeed be made, but it is difficult.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded and said to Zhang Ji.
Difficult? How difficult? If it can really be built, we will build it even if we have to sell it. After all, with this teleportation array, we don't have to expand outward step by step. We can expand outward in a leap.
Zhang Ji listened. When Tang Xichuan said it could be built, he immediately persuaded Tang Xichuan.
You think I don't want to?
When Tang Xichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately showed a wry smile, and then said urgently,
Building this teleportation array requires space crystals. Space crystal? What is this?
Zhang Ji heard Tang Xichuan's words, and said that he had never heard them before.
I don't know either. But according to Zeus, this thing is the main material for building a teleportation array. Without this thing, the teleportation array cannot be built. Yeah, it's all in vain.
Zhang Ji was helpless when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
Xichuan, had you finished talking?
Just when Tang Xichuan was about to say something, Ma Yin shouted to Tang Xichuan and the others outside the villa.
It's almost done. What's wrong?
Tang Xiaochuan turned around and asked after hearing Ma Yin's words.
Hestia is ready. Now everyone is waiting for you to come over.
Ma Yin said to Tang Xiaochuan and Zhang Ji with a smile.
Okay, let's go there now.
Tang Xiaochuan heard Ma Yin's words and nodded with a smile.
Okay, hurry up. I'll go there first.
When Ma Yin heard Tang Xiaochuan say that he would go there right away, she nodded and then left first.
Let's go, Brother Zhang. Let's go and take a look.
Tang Xiaochuan stood up and said with a smile to Zhang Ji.
Okay, let's go take a look together.
Zhang Ji nodded, then stood up and followed Tang Xiaochuan out. When Tang Xiaochuan and the others just walked out of the villa, they discovered that two huge flames had been lit on the bank of the Boundary River in the distance. Faintly, a large group of people could be seen dancing around the fire.
Oh, it's quite lively.
Tang Xiaochuan looked at the singing and dancing indigenous people with a smile on his face.
In fact, Tang Xichuan could understand why they were like this. After all, the situation of the Nias tribe was the same as that of the previous Sisi tribe. They all relied on wild fruits as their staple food and rarely had meat. On the other hand, Tang Xiaochuan's side is just the opposite. Vegetables and fruits are scarce. But there is really no shortage of fish and meat. Therefore, Tang Xiaochuan hopes that these indigenous people will eat meat every day, so that he can realize the freedom of only remembering meat and vegetables.
Let's go! Let's go take a look too!
Tang Xiaochuan turned around, greeted Zhang Ji, and continued walking forward. The further Tang Xiaochuan walked into the crowd, the more he could hear the cheers erupting from the crowd.
Oh! Oh! Oh!
Tang Xiaochuan walked to the back of the crowd and heard bursts of cheers from the crowd. Tang Xiaochuan curiously pushed the crowd away, and the people who were pushed aside by Tang Xiaochuan saw that the person pushing them was Tang Xiaochuan, and they all saluted to him, while Tang Xiaochuan waved his hand, indicating that they should continue. When Tang Xiaochuan came to the innermost part of the crowd, he happened to see Maka and Ares really wrestling.
What happened? Why did Maka get into a fight with Ares?
Tang Xiaochuan felt a little bit ridiculous when he saw this scene.
You ask me. I don't know either.
Zhang Ji, who was behind Tang Xiaochuan, heard this and said he didn't know either. Tang Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at Zhang Ji, and then poked a native next to him with his finger.
What's going on?
Tang Xiaochuan asked the natives.
Master Maka just defeated 20 warriors in a row by himself, and then attracted the attention of this master. This master proposed to have a try with Maka. As a result, the two of them have been fighting for more than 20 minutes. But there is still no winner. What's going on? Maka and Ares have been fighting for 20 minutes, and they still haven't lost.
Tang Xiaochuan was stunned when he heard this. When did Maka become so brave that she could confront the so-called god? Even if this god is compromised. Tang Xiaochuan looked at Ares in the field, and found a satisfied smile on his face. As soon as he saw this smile, Tang Xiaochuan immediately understood what Ares was paying attention to.
Sure enough, these Greek gods just love to pretend to be ACs and recruit their underlings.
Tang Xiaochuan complained in a low voice.
What did you say?
Zhang Ji stood behind Tang Xiaochuan and said he didn't hear clearly.
It's okay. You can see for yourself.
Tang Xiaochuan shook his head and gestured to Zhang Ji. As soon as Tang Xiaochuan finished speaking, Ares started to exert force. He was originally wrestling with Maka, but then he suddenly withdrew half of his strength. This caused Maka, who was exerting all his strength, to temporarily lose his center of gravity and tilt forward. Ares took the opportunity to dwarf, causing Maka to hit his shoulder directly, and then pushed Maka on his shoulder with all his strength. Then he threw Maka out hard.
Ha! You lost.
Ares looked at Maka and said proudly. After Maka was thrown out, he knew that he had lost. But he was not angry. Instead, he stood up slowly and patted the dirt on himself.
You are very powerful, but I will try my best to defeat you,
Maka said to Ares with a serious face.
I'm waiting for you.
Ares smiled and nodded to Maka.
Maka, if you want to defeat him, you have to work hard.
At this time, Tang Xiaochuan stood up and said to Maka,
Master.
When Maka saw Tang Xiaochuan coming out, he quickly bowed to Tang Xiaochuan.
Maka, you are very good. You can defeat 20 warriors.
Tang Xiaochuan reached out and patted Maka on the shoulder.
Master, this is not enough. I have no way to defeat him.
After hearing Tang Xiaochuan's words, Maka shook her head and pointed at Ares.
Only by defeating him can I be qualified to protect my master.
Maka looked determined.
Maka, don't be discouraged. Do you know who he is?
When Tang Xiaochuan heard Maka's words, he immediately felt the urge to laugh.
I don't know.
Maka shook her head, indicating that she didn't know Ares' identity.
He is the god of war. A god. It's pretty good that you were able to maintain a stalemate with him for so long.
Tang Xiaochuan smiled and patted Maka on the shoulder.
What? A god?
When Maka heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, she looked at Ares in surprise. When Ares saw that Tang Xiaochuan had directly revealed his identity, he was not angry. Instead, he smiled at Maka.
You are really good. If I use the same strength as you, it will take a lot of effort to defeat you.
Ares looked at Maka with a smile.
What? You just used the same power as me?
Maka was immediately shocked when she heard Ares' words. He originally thought Ares had used all his strength, but in the end, he said he only used the same strength as himself. This made Maka feel a little uncomfortable.
Come on, Maka. You have to know that Ares was born for war. He has fought more wars than you have eaten. His experience is not comparable to yours. You can compete with him. 20 minutes of fighting is already pretty good.
Seeing that Maka was a little disappointed, Tang Xiaochuan comforted him. Chapter 256. Where did you get this coke?
You are already very good.
Ares also said beside him.
You are very powerful, but you don't have many skills. If you strengthen your skills, your combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. If you are willing, I can teach you,
Ares said with a serious face.
Is it really possible?
Maka immediately expressed her yearning after hearing Ares' words. But even so, Maka did not agree immediately, but turned her attention to Tang Xiaochuan. Tang Xiaochuan would naturally not stop such a thing. After all, if Tang Xiaochuan had to choose between Maka and Ares, he would choose Maka without hesitation. After all, he and Maka had a lifelong friendship. As for Ares, for now, he is only a temporary member. If Maka could possess Ares' skills, then Tang Xiaochuan would definitely choose Maka without hesitation. Therefore, after Tang Xiaochuan saw Maka's questioning look, he also nodded to Maka. When Maka saw Tang Xiaochuan nodding, he nodded to Ares and said,
I am willing to learn from you. Very good. Your name is Maka. Right. I remember you.
Ares looked at Maka and nodded.
Then continued, since you want to learn skills from me, then I think you should be given a last name.
After saying this, Ares paused for a moment, and then continued,
well, you will be called Maka Kratos from now on.
When Tang Sichuan and Zhang Ji heard the new name Ares gave Maka, they immediately spit out all the water they had just drank in their mouths.
Sichuan, is this Ares too long-lived?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Sichuan in disbelief and asked in a low voice.
You ask me, who should I ask?
Tang Sichuan also felt incredible. He never thought that Ares would give Maka the surname Kratos. You know, in a certain game, Kratos and Lord Kuei screwed Ares' head off. With this name, Tang Sichuan seriously suspected that Ares thought his life was too long and was looking for some excitement. However, this is just the inner thoughts of Tang Sichuan and Zhang Ji. Maka herself quite likes this name.
Maka Kratos? This name sounds really domineering. I will call it this name from now on.
Maka nodded with satisfaction, saying that she liked this name very much. Hearing what Maka said, Tang Sichuan and Zhang Ji could only express their helplessness.
Hey, it's quite lively. What are you doing?
At this time, a voice that sounded very majestic, but had a very frivolous tone sounded behind Tang Sichuan and the others. Tang Sichuan and Zhang Ji turned around and saw Zeus coming towards them with a grilled fish that seemed to weigh a full 20 kilograms.
Sichuan, who is this person?
Zhang Ji had never seen Zeus and could only ask Tang Sichuan softly.
Who else could it be?
Zeus. Tang Sichuan rolled his eyes and said to Zhang Ji,
huh? He is Zeus?
Zhang Ji was speechless when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. In Zhang Ji's view, Zeus is also the father god of the Greek pantheon, so he must have some majesty. But what can we say about Zeus's current state? There is a grilled fish on a skewer on a wooden stick in the left hand, and a can of Coke in the right hand. No matter how you look at it, it looks funny.
Oh, you are here too? Come, try Hestia's craftsmanship.
With that, Zeus handed the already chewed grilled fish in his hand.
No, you should eat it yourself.
Tang Sichuan shook his head quickly and joked. He, Tang Sichuan, did not have the habit of eating other people's saliva.
Don't want to eat?
Zeus looked at Tang Sichuan and said he didn't want to eat, and he showed a kind of disappointment.
Hey, that's a pity. You don't know? Hestia's craftsmanship is getting better and better. This grilled fish is really sizzling.
Zeus sizzled, and then bit again, had a bite of fish.
Let me tell you, this is fish. If it were replaced with lamb legs or beef, Hestia could make it even more delicious.
As he said that, Zeus raised his right hand and drank from the Coke in his hand. Take a bite. Zeus suddenly let out a big belch.
By the way, I haven't asked you yet. What is this? I think the wine tastes even better.
Zeus shook the Coke bottle in his hand and asked Tang Sichuan.
This is Coke. A drink. You can understand it as the kind of wine you drank before. But it's not intoxicating.
Tang Sichuan felt speechless when he saw Zeus, who had completely given up his identity.
Wine. But it doesn't taste like alcohol at all. But it still feels good when it's in your mouth.
As he said that, Zeus drank the Coke in one gulp, then squeezed it hard, and finally threw it back. A set of movements flowed smoothly, very skillfully. Then, he put his right hand into his chest pocket and took out another can of Coke.
Let me go! Where do you put this Coke?
Tang Sichuan's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw this scene.
Obviously. From my pocket.
Zeus rolled his eyes at Tang Sichuan.
You only have half of the clothes? Can one shoulder be covered and the other exposed? Can you hold Coke?
Tang Sichuan expressed disbelief.
Why? We can only allow you to have a secondary dimension. But we, the main gods, are not allowed to have a secondary dimension?
Zeus rolled his eyes at Tang Sichuan and expressed his speechlessness.
You have a second dimension. I can understand this. But you don't have to put your hands inside your clothes. Don't I look a little more advanced?
Zeus smiled slightly, and then took another sip of Coke.
You'd better drink less Coke. Drinking too much of this stuff can lead to osteoporosis. Especially for an elderly person like you.
Tang Sichuan rolled his eyes at Zeus.
By the way, where did your Coke come from?
Tang Sichuan suddenly realized that Zeus drank Coke. Coke is only available in his villa.
I'm going! Have you entered my villa?
Tang Sichuan suddenly pointed at Zeus and asked loudly.
Let me tell you, you can eat randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. This Coke was given to me by a little girl. Little girl. Who is it?
Tang Sichuan asked immediately after hearing Zeus's words.
It's the little girl who holds the child all day long. Ma'in?
As soon as Tang Sichuan heard Zeus talking about holding the child, he immediately thought of Ma Yin. When Zeus heard the name Ma Yin, he began to recall it, and then said,
"It seems to be called that name. She asked me to send these tin cans to Hestia. I asked her what they were, and she said they were for drinking. And then she opened one for me."
After saying this, Zeus took a sip.
"So, Sister Ma Yin opened a can for you, and you kept the rest?"
Tang Sichuan looked at Zeus with a black line on his end.
"No. No. Aren't I going to deliver it to Hestia? I saw you guys surrounding me when I was halfway there, so I came over to take a look." "Really?"
Tang Sichuan said in a longer tone. He now really didn't believe every word Zeus said. Chapter 257 Zeus Who Eats MSG.
"Really? Really? I swear in the name of my Olympus father, everything I say is true."
Zeus heard Tang Sichuan's extremely distrustful words, and immediately raised his name and faced Tang Sichuan swear.
"Okay, I believe you."
Zeus even mentioned the name of the father god of Olympus. Tang Sichuan had no choice but to believe it if he didn't believe it. After all, Zeus also wants to lose face. So if he continues to ask this question, it will not be good. When Zeus saw that Tang Sichuan no longer questioned him, he also breathed a long sigh of relief. Then he forced the grilled fish in his left hand directly to a native who was watching the excitement. Then he put his hand into his pocket again, took out a bag of things, and waved it in front of Tang Sichuan.
"I don't drink your Coke for nothing. I'll give you a taste of this. What is this?"
Tang Sichuan looked at the plastic bag in Zeus' hand. It was obvious that this thing was not something that Zeus and the others could take out. If it's not Zeus's thing, then it can only be the item that was taken out of the supply box on his own island. This made Tang Sichuan wonder what could make Zeus pay so much attention to it.
"Let me tell you, I got this thing somewhere in Hestia. Putting this thing on top of food can make the food extremely delicious." "Make food exceptionally delicious? Could it be?"
When Tang Sichuan heard Zeus say this, he suddenly thought of something that could achieve such an effect. And that was MSG. He raised his head in surprise and looked at Zeus. He didn't understand why Zeus was carrying a bag of MSG with him. As a result, when he raised his head, he saw Zeus using his teeth to bite open a hole in the bag of MSG. Then he raised his head, poured some MSG into his mouth, and immediately put the Coke in his right hand to his mouth.
"Gudong! Gudong! Ha ha!"
Tang Sichuan was dumbfounded when he saw this operation. This was the first time he saw someone really eating MSG and drinking Coke.
Tang
Sichuan saw this operation and couldn't say a word for a long time.
"You don't want your life?"
Tang Sichuan shouted at Zeus.
"Huh? What's wrong?"
Zeus heard Tang Sichuan's roar and expressed that he was innocent.
"What do you think? Just mix MSG with Coke. Do you think you will live longer?"
Tang Sichuan knew very well what would happen if he ate too much MSG. To put it bluntly, MSG was sodium glutamate. In small amounts, it would enhance the freshness of the dishes. But in large amounts, it would put a lot of pressure on the cardiovascular system. Blood pressure and other things will definitely not go away. Moreover, eating too much of this stuff can easily lead to dizziness, headache, drowsiness, muscle spasms, and even symptoms such as anxiety and bone aches, which accelerates the loss of calcium in the body and leads to osteoporosis. To put it bluntly, it is MSG. Eating a small amount will have certain benefits for the body. After all, it can increase appetite. But to Zeus, pour it directly into your mouth and then take a sip of Coke. Tang Sichuan really can't think of it. Zeus, there is a reason not to die.
"Is this thing poisonous?"
After hearing what Tang Sichuan said, Zeus looked at Tang Sichuan with confusion.
"It's not poisonous. But you can't eat this thing like this."
Tang Sichuan covered his face and said to Zeus,
"As long as it's not poisonous, it's good to eat like this."
Zeus was relieved when he heard Tang Sichuan say it was not poisonous.
"It's not poisonous, and you can't eat it like this. Hand it over to me,"
Tang Sichuan said, and was about to grab the MSG from Zeus' hand.
"No. I doubt you want to eat it. I've already given you a pack. You can't steal this pack."
With that, Zeus stuffed the unpacked MSG directly back into his subspace, and then prepared to run away.
"Stop!"
Tang Sichuan pointed at the fleeing Zeus and shouted loudly.
"Bah! Only a fool would stop."
With that, Zeus sped up and ran outside.
"The one in front. Stop him!"
Tang Sichuan saw that the more he shouted, the faster Zeus ran. He immediately commanded the surrounding natives to surround Zeus. When Zeus saw that Tang Sichuan actually ordered the surrounding natives to surround him, a sneer appeared on his lips.
"You want to stop me? Can you stop me?"
As he said that, Zeus exerted force on his feet and rushed upward with all his strength. He passed over the heads of all the natives and landed firmly behind the crowd. Then he ran towards the distance without looking back. By the time Tang Sichuan passed through the crowd, Zeus had already disappeared.
Sichuan, stop chasing him. You can't catch him.
Zhang Ji ran behind Tang Sichuan and said,
Actually, you don't have to worry. If you eat too much MSG, it will be harmful to people. But Zeus is not a human. You forgot. He is a god.
Zhang Ji persuaded Tang Sichuan.
Brother Zhang, you don't understand.
Tang Sichuan turned around, looked at Zhang Ji, shook his head, and then said,
Part of my body is worried about him. And the other part is that I feel sorry for MSG. You forgot. Our MSG comes from the supply box. The quantity is limited. So use less. Do you think this old boy Zeus has used all the MSG? What will we use for cooking in the future?
Tang Sichuan roared at Zhang Ji and said that he was actually not stupid. Naturally, eating too much MSG is harmful to the human body. It may also be harmful to these so-called gods. But it is definitely not as strong as the human body. Therefore, a large part of what he just said was actually about feeling sorry for his own MSG. In the first few days after arriving on this island, Tang Sichuan suffered from grilled fish without seasonings. He did not want to continue living a life without seasonings. Zhang Ji was stunned when he heard what Tang Sichuan was saying. He never expected that Tang Sichuan was actually feeling sorry for MSG. At this time, Zhang Ji had something in his mind, but he didn't know whether to say it or not. But then, Zhang Ji also suddenly thought that it seemed that all the MSG on the island had been eaten by Zeus. And it seemed that he had to eat tasteless dishes as well. And he became anxious.
Then what should we do?
Zhang Ji asked anxiously.
What can I do? I can't catch up now. I have to hide the MSG in the future.
Tang Sichuan knew very well that if he wanted to catch up now, he wouldn't be able to catch up. In this case, he might as well go inside the villa first. The MSG is hidden. From now on, use one pack. Take another pack. And be on guard against Zeus at all times.
Then what are we going to do now?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Sichuan and asked.
Let's go. Let's go to the gathering place first. Today is the welcome party for the Nais tribe and Erzinus. You have to show up no matter what.
Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji, and then headed towards the boundary walk to the river. Soon Tang Sichuan came to the main fire. At this time, a large number of indigenous people had gathered here. In the pond on the side, Erzinus and the others also climbed up the rockery and looked towards the fire. On a temporarily built high platform, a group of gods were sitting on the platform, including Zeus, who had just had a playful smile on his face. At this time, he also became extremely serious, showing off the majesty of the gods. Chapter 258 Myron Island.
I said, you are so shameless. You are really thick-skinned. You can still sit here peacefully.
Tang Sichuan walked to the high platform, lowered his voice, and said to Zeus,
Boy, didn't I just take you a pack of MSG? As for chasing me halfway across the island?
Zeus blushed when he heard Tang Sichuan's words, but he still said unyieldingly. When Tang Sichuan heard that Zeus was so shameless, he had nothing to do. After all, a person who is shameless is invincible.
Okay, you don't have to cry in mourning. Aren't you going to hold a welcome party today? At worst, I will shed some blood and give you an island-wide blessing.
Zeus said to Tang Sichuan as if he had made up his mind.
Bless the whole island? What does this mean?
Tang Sichuan didn't understand what Zeus meant.
I can't explain this to you. You'll know it soon.
Zeus said he didn't want to explain. After Tang Sichuan thought about it for a while, he felt that it would not be a bad idea to exchange a packet of MSG for a blessing from Zeus.
Okay, I'll just wait and see.
Tang Sichuan nodded, indicating that he accepted Zeus's proposal.
By the way, what are you going to call him?
Zeus thought for a moment and asked Tang Sichuan.
What? What's your name?
Tang Sichuan was a little confused by the sudden proposition.
It's the name of the island, or the name of the force. If you want to compete with other survivors, you have to have a name. Right. It's just like you in the East in ancient times. When you go out to make a living, you have a name. Right.
Zeus glanced at Tang Sichuan intentionally or unintentionally.
Name?
Tang Sichuan still couldn't understand. In his opinion, he was just trying to survive. So how could it be related to his name?
Actually, there are some things that I can reveal to you. I wonder how much you know about the history of ancient Rome and ancient Greece.
Zeus thought for a while and said to Tang Sichuan.
The history of ancient Rome and ancient Greece?
Tang Sichuan paused for a moment after hearing Zeus's words. And then he realized.
You mean? Our development history is actually the same as that of ancient Greece? We need to start from scratch and start anew. To build a nation? You are very smart. That's what I mean.
Zeus nodded.
You should understand the changes in this world better than me. In the beginning,
you survivors were just individuals, struggling hard in this sea. But everything that happens after that will guide you to regroup and form forces. In order to allow you to develop rapidly, Yukai has added these indigenous people to you, giving you the opportunity to absorb the indigenous people and make them your people. Wait, are you saying that all of this was actually arranged?
Tang Xiuquan immediately interrupted Zeus when he heard this.
I didn't say this, but you can think about it for yourself,
Zeus said lightly. He didn't seem to want to say too much to Tang Xiuquan on this matter.
However, what I can tell you is that in the end, it can indeed become a new country. But as for whether this country will really be established, it still depends on your own choice.
After listening to Zeus's words, Tang Xiuquan suddenly fell into silence. He knew that although Zeus did not say it explicitly, there were various signs that things were developing in the direction Zeus said. From a single indigenous person at the beginning, to the indigenous tribes later, and then the entire world entered slavery, strengthening the constraints on the indigenous people on the Survivor Island. You have to say that the people behind the scenes are not preparing people to
fight a national war.
But no one believes it. But the question is, which country does this?
Country.
Refer to? Is it the country before time travel? Or is it a newly established
country?
After coming to this world, no matter which one it is destined to have a name and a reputation. Tang Xiuquan thinks that he is not the kind of person who can get used to taking orders and other people's orders. What he yearns for is freedom. And when he has such a great advantage, let him listen to other people's orders? This is simply not realistic. In addition, he now owns the temples, and the effects of these temples can only take effect under the coverage of his own forces. No matter from which aspect, if Tang Xiuquan wants to live and live better, he must make a name for himself and strive for more reputation. Well, after making a name for yourself, you can't still claim to be from XX Island. You should have a name. This is just like the flower growers who rebelled in ancient times. They all pay attention to a name, which is a nickname. This not only sounds nice, but more importantly, it can also enhance the cohesion of everyone on the island. Yes, the biggest difference between having a name and not having a name is actually cohesion. With a name, everyone will have a sense of belonging. This sense of belonging also increases cohesion. With cohesion, everyone will work harder to develop the island. This will actually become a very good virtuous cycle. Thinking of this, Tang Xiuquan suddenly felt that it would be good to give him a name. But the question was, what should he be called?
Then what do you think it should be called?
Tang Xiuquan raised his head and looked at Zeus.
Me? You are the master of this island. You ask me?
Zeus asked with some confusion.
Don't think too much. I just used the name you mentioned for reference. I just didn't think about what to call it at the moment. So I asked you.
Tang Xiuquan curled his lips and said to Zeus.
Co-author, you are just throwing some bricks and mortar. And then I am the brick?
Zeus said he was speechless.
Oh, that's good. You've learned to use the idioms of our flower growers now. That's okay. Am I going to cooperate with you in the future? So I learned a little bit.
Zeus said a little embarrassed. He never thought that his majestic father god in Greek mythology would one day need to please others. Although he didn't want to admit it, it was also true.
Yes. Live and learn.
Tang Xiuquan was very satisfied with Zeus's attitude of never-ending learning.
Okay, let's get down to business. Do you have any good suggestions? There really is one.
Zeus thought for a moment and nodded to Tang Xiuquan.
Tell me. New Land Omicron New. In your words, it means Myron, which means the future.
Zeus thought for a while and said to Tang Xiuquan,
Myron? Future?
Tang Xiuquan repeated in a low voice, and then said slowly,
although this name is very Greek, I have to admit that it is very meaningful. Brother Zhang, what do you think?
Tang Xiuquan turned his head,
looked at Zhang Ji behind him, and asked,
I think it's okay. Hope represents the future, and we also have the same hope. The future is beautiful. If possible, I think we should use this name. Of course, if you have other alternative names, you can tell them. Actually, I think Myron is pretty good too. Myron Island. Island of the future. Island of hope.
Tang Xiuquan also nodded with satisfaction.
Let's call ourselves Myron Island from now on.
Chapter 259, I think I can still save the life.
Everyone, we are honored to welcome a group of new partners here. In the days to come, we will all work together. Use our hands to create an island where we can eat meat and be full every day. Let's create a future that belongs to us. Now, I announce, from now on, our island will be officially named Myron Island. It means Island of Hope. Island of the future. Let us cheer for Myron Island.
Tang Sichuan stood on the high platform and shouted loudly to the hundreds of indigenous people present.
Myron! Myron!
The natives below began to shout one by one. In fact, at this time, they should no longer be called indigenous people. Just now, Tang Sichuan had announced that the indigenous people of these tribes would officially become residents of Myron Island. This move made both the natives of the Muse tribe and the natives of the Stream tribe suddenly feel a sense of belonging. Afterwards, Tang Sichuan announced that the party had officially begun. Following Tang Sichuan's order, Haita led a group of strong islanders to the banquet venue carrying food that had been prepared long ago. It turned out that the people of the Sisi tribe were not too excited when they saw the food being brought up. After all, they were used to having meat every day on the island. From the perspective of the Sisi tribe, as long as they work hard, they will be recognized by Tang Sichuan. And then, they will really be enough. However, they were a little unable to control the people of the Nias tribe, who had just arrived on the island. Meat was only available to them on rare occasions. And they had already communicated with the Sisi tribe during the day. After learning that they really had meat every meal, they had long been looking forward to today's party. So much so that when they asked about the taste of grilled fish, the saliva in their mouths couldn't help but flow out.
Kuratsuchi? Did you roast this meat? Why does it feel more fragrant than before?
A resident of the Stream tribe asked Kuratsuchi.
It's not us.
Kuratsuchi suddenly smiled when he heard this.
Not you? Who is that?
The islander was very surprised.
You'll know later. The master has something important to announce later.
Kuratsuchi said lightly again, and then went to prepare other food. Tang Sichuan saw that Kuatu and the others had almost arranged all the food. He stood up slowly, and then said to everyone present,
Brothers, I have one more thing to say, but I don't want to delay everyone's eating time, lest you scold me behind my back for being verbose. So, you can eat and listen to me at the same time.
The islanders in the audience burst into laughter when they heard Tang Sichuan's words.
I believe everyone has seen these people around me. Some people should already know their identities, but there are some brothers who don't know. So I want to introduce them to you. They are all gods. They are upright gods.
After hearing Tang Sichuan's words, the residents who were still eating grilled fish stopped and looked at the high platform with expressions of disbelief. What did they hear? God? Is he really the kind of God who never sees the end?
Maybe you don't believe it, but this is a fact. From today on, you are all God's people. You will receive God's blessing.
With that, Tang Sichuan opened his arms and said to the islanders. But Tang Sichuan's action did not cause cheers from the islanders present. They were still immersed in the shock of the gods. Seeing that the islanders were still shocked, Tang Sichuan turned his head slightly and gestured to Zeus. When Zeus saw Tang Sichuan's signal, he slowly stood up and walked towards the stage.
Residents of Myron Island, I am Zeus, the Lord of Olympus, the Father of the gods. From today on, I will fight alongside you together with the 12 main gods of the Olympics. Now, in the name of the Lord of Olympus, I bless you.
As he said that, Zeus stretched out his right hand and lightly grabbed it in the void. And then a bolt of lightning appeared in Zeus' hand. The lightning was all white. But what was strange was that it was like a toy, with a fixed shape and did not spread out. Arcs of electricity surrounded Zeus's right arm, seemingly adding a lot of majesty to Zeus out of thin air. Immediately afterwards, Zeus squeezed the lightning hard and crushed it. The lightning turned into dots of stars and floated towards the islanders under the high platform, directly entering the bodies of the islanders. Similarly, it did not enter Tang Sichuan's body.
Ding! I checked that Zeus, the Father of Olympus, has given you a blessing. Your body has become stronger.
A system prompt suddenly sounded in Tang Sichuan's ears, and then he felt that his strength had really improved. A lot. This was the first time Tang Sichuan encountered such a situation, and he was surprised. However, he was not worried that Zeus could turn against him. He had been observing the values on the mind control tower since Zeus walked to the front desk, and found that Zeus's attitude towards him had not changed. Moreover, after the light spot entered his body, he felt no discomfort at all. Instead, he felt warm all over. There was no prompt from the system. So Tang Sichuan could believe that this was Zeus's true blessing to everyone. After Zeus completed this move, his body suddenly shook slightly. Tang Sichuan immediately stepped forward and supported Zeus.
What's going on with you? Are you weak? Can't you say something humane? I've exerted too much force and am a little exhausted.
Zeus whispered to Tang Sichuan angrily.
Exhaustion? How are you doing? Hey, to tell you the truth, we main gods are not actually coming in real form. Or you can understand it. We are just projections. If we use other abilities besides those allowed by this world, we will extremely weakening ourselves. Don't tell me. That move just now was not allowed.
Tang Sichuan suddenly asked with a dark face. Zeus did not speak, but showed a smile to Tang Sichuan.
You don't want your life? Why do you do it so hard? I didn't expect this barrier to be so strong. I'm going to lose money this time,
Zeus said helplessly.
You don't know, so you just try blindly? Sooner or later, you will finish playing with yourself.
Tang Sichuan was speechless.
It's okay. Just make it up to me. I feel like I can still save the life. Rescue? What should I do to save him?
For some reason, when Tang Sichuan heard these words, he immediately felt that Zeus was tricking him.
Nothing. Just give me another pack of MSG.
Zeus pretended to be weak and stretched out a finger. When Tang Sichuan heard this, he immediately let go of the hand holding Zeus, and at the same time cursed in his heart.
Damn it! I knew Zeus was lying to me. Fortunately, I sympathized with him just now.
Chapter 260 Lively Myron Island. This carnival lasted for a long time, and did not end until late at night. Tang Sichuan did not stop the carnival of these new islanders. In his opinion, everyone was suffering during this period, and it would be good to indulge appropriately. As for these islanders, after they tasted the craftsmanship of the goddess Hestia, they could no longer stop. Both the former islanders of the Stream tribe and the later islanders of the Nias tribe ate themselves until they were full, and did not stop until they could eat no more. As a result, Hestia kept grilling fish that night, and the number of fish farmed on Tang Sichuan Island was reduced by half. This night, everyone was satisfied and happy. I can't say that for everyone. At least there are a few groups of people who may not be so happy. Among them were Hestia, Pilgrim, and Essenes. Hestia was always busy, grilling fish and never stopped. The goddess was so tired that she almost gave up. Tang Sichuan expressed his understanding in comparison. No one wants to help others prepare grilled fish all the time without even having a chance to drink water. Especially, this person is a beauty and a goddess. However, with Zeus's persuasion, Hestia persisted. The second ones are also two Murlocs, Bin Boer Ba and Bob Boer Bin. These two used to be party animals and campfire experts. As long as Tang Sichuan and the others light a bonfire on the shore, the two of them will arrive. No matter it is windy or rainy. As long as there is a fire, they will be there regardless of the weather. In contrast, Tang Sichuan couldn't understand why two fishmen liked fire so much. Tang Sichuan asked Bin Boerba and the others privately, and the explanation they gave was that the seabed was too cold and the fire was very hot, and they liked it very much. Tang Sichuan was speechless for such an explanation, but he also felt that they were pitiful. There is no need to stop their personal hobbies. Just keep them a little away from the fire. But this time at the party, Tang Sichuan couldn't find these two guys anywhere. Later, the next day, after Tang Sichuan found them, he specifically asked them. As a result, these two guys directly said that they did not dare to go, because at this party, there were not only demigods like Erzenes, but also Poseidon, who was considered the boss of the sea tribe. For the timid Bin Boerba and others, they really didn't dare to show up. When talking about Bin Boerba and Erzenes, Tang Sichuan had to mention another thing. That's when the silly and adorable Purnes turned on the foodie mode. After she arrived on the island on her first day, she circled Myron Island several times, trying to find out what delicious food there was near the island. As a result, Purnes discovered Bin Boerba and the others. For this extremely ugly but fleshy-looking Bin Boerba, Purnes immediately thought that these two things should be delicious. You know, Purnes and the others used to eat meat. After all, there was nothing else to eat on the Poseidon Island where they were stationed. Even if they wanted to eat fruit or something, they didn't dare to go to the island rashly. So they had no choice but to catch fish in the sea. As for Bin Boerba and the others, they were running around with a big fish head on their heads. So these two were directly included in Purnes' diet. Purnes did not forget that Tang Sichuan promised her that he would cook fish head with chopped pepper for her when she went to the island in the future. In Purnes' understanding, since fish heads are mainly eaten, the bigger the fish heads, the better. To say that a fish has a big head. How many fish can have a head bigger than Bin Boerba's head? So Purnes took a short knife and chased Bin Boerba and the others around Myron Island 3 times. Later, Bin Boerba and the others, who were about to die after being chased, saw Maka, who came to patrol the dock. They jumped out of the sea and hung directly on Maka's body, as if they were seeing their biological father. As for Purnes, Tang Sichuan has not yet pulled Myron Island into the subspace, so Purnes cannot transform into human legs yet. On the road, she couldn't catch up with Bin Boerba and the others, coupled with the persuasion of Maka, who understood the cause and effect. Purnes temporarily gave up the idea of eating Bin Boerba. But, even so, Bin Boerba and the others were almost killed. I ran to the West Island overnight and dug a small puddle at the western end of the livestock island. I hid in it and couldn't get out. He also said that he was willing to guard the West Island and take care of the chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep on the island for the master Tang Sichuan. Later, when Tang Sichuan learned about this, he also felt that these two people were indeed naturally suppressed by their level when faced with a demigod like Purnes. Forcing them to live with Purnes and the others was a bit inhumane. So I just let them go. And with the two of them watching the livestock 24 hours a day, I can feel more at ease. Lest some blind sea monster comes to the island and steals the livestock that I have finally raised to a certain size. However, as the saying goes, the way of heaven is reincarnation. Before Zeus and the others came to Myron Island, Purnes and the others walked around Myron Island very curiously, scared to the point that within 10 kilometers around the island, marine fish production has dropped significantly. This made Yumin angrily go directly to Tang Sichuan to complain, saying that he took more than 20 people and 3 fishing boats to sea today. As a result, only 3 fish were caught. And the investment and return were seriously inconsistent. As a senior fisherman, when did Yumin never catch anything after coming to Myron Island? There were more human heads than fish heads, which seriously hurt the heart of Yumin, a fishing expert. Tang Sichuan didn't understand why it was like this at first. He didn't know the reason until Yumin pulled Tang Sichuan to the beach angrily. These sirens have never been as free as they are now after leaving Poseidon Island. The sky is high enough for birds to fly, and the sea is wide enough for fish to swim, losing their restraints and entering the wide sea surface of the venue. These sirens simply let themselves go, swimming freely in the sea. A fish jumps, and a magic happens, making it impossible to live within 10 kilometers of the island. When Tang Sichuan saw the scene, he suddenly felt that it was really amazing that Yumin could catch 3 fish under such circumstances. But all this changed completely after the arrival of Zeus and the others. The natural level suppression is like ice and snow touching fire. When Bin Boerba saw the Siren clan, he was scared to death. And when the Sirens saw the Poseidon, they were equally scared to death. As a result, the area around Myron Island finally became calm again. It's just a pain to the Siren clan and Bin Boerba. But for Tang Sichuan, without these troublemaking idiots, his island has returned to peace. That's good. As for Siren, Bin Boerba and the others, Tang Sichuan thought that as long as they didn't die, it would be fine. However, Tang Sichuan still did not forget his promise to the Siren clan. He knew very well that the Siren became like this entirely because of the curse of the Muse. The Muses were under the authority of Apollo. So Tang Sichuan went directly to Apollo and prepared to ask him about the Sirens. Chapter 261 Peace and Vitality.
You mean, the Muses have fallen, and there's nothing you can do about it?
Tang Sichuan stood in the vast hall of the temples, looking at Apollo in surprise. Apollo, on the other hand, had a bitter look on his face.
It's not just the Muse that has fallen. In fact, the so-called you guys have also fallen. I think Father God told you yesterday. We are all just a group of projections now. In fact, this is just a nice word. Hey,
Apollo sighed. When Tang Sichuan heard Apollo say this, he immediately understood that the matter might be more serious than he thought. In other words, this water was deeper than he thought. However, whether the water is deep or not, for Tang Sichuan now, there is no way to participate. The first thing to solve now is how to eliminate the curse of the Siren clan.
Then what you mean is that there is no way to lift the curse of the Sirens?
Tang Sichuan asked with a frown.
It's not that there's nothing we can do. It's just that we can't do anything now.
Apollo shook his head.
There is nothing we can do now? What do you mean?
Tang Sichuan still didn't understand.
Have you forgotten? No matter how powerful the Muse is, she is still under my control. Do you think she can do it? Don't I?
Apollo showed a confident smile.
Huh? You can? Then hurry up. I said. There is nothing we can do now.
Apollo spread his hands, and then continued.
We main gods have a difficult life, and many of our abilities cannot be used at all. Then you said it in vain?
Tang Xiaochuan looked disgusted.
Boy, are you too realistic? If you did this, in my time, you would have been easily beaten to death.
Apollo looked speechless.
Then tell me, what do Siren and the others need to do to lift the curse?
Tang Xiaochuan looked at Apollo and asked.
To tell you the truth, our fate was already bound when you chose to build the temple. If you can win this competition, we will also benefit. As you become stronger, our divine power will gradually recover. Therefore, if you want to lift the curse of the Sirens and the others, then work hard to improve your own strength.
Apollo looked at Tang Xiaochuan and said,
By improving your own strength, you can also restore your divine power?
Tang Xiaochuan murmured after hearing Apollo's words.
Yes. Actually, I can't tell you anymore. You just need to know that your task now is to work hard to improve yourself. All we can do is cheer you up. You can only work harder? Then I really want to thank you.
Tang Xiaochuan rolled his eyes at Apollo. Apollo saw Tang Xiaochuan's eyes rolled, and he just smiled faintly.
Oh, by the way, Father God asked me to tell you that for some reasons, we gods cannot enter and leave the temple at will. So, from now on we can only stay in the temple. As for you, don't come to the temple if you have nothing to do. After all, it's not a good thing for you that we interfere too much in everything on your island.
Apollo looked at Tang Xiaochuan, showed a smile, and then disappeared directly without any chance for Tang Xiaochuan to speak. In the main hall, Apollo ran so fast that Tang Xiaochuan was caught off guard. However, now that Apollo has left, there is no use for him to stay here. He turned to look at Zambaka next to him.
You will stay well in the temple from now on. Understood, Master.
Zambaka nodded, indicating that he understood. Zeus and the others were told about Zambaka's appointment as the temple's priest last night. Zeus was quite satisfied that Tang Xiaochuan could think of arranging sacrifices for them. Of course, Tang Xiaochuan did not forget Aquin, who was captured by him. Poseidon was also very satisfied when he saw Aquin. After all, this bold Aquin stole his network administrator, although he got the crown back later and gave him the punishment he deserved. Aquin was still determined to steal Poseidon's crown again. The kind and merciful Poseidon handed Aquin directly to Hades. Hades was equally satisfied with the fact that he received a strong soul on the first day he came. Therefore, the unlucky Aquin satisfied two gods by himself, which was also the highlight of his life. Of course, Tang Xiaochuan did this to get benefits. For example, because he had a sacrifice. Zeus gave Tang Xiaochuan a treasure box and asked him to wait until 7 days before opening it. Poseidon told Tang Xiaochuan that he would place his trident in the temple to further increase the marine output of Myron Island. But what pleased Tang Xiaochuan the most was Hades. He opened a privilege for Tang Xiaochuan. For every 20 strong souls, he could resurrect one person here. The resurrected person has no limitations. This made Tang Xiaochuan overjoyed. After all, in this day and age, who dares to say that he can live to the end? With Hades' guarantee, Tang Xiaochuan had the capital to go out. As the eldest muse, Apollo, who symbolizes light and the sun, directly upgraded the ring of the sun god in his hand to an SSS level item in order to apologize to Tang Xiaochuan. Although the attributes have not changed much, the cooldown time of the transformation has been changed from 30 days to 15 days. From once a month to twice a month. Tang Xiaochuan said he could still accept such compensation. After Tang Xiaochuan heard Zambaka's answer, he turned around and walked out of the temple. When Tang Xiaochuan walked out of the temple, he took a deep breath and felt that there was a hint of the smell of the woods in the air and less of the fishy smell of the sea. Several unknown birds flew in front of Tang Xiaochuan, attracting Tang Xiaochuan's attention. The area around the temple is no longer as bare as yesterday, but has a hint of green. A large forest also appeared at the foot of the mountain, and the whole forest grew lush and green. Or, at this time, it can be called a small forest. In the distance, patches of grassland cover the entire island, and the Spring River and Boundary River span the entire island. There is also a small lake in the middle of the island, which is the temporary settlement of the Sirens. There are still a few small black spots on the sea. Tang Xiaochuan knew that they were aquaculture started by Yumin's own fishing team on the sea. To the east, about a few hundred meters away from Myron Island, there is a relatively large reef pile, which is a new home specially prepared for the Sirens. Tang Xiaochuan even vaguely heard the gentle singing of the Sirens. At this time, the entire island was full of life. There was peace.
It would be nice if I could live such a quiet life forever.
Tang Sichuan stood on the top of the mountain, facing the setting sun, with a smile on his face.
Oh, by the way, the Nephil mirror is not used yet.
Tang Sichuan suddenly thought of the Nephil mirror he got from the Nais tribe. He had been quite busy during this period, and he actually gave this thing to Forgotten. Chapter 262 Discussion. Night. Myron Island. Interior of Tang Sichuan's villa.
The main reason I have called everyone together today is to discuss with you our work focus for the next month.
Tang Sichuan sat on the sofa and looked at everyone present. When Tang Sichuan sent Apollo away, Apollo told him to improve his strength as soon as possible. So he decided to take the lead in communicating with the main figures on the island at night.
First of all, let me tell you about the recent changes on our island. This evening, Zeus and other gods have left. But before they left, they had already blessed our entire island. And each of these gods has blessings with different similar skills. For example, Hades' skill is to resurrect the dead. But this resurrection ability is very restrictive. One is that it does not exceed 3 days after death. And the other is that it must be within 200 kilometers of the sphere of influence. Of course, Hades has another way of resurrection, which requires 20 strong souls to resurrect anyone. Then, there is Poseidon, the god of the sea. His ability is to increase the output of the sea near the island. The female war goddess Athena can improve the morale of our own forces, while the war god Ares can improve our combat power.
Tang Sichuan said lightly.
Sichuan, you said so much. Are you ready to start external expansion?
Zhang Ji asked immediately after hearing Tang Sichuan's words. He had already heard from Tang Sichuan's words that Tang Sichuan was ready to expand. These gods can either be resurrected, improve their combat power, or increase their output. When Tang Sichuan mentioned these skills, he was all expressing that his side was powerful.
Yes.
Tang Sichuan nodded very frankly.
I believe everyone knows that in such a general environment, if we don't take the initiative and try our best to gain some advantages, we may be overtaken by others in the end. Since we have such good prerequisites, why do we choose to retreat?
Tang Sichuan looked at everyone and expressed his thoughts. Everyone present fell into silence when they heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Sichuan, do you think it is possible that we can only develop ourselves and be ahead of everyone else?
Fan Long thought for a while and asked Tang Sichuan.
It's unlikely.
Tang Sichuan shook his head and then continued.
Through my observations over this period of time, I found that this temple is not the only one. They can choose many people and then invest. Furthermore, I listened to Zeus. They are not the only divine court in the world. So we cannot guarantee that other survivors who are supported by gods will choose to develop themselves like me. Mr. Fang, you also know that the development of the island is inseparable from manpower. If we don't expand outward, the population of our island will only be 400 or 500 people. As for other survivors who choose to expand, they will soon catch up with us. We only have a few hundred people, and there is no way to fight against a team of thousands of people.
Tang Sichuan shook his head and said to Fan Long.
Actually, I know what you mean. Mr. Fang, you think that when we expand externally, there will inevitably be casualties. But this is what we need to face. At least, we take the initiative and can control the situation well.
After hearing what Tang Sichuan said, Fan Long remained silent.
So, Sichuan, what are your plans?
Zhang Ji asked proactively when he saw that Fan Long was not talking.
My idea is to first talk to those who have friendly relations with us and see if they are willing to join us on Myron Island. Whether they are willing to join or not, the first thing we have to do is to show the strength of our island. After all, we now have the Mirror of Nephil, which has hidden the entire island in subspace.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said,
You want to show our strength to the outside world, which I don't object to. But I don't recommend directly recruiting some people we are not familiar with. After all, people's hearts are different. I know this, and I have thought about it. Our Myron Island will no longer accept a large number of survivors to land on the island unless necessary. After all, Zeus and I have repeatedly confirmed this belonging force. As long as the other party agrees to join,
his island will be within our sphere of influence. They will enjoy the same divine gifts as us. Wait, they can get the gift from God as long as they choose to join? So, don't they have to pay nothing?
Shen Qian asked immediately after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
Strictly speaking, yes, but we can add some conditions.
Tang Sichuan said to Shen Qian with a smile. Tang Sichuan did not object to others refuting his words. After all, some issues would only become clearer with more debate.
After all, if they join our force, we have the right to kick them out. Therefore, We can put forward the requirements we need when negotiating to join. This is actually the same as the previous franchisees. Except that if you want to join, you need to pay a fee first. But we don't need to. What we want is their future membership fees.
What do you mean? Shen Qian still didn't understand.
We recruit other survivors who have friendly relations with us to join us. We won't require them to pay anything at the beginning. But after they join, starting from the second week, they need to pay us 10% of the supplies every day. If they are unwilling, we can just tear up the agreement. But I think that after they have experienced the bonus of our temple, they will not be willing to lose this bonus.
Tang Xichuan said with a smile.
Why do I feel that this is a variant of the survival group?
Shen Qian said, touching his chin.
You can understand it this way.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded.
Could it be that? Sichuan, you just want to collect some dues?
Yu Min also asked from the side.
How is that possible?
Tang Xiaochuan smiled slightly, and then said,
this is just an appetizer. What I actually value is the teleportation array. Teleportation array? What is this?
Yu Min asked.
Actually, it's a special skill given by the temple. We can build a teleportation array and then teleport to any place within the sphere of influence. Wait a minute. The teleportation array can be teleported to any place within the sphere of influence? Doesn't that mean that others can also come to our island through the teleportation array?
Shen Qian asked immediately.
If that's the case, then you underestimate this teleportation array too much. You have to know that this teleportation array was created by the god Hermes. We can propose modifications to Hermes. Anyone who wants to use the teleportation array can when the formation enters another island. It must obtain the consent of the owner of the other island before it can be teleported. Of course, the residents of Myron Island, as the main body, are not included in this.
Tang Xichuan said this with a smile. Chapter 263 Prepare for a Rainy Day. After hearing Tang Xiaochuan's explanation, everyone present thought for a moment before agreeing with what Tang Xichuan said.
I think Ogawa is right. We really cannot rest on our current achievements and be complacent. We are now in a competitive environment. If we don't work hard, we will be surpassed sooner or later.
Zhang Ji nodded and expressed himself views.
That's right. If you don't advance, you will retreat.
Fong Long nodded and expressed that he agreed with Tang Xichuan's opinion. After all, there is an old saying among flower growers, a dead Taoist friend will never die a poor Taoist. Since everyone is in a competitive environment, you can't be alone. Since you have to compete with others no matter what, why can't you be the leader? After all, it's not like I don't have that ability. Tang Xichuan saw that everyone agreed with his opinion, and he nodded with satisfaction.
Sichuan, where do you plan to place your first target?
Zhang Ji suddenly asked.
This is what I think. Although we can control whether others can teleport to our island, in order to prevent other survivors from secretly teleporting to Chinsang, I think we should set up a false teleportation island. That is to say, set a location that is very close to us, but not our main island, as a transfer station. In this way, even if someone harbors evil intentions and spreads to the island, we will have enough time to respond. As for the teleportation from the island to the main island, we only need to designate specific people to teleport, and we can eliminate the vast majority of people with ulterior motives. Then do you have any goals? Or are you planning to build a new island yourself?
Zhang Ji asked. I think it is better to annex other survivor islands directly. If we build a new one ourselves, we will need too many supplies.
Tang Xichuan shook his head.
Do you have a target? Who is it?
Zhang Ji frowned and asked immediately after hearing Tang Xichuan's words.
Brother Zhang, do you remember the survivor I talked about before? His island is less than 200 kilometers away from us, and it happens to be within the coverage of the temple's characteristics. This distance is close. It is still within the coverage area, and the island area does not matter for small targets. It is just right,
Tang Xichuan said with a smile.
You mean Nanshan?
Zhang Ji asked.
Yes.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded.
I remember that brother you had contact with Nanshan. What do you think of Nanshan?
Zhang Ji asked.
Nanshan? What should I say about this person? Apart from the comparison, he is actually a pretty good person.
Yu Min thought for a while, and then said,
Nanshan. I also broke up with him 2 or 3 times, and I feel that he still has a good impression of us.
But this person's personality is quite out of the box. It doesn't matter if your personality is different, as long as your character is good enough.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while.
How do I talk about his character? I have only been in contact with him 2 or 3 times. I can't see the deeper things, but on the surface, I still feel good.
Yu Min thought for a while and said to Tang Xichuan,
Then give it a try. Get in touch with him first. If he is willing to hand over ownership of the island, then we will admit him to the island.
Tang Xichuan thought for a while, and then said slowly,
What if he doesn't want to?
Yu Min asked.
Whether he agrees or not, his island must be under our jurisdiction. After all, with his island here, we can confidently and boldly promote our island to the outside world.
Tang Xichuan said to everyone with a frosty look on his face. Everyone heard what Tang Xichuan said and understood what he meant. Although Tang Xichuan did not say it clearly, his meaning was very clear. Regardless of whether Nanshan agreed or not, he must occupy his island. If you agree, H low. My H low. Everyone. If you disagree, you can only say sorry.
Okay. Let me communicate with him about this matter. After all, I spend more time communicating with him and can have a good chat.
Yu Min thought for a while and said to Tang Xichuan,
Okay. I'll leave this matter to brother Yu.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded.
Sichuan, I remember you said that space crystals are needed to build a teleportation array. Right?
Zhang Ji suddenly thought about the crystals and asked immediately.
Yes. Space crystals are needed. And the crystals have not yet been obtained. But this does not affect our early preparations.
Tang Xichuan knew what Zhang Ji meant. But from Tang Xichuan's point of view, he has a system. According to the nature of the system, he will be given whatever he lacks. It is estimated that he will get the space crystal soon. He didn't want to find a place to set up a teleportation array after he got the crystal. Therefore, now Tang Xichuan feels that what he should do is to first confirm the location where the teleportation array will be set up. As far as the current situation is concerned, the island in Nanshan is the best place to set up the first teleportation array.
It's good to be prepared for a rainy day. I agree with Sichuan.
Fang Long, who had been silent for a long time, suddenly spoke up.
Since Mr. Fan also agrees, then I have no objection.
Zhang Ji saw that the respected Fan Long also agreed with Tang Xichuan's opinion, and he had no reason to object. After all, in his opinion, it is better to be the first to determine the location to set up the teleportation array than to have the crystal but no location.
Since everyone agrees, let's do it.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded, then turned his gaze to Yu Min aside.
Brother Yu, I'll leave the matter to you to discuss with Nanshan.
Okay.
I will discuss it with him as soon as possible.
After Tang Xichuan saw that everyone had no objections, he asked everyone to rest first. After everyone left, Tang Xichuan also returned to his room. During this period of time, Tang Xichuan didn't get much rest. After all, he had been away from the island for a week, and there were too many things that required him to make decisions.
Tang Xichuan's dream is to be a hands-off shopkeeper. But in reality, there is no way for him to realize it. Many things require him to operate. Therefore, in the past 2 days, in addition to going to Zeus and others to communicate, he spent a lot of time in his room to determine the evolution of the island. By the time Tang Xichuan had finished dealing with all the pressing matters, it was already past 2 o'clock in the middle of the month. He stood up, stretched, and then hid his waist with his hands before lying down on his bed. There was no words all night, and when Tang Xichuan opened his eyes again, the sunshine outside the window was particularly bright. Tang Xichuan looked at the height of the sun outside, estimated the approximate time, and found that it was almost noon.
Get up!
Tang Xichuan turned over and sat up.
Go take a shower first. Change your clothes. And then sign in. I hope I can sign into the space crystal smoothly today.
After Tang Xichuan learned that space crystals were needed to build the teleportation array, he had been praying that he could sign for the space crystals. But he did not get them for 3 consecutive days. Therefore, today Tang Xichuan plans to take a shower and change clothes first, and then sign in. Half an hour later, Tang Xichuan finished washing and returned to the bed. Then silently recited,
Sign in. Ding! You signed in successfully and got 2 space crystals.
Chapter 264 Leisure Life in Nanshan. On a small island 200 kilometers away from Myron Island, Nanshan was sitting on a rocking chair with a leisurely expression. Ever since he hugged Tang Xichuan's lap, he didn't have much pressure to survive. What he has to do every day now is to open the box and save the drawings he gets. Then go around your own island to see if any new materials have evolved on the island. In fact, Nanshan was not so leisurely at the beginning. After all, he had to look at the sea from time to time. When he saw a supply box coming, he had to fish it out immediately. However, since Yu Min brought the trading ship to Nanshan 3 days ago, he exchanged 3 accommodation drawings for a set of leather armor and iron spears. What made him feel lucky was that night he met two indigenous people who had lost their way and accidentally came to his island. The arrival of these two natives holding stone spears made Nanshan shout that he was lucky. Armed with iron spears and leather armor for protection, Nanshan attacked a wave of natives head-on without any hesitation. Just to defeat these two natives. From then on, Nanshan lived a life of opening his mouth when he put on his clothes and stretched out his hands for food. The supply boxes were fished out by the natives, and the food was baked by the natives. All he had to do every day was to open the boxes morning and night, and then go around the island. On this day, Nanshan, who was lying on a chair, suddenly discovered that a black spot appeared from the west of his island and was heading towards him quickly.
Master, it's hard to come. It seems like something is coming towards us.
A native, who was captured by Nanshan, ran over in a hurry and said to Nanshan,
I've seen it.
Nanshan rolled his eyes as he looked at the natives who reported to him diligently. He knew very well why this native came so diligently to report to him, because he said from the beginning that as long as he worked hard and guarded the island, he agreed to let them eat grilled fish. Of course, they need to take the time to fix this fish themselves. As for himself, he ate a small amount of imported green leafy vegetables. In the past, vegetables that were regarded as low-end have become rare delicacies in this world. After all, if a normal person does not eat vegetables for a long time, his body will lack vitamins, and he is very likely to suffer from sepsis. However, vegetables are rare items on Myron Island. It will take another week for everyone on Myron Island to eat vegetables, so there simply aren't many surplus vegetables to export. The reason why Nanshan can eat vegetables is because Nanshan can barely count as half of his own people. In addition, he is located due east of Myron Island and can serve as an early warning station for Myron Island. Taking this into consideration, Tang Sichuan specially approved it and asked Yumin to send some vegetables to Nanshan every time. And Nanshan, who had not eaten vegetables for more than a month, had already made up his mind to follow Tang Sichuan after eating vegetables for the first time. After all, he is not stupid. He knows very well that it is very rare to grow vegetables these days, and giving these precious vegetables to him is a sign of extreme trust in him. At this time, Nanshan saw that the black spot came from the west of his island. He calculated the time and felt that Yumin should be coming, but it was still too far away to confirm. So Nanshan kicked the native in the butt.
What are you doing standing around? Prepare your weapons.
Nanshan rolled his eyes at the native. He always felt that these natives were stupid.
Oh, yes, Master.
The native was kicked by Nanshan, but he was not angry. Instead, he ran directly to the cabin to get the weapon. After Nanshan took the iron gun handed over by the natives, he took out a telescope from his waist. Yes, another telescope. Although his first telescope was given to him in order to please Tang Sichuan. When he opened the box the next day, he was lucky enough to find another telescope. This time the telescope is binocular. Nanshan picked up the telescope, put it in front of his eyes, and then looked towards the black spot. It turned out that the black spot turned out to be a huge sailboat. This sailboat was not what Nanshan had seen before. Instead, it looked a bit like the sailboat he was on when he first met Tang Sichuan. However, the sailboats all looked the same, and there was no modern custom of writing ship numbers. So Nanshan just thought they looked like them, but couldn't be sure.
Be prepared and wait for my order later.
Nanshan thought for a while and felt that it was better to be prepared. If it's one of his own, it's okay. If it's an enemy, Nanshan can only hope that the three people on his side can scare the opponent away. Although, this possibility is so small that even he himself doesn't believe it. It doesn't look like there are just a few people who can drive a big ship like a sailboat. All Nanshan can do now is to determine whether the other party is an enemy. If it is an enemy, he needs to alert Tang Sichuan and the others in advance. Fortunately, after the sailboat got closer, Nanshan finally saw a blue and white ribbon on the mast of the sailboat. It was the signal flag that he and Yumin had agreed upon. As soon as he saw this ribbon, Nanshan breathed a sigh of relief. Although he didn't understand why Yumin was driving such a big sailboat instead of his small boat this time, he knew that he didn't have to worry about rushing into the street. Soon, Yumin drove the sailboat to the vicinity of Nanshan Island, then put down a small boat from the sailboat and rowed towards the island. Nanshan has already brought two natives to the shore and is waiting. Yumin jumped off the ship as it docked.
Ho ho! Why do you have two more people here?
Yumin asked Nanshan as soon as he jumped off the boat.
I am also lucky. Didn't I change my equipment with Brother Yu last time? I met the two of them that night,
Nanshan said with a smile. When Yu Min heard Nanshan's words, he immediately stopped smiling.
Meet him at night? Yeah. What's wrong? Brother, you? You didn't ask. How did they come? Which tribe do they belong to?
Yu Min asked with a frown. Yu Min knew that Tang Sichuan still attached great importance to population if he wanted to develop the island. The way to increase the population, besides absorbing survivors, is to conquer other indigenous tribes. So when Yu Min heard Nanshan say that these two indigenous people had attacked in the middle of the night, Yu Min's first reaction was that there was an indigenous tribe near Nanshan Island that had not yet been conquered. This is a complete surprise for Min or Myron Island. Each indigenous tribe is a labor force of hundreds for Myron Island. As long as he understands the origins of these two natives, he can lead the main force of Myron Island to directly raid the indigenous tribes and capture all these natives on Myron Island.
No, I didn't ask. What's wrong?
Nanshan was a little confused when he heard Yu Min's words. He didn't know why Yu Min asked him if he knew the origin of this native. Chapter 265 Boss.
I do. Brother Nanshan, let me tell you the truth. A large part of the reason why our island can develop so fast is because we have enough manpower on the island. Then where do you think these people come from?
Yu Min said to Nanshan with a smile, not treating Nanshan as an outsider at all. Nanshan was not stupid. When he heard what Yu Min said, he immediately thought that the main labor force on their island was probably from these indigenous people.
Brother, what do you mean? You want to break into the lair of these natives?
Nanshan asked with some uncertainty. Yu Min didn't answer, just nodded.
I'll go. Is it true? Are you capable of attacking an indigenous tribe now?
Nanshan shouted in surprise when he saw Yu Min nodding. He himself had encountered indigenous people, even though there were only two of them, even though they all had simple weapons, even though he himself was fully armed. However, it took a lot of effort for him to conquer these two men. But now, Yu Min told him that they could directly attack an indigenous tribe on their island. This had to surprise Nanshan.
This is all normal operation. Don't be alarmed by the effect.
Yu Min smiled, and then said,
You'd better ask these two indigenous people. And it's best to ask where their tribes are. In this way, we can harvest a lot of labor again. When the time comes, our two families will have one half per person. This.
Nanshan suddenly seemed at a loss when he heard Yu Min's words.
Brother, if these natives are half a person, my small island can't support them. If there are too many people, there won't be enough food. Maybe these natives will rebel.
Nanshan showed a helpless smile. This feeling is like there is a golden mountain in front of one's eyes, but one has no hands to hold it. He clearly knew that the island could not develop quickly without the help of these indigenous people. But he did not have enough food to feed these indigenous people. Hearing Nanshan's words, Yu Min's face suddenly showed a smile.
What you said makes sense. In this ghost world, it is very difficult for a person to survive on an island. If there is any danger, no one will come to rescue him. For example, you were attacked by the indigenous people last night. Fortunately, there were only two indigenous people. If there were one or two more people, I'm afraid you would also be in danger. Hey, who says it's not the case? There is no justice in this world.
Nanshan sighed, expressing his helplessness.
Brother Nanshan, let me tell you something that shouldn't be said. Haven't you ever thought about taking refuge on a big island?
Yu Min looked at Nanshan, who was a little disappointed, and said his ultimate purpose of coming to Nanshan Island this time.
Brother, with my little strength, if I want to join others, I'm afraid those big guys won't look down on me.
Nanshan gave a wry smile.
Brother Nanshan, what you say is a bit belittling.
Yu Min looked at Nanshan and said with a smile,
Whether it is useful or not, this is not decided by you, but by the people who want to accept you. Although you are relatively weak, I have to say that the location of your island is very good.
Yu Min, he said to Nanshan with a smile. He felt that his words were so obvious that Nanshan could not possibly not know what he meant. As expected, Nanshan's eyes suddenly lit up when he heard Yu Min's words.
Brother, do you mean that the boss has taken a liking to my island?
Nanshan asked with a look of joy on his face.
I really like the location of your island. The location of your island is right near our island. And now for some reasons, we need to develop an affiliated island. If you are willing, I can tell Sichuan for you and let you live on our main island.
Yu Min smiled and said to Nanshan,
As for this island, leave it to us. Of course, if you don't want to, you can continue to stay on this island, and I will find another place to stay.
Yu Min said with a smile.
No, brother, you also said that my island is the most suitable. So why are you going to visit? Just choose my island and that's it.
Nan Shan was not willing to give up the opportunity to land on the island. After all, every time Yumin shipped vegetables, he knew that there must be a lot of planting land on their island. The foundation for farming has already been established. This shows that, firstly, there is no shortage of food on Tang Sichuan's island. And secondly, there is absolutely plenty of food. Third, there are many people on Tang Sichuan's island, which makes him feel safe. With these three reasons in mind, Nan Shan didn't want to miss this opportunity to go to the island. Although he is the master on his own island and can do whatever he wants, this freedom is based on extreme insecurity. If there is a choice, Nan Shan still wants to take the initiative. All is well. Your own life is the best. For his own life, Nan Shan felt that it was safest to go to Tang Sichuan's island.
Brother Nan Shan, you have to think carefully. If you go to Sichuan's island, it will not be easy to get out. After all, we have obtained this island, but we need to invest in material construction. When the things are built, if you regret it, you won't have anywhere to go.
Yumin pretended to persuade.
Brother I understand all the rules. Don't worry.
Nan Shan immediately said to Yumin without any hesitation.
Okay, you can contact Sichuan on the island soon. He is still waiting for your reply.
Yumin said to Nan Shan with a smile.
The boss is waiting for me.
Nan Shan was stunned when he heard Yumin's words.
Yes. After all, your place is the most important part. If you don't agree, we will have to spend a lot of effort to find a new island. However, there is one thing I have to tell you first. After arriving on the island, everyone will need to work. We can't lie down all day like now.
Yumin pointed to the rocking chair not far away with a smile. Hearing Yumin's words, Nan Shan scratched his head in embarrassment, and then said to Yumin,
Brother don't worry. I understand all this. When the time comes to go to the island, I will work hard. That's okay. You should contact Sichuan first.
Yumin said to Nan Shan with a smile.
Okay. Brother please wait for me for a while.
Nan Shan said, and ran towards his island stone. Soon, Nan Shan ran to his island stone and directly sent a private message request to Tang Sichuan. Tang Sichuan had been waiting for Nan Shan's reply by the island stone. So when Nan Shan sent the request, he immediately answered the call.
Boss, brother tell me everything.
After Nan Shan was connected, he immediately said to Tang Sichuan,
Have you already said it? Then what is your answer?
Tang Sichuan heard Nan Shan's words and immediately smiled at him and said,
Boss, do you still need to consider this? Of course, I am willing to come to your side. Very good. From now on, you will be one of our own. I don't think you will change your decision.
When Tang Sichuan heard Nan Shan's reply, a smile suddenly appeared on his face. Chapter 266 Nan Shan is on the island.
Brother how long will it take for us to arrive at Myron Island?
Nan Shan asked Yumin beside him with some excitement.
What? Are you anxious?
Yumin said with a smile.
That's a little bit.
Nan Shan nodded and returned with some embarrassment.
Don't worry. We're already here.
Yumin said to Nan Shan with a smile.
Already arrived? Why didn't I see the island?
Nan Shan asked with a strange look on his face.
You'll see it soon.
Yumin smiled at Nan Shan, and then he took out a slate from his arms.
The reason why you don't see the island now is because Myron Island exists in subspace. Second space? What is this?
Nan Shan was a little confused when he heard Yumin say that the island was in the subspace.
This thing is actually an artifact that can allow the entire island to enter the subspace. In this way, the security of the island can be greatly enhanced, as long as others have no way of entering subspace. Our Myron Island is absolutely safe. Brother how do we enter the subspace?
Nan Shan was a little confused when he heard Yumin talking about artifacts in subspace.
Of course we use the token.
After saying that, Yumin handed him the stone token in his hand.
This is the token used by those of us who go out to enter and exit the subspace. Without this token, there is no way for us to enter the subspace. Brother how do you use this thing?
Nan Shan took the token and looked at it left and right. But he just thought it was a very ordinary slate.
Just use it like this.
Yumin took the token, walked directly to the bow of the ship, and stretched it out towards the sea ahead. Suddenly, a faint glow emitted from the stone slab, and then a thick fog appeared directly in front of the sailboat. Nan Shan was stunned when he looked at the sudden thick fog. The other natives on the ship are already used to it.
When you get to the island, you will find that there are actually very few things we have explored yet. There are many things on the island that will surprise you. I hope you can adapt as soon as possible.
Yu Min looked at Nanshan's dull expression and replied she turned to him and said something.
There are many more,
Nanshan repeated. Yu Min did not answer Nanshan, but just waved to the surrounding islanders and asked them to continue driving. Soon, the sailboat slowly sailed into the thick fog. After entering the thick fog, Nanshan felt something was wrong. He had just roughly estimated the scope of the thick fog outside the thick fog. According to his understanding, the thick fog could at most cover the entire warship. But now, Nanshan felt that the warship had entered the thick fog for several minutes. But it still had not sailed out of the thick fog. Although Nanshan had many doubts in his heart, he still resisted asking questions. The sailboat drove in the thick fog for about 10 minutes before Nanshan suddenly felt his eyes light up, and the sailboat sailed out of the area covered by the thick fog. As soon as the sailboat sailed out of the thick fog, Nanshan saw a huge island appearing in front of him.
This? So big?
Nanshan was stunned as he looked at the island that looked like a piece of land. The circle was more than 10 meters high, like a city wall, surrounding the entire island. But there is a gap more than 100 meters wide in such a mountain.
Brother Nanshan, that is the only entrance to the entire island that can be accessed normally. And it is also the only port on the island.
Yu Min walked over from behind Nanshan and patted him on the shoulder.
No, brother Yu. How big is this island? It's not that big. It's only 5.2 square kilometers,
Yu Min said with a smile.
5.5 square kilometers? How did this boss do it?
Nanshan was frightened and speechless when he heard Yu Min's words.
You have to ask Sichuan about this. But it can be said that these areas were all created by his own hard work. We are just following him to provide him with logistical support. Boss is so powerful?
Nanshan was filled with admiration after hearing Yu Min's introduction.
Okay, you can have a good chat with Sichuan later. Look, he is already waiting for you at the pier.
Yu Min pointed to the pier not far away. When Nanshan heard Yu Min's words, he immediately turned his head and looked towards the dock. As a result, he actually saw a man standing at the dock with several subordinates. When the sailboat docked safely, Yu Min patted Nanshan on the shoulder.
Let's go down and meet Sichuan. Okay, brother Yu.
After hearing this, Nanshan nodded immediately and followed Yu Min out of the sailboat.
Long time no see. Nanshan,
Tang Sichuan said low to Nanshan as he watched him get off the boat.
Boss, you are so powerful. You can conquer such a big island by yourself.
When Nanshan saw Tang Sichuan, the first thing he said was to express his admiration for him.
No. This is the result of the brothers' joint efforts. I can't do this alone.
Tang Sichuan smiled and shook his head.
Let's go. Let's go to the villa first. Have lunch. And then arrange accommodation for you.
Tang Sichuan patted Nanshan on the shoulder and then led him towards his villa.
However, you must be mentally prepared. There are many people on this island, so there is no way to arrange a separate room for you. I can only force you to live in a dormitory first. Group dormitory?
Nanshan was stunned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words. And then he thought of his university dormitory.
Ha. You are thinking wrong. It is not the kind of dormitory you are thinking of, but the kind of high-end apartment-style dormitory with air conditioning.
Tang Sichuan said to Nanshan with a smile.
Air conditioning? Boss, is there electricity on your island?
Nanshan shouted in surprise when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Yes, there is currently a multifunctional power plant on the island, which can currently meet the electricity consumption on the island. As for the island's electricity consumption in the future, I will find a way. Boss is awesome. I guess he is the only one with electricity on this island,
Nanshan said with admiration.
That's not necessarily true. You have to know that there are still many capable people in this world.
Tang Sichuan patted Nanshan on the shoulder and then continued to lead Nanshan from the front. As Tang Sichuan walked, he introduced everything on the island to Nanshan.
This is the Central Island, which is the island where the islanders live. To the east is the Industrial Island, and there are mainly workshops and the like, all concentrated on the East Island. The West Island is a livestock island, mainly used for grazing. As for the South Island, it is the top priority of our entire island and is the main grain-producing island. In addition, our island is blessed by gods, so our average food production is enough to meet the daily consumption of all the people on our island. As for vegetables, it is estimated that freedom will be achieved next week. Oh, by the way, one more thing. Don't mess with those sirens in Central Lake. They don't have a very good temper.
After saying this, Tang Sichuan showed a smile. Chapter 267 Multifunctional Nanshan.
First of all, let us welcome our new partner Nanshan to our team.
Tang Sichuan sat at the main seat in the living room, holding up a Coke, and said to everyone present. When everyone heard Tang Sichuan's words, they immediately applauded, and even the youngest one was babbling to express her emotions. Nanshan, on the other hand, seemed not used to such a scene and felt a bit embarrassed.
Brother Nanshan, you don't have to be like this. From now on we are all a family, and we can talk about whatever we have to say.
Yu Min is the most familiar with Nanshan. When he saw Nanshan like this, he immediately comforted him.
That's right. We will all be a family from now on.
Zhang Ji also said to Nanshan with a smile.
I'm quite introverted and don't know how to talk. I hope everyone can remind me if I do something bad in the future.
Seeing everyone looking at him, Nanshan also felt that he should say a few words.
It's okay. By the way, Nanshan, what did you do before? What are your specialties?
Tang Sichuan asked Nanshan with a smile.
Specialty?
Nanshan was stunned when he heard Tang Sichuan's words, and then said a little embarrassedly,
Is staying at home considered a specialty? Shaijia?
Everyone was stunned when they heard Nanshan's words.
I used to be an online writer, so I prefer to stay at home.
Nanshan touched the back of his head and said sheepishly,
Internet writer? Isn't that the one who writes novels?
Shen Qian said immediately after hearing Nanshan's words.
Well, that's right.
Nanshan said awkwardly.
It's good to write books. I always think those who write novels are amazing. People who don't have a big brain really can't write. By the way, Nanshan, which category did you write before? Calendar. History. History? The best type of street fight.
Shen Qian smacked his lips, and then said,
I remember when I was chasing a book before. I met a dead fighter called Chili Scrambled Eggs. More than 1,000,000 words. Only a few dozen words. I don't know how that guy persisted. By the way, Nanshan, what books have you written? Maybe I have read your masterpiece.
Shen Qian asked Nanshan with a smile.
That. You probably haven't read my book. Impossible. I've been a boss for 10 years and have read countless books. Even if I haven't read it, I must have heard it. Just tell me about it.
Shen Qian seemed to really like reading novels, so he kept asking. Nanshan. Tang Sichuan felt that this was a good opportunity for Nanshan to quickly integrate into his team, so he did not interrupt Shen Qian's questioning.
Okay, but if I say it, don't laugh at me. It's okay. We are all a family. What a joke.
Shen Qian said to Nanshan with a smile.
My book is called
The Little Xiangdong of the Ming Dynasty. After Nanshan finished speaking, he felt a burning sensation on his face.
Little Prince of the Ming Dynasty? Why does this book feel so familiar to me?
Shen Qian touched his chin after hearing Nanshan's words.
I'm going. I remembered. It's you. You damn eunuch. I gave you my investment because I lost money. You give me back my investment points.
Shen Qian suddenly stood up and shouted at Nanshan.
That, I didn't mean it.
Nanshan suddenly seemed a little nervous when he heard Shen Qian's words.
Okay, Shen Qian, please stop teasing Nanshan.
To say that there is no better son than a father. Fan Long, as Shen Qian's teacher, can be regarded as half of his father. So Fan Long knew Shen Qian's character very well. He knew that what Shen Qian said was mostly to tease Nanshan. But Nanshan didn't know. When he heard Shen Qian's words, his face suddenly felt hot.
Ha! Brother Nanshan, I'm just teasing you.
When Shen Qian heard Fan Long's words, he knew that his joke was a bit too much.
By the way, Brother Nanshan, why didn't you write it later? I think your book was pretty good. It's not that I don't want to write. It's because I have something to do at home, so I can't finish it.
Nanshan shook his head and said to Shen Qian.
To be honest, I admire you who write historical articles.
Shen Qian touched his chin and then said,
Didn't I just tell you that the guy who wrote Egg Fried Chili is worth millions per computer and is still writing? I've chatted with him several times and found that he has a pretty large reserve of knowledge. Oh, by the way, Brother Nanshan, are all of you who write history like this?
Shen Qian asked.
Absolutely. Many times we do have to check a lot of information. For example, we need to check the ministers of each dynasty and the list of important events, and including some major events in history. You must be familiar with them. So even though we only have 2,000 words to write one chapter, the information behind it that needs to be checked is not a tiny bit. For example, when I write this novel, I need to research the life of the emperor at that time and the people's livelihood in his era. Many times, these materials are not complete, and I have to go to the library to read the history of the Ming dynasty. I remember a passage describing ancient brewing techniques. In order to experience their work processes, I built a simple distiller in the yard of my hometown to make wine. In order to verify whether ancient craftsmanship can produce high-carbon steel, I went to the blacksmith shop at the entrance of the village to forge iron for 3 months.
When Nanshan talked about the novel, he immediately got rid of his shy side. Talk about being organized.
Wait a minute. You said you built a distiller for making wine yourself. And you know how to forge iron?
Tang Xiuchuan heard this and immediately interrupted Nanshan.
Yes, that's right. What's wrong?
Nanshan was interrupted by Tang Xiuchuan and suddenly became a little nervous.
What a talent!
Before Tang Xiuchuan could speak, Zhang Ji couldn't help but said to Nanshan,
What's wrong?
When Nanshan heard Zhang Ji's words, he was a little confused about the situation.
Brother Nanshan, what else do you want?
Tang Xiuchuan did not answer Nanshan's words, but asked further.
Me? I have made wine myself, forged iron, and then learned some simple Chinese medicine from the old Chinese medicine doctor in the village.
Nanshan thought for a while and said,
There is also farming. I can do this. After all, I am a villager, so I can do this. I have studied famous battles in ancient times, watched Sun Tzu's Art of War, 36 strategies, and other commonly used weapons in ancient times, and I have also tried to build them. Oh, by the way, I have also watched Zhou, Bagua, and so on for a while. Did a little research.
Nanshan explained what he knew in detail. Tang Xiuchuan and others listened to Nanshan's words with gradually surprised expressions, especially Shen Qian. When he heard Nanshan's words, his mouth opened wider and wider. Finally, his mouth was open enough that he could stuff an apple.
Ah! I'm falling!
Shen Qian finally screamed with pain on his face.
I'll go! What's going on? Are you so shocked that your jaw dropped?
Tang Xiuchuan looked at Shen Qian and was about to cry in pain, and suddenly wanted to laugh.
Leave it! I'll do it!
Nanshan saw Shen Qian thinking about it with a look of pain on his face, and he knew that Shen Qian probably had a dislocated jaw. Nanshan shouted, then quickly stepped forward, grabbed Shen Qian's chin, and then lifted it up hard.
Brother Nanshan, my savior!
Shen Qian's chin was taken back by Nanshan, and he immediately said to Nanshan,
This is nothing. It's all trivial. But you better not use force or open your jaw too much recently.
Nanshan scratched the back of his head as usual and said to Shen Qian. Tang Xiuchuan looked at Nanshan's hand and had only one thought in his mind. I found a treasure this time. Nanshan is really versatile. Chapter 268 Crescent Tribe.
Brother Nanshan, you are really well informed.
Tang Xiuchuan couldn't help but sighed when he saw that Nanshan had directly cured Shen Qian's dislocated jaw.
Hey, there is nothing we can do about it.
Nanshan shook his head, and then said,
Today's readers are too difficult to serve. When you write history, if there is even the slightest deviation, they will criticize you. If I had that ability, I wouldn't write novels. I would just write official history. However, I have been criticized a lot, so I can only do my best to restore some things and then write them out.
Nanshan shook his head with a wry smile.
That is also a kind of wealth.
Tang Xiuchuan patted Nanshan on the shoulder and said,
If it weren't for these readers, you wouldn't be able to master so many skills. That's true.
Nanshan couldn't help but nodded when he heard Tang Xiuchuan's words.
I was still thinking about your future work arrangements before. But now, I think you can choose freely.
Tang Xiuchuan thought for a while and said to Nanshan,
Currently, the blacksmith workshop has been built, but no one knows how to use it. As for medical treatment, except for the high priest of the temple, no one else on the island understands this. As for farming, I think Mr. Fong is better than you, but it also depends on your wishes and which one you want to choose.
Tang Xiuchuan thought for a while and said to Nanshan, After all, if Nanshan didn't have such skills as him, Tang Xiuchuan would most likely arrange for Nanshan to learn farming with Mr. Fong. However, now it is obvious that it is better for Nanshan to be a Chinese medicine doctor or a blacksmith than to farm. When Nanshan heard what Tang Xiuchuan said, he thought for a while and then said,
Actually, I can do both. Can we do them all? Can you separate yourself?
Tang Xiuchuan frowned when he heard Nanshan's words.
It shouldn't be a big problem. After all, there are only about 500 people on this island at best. It's impossible for these people to be sick all the time. So, I can sit directly in the blacksmith shop for consultation. If you need it, you can come to the blacksmith shop to see me directly. And I can also do blacksmithing and other things. There is no conflict between these two things. I usually do blacksmithing. When I get tired of blacksmithing, I go to the woods to see if I can collect some medicine or something. In this way, there will be no delay in either aspect.
When Tang Xichuan heard Nanshan's words, he just thought about it for a moment, nodded, and then said to Nanshan,
"What you said makes sense. When the time comes, I will assign 2 smarter islanders to you and let them help you.
Let's get started and learn some skills along the way."
Okay. Nanshan nodded without thinking after hearing Tang Xichuan's words.
Then let's talk about another thing. Nanshan, you told Brother Yu before that there are 2 indigenous people on your island?
Tang Xiuchuan asked. Yes. Nanshan immediately stopped smiling when he saw Tang Xiuchuan talking about the indigenous people. He had heard you men talk about the situation on Myron Island before. And after he went to the island, he discovered that the reason why Myron Island could develop so fast was inseparable from the help of these indigenous islanders. He also understood what a new, unconquered indigenous tribe meant for the development of the island.
Brother Yu has told me before. And I also asked the 2 indigenous people. I know the location of their tribe.
Nanshan said to Tang Xichuan.
Oh, really? Where are they?
Tang Xichuan spread out the navigation chart and asked Nanshan.
Their tribe is just north of my island. About a 3-day voyage.
Nanshan said.
Oh, by the way, their boat took 3 days. Brother Yu said that their boat can travel up to 20 kilometers per hour. 20 kilometers? 3 days?
Tang Xiaochuan muttered and repeated.
That's 1,440 kilometers due north of him. According to the Pythagorean theorem, the distance between the indigenous tribes and us should be about 1,453 kilometers.
Zhang Ji immediately said to Tang Xiuchuan.
1,453 kilometers? In other words, it only takes 7 or 8 hours.
Tang Xiuchuan touched his chin and then asked Nanshan.
Did you ask anything else from them? For example, how many people are there in their tribe?
How many young people are there? And why do they choose to go to sea? Asked.
When Nanshan heard Tang Xiuchuan's words, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
Looking at your expression, it seems that the news is not good.
Tang Xiuchuan noticed Nanshan's expression and asked immediately.
It's a bit bad.
Nanshan nodded.
They are from a tribe in Crescent Moon. Originally, there were more than 500 people in the tribe. But starting a few months ago, supplies started dwindling on their islands. This means that the supplies on their islands cannot feed the entire tribe. The tribe leader has no choice but to send the tribe's warriors out to sea to find new islands to settle on. As a result, the Crescent tribe sent out more than 100 people intermittently. And none of these people came back. Most of the more than 400 people saved on the island starved to death. Those 2 indigenous people were the last group of young people to set off on the island. If they did not find a suitable island, then the 200 people saved by the Crescent tribe with those who come will have no choice but to starve to death on the island. Is there such a thing?
After hearing Nanshan's words, Tang Xiuchuan touched his chin, which was a bit prickly. When everyone saw Tang Xiuchuan thinking, no one bothered him. It wasn't until a few minutes later that Tang Xiuchuan raised his head, looked at Nanshan and asked,
Are you sure there are only about 200 people left in their tribe? And they are all young and old? I only heard what the 2 natives said. But judging from their expressions, it shouldn't be wrong.
Nanshan thought for a while, and said to Tang Xiuchuan,
In this case, do you think we should occupy that tribe?
Tang Xiuchuan looked at everyone and asked the question again.
Xiuchuan, I think if conditions permit, we can occupy that tribe. After all, there are still more than 200 people.
Fan Long thought for a while, and said to Tang Xiuchuan,
Yes, I agree.
Zhang Ji also nodded, and then said,
Although those 200 people are young and old, it is still okay to let them do some simple tasks. Moreover, after we occupy their island, we can further expand the area of our island.
Zhang Ji immediately added after Fan Long finished speaking.
Yes, I also agree with Brother Zhang and teacher's opinions.
Shen Qian also raised his hand and said,
Okay, since everyone agrees, I will set off tomorrow to the Crescent tribe and bring them all back.
Tang Xiaochuan concluded.
Wait, I have a different opinion.
Zhang Ji immediately objected after Tang Xiuchuan finished speaking.
What's wrong? Brother Zhang?
This was the first time Tang Xiuchuan saw Zhang Ji object to his opinion.
This time, let me go. I have arrived on the island and my body is almost exhausted. This time we go to the Crescent tribe. There won't be many changes there. Let's discuss it, and let me go this time.
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xichuan with a smile on his face. Chapter 269 Deserted Island.
Are you going?
Tang Xichuan was stunned when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
Yes.
Zhang Ji nodded.
No. Brother Zhang. Can you go?
Tang Xichuan looked at Zhang Ji and said with some disbelief.
What do you mean it can be done? It must be done.
Zhang Ji said with some dissatisfaction when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
No. Brother Zhang. Don't get me wrong. What I mean is that going out to fight with people and occupying islands is a technical job. I know you have been a soldier and been on the battlefield. But in this era, our equipment is different from the equipment you are familiar with. Are you sure you can do it?
Tang Xichuan expressed his worries.
Don't worry. It'll be okay. Although the equipment of these things is different. To put it bluntly, the principles are the same. If you are poor, you can use tactics to intersect. If you are rich, you can use firepower to cover it. When it comes to fighting, to put it bluntly, you know everything about it.
Zhang Ji said with a smile.
And, have you ever thought about the future? In the future?
Tang Xichuan was stunned when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
Yes, in the future.
Zhang Ji nodded, and then said to Tang Xichuan,
Now we only need to face the indigenous people. It can be said that these indigenous people are at a disadvantage in terms of weapons and equipment and combat literacy. To put it bluntly, these natives are here to gain experience. If you don't go up to gain experience at this time, what are you waiting for? If we don't take the initiative, other survivors will take the initiative. When the time comes, if we have a conflict with other survivors, and the other survivors are experienced in many battles, and we are just flowers in the greenhouse, then we will have no choice but to wait for death. Don't say that you are there for everything. You have to know that there is an end to all human beings, and you alone cannot fight against all the survivors. So, the best way is to let us people grow up as quickly as possible. Only in this way can we maintain our advantageous position for a long time.
Zhang Ji said to Tang Xichuan earnestly. When Tang Xichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he thought for a moment and then made up his mind. He knew that what Zhang Ji said actually made sense. After all, the main theme of this world was survival, and he can indeed protect them for a while. But if something happens to him, Zhang Ji and the others will have no power to resist at all. This is not what Tang Xichuan expected. After all, the people on the island are now his close relatives and friends. Therefore, in principle, Tang Xichuan supports Zhang Ji and others in taking the initiative to go out. But the problem is that this world is mixed with so-called gods. In case the Crescent tribe also has that kind of so-called god, then Zhang Ji and the others will go there just to deliver food.
By the way, don't I still have the Ring of the Sun God? I can give this to Zhang Ji to save his life.
Tang Xichuan suddenly thought that he still had 2 rings.
Okay, Brother Zhang. You can go if you want, but you have to take this with you and let Maka and the others follow you.
When Zhang Ji heard that Tang Xichuan agreed to take people out to sea this time, his old face was suddenly filled with smiles.
Okay, as long as you let me go, let alone the ring, I will even wear the collar.
Zhang Ji smiled and nodded, then took the ring from Tang Xichuan's mobile phone.
What's the use of this ring?
Zhang Ji didn't have a system, so he couldn't check the information anytime and anywhere.
This ring is called the Ring of the Sun God. It can shoot fireballs in its normal state. It can transform into its abnormal state. Transformation? Ultraman?
Zhang Ji was stunned when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
What the L is Ultraman. He transforms into a sun god and can have the strength of a demigod.
Tang Xichuan said with an awkward smile.
Demigod?
Zhang Ji was stunned. He really didn't expect that Tang Xichuan had such a prop.
Yes, but this only has a time limit of half an hour. So this thing can only be used when you are in danger. I understand. But if you give me this thing, what will you do?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xichuan and asked.
I'm fine. Besides, there is more than one demigod on our island.
Tang Xichuan said with a smile.
If you don't tell me, I have forgotten that the group of sirens on our island are all demigods. Yes, but they can only have such strength in this space.
Tang Xichuan said with a wry smile.
Okay, I'll take this thing first, and I'll go get ready and set off early tomorrow morning.
Zhang Ji smiled and said to Tang Xichuan.
Okay, Brother Zhang, please go to bed early.
Seeing that Zhang Ji and Tang Xichuan had already agreed, everyone stood up and walked towards their bedroom. Early the next morning, as the sun had just risen, Zhang Ji took Maka and more than 40 people on board the flyer. Following Zhang Ji's order, the flyer directly raised its sails and sailed towards the distance. The total distance between Myron Island and Crescent Tribe is more than 1,400 kilometers, which takes about 7 hours. In Zhang Ji's words, go in the morning, arrive at noon, go to the island for dinner in the evening, and go home tomorrow morning. Zhang Ji stood on the bow of the ship, watching the huge flyer riding the wind and waves, and suddenly felt a sense of heroism in his heart.
This feels so good.
Zhang Ji had a thought in his mind at this time. He regretted that he did not choose the Navy when he joined the Army. If he had known that being a Navy would be so enjoyable, he would have chosen to be a Navy a long time ago. The sea is endless as far as the eye can see. It's so refreshing. And my mind is much broader. Zhang Ji watched for a while, and found a chair and a fishing rod from nowhere.
Sir, you can't catch fish with such a fast boat speed.
Maka watched Zhang Ji preparing to fish, and came over from behind and said to him,
It's okay. I just want to experience this feeling. It doesn't matter whether I can catch a fish or not.
Zhang Ji heard Maka's words, and said to Zhang Ji with a smile,
Okay then.
Maka was speechless when she heard Zhang Ji's words. However, since Zhang Ji has such interest, he shouldn't disturb him, and let him be happy. 7 hours passed quickly as Zhang Ji experienced the fun of sea fishing. When he put away his fishing rod, the flyer also began to slow down. When Zhang Ji returned to the bow of the ship, he saw an island full of yellow appearing in the distance. Zhang Ji looked at the yellow island and frowned deeply. After the flyer stopped, Zhang Ji raised his telescope and looked at the island. I saw that the entire island turned yellow and was filled with sand. When the sea breeze blows, large tracts of yellow sand fly up and fall into the sea.
I didn't expect that this small island has completely turned into desert. But this island is located in the deep sea. Logically speaking, there should be enough water vapor. How could it be completely deserted?
Zhang Ji put down the telescope and murmured. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would have thought that such an island would appear in the sea. Chapter 270. Get ready to fire.
Sir, what should we do?
Maka walked behind Zhang Ji and asked him.
Let's take a look first.
Zhang Ji looked at the island in the distance without looking back.
Wait.
Maka was stunned when she heard Zhang Ji's words. He didn't know what Zhang Ji wanted them to wait for. Could it be said that just by waiting, the natives on the other side can surrender?
What else? Now that we are in the dark, no matter how dark the enemy is, we know very little about the situation on this island. It is very dangerous to rush to the island without waiting.
Zhang Ji showed a smile to Maka.
Maka, let me teach you a skill. Over there, we have a professional term called fire detection. Fire reconnaissance? What does this mean?
Maka was a little confused when she heard Zhang Ji's words. This was the first time he heard the word fire reconnaissance.
It's very simple. I'll teach you.
Zhang Ji turned back and looked at Maka.
Thank you, sir.
Maka immediately expressed her gratitude to Zhang Ji as soon as she heard what Zhang Ji said to him.
This flyer has artillery. Right.
Zhang Ji asked Maka with a smile.
Artillery? Yes.
Maka nodded.
Then have you fired any cannons? No.
Maka heard Zhang Ji's words and shook her head in disappointment.
Then do you want to have a shot?
Zhang Ji asked.
Really? Is this okay?
Maka suddenly became interested after hearing Zhang Ji's words. In fact, he had heard Tang Sichuan say a long time ago that those so-called artillery would be weapons in future battles. It makes a thunderous sound and can hit enemies hundreds of meters away. Maka has been hearing such words, but since he has never tried it with his own hands, he has long been so hungry that
it doesn't work.
Now what Zhang Ji meant was that he seemed to intend to let himself fire a few shots.
What's real or fake? Are things waiting to rust if they are left there and used?
Zhang Ji looked at Maka's expression, and he remembered that when he joined the army, he heard the squad leader say that when he went to shoot a gun tomorrow, he was expression. The excitement is hard to express in words. As an experienced person, Zhang Ji knew what people like Maka were thinking.
Really? Thank you so much. Sir.
Maka was extremely happy after receiving the affirmation from Zhang Ji.
You've asked me many times. It's true.
Zhang Ji nodded, and then said urgently,
Okay. Go down and get ready. Yes. Sir.
Maka replied, and then quickly left, preparing to go down to the second deck and let the tribesmen prepare to fire the cannon. In fact, this was not Zhang Ji's sudden whim. But before he left, Tang Sichuan specifically asked him to arrange for Maka and the others to fire a few shots at the appropriate time. After all, Tang Sichuan really didn't understand artillery. The only person who was familiar with this artillery was Zhang Ji. Now, Zhang Ji is driving the flyer. If Zhang Ji is not allowed to teach Maka and the others how to fire cannons, how long will it take? As for what to do if the gunpowder for the artillery runs out, Tang Xichuan is really not worried about this. The main ingredients for making gunpowder are charcoal, sulfur and saltpeter. Now that the saltpeter mine has stabilized. As for sulfur, Tang Xichuan said that the Hot Spring River is full of the riverbed. With several expansions, the Hot Spring River has evolved from a small stream at the beginning into a small river 2 or 3 meters wide, with an overall length of almost 1 kilometer. In the total length of this kilometer, the river bed is full of pure sulfur crystals, which can be directly ground into powder by being fished out and dried in the sun. Therefore, the raw materials for making gunpowder are no longer the main reason that troubles Tang Xichuan and the others in their use of artillery. What troubles Tang Xichuan now is that there are no regular artillery instructors on the island. The only one who said he has such experience is Zhang Ji. That's why Zhang Ji asked Maka and the others to prepare to practice firing off cannons. Although Maka and the others did not actually fire off the cannons, they had vague knowledge about this aspect in their minds. It's just that the impression of this knowledge is very vague, which makes them feel like they want to catch it but can't. However, they still put the gunpowder and solid projectiles neatly together in the vague impression in their minds. When Maka saw that his tribe had prepared everything, he immediately ran back to the deck and reported to Zhang Ji. After Zhang Ji heard what Maka said, he followed him to the second deck. However, as soon as Zhang Ji walked to the second deck, he saw the gunpowder and solid projectiles placed together, and his face suddenly turned dark.
Maka! Who told you to place the gunpowder and the cannonballs so close? And so close to the artillery?
Zhang Ji asked Maka with a dark face.
Sir, wouldn't it be faster to put the gunpowder next to the cannon?
Maka touched the back of her head and said that she was doing this to speed up the time to fire the cannon. Why do you make adults so unhappy?
Yes, if you put the gunpowder next to the artillery, you can speed up the reloading. But you have never thought that putting the gunpowder next to it will also put us in danger. Just a little spark can ignite the gunpowder. Then it will blow us all up into the sky.
Zhang Ji said with an angry look.
Sir, what are we going to do?
Maka suddenly felt guilty after hearing Zhang Ji's words.
Stupid. Move the gunpowder to the side. I would rather run 2 more steps than nip the danger in the cradle. You all need to be clear. We are on the vast sea now. If something unexpected happens, no one can save you. The success or failure of things often depends on small details like this. Don't let your guard down just because the opponent is weak. You must know that a lion must fight a rabbit with all his strength.
Zhang Ji's last few words were not just addressed to Maka, but to everyone present. The islanders who acted as gunners, after hearing Zhang Ji's words, expressed their willingness to obey Zhang Ji's arrangements. Then, the islanders began to put the piled gunpowder back into the compartment. Then only 1 shot of gunpowder was left next to the cannon. After doing all this, Zhang Ji gave the order for the flyer to continue approaching the island full of yellow sand. When the warship approached only a few hundred meters away from the island, Zhang Ji ordered Maka and the others to start loading artillery and prepare to launch an attack on the island. Since Maka and the others were loading for the first time, their movements were not fast. But Zhang Ji was not in a hurry. He knew that his urging now would make Maka and the others even more panicked. At this time, Zhang Ji did not want to pursue the loading speed of Maka and the others because they were not familiar with it. It was simply unrealistic to pursue speed at this time. The Crescent tribe is obviously a soft persimmon. Zhang Ji feels that this time, conquering the Crescent tribe is on the one hand, but more importantly, he still needs to let Maka and the others learn to load the artillery so that the artillery can be used smoothly. Launching is, okay. The meal must be eaten 1 bite at a time, and the road must be walked step by step. Zhang Ji still knows this. Chapter 271 Rookie Gunner.
Bang, bang, bang.
A series of loud noises caused the entire flyer to shake violently. A large plume of white smoke instantly emitted from the hull facing the island. After a while, a cloud of dust and water rose up near the island.
Cough, cough, cough.
Zhang Ji was choked by the white smoke after the artillery fire and coughed.
The smell of gunpowder smoke is really overwhelming.
Zhang Ji fanned himself hard in front of him with his hand. After the smoke dissipated a little, he said slowly,
That's right. Didn't I just say that? From left to right. The people on the right saw the previous person lighting the fuse and starting a fire. Why are you all lighting a fire together? You want to shatter the ship and then go into the sea to feed fish?
Zhang Ji shouted at everyone present with a dissatisfied look on his face.
Okay. Replace with the next group of people.
Zhang Ji waved his hand and asked the second group of gunners to come up and load the artillery. There is no way around this. After all, one side of the warship can face the island. Instead of turning the ship around, the gunners could take turns reloading.
Remember, use a cotton swab to clean out the residue from the barrel first. Then load the gunpowder. Don't find it troublesome. This is all for your own safety. Those residues will most likely still have remaining sparks. If you don't clear out the residue first, the new gunpowder will explode after it has been put in. The first one to die will be you.
Zhang Ji clasped his hands behind his back and patrolled behind the artillery that was going back and forth. Although Zhang Ji doesn't understand this, he still says that he has never eaten pork and has seen pigs running away. After all, Zhang Ji had more common sense than these rookie gunners. He knew very well that after the gunpowder fired projectiles, the barrel of the gun would be very hot. After firing the SH/LS for a long time, new gunpowder might spontaneously ignite as soon as it was put in. Moreover, these artillery pieces use black powder, which leaves a lot of residue after burning. If these residues are not cleaned up, on the one hand it will affect the second launch. If it is more, it will still ignite the newly added gunpowder, which will explode into gunpowder and spontaneously ignite. Seeing these rookie gunners holding a large cotton swab about 1.2 meters in length, inserting the cotton swab into the gun barrel and starting to clean it with unfamiliar movements, Zhang Ji nodded with satisfaction. He now has very low requirements for these rookie gunners. He does not ask them to shoot accurately, but only asks them to fire the SH/LS safely. As for accuracy and speed, Zhang Ji really doesn't have any requirements. It was not until 3.4 minutes later that the second wave of gunners reloaded the artillery.
Sir! The artillery is loaded!
Maka watched his tribe push the loaded artillery back to the gun position, and he immediately reported to Zhang Ji.
Install the fuse. Remember, this time the person on the right will light the fuse for me after seeing the person on the left lighting the fuse. If anyone dares to light a fire first, I don't mind letting him go into the sea and swim first.
Zhang Ji reminded everyone again. Everyone present shuddered involuntarily when they heard Zhang Ji's words.
Light the fire.
After Zhang Ji saw that everyone listened to his words, he ordered the gunners to light the fire. After hearing Zhang Ji's words, the gunner located at the stern of the ship took the lead in lighting the fuse with the torch in his hand. Hearing the "bah" sound coming from the fuse, and a puff of white smoke popping out, the gunner was so frightened that he involuntarily took a step back.
Asshole! Just a puff of smoke scared you away? Get back to your post.
Zhang Ji immediately scolded the gunner when he saw it. After hearing Zhang Ji's words, the gunner stood back in panic.
Damn it! Don't you want your legs anymore? Stand aside.
Zhang Ji saw that the gunner took a step forward after hearing what he said. But with this step, he stood directly at the rear of the cannon. If the cannonball was fired, the huge recoil would smash his legs to pieces. So, Zhang Ji yelled, then went up and kicked him on the butt. He kicked the rookie gunner aside with one kick.
Bang!
The huge recoil directly caused the artillery to move back more than a meter. If it weren't for the fact that there was an iron chain as thick as a baby's arm tied to the gun mount, it is estimated that this small cannon could have run to the other side of the hull. So after the rookie gunner was kicked by Zhang Ji, he looked at Zhang Ji with some resentment. As a result, when he looked up, he saw the artillery retreating at an extremely fast speed. The huge pulling force stretched the chain straight. When the gunner saw the scene, he understood that if it hadn't been for Zhang Ji's kick, his legs would have left him forever.
Thank you. Thank you,
the gunner murmured. But before he could say this, the artillery next to him made a loud bang. Then, there was a series of bang-bang sounds, which lasted for more than 20 times. Zhang Ji nodded with satisfaction when he saw that all the artillery had been fired. I have to say that this round of bombardment was much better than the first round. At least these gunners already know that there needs to be a little time between firing. Although Zhang Ji did not expect that the 20-some SH/LS would land accurately on the target point, he could not help but pick up the telescope on his chest and look in the direction of the island. After logging in for about a second or two, Zhang Ji saw dust and water pillars rising near the shore of the island. Zhang Ji counted roughly and found that most of this round of SH/LS still landed on the island. This kind of hit rate is enough for Zhang Ji. You can't force those rookies who have just touched artillery to be more accurate.
Maka, let the brothers continue. Change to the first group.
Zhang Ji held up the telescope. looked at the situation on the island, and said to Maka without turning his head,
Yes, sir.
Maka nodded immediately after hearing Zhang Ji's words, and then waved to the first group of people. The first group of gunners, who had already had an experience, exchanged positions with the second group and began to clean the barrel of the artillery. Then, new gunpowder was filled in, and then a solid cannonball was stuffed into the barrel, and the cannonball was tamped down with a cotton swab. Finally, the ignition gunner inserted a lead into the fuse port. After doing all this, the ignition gunner raised his head and looked at the tribesmen in front of the artillery. After confirming that they had moved a certain distance away, he looked at the people next to him. After confirming that they were all ready, he extended the torch in his hand to the fuse. The familiar squeaking sound and the familiar smell of gunpowder smoke emerged again. However, this time, the gunner was not as nervous as before.
Boom! Bang! Bang!
There was another series of gunfire, and another round of yellow sand rose. But this time, Zhang Ji had a smile on his face. This round of SH. Ling had basically landed on the island, with only a few SH.LS falling into the sea.
Very good! Next round.
Zhang Ji continued to shout. Chapter 272 Strange Island. An hour later, half of the gunpowder stock on the entire ship had been used up, and the cannon barrels facing the island were slightly red due to continuous firing. When Zhang Ji saw the scene, he immediately asked the rookie gunners to stop firing.
Sir, why did you stop?
Seeing Zhang Ji shouting to stop the artillery firing, Maka suddenly felt a little strange. He felt that he still had gunpowder and ammunition here. So why should he stop?
Stupid! Didn't you notice that the barrel of this artillery is all red? A cannon like this will spontaneously ignite as soon as you put the gunpowder in it. Besides, don't you find it strange? We have been firing artillery here for so long, but there is no reaction at all on the island.
Zhang Ji heard Maka's words, put down the telescope, and rolled his eyes at him.
Then, sir, what should we do?
Maka asked immediately after hearing Zhang Ji's words. When Zhang Ji heard Maka's question, he didn't rush to answer. Instead, he thought for a while, and then said to Maka,
Let the brothers prepare. Let's go to the island to have a look first. Yes.
Maka nodded after hearing Zhang Ji's words. Soon, several small boats were put into the sea by Maka and the others, and then more than 40 armed islanders boarded the boats. Several strong islanders rowed hard towards the island. After a while, the small boats washed up on the beach. Zhang Ji jumped down first, then squatted on the ground and looked at the sand on the ground.
Sir, what's wrong?
Maka also jumped off the boat, and then saw Zhang Ji squatting on the ground, looking at the beach in trance.
Maka, have you paid attention to the beaches on our island?
Zhang Ji asked, lowering his head.
Well, that's not true.
Maka immediately shook her head when she heard Zhang Ji's words, and then asked,
What's wrong? Maka, you have to remember that sometimes small things can provide us with a lot of useful information. An ordinary beach, no matter how soft and fine it is, will have some fragments of ocean fish mixed in the sand. Some of the fragments are very fine and very small, so the beach will be very soft to step on. If these fragments are large, the beach will be very uncomfortable. But there will never be a beach where there is not a single fragment in a handful of sand. Such sand doesn't look like sand at the beach at all, but more like sand in a desert.
With that said, Zhang Ji grabbed a handful of sand and placed it in front of Maka. I saw a handful of sand falling slowly from between Zhang Ji's fingers. Seeing the scattered sand, Maka also became a little distracted. Although Maka has not carefully observed the beach on Myron Island, he at least knows that the sand on the beach is wet anyway, and it is impossible to just grab a handful and let it fly in the wind. Maka immediately turned her head and looked at the beach swept by the waves, then walked to the place swept by the sea and grabbed a handful of sand. Tiny grains of sand slowly fell between Maka's fingers. Seeing this scene, Maka slowly turned her head and said to Zhang Ji,
Sir, it seems that the situation is not good. Well, yes.
Zhang Ji saw the grains of sand scattered between Maka's fingers and immediately felt that this island was not simple.
Tell brothers, be careful later.
Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Maka,
Understood.
Maka immediately clapped her hands after hearing Zhang Ji's words, and then called for her tribe to gather. Not long after, the 40 or so people gathered together, and then, led by Zhang Ji, they walked towards the depths of the island. Although the entire island is turned into desert, the midday sun is directly scorching the entire island. coupled with a lack of vegetation. The temperature on the island has now exceeded 40 degrees. Zhang Ji and his party had already begun to sweat before they had gone very far. However, this kind of terrain is also beneficial to Zhang Ji and others. For example, being so bare and without vegetation. At least you don't have to worry about someone attacking you. Of course, it must be said that someone can hide under the sand and wait for Zhang Ji and others to take the bait. Then two problems need to be solved. First, how can the ambusher ambush his group in the hot sand with a temperature of more than 40 degrees and a surface temperature of over 50 degrees? Another point is to solve the problem of how to predict the route of our group on such a wide island. It is impossible to achieve these two conditions at the same time. So Zhang Ji is not worried at all that someone will suddenly emerge from the sand. However, he was not worried. But Zhang Ji still walked forward cautiously. After they walked for about half an hour, Zhang Ji and the others had not yet seen the residents of the Crescent tribe.
You guys take a rest here. I'll go take a look at the sand dunes in front.
Zhang Ji turned around, said to Maka, and then walked quickly towards the sand dunes in front. Maka was worried that Zhang Ji would go alone. He quickly turned around, said something to his tribe, and then followed Zhang Ji's footsteps. However, Zhang Ji's movements were obviously faster than Maka's. When Maka had just reached the bottom of the dune, Zhang Ji had already climbed to the top of the dune. He held up the telescope on his chest and looked around. Then, all that came into view was yellow sand, with no green at all and no sign of being inhabited. At the same time, he did not see the border of the island. He only saw a vast expanse of yellow sand that extended directly to the horizon. After looking around, Zhang Ji, who didn't see any useful information, put down the telescope unwillingly.
Sir, what's wrong?
Maka finally climbed to the top of the sand dune, only to see Zhang Ji looking unhappy.
See for yourself.
Zhang Ji handed the telescope to Maka, and then said,
I just looked around us, and I didn't find the Crescent tribe's headquarters. And this island is bigger than we thought. It's not that easy to find the Crescent tribe on such a big island. Then, sir, what do you want to do?
After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Maka put down the telescope and said to him,
Let's go back to the boat first. I feel something is wrong with this island. And no matter how you look at this island, it doesn't look like a place with water sources. If we go deep into it rashly, we are likely to fall into a water shortage situation. So it's dangerous.
Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Maka. Maka nodded when she heard Zhang Ji's words, and he felt the same way. But before setting off, Tang Sichuan asked himself to obey Zhang Ji's order. Therefore, if Zhang Ji had to ask them to move forward, he could only obey. Now that Zhang Ji could take the initiative, Maka breathed a sigh of relief.
Let's go!
Zhang Ji greeted and prepared to walk towards the bottom of the sand dune. However, when Zhang Ji turned around, he was immediately stunned. He saw a scene that he would never forget. A yellow-brown earth wall that spanned the entire island and reached the sky suddenly appeared on the coast, and then quickly rolled towards him. The yellow dust directly blocks the hot sun. Seeing this scene, Zhang Ji never imagined that he would encounter a sandstorm that could only be encountered in the desert on a small island. Chapter 273: The Terrifying Sandstorm. Zhang Ji was dumbfounded. When he saw the sandstorm coming towards him, there was a trace of panic in his eyes. He suddenly remembered that he had also encountered a sandstorm while performing tasks at the border. That sandstorm almost wiped out him and his teammates. Therefore, he knew the severity of this sandstorm. Don't think that sandstorms are just sand blown up by the wind and have no lethality. Only those who have truly experienced it will know the severity of sandstorms. The dust blowing in your face will get directly into your mouth, nose, eyes and ears, making it impossible for you to breathe. In severe cases, it may even make you suffocate. If you try to lie down on the ground to escape a sandstorm, you risk being buried alive. So, you said that instead of lying on the ground, you can't stand? The answer is yes. But the premise is that you can stand firm in the strong wind without being able to see your fingers, or with your eyes closed, and prevent the wind from blowing you down. It is very difficult for normal people to do this. Therefore, generally the best way to encounter a sandstorm is to find a relatively large and solid object, and then hide behind the object. Lean your back against an object, then hug your head with your knees. Bury your head between your knees, and then cover your body with a piece of cloth that is not very breathable. Of course, it would be better if we could get to a relatively sealed space. If there is no enclosed space and no hard object to protect you from the wind, then just pray and hope that the sandstorm will not blow for too long. In this case, When others dig up your body, they don't have to dig too deep. Now, Zhang Ji encountered such a problem. There was no cloth, no hard object to block the wind, and no closed space. Therefore, Zhang Ji is a little panicked now.
Sir, what is that?
Maka had never seen a sandstorm before, so naturally he didn't know how powerful it was. He just thought that this scene was a little bit spectacular.
That's a fatal thing.
Zhang Ji heard a hint of sigh in Maka's tone, and he suddenly felt that people like Maka were really fearless in the face of sandstorms.
A fatal thing?
When Maka heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately turned around and looked at Zhang Ji. He was a little confused as to what Zhang Ji meant.
Don't worry about anything for now. Let's go down quickly.
Zhang Ji didn't have time to continue chatting with Maka here. He now continued to the bottom of the sand dune and found a place to escape the sandstorm. Maka saw Zhang Ji starting to run towards the bottom of the dune, and he quickly followed. As soon as Zhang Ji ran down the sand dune, he saw the people of the islands who had followed him standing there, looking curiously at the rapidly approaching sandstorm.
You don't want your life. Stand here in a daze, waiting to die. Quick! Take off your leather armor and clothes quickly and cover your heads, as well as the iron guns you are carrying. Insert them into the sand. At least half of the length must be inserted. Everyone help each other. Otherwise, when the sandstorm comes, you will all die.
Zhang Ji said to everyone present roared. The islanders, who didn't know the severity of the sandstorm, heard Zhang Ji's words and saw that Zhang Ji had taken off his armor and shirt, after using his coat to make a hood for himself. In order to increase his weight, he put the iron armor back on his body. Then he pointed his iron spear at the sand at his feet and stabbed it fiercely. Then rotated the barrel of the gun back and forth to let it penetrate deeper. When others saw the calm Zhang Ji acting so panicked, they all started to take action. They first followed Zhang Ji's example and made themselves a hood with their own close-fitting tops, and then began to insert their iron guns into the sand.
Get closer. Don't be so far apart. After a while, everyone gathered in a circle, with their faces facing in. Everyone should hold each other back.
After Zhang Ji finished his iron gun, he immediately helped the people next to him, inserted the iron gun into the sand. After everyone was done, Zhang Ji felt countless sands flapping against his hood, making a crackling sound. However, this is just the appetizer, the outer edge of the sandstorm. Both the wind force and the sand content are very small. But even so, when these grains of sand hit his arm, there was a slight tingling sensation.
Quick! Tie yourself with the iron gun with a piece of cloth. Then hold hands.
Zhang Ji ordered directly to the surrounding islanders without saying too much nonsense. At this time, the originally curious islanders seemed to have discovered that the sandstorm might really kill them. So they all nervously tied themselves and the iron guns behind them with cloth strips. Together, Zhang Ji moved the fastest. He tied himself up very quickly, and then he was ready to see how the people around him were doing. As a result, he saw a relatively thin islander beside him, tying himself up in a panic. But the wind was much stronger than before. The wind was blowing so fast that he was a little unsteady on his feet. The more unsteady he became, the more anxious he became. And the more anxious he became, the more panicked his movements became. This directly forms a vicious circle.
Ah!
The islander suddenly felt a lightness on his feet, and his whole body involuntarily tilted in the direction of the strong wind. When Zhang Ji saw the scene, he immediately grabbed the back of his leather armor with quick hands and eyes.
Don't panic! Take your time!
Zhang Ji shouted at the panicked islander. After hearing Zhang Ji's words, the islander calmed down instantly, and then successfully tied himself to the iron gun.
Everyone hold hands! Don't let go!
Zhang Ji yelled. But there was only the roar of the wind in his ears, and he couldn't hear his own words at all. However, as he took the initiative to reach out and grab the islanders on both sides, the two islanders beside him instantly understood what Zhang Ji meant, and then took the initiative to help the people around them. A team of 40 people formed a tight circle. You pulled me. I pulled you. And then, they lowered their heads and stood quietly in the raging sandstorm. If the iron gun behind them hadn't penetrated deep enough, and if the people next to them hadn't pulled hard, these people would have been blown to nowhere by now. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang Ji only felt countless sand and stones hitting his back, making a crackling sound. In such an environment, Zhang Ji has lost the concept of time. He can only tell himself in his heart, hold on. Only by holding on can he survive. Only then can he return to Myron Island, see his daughter, and see Tang Sichuan and the others. At first, Zhang Ji still had the strength to shout loudly and inspire the people around him. But as time went on, he lost the strength to speak. I can only let the sand and gravel hit me. Chapter 274 Abu. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang Ji felt that the wind force of the sandstorm was gradually decreasing. After waiting for a while, Zhang Ji finally felt that there was no whistling sound in his ears. He slowly opened his eyes, looked around, and found that the surrounding environment had changed. He was originally at the bottom of a sand dune, but now, the sand dune was 100 meters away. Zhang Ji lowered his head and wanted to untie the cloth strips that were still tied up. But when he went to find that the yellow sand had reached his knees.
Wake up, everyone!
Zhang Ji shouted, but found that even though he was covering his head with clothes, his mouth was still full of sand, and his voice has become hoarse. Others woke up after hearing Zhang Ji's words. They looked around confusedly, then looked frightened.
Everyone, please come out and rest for a while. Let's drink some water,
Zhang Ji said, and then began to dig at the yellow sand where his legs were buried. After about 10 minutes, Zhang Ji threw a hole, and then pulled his leg out with difficulty. Zhang Ji sat down on the sand, then took out a water bag from his backpack and drank a few gulps of water. As the water entered his throat, Zhang Ji felt that his smoking throat was relieved slightly.
Sir, was that a sandstorm just now?
Maka sat next to Zhang Ji with a tired look on her face.
Yes.
Zhang Ji nodded.
Then sir, what should we do now?
Maka said with lingering fear as she looked at the sandstorm clouds that had gradually gone away.
Take a rest first and talk about it later.
Zhang Ji is still a little confused and can't make a decision. However, at this time, Zhang Ji already roughly knew why he did not see the residents of the Crescent tribe. With a big sandstorm like this, what building wouldn't be covered? Zhang Ji feels that what needs to be understood now is not where the Crescent tribe is, but why this island was able to change from an island with mountains and water to what it is now in a very short period of time.
Look! What is that?
While Zhang Ji was still thinking, an islander suddenly pointed into the distance and shouted loudly. Zhang Ji heard the warning from the islanders, stood up immediately, and then looked in the direction he pointed. In the distance, several black figures suddenly appeared. Those figures came out of the sandstorm and were rushing toward him quickly. When Zhang Ji saw the scene, he immediately raised the telescope on his chest and looked at the black figures. Through the telescope, Zhang Ji saw that those figures were actually several people riding on a creature that looked like a camel.
Get ready to fight.
After Zhang Ji saw clearly that it was a human being, he immediately said to Maka. The other party was able to pass through the sandstorm and rush directly towards him. It was obvious that the other party was aware of his existence. On this island, apart from the people on my own side, there are only people from the Crescent tribe left. Now that I have just experienced a sandstorm, it is the time when I am exhausted. And since the other party chooses to come here at this time, it is clear that they have bad intentions. Moreover, since the other party is rushing directly towards where you are, it means that they are aware of their existence. And they must also know how many people are on their side. But even so, a few of them still chose to rush over, which is enough to show that they are not afraid of themselves, or that they are confident in defeating themselves. Thinking of this, Zhang Ji couldn't help but touch the ring of the sun god on his finger.
Are we going to use the ring of the sun god now?
Zhang Ji murmured in his heart. Zhang Ji was still hesitating, but those figures didn't give him much time to react. Soon, those figures ran to a stop only 50 meters away from Zhang Ji and the others. The people riding camels looked at each other and found that these outsiders were all fine. I suddenly felt very surprised. Zhang Ji was also facing a formidable enemy. Although he was extremely tired, he still formed a defensive formation. Zhang Ji was hesitating whether he should open the door directly now. However, seeing that those people just stopped 50 meters away and showed no movement, he decided not to turn on the power for the time being. Those figures whispered a few words to each other. And then, there was a knight, driving a camel, slowly walking towards Zhang Ji.
Who are you and why are you here?
The knight asked Zhang Ji in native language. He could see that this group of people was headed by Zhang Ji. So he asked Zhang Ji directly. When Maka heard the native language spoken by the man, she consciously acted as an interpreter for Zhang Ji.
Tell him that we are just lost voyagers who accidentally discovered this island. So we wanted to come up and have a look. But I didn't expect that we would be taking a rest during a big sandstorm.
Zhang Ji was a little worried about what trump cards these knights had. So he didn't dare to say that he was here to cause trouble for the Crescent tribe. Maka heard Zhang Ji's words and immediately translated for the knight.
You are so unlucky to encounter a sandstorm. Are you okay?
The knight heard Maka's words and said softly, "He knows too much about sandstorms on the islands. When this sandstorm came, it was overwhelming. Being able to survive in such a sandstorm was a godsend."
Travelers from far away. Since you want to rest, you'd better go to our tribe. Long-term exposure to the desert will arouse Set's anger. He will blow strong winds and raise sand and dust, swallowing up all those who dare to walk on the desert.
The knight said.
Set? Who is Seth? Ultraman?
Zhang Ji heard the knight's words and immediately thought of Ultraman.
Set is the god of the desert. He resents us very much. As long as we walk in the desert for a long time, he will continue to blow up sandstorms.
Although the knight did not understand what Ultraman was, he still helped Zhang Ji and the others. Explained.
God? God again?
Zhang Ji frowned when he heard the knight's words.
Hurry up. Another hurricane is about to form on the sea.
The knight's companion shouted at him 50 meters away. Zhang Ji couldn't understand the native language. But Maka, the others, and Abu looked towards the sea with horrified faces.
Sir, those people said that another hurricane is about to form on the sea. What should we do now?
Maka asked Zhang Ji anxiously. Zhang Ji heard this and looked at Abu again. It was obvious that Abu was from the music tribe, and he came here this time just for the Crescent Moon tribe. I had been unable to find the location of the Crescent tribe before, but now with Ab's guidance, I was sure to be able to enter the Crescent tribe. But the problem is that when I come here this time, to put it bluntly, I am planning to cause trouble for the Crescent tribe. But now, while he was still at a disadvantage, following Abu into the Crescent tribe, he didn't know whether it was good or bad. The wisest way now is to take the people on your side. Return to the ship first, and then make a long-term plan. Chapter 275. A cave with all the internal organs. Time was running out, and Zhang Ji didn't have time to think too much. He just felt that he couldn't give up this opportunity so easily. After all, no matter what the Crescent tribe said, there were still about 200 people, all of whom were laborers. Zhang Ji was reluctant to part with so much labor. Secondly, this time he took the initiative to ask for help, and he didn't want to go back empty-handed. The third point is that unless Myron Island no longer wants these laborers, they will still need to face sandstorms again. Who knows if Abu and the others will show up next time. Without the guidance of Abu and the others, it would have been impossible for them to find the Crescent tribe in the busy desert, unless they can withstand the frequent sandstorms and search the entire island. Therefore, Zhang Ji just hesitated a little and decided to follow Abu and the others to the Crescent tribe first. At worst, I didn't tell him that I was here for the Crescent tribe, and I just said that I was a voyager and got lost.
Thank you for your help. We are willing to return to the tribe with you,
Zhang Ji said to Abu.
Okay, let's go quickly. There is still a little distance from the tribe.
When Abu heard Zhang Ji said he was willing to go back with him, he immediately nodded to Zhang Ji. Then, Abu turned around and waved to his people.
Quick, put your luggage on the camel. Let's go back quickly,
Abu said to Zhang Ji. And then he turned over and jumped off the camel. Zhang Ji understood what Abu meant and asked them to put the heavy objects on the camels and let the camels run away. They and Abu ran back together. After all, the weapons, leather armor, and supplies carried by their group of 40 people were quite heavy. There are only 5 camels. It is simply unrealistic to expect everyone to ride on a camel. So, the simplest and fastest way is for the fat camel to drag the thing, and they run with it. Soon, Zhang Ji and the others put weapons, food and water on the camels. Abu and others led the way with their camels, while Zhang Ji and others ran behind. As soon as they started taking action, a new hurricane formed on the sea and began to blow towards the island. The hurricane blew onto the beach, immediately raising clouds of sand and dust. A new sandstorm is forming.
Hurry up! Our tribe is right in front.
Abu, wearing a hood, turned around and shouted to Zhang Ji and the others. Zhang Ji and the others quickly quickened their pace after hearing Abu's words. This is not the time to save energy. If you run slowly, you will fall into a new round of sandstorm. However, even though they were running extremely fast, they couldn't run as fast as sandstorm. When the sand from the outer edge of the sandstorm hit them, Abu and the others suddenly stopped.
Quick! The cave in front is our tribe.
After Zhang Ji heard Abu's words, he raised his head and saw a huge cave behind a sand dune. The back of the cave has been covered with yellow sand. From the front, the cave looks like a sand dune. Only the back can see the entrance of the cave. Seeing this, Zhang Ji also understood why he didn't find a cave when he was on the sand dune just now.
Hurry! Go in quickly! Once we enter the cave, we will be safe,
Abu said and plunged directly into the cave.
Sir, what should we do?
Maka asked immediately as she watched Abu and others enter the cave.
Come in together. Otherwise, we won't be able to survive a sandstorm.
With that said, Zhang Ji took the lead and got into the cave. Maka saw it and immediately followed. As soon as Zhang Ji entered the cave, he was immediately stunned. The entire cave may not be big, but it is definitely not small. There were about 200 natives who crowded the entire cave. But the cave was very orderly. There are residential areas, living areas, captive areas, and planting areas, but they are not big. Zhang Ji even saw a small mouth of mountain spring with water bubbling out. I guess that's the only source of water on the entire island. The natives did not build houses. After all, the entire cave was not big. There is no extra space for them to build houses. So these natives sleep together in crowded places. Some children were laughing and running inside the cave, as if they didn't care about the sandstorm outside the cave. After the 5 camels entered the cave, they were immediately pulled to the enclosure area, where there were still 3 camels eating hay leisurely. There are also some pasture plants planted in the planting area. I think these grass plants are the camels' rations. Although the entire cave is small, it is well equipped. Zhang Ji was a little dazed when he saw this scene.
Welcome to the Crescent Tribe. Travelers from afar. I am the leader of the Crescent Tribe. I just heard from Abu that you have just experienced a big sandstorm. You can rest here for a while,
the leader of the Crescent Tribe said with a smile to Zhang Ji.
Thank you very much, Patriarch. My brothers and I really need a rest.
Zhang Ji heard the Patriarch's words and nodded to him.
There are some springs over there. You can drink some with your tribe, but please don't waste the water. After all, our island is full of deserts. Water is very precious. Don't worry, Patriarch. We also brought some water. We can drink our own. We just need to rest for a while.
Zhang Ji heard the Patriarch's words and immediately had a good impression of him. Everyone knows that water is very precious in the desert. Zhang Ji also saw the Crescent Tribe just now. In fact, they were also in a state of water shortage. But even so, the tribe leader was very willing to give them some of the water. If water is given to Zhang Ji and his group of more than 40 people, he and his tribe will have to drink less water. Therefore, Zhang Ji was grateful to the clan leader for being able to provide precious water.
Abu, just stay with the guests.
The Patriarch didn't say much after hearing what Zhang Ji and the others said. He felt that since Zhang Ji and the others had said to bring water, he would not be stupid enough to force Zhang Ji and the others to drink from his spring water. After all, there is only so much spring water every day. If one person drinks more, the others will have to drink less. The leader of the Crescent Tribe said goodbye to everyone, then turned and left. Abu, who was asked by the clan leader to stay, smiled at Zhang Ji.
I was too anxious when I first came, and I haven't asked your name yet. My name is Zhang Ji.
Zhang Ji smiled at Abu when he heard what he said.
Zhang Ji? What a strange name. My name is Abu.
Abu said to Zhang Ji with a smile. Zhang Ji was thinking about whether he could get some news from Abu. After all, judging from the information he had, when the 2 natives from Nanshan left the island, the entire Crescent Tribe island was still lacking food. They didn't say that the island had been completely deserted, and there were sandstorms and the like. Chapter 276 Reason.
Brother Abu, if you have time now, can you tell me what's going on this island?
Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Abu,
What do you want to know?
After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Abu saw that there was nothing important in front of him, and there was still a sandstorm blowing outside the cave. So he sat down directly.
Brother Abu, has this always been the case on your island?
Zhang Ji looked at Abu, who was sitting down. He also took out a can of Coke from his backpack and handed it to Abu.
What is this?
Abu looked at the Coke in his hand and looked at Zhang Ji blankly.
Oh, this is a drink we have there. Something to drink.
As he said that, Zhang Ji opened the Coke and offered it to Abu again. When Abu brought the Coke that Zhang Ji brought over, he heard the crackling sound inside the aluminum can and looked at Zhang Ji with some doubts. His eyes seemed to say,
Are you sure you can drink this?
When Zhang Ji saw the look in Abu's eyes, he understood Abu's doubts. He opened the Coke in his hand and took a big sip.
Oh, it feels so good.
Zhang Ji let out a hiccup after being pushed out by the Coke, and then showed a kind smile to Abu. After Abu saw Zhang Ji's actions, He also imitated Zhang Ji's actions and took a sip. Immediately, the special vulgar excitement of Coke burst out in Abu's mouth. The sweetness contained a special vulgar excitement. Abu also imitated Zhang Ji and showed a happy expression.
Is this delicious? I don't have any more. You can take 2 away in a moment.
Zhang Ji said to Abu with a smile.
Isn't this good? This thing should be very precious.
Abu quickly shook his head and said to Zhang Ji.
This thing is not very precious to us. As long as you like it.
Zhang Ji said to Abu with a smile.
By the way, what's going on this island?
Zhang Ji asked Abu again, while Abu was drinking Coke.
Hey, this matter is a long story.
Abu sighed heavily, and then slowly talked about everything that happened on the island during this period of time. As early as 10 months ago, the island where the Crescent tribe was located was still prosperous, with beautiful mountains and clear waters and rich products. The indigenous residents on the island work at sunrise and rest at sunset every day, and live a very happy life. Until one day, the high priest of the tribe suddenly fainted and fell to the ground during his daily prayers. At first, the patriarch thought that the high priest was too old and that a sudden fainting was inevitable. However, after half a day, the high priest woke up and immediately summoned the clan leader and the first warrior to discuss the matter. When these big shots came out, they all looked serious, as if something important was about to happen. Then the clan leader announced that everyone in the clan should take action to collect food and move all the edible things into the cave. Moreover, the high priest also used all his divine power to move a mountain spring into the cave. For this, the high priest also paid the price with his life. The clan leader, who was a good friend of the high priest, did not express too much emotion for his old friend. He just hastily buried the high priest in the deepest part of the cave, and then ordered some warriors in the tribe to go to sea to find him. New islands. These warriors sent out 4 groups intermittently, but no one came back. After dealing with these matters, the clan leader moved everyone to this cave. Strangely enough, the day after everyone moved into the cave, a figure came across the sea. When the clan leader heard the news from the remaining warriors, he ordered all the people of the Crescent tribe to retreat into the cave, and it is strictly forbidden for anyone to leave the cave without the permission of the clan leader. After the thick wooden door closed the cave entrance, the tribesmen in Shandong heard roars coming from outside the cave. The terrifying roar lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it stopped. Later, the tribesmen stayed in the cave again. After 2 days, the tribe leader asked Abu and the others to open the door of the cave. But as soon as the door was opened, the entire tribe in the cave was frightened. The island that was originally green with green mountains and waters has now turned into a piece of yellow sand. When the yellow sand comes out of the eyes, it is still yellow sand, with no other colors at all. The patriarch thought for a long time, and finally decided to let Abu and others take people to the island to see the situation of the entire island. But less than half an hour after Abu and the others went out, a sandstorm began to blow in the desert outside. Fortunately, Abu and the others did not go far. When they felt something was wrong, they immediately ran towards the cave. But even so, of the 10 warriors who went out, 7 of them returned, and the other 3 were blown directly into the air by the sandstorm, finally disappeared from everyone's sight. The first unlucky start cast a shadow over everyone in the cave. But even so, the patriarch still hopes that Abu and the others can continue to search the entire island. Of course, this must be under the condition that their own safety can be protected. Abu and his men tried this little by little, and finally determined that as long as someone walked on the desert for more than half an hour, a big sandstorm would occur. Moreover, Abu and the others also figured out that the person who turned their island into a desert claimed to be Set, the god of the desert. The reason is that the high priest rejected the Crescent tribe's allegiance to him. That's why Set chose to destroy the Crescent tribe. Today, they had no intention of leaving the cave, but they were ready to take a look when they suddenly heard bursts of continuous and rhythmic rumbling sounds. As soon as he heard Abu talking about the rhythmic booming sound, Zhang Ji immediately knew that he was talking about the sound of his order to fire. Zhang Ji touched his nose in embarrassment, and then asked Abu,
"Did you just say that you sent out many people, but no one came back?" "Yes. There are 4 groups in total. Each group contains 50 warriors. But so far, there is no one. The team leader has decided that if no one comes back in 10 days, I should go to sea with the last strength of the tribe."
Abu said this and drank the coke in his hand in one go.
"So, if you find a suitable island, you will relocate your entire family?"
Zhang Ji asked.
"Yes. This island is already deserted. If we stay here any longer, all my people will starve to death and die of thirst. You have also seen that there is only a very small planting area in this cave. In such a small area, there is nothing to grow at all, and there is no meat, except for a few camels. So, if we stay on this island, we have no other choice but to wait for death. For the sake of our people and the tribe, we must find a new island,
Abu said firmly. Chapter 277 Showdown.
What if you don't find a suitable island?
Zhang Ji thought for a while and asked Abu.
No, we will definitely be able to find it.
When Abu heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately denied it. Although Abu also knew that what Zhang Ji said was very possible. He didn't want to admit it. Or in other words, he didn't dare to think about it. Because, if we really can't find a suitable island, it will be a disaster for the entire Crescent tribe.
If you find a suitable island, but there is already a group of aborigines living on the island, what will you do?
Zhang Ji thought for a while and asked another question. After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Abu was silent for a moment, and then said,
If this is the case, the clan leader also said that he could consider merging with the other clan. Although, as a result, our tribe exists in name only, but at least the tribesmen can still survive.
After saying this, Abu raised his head and looked at the children, who were still running back and forth not far away, with a smile on his face. When Zhang Ji heard Abu's words, he began to think to himself, judging from the contact during this period, whether it is Abu or the entire Crescent tribe, they are actually very simple. All they want is to survive. No one can bear it, suffocating in the cave every day. Even in this situation of lack of water and food, these children can still grow up happily, and are willing to give some of their water to strangers like themselves. This can already explain a lot of problems.
Abu, I have something to talk to your clan leader. Can you help me call the clan leader over?
Zhang Ji thought for a while, and felt that he should have a showdown with the clan leader of the Crescent tribe.
Are you looking for the clan leader?
Abu was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Sichuan's words, and then asked,
What do you want to talk to the clan leader? Let's talk about your new Moon tribe's future prospects.
Zhang Ji said this, and suddenly showed a smile.
Huh? The future of the tribe?
Abu frowned when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
Yes, the future of the tribe.
Zhang Ji nodded, and then said,
I have the new habitat you are looking for. What? Do you have an island?
Abu shouted in surprise when he heard Zhang Ji's words. Abu's words were immediately heard by the other natives around him. They all put down their work and looked at Abu.
Wait a moment. I'm going to call the clan leader.
After making sure that he heard correctly, Abu immediately said to Zhang Ji, This kind of thing is beyond what he can handle. Therefore, Abu simply said something to Zhang Ji and immediately ran towards the position of the clan leader. Abu knew very well that at this time, the patriarch must be in the secret room at the deepest part of the cave. In that secret room, the body of the high priest was buried. Soon, Abu came over supporting the clan leader.
Young man, Abu just told me that you have a way to solve the predicament of our Crescent tribe?
The clan leader said to Zhang Ji as soon as he came up.
Yes, respected patriarch. I do have a way to solve your current difficulties.
Zhang Ji nodded.
Young man, can you tell us in detail your solution? If it can really solve the plight of our island, we are willing to pay any reward.
The patriarch also said with some excitement. Their conversation was naturally heard by the surrounding tribesmen, and they couldn't help but gathered around, wanting to hear what Zhang Ji could do. When Zhang Ji saw someone coming around, he didn't show any stage fright and spoke directly to the clan leader.
To be honest, my friends and I own a huge island, and we came here this time because we met one of your tribesmen, who told us about the difficulties you are facing. So, we thought of coming over to check on the situation. What? You met one of our tribesmen?
When the tribe leader heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately seemed a little excited.
Yes, we met Alpha and the others. It turns out to be Alpha. They are the second wave of warriors. Where did you meet them? Are they okay now?
The clan leader asked immediately after hearing Zhang Ji's words.
They are all fine. They are now on our island. The place where we found him is more than 1,000 kilometers away from here. They have run out so far.
When the patriarch heard Zhang Ji's words, his eyes suddenly became moist.
Clan leader, let's talk about the solution to your dilemma. Young man, tell me.
After hearing Zhang Ji's words, the patriarch wiped his eyes with the back of his hand, and then said to Zhang Ji,
Master Patriarch, I believe you also know that the entire island is currently deserted. We have no other way to save this island. So for now, The best way is to relocate the clan as proposed by the clan leader.
Zhang Ji looked at the clan leader and said,
Yes, what you said makes sense. But where can we go?
The patriarch nodded after hearing Zhang Ji's words.
That's what I want to say,
Zhang Ji said with a smile.
Chief, didn't I just say that? My friends and I have a very big island. The island is very big, but there is still a lot of labor shortage on it. I see that you also have a small area of planting land in the cave. You should also know some planting techniques.
Zhang Ji asked with a smile.
Planting?
When the clan leader heard Zhang Ji's words, he turned his attention to the planting place Zhang Ji mentioned. Then, the patriarch showed a wry smile, and then said to Zhang Ji,
Actually, those grasses are for camels to eat, so there is no need to take care of them. Just plant the seeds in them. That's better than some other tribes. I've visited their tribes. They don't think about planting. They only rely on the sky for food. We also want to rely on the sky for food. But today, there is no food for us, so we can only rely on ourselves.
The clan leader shook his head with a wry smile.
To tell the truth, there are also people from other tribes living on our island. So, you don't have to worry too much that we are deceiving you. Moreover,
I can guarantee you that you will not face any discrimination after arriving on our island. The entire island is very harmonious. As long as you are willing to work hard and work, you will have food to eat every day and meat every meal.
Zhang Ji said with a smile.
What? Done as meat?
Abu shouted in surprise when he heard Zhang Ji's words. No matter where you are, food is always hard currency, and meat is always the hard currency in food. So when Abu heard Zhang Ji say that there is meat in every meal, he immediately shouted out. Chapter 278 The Last Dinner Party.
Yes, every meal is meaty.
Zhang Ji smiled and nodded.
Currently, our island has a large number of planting areas and livestock areas. Although there are still very few animals in captivity compared to our planting areas, they are growing steadily. With this persistence, sooner or later we will have meat freedom on our islands. However, this does not mean that there is no meat on the island. At least fish can be eaten at will.
Zhang Ji said with a smile.
Fish? Is it edible? That thing is full of tiny bones, which can easily get stuck in someone's body.
Abu complained immediately after hearing Zhang Ji's words.
You will get used to it in the future.
Zhang Ji heard Abu's words and immediately said with a smile, It's normal to get stuck when eating fish. But this fish also has the skill of picking out all the spines. Anyone who has been a cook for several years can do this skill.
Abu, please stop saying a few words. Are you still worried about whether it will get stuck?
The patriarch also felt that Abu was still picky at this time, and there was something wrong. So he reprimanded Abu.
Predict?
Then, he turned his head and looked at Zhang Ji.
Since you speak so well of your island, what do we need to pay? I said. All we need is your labor force.
Seeing that the patriarch had made the point, Zhang Ji repeated it to him again.
In other words, after you get to the island, you need to work hard. Of course, this kind of labor is not mandatory for you. There are many jobs on the island, and you can choose according to your personal preferences. For example, follow Mr. Fong to plant farmland or herd cattle, or follow Nan Shan to forge iron and collect herbs. In short, the island needs a lot of labor. You can always find a suitable job after you go up there.
Zhang Ji said to the clan leader with a smile.
There is no problem with the work. But the problem is that we have never done the jobs you mentioned. I'm worried that my tribe can't do it well.
The patriarch said with some worry after hearing Zhang Ji's words.
Don't worry. Maka and the others didn't know how to do it at first, and they won't learn it slowly now. And after you arrive on the island, there will be a dedicated person responsible for leading your work.
Zhang Ji said to the clan leader with a smile. Hearing Zhang Ji say that someone would lead them to work together, the patriarch also breathed a sigh of relief. As the leader of the clan, he knew very well that there was no free lunch in this world. Since Zhang Ji and the others were able to treat them so well, he was very worried that Zhang Ji had coaxed them to go to the island and let them do some very dangerous work. However, now he heard Zhang Ji say that someone was taking them to work together, which made him feel relieved. It was only then that the clan leader turned his attention to Maka, who had been acting as a translator.
Is he also from the tribe?
The clan leader asked, looking at Maka.
Yes, he is from the Creek tribe. Stream tribe?
The clan leader frowned when he heard Zhang Ji's words. After thinking for a long time, he asked Maka,
The Creek tribe? I still remember that the high priest and I went there once when we were young.
Really?
It turns out that the patriarch has also been to my Stream tribe.
Maka immediately became interested after hearing the patriarch's words.
Your clan leader? Or the giant stone? Yes, Mr. Patriarch. He is also on the island now.
Maka nodded and nodded to the patriarch.
Really? Then I still need to visit my old friends. I think our clan leader will be very happy if he knows that you will also come to the island.
After hearing Maka's words, the patriarch nodded, then looked at Zhang Ji again, and asked, If we need to go to the island, do we need to bring anything? Also, how do we get to your island? To be honest, we actually own a huge warship, which is docked not far away. As long as we can reach the beach, we can board the ship directly. But this is not easy. You have to know that as long as we appear in the desert for more than half an hour, we will be retaliated by Set, the god of the desert,
the patriarch said with some worry.
Yes.
Zhang Ji nodded. He knew very well that it would not be difficult for him to persuade the Crescent tribe, who was already in dire straits. What was difficult was how to cross this vast sea of sand. After all, there are not only adults in this tribe, but also some old people and children. And these people are not very fast.
Patriarch, this is what I think. When the time comes, we will put all the children and those slow-moving tribesmen and let them ride camels to get out first, while the others will move forward lightly. If we move quickly, we can reach the beach before the sandstorm hits. At that time, even if a sandstorm strikes, we young people can resist it for a while, board the ship as soon as possible, and escape from the island.
After hearing Zhang Ji's words, the clan leader was silent for a while, and then nodded to Zhang Ji.
At present, it seems that this is the only way. Since the clan leader also thinks there is no problem, then please ask the clan leader to tell the clansmen and let them prepare. We will set off early tomorrow morning. Well, okay.
The leader of the Crescent tribe nodded, and then slowly stood up and said to Zhang Ji,
Since we are ready to leave here tomorrow, let's celebrate tonight. Honorable guests, please join us too. Since the patriarch has invited us, we will naturally comply. In addition, I also have some food here that I can share with you.
Zhang Ji smiled, and then made a gesture to Maka behind him. Seeing Zhang Ji's actions, Maka immediately opened the backpack they brought over, revealing the food and water inside. Seeing the food, the clan leader nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Abu,
Go and tell the clansmen that we are holding a banquet today and ask them to take out all the things in the ballast bottom. Tomorrow we will set off to live on other islands. This is an escape to death. Once we escape, everyone will be able to live a good life. I can't take that food with me anyway. Instead of throwing it here, why not let everyone eat it? Just to replenish our physical strength. Yes, clan leader.
Abu nodded immediately after hearing the clan leader's words. He knew very well what tomorrow's escape would mean to his clan members. To put it simply, if you escape, you can live. If you cannot escape, you can only die. It can be said that tonight's dinner is not a celebration dinner, but more like a meal for the end of the family. They only hope that those tribesmen who may not be able to escape tomorrow can have a good meal before they die. Regarding the true meaning of this dinner, Abu knew. The clan leader also knew. And even Zhang Ji knew. So he asked Maka to take out their food. Chapter 279 Secret Chat at the Banquet. After the Crescent Tribe chief asked Abu to prepare the dinner, he stood up alone and walked towards the depths of the cave. Zhang Ji looked at the patriarch's back with doubts in his eyes.
Brother Abu, why does the patriarch always like to stay deep in the cave?
Zhang Ji asked Abu.
It should be because of the high priest.
When Abu heard Zhang Ji's words, his expression suddenly became a little lonely.
High priest?
Zhang Ji also fell into deep thought after hearing Abu's words. Zhang Ji already knew the story about the high priest from the time Abu told the story about the island. It can be said that a large part of the reason why the entire Crescent tribe is able to survive until now is because of the high priest's early warning. Moreover, in order to create a water source for the tribesmen to drink in this cave, he also sacrificed his own life, which made Zhang Ji feel a sense of admiration from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Ji knew that the chief of the Crescent tribe should have a good relationship with the high priest. Otherwise, after the high priest died, the chief would stay with him in the high priest's tomb all day long. However, Zhang Ji doesn't have extra time to deal with these things now. He still has a lot of time to do. For example, he needed to get in touch with the islanders, who were still on board Tang Sichuan's warship, to prepare them for the response. Thinking of this, Zhang Ji took out the island stone, randomly found a quieter place, and began to contact Tang Sichuan. Zhang Ji first told Tang Sichuan about the situation he encountered, hoping to make Tang Sichuan prepare in advance. He should be able to arrive at Myron Island tomorrow. After Tang Sichuan learned about the situation here, he said that he would make proper arrangements and hoped that Zhang Ji could protect the people of the Crescent Tribe as much as possible. If necessary, you can directly activate the Ring of the Sun God to enhance your strength to a demigod state. After Zhang Ji heard what Tang Xiaochuan said, he said that he would not be stingy at the last moment. After contacting Tang Sichuan, the Crescent Tribe's banquet was also prepared. The leader of the Crescent Tribe once again appeared in front of everyone. But this time, he had put on the gorgeous clothes that were only worn during festivals in the past. In fact, they are called fancy clothes. But they are also some beautiful clothes sewn from animal skins. But it still looks a bit good-looking. After all, it's all genuine leather.
My dear tribesmen, today, we are going to move as a whole tribe because our distinguished guests are willing to provide us with a new island to live on. So, we will move as a family tomorrow. However, I believe everyone knows the situation outside the cave. So we can't take away too many things. Instead of letting these things go to waste, let's have a party tonight. For the rebirth of our tribe, for the future of our tribe, and for our distinguished guests. Let us cheer!
With that, the tribe leader raised his arms and said to everyone,
Uh-huh.
The people of the Crescent Tribe immediately shouted after hearing the clan leader's words.
Now, let us welcome our distinguished guests. And Zhang Ji will say a few words to us.
The patriarch said to everyone with a smile. Then he looked at Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji felt the meaning in the patriarch's eyes. He stood up with a smile and walked towards the high platform where the patriarch was standing. As soon as he stepped onto the high platform, everyone present turned their attention to Zhang Ji. He scratched his head in embarrassment, and then said,
On behalf of our Myron Island, I welcome you all. Myron Island is an island that advocates fairness and friendship. On the island, as long as you are willing to work, you will get a good living environment and abundant food. There will be more types of food than you can imagine. But it all requires hard work from everyone. I hope that after arriving at our Myron Island, you can integrate into the group as soon as possible. Let us work together to build our beautiful new home. Uh-huh.
The people of the Crescent Tribe immediately shouted after hearing Zhang Ji's words. There was excitement and a trace of gratitude in their shouts.
Maka! Share our food with everyone so that everyone can taste the specialties of our Myron Island.
Zhang Ji heard the call and said to Maka. When Maka and his tribe heard Zhang Ji's words, they immediately stood up, opened their bags and began to distribute the food they had brought. Seeing this scene, the patriarch nodded with satisfaction. Then he quietly walked behind Zhang Ji and said to Zhang Ji,
Do you have time now? I have something, and I want to talk to you alone.
The patriarch said this sentence in Chinese. Although his pronunciation was not very standard, Zhang Ji could still understand it. Although Zhang Ji was surprised when the clan leader learned Chinese, he still nodded. Seeing that Zhang Ji agreed to his request, the clan leader turned and walked towards the depths of the cave. Zhang Ji looked at the patriarch's back, thought about it, and followed him directly. The two people were 5 or 6 meters apart and walked towards the secret room one after another. Not long after, they came to a cave. The cave was not big, only about 10 square meters. In the center of this cave, there is a semicircular earth bag.
Clan leader, where is this?
Zhang Ji asked doubtfully.
This is the tomb of the high priest.
The patriarch looked at the tomb of the high priest in front of him and said without looking back.
Are you curious why I know your language?
The patriarch said, slowly turning his head and looking at Zhang Ji.
It's a little strange, but I think the patriarch will tell me.
Zhang Ji said with a smile when he heard the patriarch's words.
Actually, I can speak your language, and I have to thank the high priest for this.
As he said that, the patriarch looked at the high priest's tomb.
The high priest had predicted today before he left. So in order for us to be able to communicate, he specially prepared a language potion. After taking this potion, you can communicate with any race without any barriers in a short period of time.
The clan leader said calmly.
There is such a potion. It's really amazing.
This was the first time Zhang Ji heard of such a potion, and he couldn't help but sigh.
This is just a gadget, not a high-end product.
The patriarch smiled and shook his head, and then said to Zhang Ji,
Do you know why I am looking for you? I don't know. Please make it clear to the clan leader.
Zhang Ji shook his head and said to the clan leader,
I think you will need this.
With that said, the clan leader took out a black stone and handed it to Zhang Ji.
What is this?
Zhang Ji asked strangely.
I don't know what this thing is called over there, but this stone can expand the area of your island. Huh? Island stone?
Zhang Ji was stunned when he heard the clan leader's words. He was a little unclear as to why the clan leader knew about this thing. Chapter 280 Simple and Happy.
So this thing is called an island stone.
When the clan leader heard Zhang Ji's words, he had such an expression on his face.
Take this thing. Give me this island stone?
Zhang Ji said with some surprise when he heard the clan leader's words.
Yes.
The clan leader nodded, and then said,
This thing, to us aborigines, is just a stone that can communicate with the so-called gods. But for you survivors, it's very useful.
Huh?
Survivors? The clan leader actually knows that we are survivors?
Zhang Ji frowned when he heard the clan leader's words. At the same time, he put his hands behind his back. On Zhang Ji's lower back, there was a short knife, which he kept for self-defense. The patriarch had no reaction to Zhang Ji's actions. He still looked at Zhang Ji with a faint smile.
Young man, relax. I have no ill intentions towards you.
The patriarch still looked at Zhang Ji calmly. Zhang Ji heard the clan leader's words, thought about it secretly, and finally let go of the hand that was holding the dagger.
I'm curious. How did you know that I am a survivor?
Zhang Ji asked, looking into the eyes of the old patriarch.
Young man, I don't know your identity. The high priest told me all this.
As he spoke, the old patriarch stretched out his hand and touched the tombstone on the side.
The high priest again?
Zhang Ji frowned and said after hearing the old patriarch's words.
Are you trying to say, how come the high priest knows everything?
The old patriarch looked at Zhang Ji kindly. Zhang Ji just wanted to say something, but the old patriarch didn't give him a chance. He continued,
Don't be anxious. Just listen to me first. Actually, when I heard the news, I was more surprised than you. I never thought that people like you would come to our world. At that time, after the high priest estimated that you would come to this world, he once told us that we should prepare in advance, because your arrival will cause great changes in this world. Will our arrival cause great changes in the world?
Zhang Ji frowned when he heard about the old patriarch.
Yes, it will cause big changes. But for tribes like us, this is both a disaster and an opportunity. If we can grasp it well, then our tribes will achieve great development. On the contrary, if we cannot grasp it, then we will fall into a point of no return. When the high priest said this, he hoped that we could seize the opportunity.
The old patriarch said lightly.
So, the clan leader wants to leave the fate of the Crescent tribe into the hands of our Melon Island?
Zhang Ji squinted his eyes and looked at the old clan leader.
Yes.
The old patriarch nodded.
Chief,
are you taking advantage of our Myron Island?
Zhang Ji asked with a frosty face.
Do you think the people of our Myron Island are all stupid? No, I didn't think so. On the contrary, I think you survivors are far smarter than us. For example, although you look angry now, you are very happy inside.
The old patriarch was not frightened by Zhang Ji's expression, but said with a smile,
Actually, we indigenous tribes don't have many choices. We must either die or join you. You can get a lot of labor from the tribe, and we tribal people have a chance to continue to live. So, it can't be said that we are simply using you. It can only be said that we are cooperating with each other.
The old patriarch said with a smile. Zhang Ji was silent for a moment when he heard the old patriarch's words, and then said with a smile,
I have to say, what you said makes sense. I am becoming more and more interested in the high priest you mentioned. But unfortunately, he has passed away.
Zhang Ji also turned his attention to the tombstone.
Young man, I am looking for you alone today because I want to tell you something important.
What? Zhang Ji heard the old patriarch's words and immediately raised his head and looked at the old patriarch.
What I want to say is, when you leave tomorrow, don't worry about anything else. Just run forward. I will buy you half an hour more. That is to say, you have 1 hour to board the ship.
The old patriarch said with a smile.
What? Do you have a way to delay the sandstorm for half an hour?
Zhang Ji stood up immediately after hearing the old patriarch's words. The old patriarch did not speak, but looked at Zhang Ji with a kind and smiling face.
What can you do? Actually, it's not a profound method. It just requires sacrifice.
Wait, sacrifice?
You want?
Zhang Ji heard the old patriarch's words and did not continue. He seemed to have guessed what the old patriarch wanted to do.
Young man, for the sake of the tribe, someone has to sacrifice. In front of the collective, no one cannot be sacrificed, including me. For the safety of my tribe, I am willing.
The old patriarch said slowly.
You don't need to persuade me. I am already old. Even if I go to your island, I won't be able to do any heavy work. In this case, It's better to stay here to ensure smooth sailing for you.
The old patriarch said lightly.
Do you really think so?
Zhang Ji heard the old patriarch's plain tone, speaking of the matter of sacrifice in a nonchalant manner, as if he had taken life and death lightly. Zhang Ji knew that the old patriarch had made up his mind, and there was nothing he could do to persuade him.
Since you have made your decision, I won't say anything more. I can only guarantee you that as long as our Myron Island is still there, the Crescent tribe will never be lonely.
Zhang Ji thought for a while. And can you give the old patriarch such a guarantee?
That's enough.
The old patriarch, after hearing Zhang Ji's words, nodded and immediately began to close his eyes and rest. Zhang Ji saw that the old patriarch's behavior was almost equivalent to seeing off guests behind closed doors. He didn't say much. He just stood up straight and bowed slightly to the old patriarch to express his respect for him. And then he turned around and walked out of the cave. When he was about to reach the cave hall, he stopped, took 2 deep breaths, and then walked into the hall. At this time, in the hall, both Maka and the others, as well as people from the Crescent Moon tribes such as Abu, had gathered together to dance the dances belonging to their tribes. A group of indigenous people gathered around a huge fire, watching the people dancing in the field, and laughed from the bottom of their hearts. Zhang Ji looked at these natives and suddenly felt that what they seemed to want was very simple. They just wanted to survive. Survivors like me also want to live. Both parties just want to survive in this cruel world for the simplest ideal. There is no so-called right or wrong.
What a group of simple people.
Zhang Ji looked at these people and smiled helplessly on his face. Chapter 281 Just Run Away. This night's carnival should be the happiest time for the Crescent Moon tribe in recent months. Everyone knew what they would have to face tomorrow, so they were very indulgent tonight.
Zhang Ji did not stop them, and the old patriarch also did not stop them. Therefore, it was not until late at night that these natives gradually fell asleep. The next day, Zhang Ji was woken up by a burst of noise. He slowly opened his eyes and saw that the people from the Crescent tribe were already packing their bags. In fact, I said I was packing, but I didn't have much at all. Apart from a few camels, there was nothing else I needed to bring. Zhang Ji slowly sat up, and Maka and Abu walked over.
Sir, are you awake?
Maka looked at Zhang Ji and said,
Well, are the brothers awake?
Zhang Ji shook his head and asked Maka.
My lord, we have all woken up and are packing our bags now,
Maka said.
Well, let the brothers prepare. In 10 minutes, we will all set off together.
Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Maka,
Let's go together. Didn't you say let the children go first?
Abu asked immediately after hearing Zhang Ji's words.
Well, that was originally the case. But last night, after I talked with the old patriarch, I changed my mind.
Zhang Ji thought for a while and felt that he should tell the two of them about the old patriarch.
The old patriarch said that he has a way to delay the sandstorm for half an hour. In this case, we should act together and rush to the beach as soon as possible.
What?
The patriarch has a way? Then why didn't he say anything at the beginning?
Abu was a little surprised when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
Abu, the patriarch doesn't want to say it, but he has his own ideas. This method of delaying sandstorms cannot be used for a long time. After all,
Zhang Ji said here and paused for a moment.
After all, this method of delaying the sandstorm requires the life of the old patriarch.
What?
This is impossible.
When Abu heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately stood up and walked towards the depths of the cave. Maka saw Abu leaving without saying a word, and he wanted to stop him.
Maka, forget it. Let him go.
Zhang Ji stopped Maka, and then said,
There are some things that we won't agree on, so let the old patriarch tell Abu personally.
But?
Okay, there's nothing good to say.
Zhang Ji shook his head, and then said,
You go ahead and let the brothers get ready. I think Abu will be back soon. This is... Sir.
Maka hesitated for a moment after hearing Zhang Ji's words, and finally nodded to Zhang Ji. As Maka left, Zhang Ji once again took out his island stone and began to communicate with Tang Sichuan. He had no way to directly contact the islanders on the flyer, so he needed to contact Tang Sichuan first. He informed the soarer of his new plan. Tang Sichuan quickly connected to the communication. When he heard Zhang Ji's new plan, he immediately said that he would contact the flyer. After hanging up the communication with Tang Sichuan, Zhang Ji saw Abu walking out from the depths of the cave, but his eyes were slightly red, and he had obviously cried.
Abu, you have to know that everyone has the right to choose. Since the old patriarch chose to sacrifice himself for the tribe, then we should respect his choice. What we have to do is to try to get everyone to escape, so that we can live up to the wishes of the old patriarch.
Zhang Ji patted Abu on the shoulder and said to him calmly,
I know. The patriarch has already told me, but I still feel very uncomfortable in my heart. This is a step that everyone needs to go through. You need to adapt as soon as possible,
Zhang Ji said slowly.
And you need to cheer up as soon as possible. After all, other tribesmen still need your leadership. I understand.
After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Abu wiped away his tears again, and then nodded to Zhang Ji. When Zhang Ji saw Abu's expression, he knew that Abu had come out of the state where the old patriarch was ready to sacrifice himself.
Sir, please wait a moment, and I'll ask the tribesmen to speed up their actions. Well, go ahead. Our warships are already heading here. They will arrive at the seaside soon. Understood. Sir.
Abu nodded, then turned and left. Not long after, these people from the Crescent tribe were ready. The children were fastened to the backs of the camels with ropes by the Crescent tribe people to prevent them from falling. In front of each camel, there was a tribesman holding the camel. The other tribesmen wrapped their feet with some animal skins, and then stood on both sides of the camel, prevent children from accidentally falling off the camel's back. Makkah and Abu were at the front of the team, and they needed to lead the way for the entire tribe. Seeing that everyone was ready, Zhang Ji held an iron gun in one hand and waved his hand.
Let's go!
Zhang Ji shouted, and then walked out of the cave first. As soon as Zhang Ji walked out of the cave, he suddenly felt a heat wave coming. The only thing that catches the eye is the endless yellow sand, and the heat wave emitted by the sand makes the space somewhat distorted.
Sir!
Abu walked behind Zhang Ji and called softly.
Come on! You lead the way! It's the direction where you found us before!
Zhang Ji knew that time waits for no one, and now they have no extra time to waste.
Okay, this way.
When Abu heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately pointed in a direction, and then walked forward. Zhang Ji motioned for everyone to follow. Not long after they walked out, Zhang Ji felt keenly that the air was flowing rapidly, which meant that the wind was blowing. Zhang Ji turned his head and looked at the way he came, and found that a large black cloud appeared again in the distance. The black clouds were very low, giving people the illusion that they were about to overwhelm the ground. But then, at the location of the cave, a burst of white light suddenly appeared, shooting straight into the sky and shattering the black clouds. When Zhang Ji saw the scene, he immediately shouted to everyone,
Hurry! Hurry up!
Zhang Ji didn't expect that the sandstorm would come so quickly. He felt that he had only walked out of the cave less than 20 minutes ago. But a big sandstorm had already begun to form, and it seemed that this sandstorm was definitely more violent than the one he had encountered before. In such a sandstorm, he had no confidence that he would not be blown away. Therefore, for him, or other tribesmen, the only chance to survive now is to run to the seaside as soon as possible and board the flyer.
Run!
Zhang Ji yelled and rushed out first. At this time, there was actually no need for Zhang Ji to remind him. Everyone else had seen the dark clouds, so they ran out immediately after hearing Zhang Ji's words. Chapter 282 Forced to go back to old business. Zhang Ji and his party did not dare to stay at all, and could only run forward with all their strength. Everyone present could feel that if they were a little slower, they would probably die. Even the children who used to play all the time don't dare to play anymore. Each one of them grasped the binding straps and lowered their bodies to avoid being thrown off the camel. No one wants to die. Life is good after all. Therefore, both the children and Abu and the others ran toward the seaside in unusual silence. In such a depressing environment, everyone ran for another 20 minutes before they finally saw the sea. At this time, on the sea, there was a huge sailboat, parked on the sea not far away. In addition, there are several black spots that are struggling to move towards the shore.
Hurry! We're almost there. Everyone, work harder.
Zhang Ji also saw the coast and felt an inexplicable feeling of escaping from death. Soon, everyone arrived at the beach. At this time, the supporting boat from the flyer had already parked its position, waiting for the arrival of Zhang Ji and the others.
Hurry! Get on the boat!
Zhang Ji came to the beach and shouted loudly to Abu and the others.
Sir, these ships don't seem to be able to take everyone away at once.
Makkah came to Zhang Ji and said to him. When Zhang Ji heard what Makkah said, he looked at the 200 or so people around him and knew that what Makkah said was true.
Let the children and the elderly board the boat first, and then on the second trip, let the women board first.
Zhang Ji saw this situation and immediately made up his mind.
Yes, sir.
Maka nodded quickly after hearing Zhang Ji's words. Soon, the first wave of old people and children got on the boat and sailed towards the flyer. This trip was very smooth. It only took about 10 minutes for these small boats to successfully return to the shore again. Zhang Ji and others also began to let the second batch of women board the ship. But this time, when the woman's boat had just traveled halfway, the accident finally happened. First, behind Zhang Ji and the others, there was a sudden loud noise, followed by a violent shaking, which made everyone still on the shore unsteady. Then came the howling wind, which made some people breathless. A large amount of yellow sand blew towards everyone with the strong wind.
Everyone, hold on!
Zhang Ji inserted the spear into the beach and shouted to everyone with difficulty. But the roaring hurricane prevented his voice from traveling far. Moreover, this sudden change did not stop, but intensified. If you look down from the sky at this time, you will find that the yellow sand at the center of the island suddenly leaks downward. The scene was like a deep hole suddenly appearing in the pool, and a large amount of sand leaked from the deep hole. But Zhang Ji and the others didn't know all this, and they were still struggling to resist the sandstorm. Just when Zhang Ji and others could no longer hold on, the hurricane suddenly stopped. If it weren't for the yellow sand on Zhang Ji's body, he might have thought that the sandstorm he just experienced was all a dream.
Sir, the sandstorm has stopped.
Maka shook the yellow sand off her body and asked Zhang Ji.
Stop, but I think we may be in big trouble.
At this time, Zhang Ji's face did not show the joy of escaping, and his objections were more solemn.
What's wrong? Sir?
Maka suddenly felt a little strange when she heard Zhang Ji's words. What does it mean to be in big trouble? Could it be said that the strong wind should keep blowing? However, the next moment, Maka knew what the big trouble Zhang Ji was talking about. A huge black figure appeared on a sand dune in the distance. The figure used a pair of large claws on its head and a slender hook tail trailing behind it. For pairs of hook-like legs are arranged side by side on both sides of the flat body.
What is this?
Abu was frightened when he saw this figure. Maka, on the other hand, is still a little calm. After all, he is also someone who has experienced big scenes.
What a big scorpion!
It was also the first time for Zhang Ji to see such a monster, and he was a little uneasy. However, he was not calm, but he was not afraid in his heart. After all, he had long heard Tang Xichuan say that there were so-called gods in this world. Since there are even so-called gods, it is normal for one or two monsters to pop up occasionally.
Abu, let your tribe swim to the flyer.
Zhang Ji looked at the huge scorpion and said to Abu without looking back.
Swim. Swim there?
After hearing Zhang Ji's words, Abu turned around and looked at the flyer, which was 100 meters away, and gulped.
Yes. Swim over. If you don't want to die, just swim over.
Zhang Ji said in a serious tone.
What about these camels?
Abu asked.
How long has it been? Are you still thinking about camels? It's important to save your life now.
Zhang Ji heard Abu's words and immediately turned around and looked at Abu.
Oh, okay.
Abu saw Zhang Ji's stern eyes and subconsciously agreed with Zhang Ji's words.
Maka, take your brothers and go with you. Sir, are we leaving too?
Maka thought Zhang Ji would let people like him stay to cover. But now that he heard Zhang Ji's arrangement, he suddenly said with some reluctance,
This monster, if I guess correctly, is the culprit responsible for the desertification of Crescent Island. He obviously doesn't want us to leave alive. If you are here, it will only affect my performance. But, sir, we are leaving. You are alone and cannot resist. Why don't you let us stay to assist you?
Upon hearing this, Abu immediately said to Zhang Ji,
No need.
Zhang Ji shook his head, and then said to Abu and the others,
If I guess correctly, that guy is a god. You are not strong enough, and you will lose your life in vain if you go up.
Hearing Zhang Ji reject him again, Abu seemed very disappointed.
Brother Abu, you should listen to the arrangements of adults,
Maka said to Abu from the side. When Abu heard Maka say the same thing, he knew that it would be impossible for him not to leave this time. He thought for a moment, and finally agreed to Zhang Ji's arrangement.
Aren't you leaving?
Zhang Ji asked strangely when he saw that Maka didn't move.
Sir, before we left Myron Island, I promised the master that I would protect you. Also, I have received the blessing of Ares, the god of war, and can borrow his strength for a short period of time. Coupled with the blood essence and blood of the Siren clan leader, my strength is not weak.
Maka said this with a smile on his face. Hearing Maka's words, Zhang Ji nodded, and then said to Maka,
Okay. If we lose it a while, we will run away quickly. Understood.
Maka nodded. When Zhang Ji saw Maka nodding, he turned his attention again to the figure on the sand dune.
I thought this trip would go smoothly, but I didn't expect that something like this happened. Isn't this forcing me to go back to my old career?
Zhang Ji murmured, while his fingers kept rubbing the ring of the sun god on his fingers. Chapter 283 A moment of silence for Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji originally did not want to use the ring of the sun god, because after using the ring of the sun god, the ring needs to cool down for half a month. Therefore, Zhang Ji felt that he did not want to use the ring of the sun god unless it was absolutely necessary. However, this does not mean that Zhang Ji is so stupid that he is reluctant to use his trump card even though he knows that he is in extreme danger. Therefore, after Zhang Ji sent Abu and the others away, he planned to directly activate the ring of the sun god to intercept the big scorpion. Thinking of this, Zhang Ji directly activated the ring of the sun god silently in his heart. Then, Zhang Ji felt that the rings on his hands began to become hot, and an inexplicable force extended upward from his hands to his limbs. After a while, Zhang Ji felt that his body was no longer changing, and then he stretched out his right arm and shook it gently. A small spark emitted from between his hands and dissipated in the air. At the same time, there were many more memories in his mind, all of which originated from the memories of the sun god Apollo.
This kind of power is so strong,
Zhang Ji murmured.
Sir, that monster is charging towards us.
While Zhang Ji was still lamenting that he had gained new power, Maka pointed to the distance and said to him,
Just in time.
Zhang Ji now felt that he could kill an old scalper with one punch. As a combative person, he couldn't help but want to find someone to compete with him. Now seeing that the monster dared to charge towards him, he naturally would not let go of such an opportunity. Just when Zhang Ji was about to rush out, he suddenly felt a terrifying momentum burst out from his right side, which made Zhang Ji couldn't help but turn his head and look. As a result, he discovered that Maka took out a spear from nowhere. That spear was emitting a golden light, and it looked like it was something special.
Maka, where did you get this gun?
Zhang Ji asked strangely.
This is what Ares, the god of war, gave to me. He said that after owning this weapon, I can possess his divine power.
Maka raised the weapon in his hand and said to Zhang Ji,
Is there such an operation?
Zhang Ji suddenly became interested when he heard Maka's words.
Then let us compete today to see who can defeat this big scorpion.
Zhang Ji said to Maka with a smile.
As you wish.
Maka also felt that his body was full of power, and he smiled and nodded to Zhang Ji. When Zhang Ji saw that Maka had agreed, he immediately stretched out his arms, showing a posture of drawing a bow and shooting an arrow. Immediately afterwards, a pair of bows and arrows made of flames appeared in Zhang Ji's hands, and a burning arrow appeared on the bow and arrows. Then Zhang Ji loosened his fingers holding the arrow, and the arrow made of flames flew directly towards the big scorpion. The arrow quickly passed through a distance of several hundred meters, accurately hit the big scorpion's back armor, and then exploded directly on the spot. Zhang Ji looked at the huge sparks of the explosion, his face full of solemnity. He knew that although the arrow he just hit the opponent, Zhang Ji was absolutely sure that the blow he just made was not big at all to the big scorpion. Roll. Sure enough, the next moment the huge figure passed through the flames. Zhang Ji saw that the big scorpion had some burns from the fire, but no damage at all. Zhang Ji frowned slightly, and then fired the bowstring again. This time, he was obviously harder than last time. The arrows that appeared this time also changed from 1 to 3. Zhang Ji loosened his fingers and shot 3 arrows towards the big scorpion in the shape of a cross. This time, the big scorpion seemed to feel the threat. It did not choose to use its back to resist the 3 arrows. Instead, it slightly raised the big pincers in front of it, blocking all directions of the arrows. The 3 arrows hit the big scorpion's claws hard, and another huge spark was produced. Looking at the huge fire, Zhang Ji immediately felt a sense of crisis. He immediately shouted to Maka next to him,
Get back!
Then, he and Maka quickly flew back towards the rear. As soon as they left their original position, they immediately shot a dark green light into the flames, directly hitting the position where Zhang Ji and the others had just been standing. Zhang Ji, who was still retreating quickly, saw that where they had just stood, a large pit had been corroded by the dark green light beam, and the pit was still spitting out white smoke.
Let me go! What is this? Is it strong acid?
Zhang Ji saw this scene and immediately complained in his heart. But complaints are complaints. Zhang Ji also discovered that his rocket didn't seem to have much effect on the big scorpion. So he planned to give up long-range attacks. The flaming bow and arrow turned into little flames and dissipated in the air. And then Zhang Ji took out a pitch-black blade from his backpack. When Maka saw the blade, she immediately felt something was wrong.
Sir, who gave you this knife?
Maka asked nervously.
It's Sichuan. What's wrong?
Zhang Ji was brewing his murderous intention. But when he heard Maka asking next to him, he suddenly felt a little angry.
Did the master say anything when he gave you this knife?
Upon hearing that Tang Sichuan gave it to him, Maka became even more fearful.
I said something, Sichuan said. This knife should be used with caution.
Zhang Ji thought for a while, and then said to Maka,
Is there anything wrong with this knife? No. Sir, I wish you good luck,
Maka said in a confused manner, making Zhang Ji a little confused. What do you mean wish me good luck? However, the current situation was urgent, and Zhang Ji didn't think much about it. He only knew that when Tang Sichuan handed the knife to him, he said that the knife should be used with caution. But once the blade comes out, everything is invincible. Even if the opponent is a god, it is impossible to block its blade. Now, Zhang Ji saw that after he activated the ring of the sun god, his fireball turned into a bow and arrow, which had no effect on the big scorpion. So he could only use this so-called demon-breaking blade. Zhang Ji slowly pulled the demon-breaking blade out of its scabbard, and he immediately felt that the surrounding temperature had dropped several degrees. The sudden drop in temperature made Zhang Ji shiver. The entire black blade and even the blade are black. But this black color can also reflect a burst of cold light. Even if Zhang Ji doesn't understand knives, he can still tell that this knife is a good knife. A good knife that can cut iron like clay.
Hee. Big scorpion. Let me see how much you can resist this time. I have to cut you into pieces today and drag you back to make wine for Mr. Fong.
Zhang Ji chuckled. Maka looked at Zhang Ji and giggled strangely. He could only silently pray for Zhang Ji in his heart, hoping that he wouldn't cry for a while. Chapter 284 Sword Skills Falling from the Sky. Zhang Ji had only one thought at this time. That is, with the machete in hand, I have the world. An invincible heroism arose from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Ji held the knife in both hands, performed a perfect sword dance, and rushed towards the big scorpion. Although Maka next to him was extremely reluctant to get close to the demon-breaking blade. As soon as he saw the demon-breaking blade, he couldn't help but remember that he was beaten so hard by Aquan because of Tang Sichuan's use of the demon-breaking blade. Take care of yourself. However, as Tang Sichuan's loyal dogleg, he still followed. For nothing else. Just because Maka promised Tang Sichuan to protect Zhang Ji? Since Zhang Ji only relied on the power of the sun god, Zhang Ji can now be regarded as the incarnation of the sun god. Although the sun god's combat power is among the best among the gods, he can never compare with Ares, the top thug among the gods. Maka, who was blessed by the divine power of Ares, held a spear and stabbed the big scorpion. There's a saying that goes well. A little cold light comes first, and then the gun comes out like a dragon. This refers to people who use guns, who move quickly and quickly. This is well reflected in Maka. For example, now, although Zhang Ji left first, Maka arrived first. Maka holds an iron gun in her hand and stabs the big scorpion. But the big scorpion is not stupid. It clearly feels the extraordinary power of the iron gun in Maka's hand, and can feel that if this gun pierces itself, it will definitely be injured. Therefore, it very cleverly raised its pair of large claws, like hills to block. After all, this pair of giant claws is the hardest part of its body. When Maka saw the big scorpion and raised his claws to block, he knew that his attack might not be effective. And because of his fast speed and excessive force, and because he had just obtained Ares' divine power, he could not control the surge in strength very well. Therefore, he had no time to change the direction of the thrust, and could only watch as his spear pierced the claw.
Song!
The collision between the iron gun and the big claws made a sound of metal hitting each other. And there was also a burst of sparks. As the saying goes, the more force you use, the greater the reaction force you will get. This is called conservation of energy, or reaction force. Therefore, the massive scorpion only shook its body in response to Maka's blow. The light-bodied Maka was directly ejected.
Die!
Just as Maka was ejected, Zhang Ji's attack also arrived. He raised the demon-breaking blade high, shouted, and slashed directly at the pair of giant claws. This wasn't Zhang Jimong. He didn't know that the pair of claw pliers were the hardest things on the scorpion, so he insisted on confronting him head-on. But Zhang Ji discovered that the pair of claw pliers seemed to be much more agile than he expected. With Maka's speed, he could block Maka's attack with a pair of claws. His own speed couldn't match Maka, so he didn't have to think about getting around the pair of giant claws. Therefore, Zhang Ji had no choice but to confront it head-on. When the big scorpion saw Zhang Ji raising his knife to chop off his big claw, a hint of ridicule appeared on his ugly face. However, this mocking expression only lasted for less than 3 seconds, and the next moment its face was full of shock. The 1-meter-long demon-breaking blade cut directly into the giant scorpion's claws, like cutting tofu. In other words, it is easier than cutting tofu. Anyway, when it comes to cutting tofu, Zhang Ji can still feel resistance from the menu. But now, there is no resistance at all. It's like cutting out the loneliness. Purple blood spurted out from the wound of the pliers, and 1/3 of the huge pliers was cut off by this knife. The big scorpion was in pain, and its disproportionately small mouth opened wide. But no sound came out. Zhang Ji, on the other hand, became more and more excited and arrogant, as if he had turned into a madman.
Ha! This knife is so powerful! So cool!
Zhang Ji laughed crazily while waving the magic-breaking blade. But in just 30 seconds, Zhang Ji quickly dealt 40 or 50 knives to the big scorpion. With the sharp edge of the demon-breaking blade, Zhang Ji didn't even think about where he hit. Anyway, no part of this big scorpion can withstand the edge of the demon-breaking blade. The pair of big claws of the big scorpion were cut with dozens of wounds that were deep enough to show the bones under the blade of the magic-breaking blade. At this time, the big scorpion was extremely heartbroken. It never expected that the pair of big pliers it was proud of were no more than a piece of tofu in front of Zhang Ji. However, in addition to his pair of large pincers, the scorpion also has a weapon that can kill people, and that is its tail needle. Seeing that its pair of large pincers could not block Zhang Ji's attack, it raised its tail needle. Generally, the tail stinger of a scorpion can only sting people. The main method of wounding is to pierce the tail stinger into the prey's body and then release the toxin. But this big scorpion has obviously evolved. Its tail needle does not need to penetrate the human body to release toxins. Therefore, a stream of dark green thick material was ejected from its tail needle and sprayed towards Zhang Ji. At this time, Zhang Ji didn't notice at all because he was still focusing on his big claws. Maybe even if you notice it, it won't help. After all, the divine power Zhang Ji possesses at this time is not of the speed type. It is difficult for him to dodge at such a close distance. However, Zhang Ji's failure to respond in time does not mean that Maka did not respond in time. After Maka was bounced out again, he ran back quickly. But when he returned to the big scorpion, he saw the big scorpion raising its tail stinger. Seeing this scene, Maka hit Zhang Ji directly, and the two of them rolled out. The next second, the place where Zhang Ji stood was covered in large amounts of venom. The places covered with venom were emitting green smoke. When Zhang Ji saw the scene, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. If Maka hadn't pretended to be him just now, he might have been left alone now. After being frightened, Zhang Ji felt a burst of anger in his heart.
You still dare to resist?
Zhang Ji cursed angrily. And then he used both legs to shoot out towards the big scorpion's tail needle. With the sharp magic-breaking blade lying directly in front of him, Zhang Ji passed by the big scorpion's tail needles. One went upwards, and the other was cut off and fell to the ground. However, all that fell was a small tail needle. After all, the big scorpion moved very quickly. When it felt Zhang Ji slashing towards its tail needle, it narrowly escaped Zhang Ji's fatal blow. But even so, a tail needle about half a meter long was still chopped off by Zhang Ji.
I will kill you while you are sick!
After Zhang Ji jumped to the highest point, his body fell involuntarily. In order to speed up the fall, Zhang Ji stretched his body straight, still holding the magic-breaking blade horizontally in his hand, preparing to use the sword technique falling from the sky on the big scorpion. Chapter 285. If you don't run away now. Are you waiting for bad luck? Anyone who has studied physics knows that the smaller the obstruction surface, the faster the speed. The faster the speed, the faster the gravitational acceleration when falling from a height. The faster the gravitational acceleration, the stronger the impact force. For example, now, Zhang Ji reduces his block surface to the minimum, which leads to the faster his acceleration and the faster his speed. In a flash of lightning, Zhang Ji hit the big scorpion on the back from a high place, and the magic-breaking blade in his hand penetrated directly into the big scorpion's back without any hindrance. However, Zhang Ji was also a little dizzy after being thrown. After a while, Zhang Ji shook his dazed head, looked around, and found that he had successfully bypassed the interception of the claws and tail stings, and landed on the big scorpion. On the back. He suddenly felt happy. Without the pincers to intercept him. All he had to deal with now was the tail spines. But now, only half of the giant scorpion's tail stinger is left. And it's unclear whether it can continue to attack. How could Zhang Ji miss such a good opportunity? So, Zhang Ji, in line with the fine tradition of taking advantage of your illness to kill you, grabbed the demon-breaking blade that was immersed in the hilt of the knife. And with a push of his legs, he ran out for more than 10 meters. Of course, since the demon-breaking blade was still stuck in the big scorpion's back. When he rushed out, the demon-breaking blade also made a large gash on the big scorpion's back that was about 10 meters long and more than a meter deep. Suddenly, purple blood spurted out. Zhang Ji felt extremely happy when he saw this scene. But he was still a little dissatisfied. So, he once again drew out the demon-breaking blade, rounded his arm, and slashed directly at the big scorpion's tail. The next second, the big scorpion's tail stinger said goodbye to the big scorpion. The purple blood is like a small fountain. When Zhang Ji saw the scene, for some reason, something suddenly came to his mind. Although this scorpion was very big, how could there be so much blood in its flat body? Perhaps only the big scorpion knew about this problem. But it would never have the chance to tell Zhang Ji. After Zhang Ji cut off its tail with a knife, the big scorpion finally couldn't hold on any longer and lay down on the yellow sand. Its 4 relatively small legs were still subconsciously pulling forward, as if trying to escape. But it had lost too much blood and had no strength to escape from here. However, even if he could escape, it would not survive such serious injuries. Although this big scorpion is not dead yet, it is almost there. Seeing the big scorpion that had lost the ability to resist, Zhang Ji had no intention of just letting him go. Zhang Ji once again raised the magic-breaking blade and slashed at the scorpion's tiny legs, preparing to cut it into a stick. Zhang Ji was watching with great enthusiasm, while Maka was frightened watching from behind.
Sir! That's enough. Stop chopping!
Maka looked at Zhang Ji, who kept swinging the magic-breaking blade, and couldn't help but remind him.
Oh? What's wrong? What's enough?
Zhang Ji heard that Maka seemed to be talking to him, and he had some unfinished thoughts. Looking at Zhang Ji with purple blood on his face, Maka suddenly felt that she was trying to persuade him at this time. And it seemed that it was too late. He vaguely felt that a large black cloud seemed to have begun to form above Zhang Ji's head. Maka knew that this was just a function of his heart, but he still couldn't help but want to escape from Zhang Ji.
Well, sir, you are busy first. I will call for help. Such a big scorpion will definitely have a good treasure. Go. Go. Go.
Zhang Ji couldn't help but nodded when he heard Maka's words. He felt that Maka was indeed a veteran-level island citizen of Myron Island, and he really had a sharp eye. With Zhang Ji's permission, Maka immediately exerted her strength on her legs and ejected directly towards the flyer like lightning. The time of this battle can be said to be long or short, going back and forth, making every effort. In fact, it only took a few minutes. Abu and the others had just swam to the flyer ship, and the battle on Maka's side was over. When Maka jumped across the sea and landed on the flyer, Abu and the others had not yet dried their bodies.
Brother Maka, why are you here? Sir?
Abu asked strangely when he saw Maka jumping back to the boat alone.
Stop asking so many questions. Hurry up. Sail the boat. Let's go back.
Maka heard Abu's words and had no time to answer him. He directly told the group of brothers he had brought over. Coincidentally, many of the people who came with Maka this time were the same group of people who went to Poseidon Island with Tang Sichuan last time. In fact, they already knew the result when they saw Zhang Ji take out the demon-breaking blade. This big scorpion looks very brave, but the sense of oppression it exudes is simply not comparable to that of Hydra and Chimera. If the strength of Hydra and Chimera is counted as 1, then this big scorpion is only 0.75. Since you can kill a monster like Hydra with the demon-breaking blade, defeating this big scorpion is naturally a piece of cake. But what followed was that they thought about the half day after their master killed Hydra and Chimera. That half day I went out and met Aquan, and Tang Sichuan's bad luck almost cost him himself. Moreover, this kind of bad luck is of a limited nature, and everyone within this range will also be unlucky. Therefore, when these old subordinates saw Zhang Ji taking out the demon-breaking blade, they were no longer worried about whether Zhang Ji would lose, but they were worried about whether they would be implicated in bad luck. Now that they heard Maka saying to retreat, they were naturally overjoyed. They quickly launched the soarer and withdrew 4 kilometers away, looking at Crescent Island from a distance. Maka and the others walked without hesitation and quietly. Zhang Ji watched the scorpion's legs being chopped off, his thoughts still lingering, and he completely forgot about himself. When Zhang Ji felt some pain in his back, he realized that the half-hour blessed by the sun god's power had long passed.
Didn't Maka say to go back to the ship to find helpers? Where are the people?
Zhang Ji then called Maka, and Zhang turned around to see if there was another flyer behind him. Now let alone the flyer, there isn't even a single plank of wood.
Huh? Where are the people?
Zhang Ji looked at the empty sea, and his brain went into a shutdown.
Damn it! This Maka won't leave me alone on this island.
Zhang Ji suddenly turned dark when he thought of this. Then, he noticed that there seemed to be a small black spot far away on the sea. Zhang Ji knew that if his guess was correct, the little black dot was the flyer.
Don't let me go back. Once I go back, I will make sure Sichuan gives you a good education class.
Zhang Ji raised his arms and roared loudly at the little black dot. As soon as he finished shouting, a large drop of water fell on his face. Zhang Ji raised his head and looked at the sky. At this time, he discovered that at some point, the sky above his head had become dark, and the dark clouds were very low.
If my guess is correct, it looks like it's going to rain today.
Zhang Ji wiped the drop of water on his face and murmured while looking at the sky. Chapter 286 Magical Beads. A middle-aged man wearing tattered clothes was sitting on a beach. A long black knife was inserted into the sand 1 meter next to him. He looked at the sea in the distance with a dull expression. The ground around him was a mess. It was full of potholes and scorched black. The man sitting there is naturally Zhang Ji. He still hasn't realized what he just experienced. Can you imagine that lightning falling from the sky can be as dense as raindrops? The lightning was not big, only as thick as a thumb. But it was as dense as rain, making it impossible to hide. Basically, all hits are from Zhang Ji. This lightning is not very harmful. It just makes people feel numb all over the body and loses a certain amount of mobility. But this can't stand up to the large amount. Basically, after Zhang Ji was hit by a bolt of lightning, he froze in place. And then countless lightning struck towards him. If lightning is just an appetizer, then the subsequent subsidence and local heavy rain are the feast. As you can imagine, Zhang Ji's body froze in place after being struck by lightning, making him unable to move at all. Then countless lightning bolts struck towards him. Keep yourself immobile. Then, a deep pit with a radius of 2 meters suddenly formed under his feet, and Zhang Ji fell into it. Until now, Zhang Ji still hasn't figured out why the originally solid sand suddenly sank. He also didn't think about why the dry sand suddenly rained heavily. What surprised him the most was that the sand seemed to be the same as when he first arrived on the island. The kind that couldn't be watered through. That is what is known as waterproofing. The deep pit, waterproof sand, heavy rain, and the lightning that kept hitting him all led to a strange phenomenon. That was Zhang Ji standing in the sand pit, shaking his body constantly, but unable to move a step. The lightning struck him and rolled his eyes. Then local heavy rain caused a large amount of rainwater to accumulate in the sand pit. Under such circumstances, Zhang Ji was beaten for 2 hours. Finally, when lightning listened, he slowly regained control of his body. At this time, the sand in the sand pit had crystallized. These crystals caused his armor to shatter and his hair to stand on end. He originally wanted to press his erected hair, but who knows? As soon as his hand touched the hair turned into fly ash. Zhang Ji looked a little sluggish, but he climbed out of the sand pit as if nothing had happened, dragging the magic-breaking blade with his right hand, and walked slowly towards the seaside. As soon as Zhang Ji was sitting on the beach, he saw the flyer in the distance, heading towards him rapidly. Soon, Maka took Abu and the others back to the island.
Sir, are you okay?
Maka looked at Zhang Ji, who was a little dull and expressionless sitting on the shore, and couldn't help but feel a little worried. Isn't this because he was fooled? Zhang Ji finally had a little reaction when he heard Maka's words. He slowly turned his head and looked at Maka. Zhang Ji opened his mouth slightly, ready to say something, but a stream of smoke came out directly from his mouth.
Did you already know that if you use this broken knife, you will suffer retribution? Sir, if I say I don't know, will you reply?
Maka suddenly felt a layer of cold sweat break out on her forehead when she heard Zhang Ji's words.
Do you think I will believe it?
Zhang Ji looked at Maka with the eyes of an idiot, and he was complaining in his heart.
You are kidding. Don't you know? You don't know. You can run so far with people? Sir, I thought the master told you this in advance. Don't you know what your master's character is? He is a trap. A big trap.
Zhang Ji suddenly seemed a little excited when he heard Maka's words.
Sir, this is me.
Maka didn't know what to say when she heard Zhang Ji's words. And Zhang Ji also knew that in fact, he couldn't blame Maka for this matter. If you want to complain, you should go to Tang Sichuan.
Forget it. Let someone take care of that big scorpion. Let me take it easy.
After saying that, Zhang Ji stopped talking to Maka and turned his attention to the sea. Seeing that Zhang Ji didn't want to talk to him, Maka didn't want to mess with him anymore. He turned around and waved to the people behind him, asking them to follow him to collect the body of the big scorpion.
Brother Maka, you knew this would happen. Why didn't you tell the adults in advance?
Abu asked Maka in a low voice.
What's the use of telling the Lord? Your character is there. Even if you tell me, he will still use the demon-breaking blade under such circumstances.
Maka shook his head.
Then we should also tell the adults, whether you say it or not. The result is the same. Saying it won't change anything. If you don't say it, it will give you a psychological relief.
Maka shook her head and said to Abu.
Relief in your heart?
Abu heard Maka's words and expressed that he did not understand.
To put it simply, it is to give him a place to vent his depressed emotions.
Maka stopped and said to Abu.
If I tell you, you will still choose to use the demon-breaking blade, and you will still suffer backlash. But at this time, even if he uses it voluntarily, no matter how miserable the result is, he will bear it alone. But if he doesn't say it, he will have a reason to discuss these matters with his master, and he will also have a breakthrough to vent. This will make it easier for the adults to restore their mentality. But if you do this, are you not afraid of resentment between the master and the master?
Abu looked at Maka and asked strangely.
The relationship between the master and the adults is not so easily destroyed.
Maka looked at Abu with an expression that you don't understand. Abu was stunned when he heard Maka's words. While Maka and Abu were still chatting, an islander warrior ran over with a bead as big as a duck egg in his hand. This bead also emits bursts of light yellow light.
Sir, this is what we found inside that big scorpion.
The islander warrior handed the bead to Maka and said respectfully.
Huh?
Maka immediately hummed after hearing this, and then reached out to take the bead. What is surprising is that after taking this bead, Maka felt slightly that the bead was emitting bursts of heat.
What is this?
Abu looked at the beads in Maka's hand and asked curiously.
I don't know either.
Maka heard Abu's question, and he shook his head.
Let's go. Give this bead to your excellency. You may know what it is.
Maka thought for a while, and said to Abu. Abu heard Maka's words and agreed. So, the two of them turned around and walked towards Zhang Ji again. Chapter 287. How about I draw your eyebrows?
Why are you back again?
Zhang Ji heard a crunching sound coming from behind him. He looked back and saw that it was Maka and Abu again. So he asked directly,
Sir, we found a strange bead.
As she said that, Maka took out the bead she just got.
Strange beads?
Zhang Ji looked at the beads in Maka's hand. He didn't think there was anything strange about the beads. However, when he took the bead, he felt that there was something really different about it. The beads are smooth to the touch, fine in texture, and warm to the touch.
Where did you get this?
Maka asked as Zhang Ji watched.
It was found in the big scorpion. But we don't know what the bead does.
Maka said to Zhang Ji. Zhang Ji suddenly fell into deep thought after hearing Maka's words. He looked at the bead carefully, and wondered to himself what it was used for. In the fairy tales of flower growers, it is said that some great demons possess inner elixirs, which are the source of their magical power. In the beliefs of the Third Brothers family, relics are also mentioned. This is also said in European mythology. But in scientific terms, there are stones in the body.
Could it be that that big scorpion has an irregular diet? There is such a big stone growing in his body?
Zhang Ji murmured, holding the bead in his hand.
Forget it. Let's take it back and show it to Sichuan.
Zhang Ji thought about it and decided to show it to Sichuan. So, he put the bead directly into his backpack. After killing the big scorpion, Maka and the others never encountered any obstruction. So they quickly packed up their things and boarded the flyer again. The Crescent Tribe's island is more than 1,400 kilometers away from Myron Island. At the speed of the flyer, it actually only takes more than 7 hours to reach Myron Island. When Zhang Ji and the others came out of the cave, it was around 9 a.m. They encountered a big scorpion, which delayed them for some time. Plus the time when Zhang Ji was struck by lightning. When they officially set off back to the island, it was already past noon, probably 1 p.m. So, when they returned to Myron Island, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening, almost 9 o'clock. However, What moved Zhang Ji was that after he took the flyer and docked at the pier, he saw Tang Sichuan taking the lead to greet him.
Brother Zhang, you're back.
Tang Sichuan came up to greet Zhang Ji with a smile. But when he saw Zhang Ji's appearance clearly through the lights on the pier, he couldn't help but want to laugh. At this time, Zhang Ji not only had no hair, but also no eyebrows. His whole head was as shiny as a braised egg.
Brother Zhang, what kind of look do you have? Why did you go out and become like this? Is there a teacher Tony on Crescent Island?
Tang Sichuan covered his mouth, looked at Zhang Ji, and suppressed a smile.
You still have the nerve to laugh? I was almost tricked to death by you.
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Sichuan, who was holding back his laughter, and said angrily,
Huh? Why do you blame me for tricking you?
Tang Sichuan also felt strange when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
Why didn't you tell me that the demon-breaking blade you gave me would have pitfalls after use?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Sichuan angrily and said,
Demon-breaking blade? Why did you use the demon-breaking blade?
Tang Sichuan frowned when he heard Zhang Ji using the demon-breaking blade. In his opinion, Zhang Ji just wanted to occupy a small island with only about 200 people. Moreover, the island tribe lacked food and clothing, and did not have much young strength. Moreover, he also has the ring of the sun god in his hand, which can be upgraded to the level of a demigod. How could he use the demon-breaking blade? When Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's question, he told Tang Sichuan what happened to him in the Crescent tribe. After Zhang Ji talked non-stop for half an hour, Tang Sichuan finally figured out why Zhang Ji became like this.
You mean, on Crescent Island, you encountered monsters similar to gods?
Tang Sichuan pulled Zhang Ji to a place where boxes were placed and sat down.
It should be considered a god.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words, thought for a while, and nodded.
Anyway, if I don't use the demon-breaking blade, it will probably be difficult to defeat it. And once the time for us to gain divine power is over, Maka and I may become targets for slaughter. After all, neither the fireball attached to the ring of the sun god nor the iron gun in Maka's hand can break through his defense. With the blessing of divine power, we can fight it on an equal footing. But without divine power, we may not even have a chance to escape. Well, if that's the case, then there's nothing wrong with you using the demon-breaking blade.
Tang Sichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, touched his chin and nodded.
But why didn't you tell me in advance? This thing will have backlash if used.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words and looked at him with resentment.
Huh? Didn't I say that?
Tang Sichuan heard Zhang Ji's resentment, and there was a hint of surprise on his face.
Do you think you said it?
Zhang Ji said angrily.
Sorry for the mistake. I thought I said that.
Tang Sichuan showed an apologetic smile to Zhang Ji.
Humph. Not sincere.
Zhang Ji snorted and turned his head to the side.
Let's do this. Brother Zhang, I'll ask Sister Ma Yin to come over later and redraw your eyebrows.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and said to Zhang Ji.
Looking at you now, there is indeed something not good about you. I don't think Wen Wen will recognize you if you appear in front of her like this. However, I haven't thought of any good solutions for your hair yet. But for your eyebrows, I think I can let Sister Ma Yin think of a solution. Ma Yin? Can she do it?
Zhang Ji suddenly said in disbelief when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Please remove the word, ? And replace it with a statement.
Tang Sichuan said seriously to Zhang Ji.
Sister Ma Yin used to be an internet celebrity anchor, and makeup was a compulsory course. You're just drawing on your eyebrows. That's a joke.
After Zhang Ji heard what Tang Sichuan said, he thought it was right, let alone Wen. He almost didn't recognize his current appearance when he looked in the mirror. If a person suddenly has a bald head, his acquaintances may find it strange, but they will still be able to recognize who he is. But if a person suddenly shaves his head and then frowns, even his friends will have to ask themselves whether they have recognized the wrong person. The reason why there is such a gap is mainly because eyebrows are one of the human facial features. Changing the facial features will give people a sense of strangeness. Therefore, when Tang Sichuan asked Ma Yin to draw his eyebrows, Zhang Ji actually agreed from the bottom of his heart. He did not want his daughter to not recognize him when he went back.
Okay. Please trouble Xiao Yin later. Oh, by the way, I have another important thing to ask you for. What's the matter?
Tang Sichuan suddenly felt strange when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
We found a stone in that big scorpion. But this stone is quite interesting. It can generate heat on its own. So I brought it back to you to see.
With that said, Zhang Ji took out the bead from his pocket and handed it to Tang Sichuan. Chapter 288 asked the gods directly. Tang Sichuan looked at the beads in Zhang Ji's hand and complained in his heart.
What a damn stone! How can a stone be so big? How can it be so smooth?
Tang Sichuan looked at this bead and complained in his heart. However, he still took the bead. The beads are very heavy to hold. And as Zhang Ji said, you can feel the warmth of the beads when you hold them.
I said, Brother Zhang, are you sure you didn't use this bead to keep warm?
Tang Xiaochuan asked, holding the bead and looking at Zhang Ji.
Am I so boring?
Zhang Ji heard Tang Sichuan's words and immediately rolled his eyes at him. Hearing Zhang Ji's words, Tang Xiaochuan smiled and without saying anything else, he directly used the system to check the origin of the bead.
Godhead Crystal, the incarnation of the desert god Seth. Although it is only an incarnation, it also possesses powerful strength. The Godhead is the source of power for the gods. Although this Godhead Crystal is the incarnation of the Godhead, it is also extremely precious. Note, although the Godhead is powerful, it needs to be used with caution. Regular use methods are invalid. Please explore the specific use methods yourself. Godhead?
Tang Sichuan felt bad after seeing the introduction of the system. Is this thing really something that can be produced at this time?
What did you say? Godhead?
Zhang Ji was very close to Tang Sichuan, so he could naturally hear Tang Sichuan's words.
Well, yes.
Tang Sichuan did not hide anything from Zhang Ji. He nodded and admitted directly.
How could it be a godhead? Shouldn't this thing only exist in the body of a god?
Zhang Ji touched his chin and looked at Tang Sichuan and asked.
Yes. That big scorpion you killed is a god. It's a god? That's too weak.
Zhang Ji curled his lips and said after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
Brother Zhang, you misunderstood. It's not that this god is weak, but that you are lucky.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while and then said to Zhang Ji.
Good luck. What do you mean?
Zhang Ji immediately expressed his incomprehension when he heard Tang Sichuan's words.
Let's put it this way. The god you met is just an incarnation. What we call a clone. His strength is completely different from that of a real god.
Tang Sichuan said to Zhang Ji.
Let me go. So what I met is a fake. It's not considered a counterfeit. His true body is indeed a god. But this is just a clone. And its strength is too different from the true body. In addition, you are holding a magic-breaking blade. This is a good thing. Not to mention such a clone. Even a demigod or a true god can be cut in two. But the premise is that you have a way to beat him. Are you so not optimistic that we can defeat the gods?
Zhang Ji curled his lips when he heard Tang Sichuan's words, expressing his displeasure.
It's not that we can't defeat it. But it's not that time yet.
Tang Sichuan shook his head, and then continued.
Have you not noticed that after we arrived in this world, our physical fitness continued to get stronger? If you don't tell me, I haven't noticed it. It's true.
Zhang Ji heard Tang Xiaochuan's words and nodded.
But why is this? It's because of the food we eat. The food here can change the body's constitution. The higher the level, the more obvious the change will be.
Tang Sichuan smiled and said to Zhang Ji.
This is why I have always emphasized that everyone should eat more high-level food. Oh, it turns out there is such a relationship. I always thought that these high-end foods just taste different.
Zhang Ji touched it and then said to Tang Sichuan.
Taste is only one aspect. Improving physical fitness is the most fundamental thing.
Tang Sichuan was speechless when he heard Zhang Ji's words. After having fun for a while, Zhang Ji suddenly became serious and asked Tang Sichuan.
Sichuan, why do you know this? Why?
Tang Sichuan didn't understand what Zhang Ji meant at all.
I mean, why do these people hiding behind the scenes drag us all into this world and give us these things that can enhance our physical fitness? Aren't they afraid that after we raise our strength to its peak, we will turn it against them? Who knows?
Tang Sichuan spread his hands and said that he didn't know either.
However, these are just our speculations. Maybe these physical enhancements cannot support us to improve to the same level as those gods? In other words, what we call gods now are like ants that can be crushed to death at any time to the people behind the scenes. Until a lot of things are concluded, no one can be sure what the final result will be. So, I think we should worry about these problems instead of thinking about how to develop our own islands. As long as we are strong enough. In the end, our hope of survival will be greater.
Tang Sichuan said slowly while looking at Zhang Ji.
Well, what you said makes sense.
Zhang Ji nodded after hearing Tang Sichuan's words.
By the way, tell me, how do we use this piece of Godhead? Should we swallow it directly? Or grind it into powder and drink it with water? No, Brother Zhang. We can't use this thing yet.
When Tang Xiaochuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he suddenly showed a dumbfounded expression.
Can't use it? I think about other people. Can they become gods directly after getting the godhead?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xiaochuan with a puzzled look.
Others? How do you know? Isn't that what the books say? That book? Why haven't I read it?
Tang Xiaochuan was a little confused when he heard Zhang Ji's explanation.
Novel. A certain novel. Don't all have this routine?
Zhang Ji said to Tang Xiaochuan with an innocent look.
Well, Brother Zhang, you should read less novels.
Tang Xiaochuan shook his head helplessly.
Ha! Just kidding.
Zhang Ji smiled and patted Tang Xiaochuan on the shoulder, and then said to him,
Then what do you think we should do with this thing? If we don't use it, wouldn't it be a waste to just put it on the shelf? I haven't thought about it yet. And I don't know how to use this thing. After all, this is my first time to get the godhead, so I have no experience.
Tang Xiaochuan shook his head helplessly. Zhang Ji also frowned when he heard Tang Xiaochuan's words. Although he just made such a joke, he also knew that Tang Xiaochuan was right. After all, this godhead was the first thing they had obtained on Myron Island, and they didn't know what to do with it. Therefore, for a moment, Tang Xiaochuan and Maka fell into silence.
Sichuan, I suddenly thought of something. What's the matter?
When Tang Xiaochuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately turned back and looked at Zhang Ji.
It's not like there are no gods on our island. Can't we just ask them directly? Well, what you said makes sense, and I can't even refute it.
When Tang Xiaochuan heard this, he suddenly didn't know how to answer Zhang Ji. But Zhang Ji's proposal is obviously feasible. Chapter 289 is so broken that even 502 cannot touch it. But the question is, who should I ask? Should I ask Essenes or Zeus? This question is worth thinking about. Before Tang Xiaochuan could think clearly, he saw a white light projected directly in front of him, from the top of the villa. Then a figure walked out of the white light.
Oh, you two are here. What a coincidence.
Zeus walked out of the white light, and said hello to Tang Xiaochuan and the other two.
Can you be more fake?
Tang Xiaochuan felt a group of crows flying above his head. He had seen people trying to strike up a conversation with someone, but he had never seen someone forcefully strike up a conversation like this.
Didn't you say that you can't show up from time to time? Why are you willing to run out of your statue today?
Tang Xiaochuan asked speechlessly.
Hey, isn't it boring to stay in one place? So I came out for a walk,
Zeus said without blushing or heartbeat.
So, just go ahead and appear directly in front of us?
Tang Xiaochuan said to Zeus speechlessly.
Do you think we are all fools? Tell me, what do you want from me?
Tang Xiaochuan looked at Zeus and sighed helplessly.
Can't I chat with you if I have nothing to do?
Zeus was also speechless.
In that case, I don't want to chat with you.
After saying that, Tang Xiaochuan stood up and prepared to leave.
I said, can't you respect the elderly? I want to respect you too, but you treat me like a fool.
Tang Xiaochuan simply rolled his eyes.
Okay, Sichuan, you just want to hear what Zeus wants to say.
Zhang Ji saw these two living treasures. They started fighting each other as soon as they met, and he was a little speechless.
Hey, I didn't pay attention just now. Who are you? A braised egg monster?
Zeus originally wanted to thank Zhang Ji when he heard Zhang Ji's words, but when he turned around and looked, he found that he seemed to have seen this person before. But he was not sure. When Zhang Ji heard Zeus's words, he suddenly felt that his lungs were about to explode. She helped him speak, but in the end, he saw herself as a braised egg monster. It is tolerable, but what is unbearable?
Let's go. Sichuan, I suddenly feel that some people can't give him a good look, lest he crawl along the pole.
Zhang Ji said to Tang Xiaochuan with a gloomy face.
Don't bother me. I really have something to do with you.
Zeus saw Zhang Ji break his guard after seeing his words, and he felt a little helpless.
Okay, Brother Zhang, let's listen to what he has to say.
Tang Xiaochuan said with a smile to Zhang Ji.
Humph.
Zhang Ji snorted coldly, but stopped and stood quietly aside.
Okay, if you have any questions, just tell me,
Tang Xiaochuan said to Zeus with a smile, although he also felt that the old man Zeus was really pushy and venomous at times. It was undeniable that he was very clear about the things about gods.
Boy, do you have a godhead in your hand?
Zeus asked directly.
Yes.
Tang Xiaochuan admitted very readily.
That thing is of no use to you now, so why not give it to me?
Zeus said directly.
Oh, how do you know this thing is of no use to me?
Tang Xiaochuan took out the godhead, turned it in his hand and said,
Besides, you want to take away this godhead with just one sentence? Isn't it too cheap? Look what you said.
When Zeus heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, he knew that Tang Xiaochuan was not easy to deal with.
This thing is really not something you can use now. To be honest, we are both in the same boat. There is no way I can trick you. If you really need it, I will definitely let you use it. After all, you are more powerful and will be of greater benefit to us.
When Tang Xiaochuan heard what Zeus said, he also felt that what Zeus should have said was true. However, he was still unwilling to give him this godhead so easily, at least in exchange for some useful information. Therefore, Tang Xiaochuan thought for a while and said to Zeus,
"It's not impossible if you want it.
But you have to tell me, what is the use of this thing to you? And if I gain strength in the future, how should I use my godhead?"
Okay. Zeus looked at Tang Xiaochuan's very determined expression and knew that if he didn't tell him what he wanted to know today, he wouldn't be able to take away this godhead at all. And the godhead is also very precious and important to these so-called gods.
You should know that this godhead is actually the source of power for us gods.
Yes. Tang Xiaochuan nodded.
Actually, this godhead can be taken away by others, or you can divide the godhead into equal parts on your own initiative. For example, the godhead in your hand was actually forcibly split by its owner, and using this separated godhead, you can easily create an incarnation, which is what you call a clone. Well, continue.
Tang Xiaochuan nodded when he heard this, and then said to Zeus,
"Since the godhead is the source of power belonging to the gods, it has a deeper meaning. But this news is not something you should know at this time. Then are you going to say it or not?"
Tang Xiaochuan heard that Zeus had a tendency to play tricks on him, and he immediately flipped the divinity in his hand and asked him,
Okay, I'm afraid of you."
Zeus rolled his eyes and said to Tang Xiaochuan,
"Let's put it this way. In fact, the godhead itself does not have any ownership. Whoever can control it can drive it and obtain the power provided by this godhead. To put it simply, it means that if an inferior god, or a person who is not a god at all, gets a godhead that he can control, he will immediately have the power of a god. Let me say this. Do you understand?"
Zeus looked at Tang Xiaochuan and asked,
"Wait a minute. What you mean is that the godhead is actually like a key. Whoever holds the key can enter the house. Is that what you mean?"
"Yes." Zeus nodded, and then he was afraid that Tang Xiaochuan would not give it to him if he wanted to obtain the power of the godhead. So he added,
"The premise is that you must have the strength to turn the doorknob."
"What do you mean?" Tang Xiaochuan began to hear Zeus say that anyone can use the power of the godhead, and he immediately thought of keeping it for himself. As a result, when he heard Zeus's last words, he suddenly had some doubts.
If you want to use the godhead, there is a bottom line. Not everyone can use it. If you do not meet the minimum standards and use the godhead forcibly, the powerful power of the godhead will tear the person who uses it rashly into pieces. Yeah, the kind that even 502 can't get involved with.
When Tang Xiaochuan heard what Zeus said, he immediately expressed doubts. After all, the old man Zeus had no credibility at all with Tang Xiaochuan. Zeus also saw that Tang Xiaochuan didn't believe it, and showed a smile to him, and then said,
"If you don't believe it, you can try it, not to mention whether it will explode. It is just a matter of whether you have the power to activate this godhead."
Chapter 290, Our C Position.
Super God.
Tang Xiaochuan's face suddenly turned dark when he heard Zeus's words. In his eyes, he still belongs to the kind of person who doesn't even have the power to activate his godhead. This is a bit hurtful. You promised not to slap people in the face. Seemingly seeing that Tang Xiaochuan was unhappy, Zeus felt that he was barely living under someone else's roof now, and it would not be good to have a quarrel with Tang Xiaochuan, the owner of the island. So he added another sentence.
"Actually, you're not bad. At your rate, in another 180 years, you'll barely have the power to activate your godhead."
When Tang Xiaochuan heard this, he suddenly had the idea of overturning the table. 180 years? Another lifetime series? 180 years later, there is a question mark as to whether I am still alive or not, or just have the power to activate the godhead. What a fuss! Seemingly sensing Tang Xiaochuan's dissatisfaction, Zeus smiled lightly and said,
"Boy, don't be dissatisfied. Whether it's your gods from the east or our gods from the west, which one didn't go through many difficulties and dangers before becoming a god? Although our Western gods are often born as gods, how many tests do they need to go through before they can finally succeed? As for those gods in the East, not to mention that it takes countless days and nights just to practice. Even if you succeed in the end, you will have to go through many catastrophes. Who is like you? You can become stronger by eating every day? Are you not satisfied with this?" Zeus said with some envy.
These are two completely different things. Okay. In 180 years. Don't talk about us anymore. I'm afraid even Wen Wen will become an old lady.
It's not that Tang Sichuan didn't know this, but he just felt very depressed.
You think too much. That's all I can say.
Zeus smiled slightly and did not continue.
What do you mean?
Tang Sichuan heard that there was something in Zeus's words and asked directly.
You'd better explore these things yourself. It's really not convenient for me to say it.
Zeus shook his head and did not explain to Tang Sichuan. When Tang Sichuan heard Zeus's words, he frowned.
What's the situation? Zeus can even talk about things beyond the current stage, such as divine status and becoming a god. Why is it that when it comes to matters of birth, old age, illness and death, he refuses to reveal anything? Could it be said that birth, old age, illness and death are more difficult than becoming a god? Boy, I'm warning you. Don't make random guesses. This thing involves rules. And it's not good for everyone if you make random guesses.
Zeus saw Tang Sichuan meditating, and he immediately warned Tang Sichuan.
Oh, really?
Tang Sichuan heard Zeus's words and immediately confirmed his guess. This world can become gods, and the people behind it also allow people like themselves to become gods. But they do not allow people like themselves to explore the reasons for all this. To put it bluntly, it's just like real-world software. The developer develops payment software for you, allowing you to pay and purchase at will on the website. But it is impossible for him to give you his source code. Here, becoming a god is a payment software. As long as you have money in your card and you have enough strength, you can buy and buy. However, if you want to figure out the source code of this payment software, then I'm sorry. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan also felt that he was not strong enough now to fight against the person behind this, and he did not want to be targeted by the other party. Therefore, Tang Sichuan immediately stopped his speculation, lest it be exactly what Zeus said and bring trouble to himself.
Okay, let's continue. We can't use this godhead now. So what's the use to you? Shouldn't you all have godhead?
Tang Sichuan looked at Zeus and asked. Upon hearing this, Zeus showed a hint of embarrassment.
Well, of course we have divine power, but we don't have much divine power left. What do you mean?
Tang Sichuan was a little confused when he heard Zeus's words.
Hey, let me tell you this. You can think of the godhead as a cup filled with water. Normally, the water in this cup is full, even if part of it is used up. It can be replenished quickly. Now, the situation is a little different,
Zeus said awkwardly.
What's the difference?
Tang Sichuan asked.
Well, to put it simply, if the cup is empty, water cannot fill it up,
Zeus said with a blush on his face.
Can't the water be replenished? So you are just an empty frame?
Tang Sichuan murmured.
Can you please stop speaking so harshly? What do you mean by empty airs? Isn't it? An empty frame? You?
Zeus was a little speechless, and finally sighed, and then said,
Okay, what you said is the truth.
When Tang Sichuan heard Zeus's words, a victorious smile appeared on his face.
So, what do you want this godhead for? Of course, it's to replenish your divine power. Wait a minute. Didn't you say you can't add more?
Tang Sichuan raised his hand to stop Thursday from continuing.
Do you think I don't understand anything and am a fool? Didn't you just say you can't replenish it? How come I can replenish my divine power again? What I said is that it cannot be replenished under normal circumstances. And I did not mention special means. Then what you mean is that you can't replenish your divine power by yourself. And you need other gods to replenish your divine power?
Tang Sichuan asked with a frown.
Yes.
Zeus nodded, and then continued.
Due to the rules of this world, we gods cannot replenish our divine power by ourselves. If you want to replenish your divine power, you can only absorb other gods. Here, why do I feel like this setting is so evil? Does it force you gods to kill each other?
When Zeus heard this, he did not continue, but showed a hint of helplessness on his face.
I have one last question.
Tang Sichuan thought for a while before speaking to Zeus.
You said it.
Zeus nodded.
You don't have divine power. So why does Seth have divine power? Can he even create a clone? It's not convenient for me to say anything more about this matter. All you need to know is that there are good and bad people, as well as gods.
Zeus thought for a while, and said to Tang Sichuan.
Are you saying that some gods are hostile to us survivors?
Tang Sichuan asked.
You can guess this yourself.
Zeus smiled slightly, and said to Tang Sichuan.
As long as you know this. It's okay. Then if I meet a god in the future, how can I tell if he is hostile to us?
Tang Sichuan asked.
The easiest way is to see if he has divine power. As long as he has divine power, He is definitely hostile to you.
Zeus gave a slight smile and showed a proud smile. Tang Sichuan was suddenly speechless.
Hey! Brat! What's your expression?
Zeus saw Tang Xiaochuan's speechless expression and suddenly felt a surge of anger in his chest.
Hey! You gods are so weak. Those who have divine power are all bad. And the good ones are all meretricious figures without divine power. This reminds me of a saying we have there. The enemy's seat position is super god. And our seat position is
super god.
Well, the god of the nervous knife.
Tang Sichuan was afraid that Zeus would not understand what he said. So he added at the end. Chapter 291 Boy. I suggest you choose Gaia. Tang Sichuan couldn't figure out why beings with divine power, who could defeat 10 enemies were all enemies, while he was always the one holding him back. In fact, Tang Sichuan also knows that he cannot rely on external forces for everything. But at the same time, it is undeniable that with the help of external forces, he can achieve his goals more easily. But what is the reality? Hostile gods possess divine power, and can cause huge trouble to these survivors. But your friendly gods still want to divide your resources. The difference between this and the second time is huge. However, this was just Tang Sichuan's casual remarks. It was impossible for him to give up.
So, what you are saying is that you need this godhead to enhance your strength?
Tang Sichuan looked at Zeus and asked.
No, it's not me.
Zeus shook his head.
It's not you. Who is that?
Tang Sichuan was surprised when he heard Zeus's words.
It seems that you really don't know anything.
After hearing what Tang Sichuan said, Zeus suddenly showed a wry smile.
Co-authored. Do you think I should know?
Tang Sichuan also showed a helpless smile.
Okay, let me tell you.
Zeus also shook his head, and then continued.
Although anyone can use this godhead, it will not be as effective as possible, because this godhead actually also has attributes. If the attributes conflict with each other, the power of this godhead will greatly reduce its effectiveness. For example, if you give Poseidon a fire attribute godhead, it's not that he can't use it, but the effect of this godhead is definitely much weaker than if you give this fire attribute godhead to the fire god Hephaestus. Even though Poseidon is a high-level god, he can't compare to Hephaestus in terms of fire attributes. So, if you want to maximize the effectiveness of this godhead, you still need to find a god with matching attributes.
Zeus said with a smile.
Gods with the same attributes?
Tang Xiaochuan thought for a moment, and then asked.
Then who do you think is suitable for this godhead? Boy, this godhead is an earth attribute godhead. Logically speaking, it is most suitable for you to give it to Demeter, the goddess of harvest. But,
Zeus said here and paused for a moment.
But what?
As soon as Tang Xiaochuan heard Zeus say but, he knew that Zeus definitely had a better idea.
However, this godhead can resurrect a new god in the temple, and that is the earth goddess Gaia.
Zeus said with a smile.
Wait a minute.
Earth goddess? Gaia? Resurrection? Why? I don't understand.
Tang Sichuan touched the back of his head and asked with some doubts.
I'll tell you one by one.
Zeus sighed, and then continued.
The earth goddess Gaia. According to seniority, she is my grandmother. Grandma? You actually have a grandmother?
Tang Sichuan said very unexpectedly.
Aren't you talking nonsense? I didn't jump out of the cracks in the stone. Monkey Son jumped out of the stone.
Zeus said angrily.
If you interrupt me again, I won't say anything. Oh, then you go on. I'll keep quiet.
Tang Sichuan said quickly to Zeus. After hearing Tang Sichuan's assurance, Zeus nodded, and then said,
Gaia is my grandmother, who died for some reasons. As for the reason, you don't need to know. Anyway, you only need to know one thing. She died, but it is not the kind where her godhood dissipates. She can be resurrected. And her ability is also very practical for you now.
What ability? Tang Xiaochuan asked.
You can expand the area of your island every day. What do you think of this ability?
Zeus said with a smile. What? Zhang Ji and Tang Xiaochuan shouted in surprise when they heard Zeus's words.
You heard it right. You can indeed increase the area of the island every day. And the ability to increase is not a single island, but the area of the island of your entire power.
Zeus was very satisfied with the reaction of Tang Sichuan and the others.
So strong,
Tang Sichuan said in surprise.
Otherwise you think that the title of Gaia, the mother of the gods, is given for nothing?
Zeus said with a smile.
So I still need to choose? Of course I choose to resurrect Gaia. Are you sure? Demeter, the goddess of harvest, is also good.
Zeus said with a smile.
Demeter, the goddess of harvest? What do you mean? Isn't she in the temple? Yes, Demeter is in the temple. But after giving her this godhead, she can further improve her strength. Can't she now make the crops on your island more productive? If you give her this godhead, she can further increase the fertility of the land on your island. In short, it can make your island's products richer, at least 2 to 3 times more. In this way, you can use less land to feed more people, or you can use more supplies to trade with other people. It's up to you how you choose.
Zeus said here, then stopped and let Tang Xichuan make his own choice. After Tang Xichuan heard Zeus's words, he suddenly fell into a tangle. Resurrecting Gaia will allow your island to grow a little bit every day. In this way, even if you don't use island stones, you can expand your island at an extremely fast speed. Everyone now knows that the size of the island is crucial to survivors. The larger the island is, the richer its products will be, and the special resources that can be refreshed will be richer. But the problem is that Tang Xichuan's island is now more than 50,000 square meters, which is already very big. With a few people on his island now, there is simply no way to develop the entire island well. If the island is expanded, then more land may be abandoned. After all, the entire island now only has about 700 people when it is full. If you choose Demeter, the area of your island will not increase, but the richness of its products will not drop at all. A 2 or 3-fold increase is enough for Tang Xichuan to feed more people. Therefore, Tang Xichuan is very torn now. He wants both and cannot make a choice at all.
Brother Zhang, what do you think?
Tang Xichuan, unable to make a decision, turned his head and looked at Zhang Ji.
Don't look at me. I can't choose either.
Zhang Ji saw Tang Xichuan looking at him, and he didn't know what to choose.
Boy, I suggest you choose Gaia.
At this time, Zeus suddenly said to Tang Xichuan,
Gaia?
Why? Tang Xichuan heard Zeus's words and turned back to look at him, asking with confusion on his face. Chapter 292 Resurrection of Gaia.
The benefits of resurrecting Gaia are greater than you think. Moreover, do you think Gaia is called the mother of the earth, and her only ability is to expand the area of your island?
Zeus showed a profound look, an unpredictable smile.
It's not just that,
Tang Xichuan murmured after hearing Zeus's words.
Xichuan, since Zeus has said so, why don't you just listen to his opinion?
Zhang Ji also said to Tang Xichuan from the side.
After Tang Xichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he also nodded. After all, he was inclined to choose Gaia at the beginning, but he felt that the island was too big and he could not develop the island well. Now, Zeus, who is most familiar with the gods, directly suggested that Tang Xichuan choose to resurrect Gaia. Tang Xichuan decided to listen to Zeus's opinion, because on the one hand, Zeus was indeed the most familiar person with the gods, and on the other hand, Tang Xichuan was not worried that Zeus would cheat him. After all, he and Zeus were in the same boat. If Zeus cheated him, he would cheat himself.
Okay, then I will listen to your opinion and choose to resurrect Gaia.
Tang Xichuan nodded, and then said,
Then what do I need to do? You only need to bring this godhead back to the temple, and leave the rest to me.
Zeus was very satisfied that Tang Xichuan chose to listen to his own opinion.
Bring it back to the temple and give it to you? Wouldn't it be
okay
if I just give it to you?
Tang Xichuan curled his lips and said after hearing Zeus's words,
You are overthinking. As the owner of the island, do you think I can resurrect the gods without you here?
Zeus rolled his eyes at Tang Xichuan.
Okay.
Tang Xichuan suddenly felt helpless when he heard Zeus's words. Although Tang Xichuan agreed with Zeus's words, he looked again and saw that there were already 200 or 300 high peaks, and he was suddenly speechless. He really didn't want to climb such a high mountain at night. Zeus seemed to see Tang Xichuan's reluctance. He raised the corners of his mouth slightly, then waved his big hand, and a burst of white light enveloped Tang Xichuan and Zhang Ji. Then the surrounding environment flashed for an instant. After they could see their surroundings clearly, Tang Xichuan and Zhang Ji suddenly discovered that they were already in the temple. The high priest Zambaka on the side was startled when he saw the sudden appearance of Tang Xichuan.
Master, why are you here?
After Zambaka recovered from his surprise, he immediately came forward to greet him.
It's okay. I'm just here to resurrect a god.
Tang Xichuan looked at Zambaka and said to him calmly,
Fu, resurrect a god?
Zambaka was dumbfounded after hearing Tang Xichuan's words. What is the situation? Now the master can even resurrect gods at will? When Zambaka heard Tang Xichuan's words, he was filled with respect for his master. Tang Xichuan didn't pay too much attention to Zambaka's reaction. He said low to Zambaka and went directly to the main hall of the temple.
Zeus, what need to be done now?
Tang Xiaochuan asked Zeus while holding the godhead.
You just put the godhead into the spring water next to it, and that's it.
Zeus pointed to a corner of the hall and said to Tang Xiaochuan.
The spring next to it?
Tang Xiaochuan was confused for a moment, then turned around and saw that there was really a spring in the corner. He originally thought that this spring was just for decoration, but he didn't expect that Zeus would actually let him throw his godhead into the spring. However, Tang Xiaochuan didn't say anything more. He went directly to the spring and put the godhead in his hand directly into the spring water. He watched the godhead sink into the spring water, but there was no reaction at all. Tang Xiaochuan turned his head and looked at Zeus strangely. Zeus did not speak, but stretched out his right hand, grabbed it in the air, and a bolt of lightning appeared in the palm of Zeus's hand again. At this time, Zeus's clothes and hair were smooth and majestic, completely different from his usual sloppy appearance. Zeus slowly withdrew his right hand, and then suddenly threw the lightning in his hand into the spring water. Suddenly, the entire surface of the spring was covered with arcs of electricity. And then the entire surface of the water began to boil. Tang Xiaochuan was so frightened by this scene that he took a step back involuntarily. Immediately afterwards, the spring water emitted a faint blue light, and a figure filled with white light slowly rose from the water. When the white light gradually dissipated, a beautiful figure appeared in front of everyone. I saw that beautiful figure who looked to be in her 30s, with golden hair, with small wavy hair hanging behind her, wearing traditional clothes on her body. She looked extremely noble and elegant. Her eyelashes trembled slightly, and then her jewel-like eyes opened. He looked around with a hint of doubt.
Where is this? Why am I here?
Gaia said softly after waking up. When Tang Xiaochuan heard Gaia's voice, he immediately fell into obsession. Her voice was very pleasant, and it also made people feel unusually kind, making people want to get close to him.
Gaia, are you awake?
Seeing Gaia wake up, Zeus went to greet her.
Are you Zeus?
Gaia paused slightly when she saw Zeus, and then asked in an uncertain tone.
Yes, dear Gaia, I am Zeus, the king of the gods,
Zeus said, and performed a breast-stroking salute to Gaia.
It's really you, my child.
When Gaia heard Zeus's words, a smile immediately appeared on her face. Then, Gaia looked around and said,
Where is this? Is it your Olympus temple? Dear Gaia, this is considered a temple.
Zeus showed a wry smile on his face.
What's wrong, my child?
Gaia asked with concern when she heard that Zeus was helpless.
Dear Gaia, this matter is more complicated.
Zeus shook his head, and then continued.
To put it simply, the temples of Olympus have fallen, and we have all become a group of homeless people. Someone who can return. What? Olympus has fallen?
Gaia's eyes showed surprise for the first time.
Yes, respected Gaia.
Zeus nodded, and then continued.
However, we have now rebuilt Olympus, and the glory of our Olympus will shine here.
Oh,
has it been rebuilt?
Gaia was stunned again when she heard Zeus's words, and then said,
Okay, my child. However, I remember that I died long ago. Why am I here? Dear Gaia, all this is due to the boy behind me. He chose to resurrect you.
Zeus said this and showed a meaningful smile.
Oh, really? Someone resurrected me.
Gaia heard Zeus's words and turned her attention to Tang Xiaochuan for the first time. Tang Xiaochuan also felt Gaia's gaze. He first showed a kind smile, and then walked to Gaia.
Dear Gaia, welcome to my island. The owner of my island, Tang Xiaochuan.
Chapter 293 Challenge Gaia.
Your island?
Gaia sneered when she heard Tang Xiaochuan's words, then turned to look at Zeus.
My dear child, when did the king of the gods have to lie at the feet of a mortal? Gaia, this...
Zeus' face turned dark when he heard Gaia's words. It was not only Zeus who had a dark face, but also Tang Xiaochuan and Zhang Ji on the side, whose faces also became extremely ugly.
Xiaochuan, this girl seems a little unhappy with your status on this island.
Zhang Ji walked behind Tang Xiaochuan and whispered in his ear. Although Tang Xiaochuan didn't speak, the expression on his face said everything. However, Tang Xiaochuan does not dare to say anything to Gaia now. He knows his strength himself. And Gaia, after all, is a main god. Who knows what trump card she has? If you fall out with Gaia now, who knows if you will be directly pressed to the ground and rubbed by Gaia? However, he couldn't take this breath without falling out. Not only is it impossible to swallow this breath, but more importantly, if Gaia is allowed to turn over and become the master of Myron Island, then the group of survivors along with the other residents on the island will become slaves of these gods. Tang Sichuan did not want to live in the shadow of these gods in the future.
Ding! It has been detected that our own gods are hostile to the host. Now activate the countermeasure system. Ding! After activating the counter system, all our own gods existing on the island cannot be hostile to the host. If hostility occurs, the opponent's divine power and divine body will be blocked. I'll go. What's going on?
Tang Sichuan was startled by the sudden voice. The system directly gave him a countermeasure system, allowing him to restrict all gods. Isn't this wonderful? As long as you activate these systems, as long as the gods on the island become hostile to you, all their divine power will be directly restricted. So a god without divine power or body, how is it different from ordinary people? With Tang Sichuan's current physical strength, he is 100% sure that he can beat the shit out of the opponent. The second point is that Tang Sichuan did not expect that Gaia after his resurrection would be hostile to him. This kind of thing must be nipped in the bud. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan decided to teach Gaia a lesson.
Human, what are you waiting for? Kneel down quickly and kiss the instep of my feet. I will allow you to continue living on this island.
Gaia saw Tang Sichuan's face change several times, and then smiled. Her face became a little confused. When would I be despised by humans when I was blessing insignificant humans? Therefore, the great earth goddess is ready to teach Tang Sichuan a lesson. As soon as he heard Gaia's words, Zeus suddenly felt something was wrong. Zeus understands the rules of this world very well. These so-called gods only have a supporting position. The protagonists of this world are still the stage for survivors like Tang Sichuan. God is no longer a high-level god. All they can do is to do their best to assist the survivors and let them survive until the end, so that they can return to the altar. Tang Sichuan is the survivor selected by his Olympus god system. Therefore, there is no superior subordinate relationship between Zeus and the others and Tang Sichuan, but only a cooperative relationship. This shows that Zeus and other Olympus gods have regarded Tang Sichuan and his Myron Island as partners and friends. Therefore, Zeus was also a little unhappy when he heard Gaia say this now. Although Gaia was his grandmother, she died much earlier than Zeus and the others. Therefore, Gaia has never experienced what happened to Olympus later, and does not know the current situation. As a result, as soon as Gaia was resurrected, she would use her arrogance to oppress Tang Sichuan. Just as Zeus was about to speak and admonish Gaia, he heard Tang Sichuan say slowly,
Are you sure you want me to surrender to you? Human, you are wrong. It is not surrender. You are not qualified.
Gaia shook her head, and then said,
What you can do now is to crawl at my feet and become my slave. So, there is no more talk between us?
Tang Sichuan showed a sneer.
Talk? Are you qualified?
Gaia frowned when she heard Tang Sichuan's words. She felt that Tang Sichuan was pushing the envelope a bit now.
What about you? Zeus, do you think so too?
Tang Sichuan ignored Gaia, but turned directly to Zeus and asked,
Don't look at me. Just do whatever you want.
When Zeus heard Tang Sichuan's words, he knew that Tang Xiao had his own ideas, so he chose neutrality very wisely. When Tang Sichuan heard Zeus's words, a smile appeared on his face. Although Zeus did not express his attitude clearly, these words almost revealed his attitude. So, Tang Sichuan nodded to Zeus and said nothing more. He slowly stretched out his hand and grabbed it in the void. Suddenly, thunder appeared in Tang Sichuan's hand. Gaia frowned when she saw this scene. She was too familiar with this move. She turned her head to look at Zeus with some dissatisfaction.
Zeus, what do you mean? Are you going to join hands with this human to deal with me?
Gaia looked at Zeus and asked,
Gaia, you are wrong. I have no intention of taking action against you.
Zeus shook his head. Although he was also wondering why Tang Sichuan would grab thunder from the void with one hand, he was smart enough not to ask directly.
Not you?
After hearing what Zeus said, Gaia turned her attention to Tang Sichuan. Since Zeus wasn't behind it, Gaia wasn't afraid anymore. She didn't believe that a human could defeat her. Even if it is, her current strength has not returned to perfection. But she believes that she is still very confident in dealing with just a human.
Human, since you are stubborn and want to resist the gods, then don't blame me.
Gaia looked at Tang Sichuan with a serious look. When Tang Sichuan heard Gaia's words, he threw the thunder in his hand without thinking.
Humph! Ignorant human beings!
Gaia snorted coldly, and then a light yellow barrier stood between her and Tang Sichuan. Gaia was full of confidence in his absolute defense. He did not believe that a mortal could break his defense. She was ready to start taunting mode towards Tang Sichuan after his attack was blocked. When Zeus saw this scene, he shook his head secretly. He himself is in charge of thunder, and he can clearly feel that the thunder thrown by Tang Sichuan does not contain much power at all. He also didn't think that Tang Sichuan could break through Gaia's defense. He was ready to save Tang Sichuan at any time to prevent Tang Sichuan from getting hurt. But what everyone didn't expect was that the thunderbolt thrown by Tang Sichuan effortlessly passed through Gaia's defense. That kind of ease. It's like Gaia's defense is a bubble. And when someone pokes it, it bursts on the spot. Chapter 294, Riding the Goddess, and punching her in the face.
How is that possible?
Zeus and Gaia shouted in surprise when they saw the scene. They had never thought that such a weak attack could break Gaia's defense. But the fact was so obvious in front of them. What's even more unexpected is that this attack, after breaking through Gaia's defense, accelerated towards Gaia, leaving her without any chance to react before she was directly hit by this thunder. After being concentrated, Gaia's whole body trembled involuntarily. And then nothing happened. Originally, Gaia was already preparing to use her body to resist this thunder that looked soft, but was actually very powerful. She felt that she was careless this time, and she was bound to be hit hard. However, after this bolt of lightning hit her, she just felt a little numbness all over her body. And then nothing. After Tang Sichuan's attack, a cruel smile appeared on Gaia's face. She now resents Tang Sichuan very much. In her opinion, Tang Sichuan is just an ordinary person, a mortal. But this mortal provoked her again and again, which made her very dissatisfied. Originally she just wanted to teach Tang Sichuan a lesson. But now she changed her focus. She wanted Tang Sichuan to die.
Human! You pissed me off with your bottom testing. I want you to die!
Gaia roared. And then she prepared to mobilize her divine power to attack Tang Sichuan. When Tang Sichuan saw Gaia's movements, he knew that Gaia wanted to attack him. But out of his trust in the system, he did not dodge or take any defense, and just stood straight in front of Gaia.
Get away!
Zeus shouted immediately when he saw Tang Sichuan standing in front of Gumian so stupidly. But Tang Sichuan remained unmoved and stood directly in front of Gaia. Gaia was unwilling to give up such a good opportunity. She had never seen such a bold person before, who refused to dodge in the face of the gods' attacks.
Since you are seeking death, don't blame me!
Gaia shouted, then stretched out her jade hand and pointed at Tang Sichuan. Something unexpected happened to everyone. Gaia just pointed a finger, and then nothing happened. The scene at this time was extremely embarrassing. Tang Sichuan stood with his head held high and his chest less than 3 meters away from Gaia. Gaia stretched out her hand and pointed at Tang Sichuan, who was completely stunned.
How? How is that possible?
Gaia murmured. Gaia clearly felt that there was a small amount of ability in his body, which was inspired from the Godhead. But after it was stimulated, there was nothing left. The power of the Godhead dissipated in the body as soon as it left the Godhead. It was as if something had been pulled away from his body.
No! It's impossible!
Gaia shouted again. And then she stretched out her finger again and stimulated her divine power towards Tang Sichuan. But the result was still the same. The power disappeared as soon as it left the Godhead. If Gaia hadn't reacted at this time, and there was something wrong with her body, then she wouldn't be able to become a god. But what he didn't understand was why this happened.
What did you do to my body? Why can't I use the power of Godhead?
Gaia looked at Tang Sichuan and said with an angry look on his face.
You don't have to worry about what I did.
When Tang Sichuan saw Gaia's appearance, a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Sure enough, the most powerful thing is the system, which can actually directly block Gaia's power.
However, there is an account between us that needs to be settled. What are you going to do?
Gaia felt her body and divine power, and found that the divine power was gone, and her physical strength was about the same as that of an ordinary person, even worse than ordinary people. Therefore, when she saw Tang Sichuan sneer at her, she immediately felt a hint of danger.
What are you doing? Of course, I want you to know who is the owner of this island.
Tang Sichuan's mouth once again showed a square root-shaped smile. Then he stretched his body forward slightly and pressed his legs down, preparing to exert force. Huge power burst out from his legs, and his body suddenly jumped out. In the flash of lightning, Tang Sichuan hugged Gaia's slim waist, then rushed in with the help of his body, twisted around, and then his upper body fell backward. One of Tai Banqi's martial arts moves was used by Tang Sichuan. In layman's terms, Tang Sichuan hugged Gaia's waist, and then picked up Gaia from the waist down. Because Tang Sichuan was holding Gaia's waist, Gaia was now a section higher than Tang Sichuan, and Tang Sichuan fell back with his lowered waist. So the first one to hit the ground is naturally Gaia. Tang Sichuan's iron bridge was perfect, and his body formed a perfect arc. But such movements made Gaia very uncomfortable. Gaia was hugged by Tang Sichuan. Before she could react, Gaia felt the world spin for a while. And then she felt something hard was attached to her head. The violent impact made a big bump bulge on the top of her head, and also brought a strong sense of dizziness. And she couldn't tell the difference between east, west and north. Tang Sichuan was unyielding. After giving Gaia another successful overhead kick, he twisted his body again, from the lower waist of the ark, directly to the front of Gaia, and sat Gaia on him. Under the butt, he raised a pair of fists as big as a casserole. Oh! No! As big as a steamed bun, and started to violently attack Gaia's beautiful face.
Let you pretend. Making you look down on humans. Let's keep you high. Let you be embarrassed in front of me.
Every time Tang Sichuan gave a reason, he punched Gaia in the face several times. Without the blessing of divine power and divine body, Gaia is just an ordinary person. How could she be as strong as an adult man? Moreover, this adult man took body-strengthening foods for a long time, which resulted in his body being greatly strengthened. Facing Tang Sichuan, Gaia had no ability to resist at all. Tang Sichuan was so cruel that he frightened Zeus and Zhang Ji next to him. They never expected that Tang Sichuan would have such a violent scene. Zhang Ji and Zeus looked at each other, and they saw each other's meaning from each other's eyes. So, Zhang Ji and Zeus quickly ran up, holding one of Tang Sichuan's arms, preparing to pull him off Gaia's body.
Sichuan, calm down. Calm down. Yes. Yes. Boy, if you keep beating her to death like this, you will beat her to death. Think about it. It took a lot of effort to resurrect her. If you beat her to death again, wouldn't you be at a loss? Let me go. I have to make her understand today. Who has the final say on this island?
Tang Sichuan kept twisting his body, but not too hard. He actually woke up when he was pulled up by Zhang Ji and Zeus. If he really beats Gaia to death here, then he will waste a godhead. That's why, with the help of Zhang Ji and Zeus, he borrowed the opportunity to get off the donkey. However, even though we are trying to get off the slope, our momentum cannot be lost. Chapter 295. Isn't she your grandma? Gaia may never have dreamed that one day, her majestic earth goddess, the grandmother of Zeus, the king of gods, one day, he will be pushed to the ground and beaten by a mortal. And her grandson still wants to help mortals. Yes, until now, Gaia still feels that this is the work of Zeus. Thunder, the power of lightning, and deprivation of divine power. Only Zeus can do all of this, because only Zeus can control thunder. And depriving him of his divine power is also the right given to Zeus by the gods. Therefore, Gaia believes that all this is caused by Zeus. If Zeus knew what Gaia was thinking, he might cry out in grievance. At this time, Zeus was working with Zhang Ji, pulling Tang Sichuan and persuading him to become Gaia once.
Boy, calm down.
Zeus hugged one of Tang Sichuan's arms tightly.
Think about it. You resurrected this person, and you are beating her to death. Then don't you lose a godhead? Besides, Gaia still has some abilities, but she has a bad temper. Leave it to me, and I'll give her a warning. She has just been resurrected. Her brain is not working well, and she is a little unable to turn around. How about you give her another chance? That's right. Sichuan, just give Gaia another chance. After all,
she is also Zeus's grandmother. It's a bit unjustifiable for you to beat his grandmother in front of Zeus.
Zhang Ji also advised him from the side.
Wait a minute. Who told you that Gaia is my grandmother?
Zeus immediately retorted after hearing Zhang Ji's words. Huh?
Isn't it? If not, why did you call Grandma Gaia?
I'll go.
You?
Zeus was speechless when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
Let's put it this way. Gaia is the goddess of the earth. In order to create humans, she transformed her own flesh and blood into all living things. And among these creatures, there are the 12 titans. I, Zeus, am the son of Cronus, the second-generation god-king of the 12 titans. That's why I call myself Grandma Gaia. This is different from what you said,
Zeus said speechlessly.
Yes, that's right. Gaia gave birth to Titan, and Titan gave birth to you. Is there a problem? No problem.
Zhang Ji heard Zeus's words and spread his hands to show that he was right.
Aye.
Zeus suddenly ran out of words when he heard Zhang Ji's words. It seemed like that was what he said, but it didn't feel like it. This feeling of saying something but not saying it left Zeus speechless and helpless.
I think it's necessary to find a time to share with you the history of Olympus. Sorry, I'm not interested. Just tell me whether the relationship between you and Gaia is what I said. Yes, but you are wrong. There is no direct relationship between me and Gaia. It doesn't matter. Then you call her grandmother? I don't believe it.
Zhang Ji turned his head to the side to express his disapproval. What Zhang Ji and Zhu said was heard by Tang Xichuan and Gaia without missing a word. After Tang Xiuquan heard this, he breathed a sigh of relief, saying that after what Zhang Ji and Zhu said, he had moved on and no longer had to continue beating Gaia. After all, he felt as soon as he took action that Gaia was actually not much different from an ordinary person now. No matter it is, the strength or physical fitness are the same. If there is something different, it may be that her vitality is more tenacious. Gaia just fell into a daze after being hugged and thrown by herself. If an ordinary person was treated like this, he would probably go directly to the emergency room. And Gaia can still stay awake now, which is really commendable. And as Zhu said, it took a lesson to resurrect Gaia. Is such a big price just for giving myself a beating on Gaia? Impossible. If you do this, you will end up losing money to your grandma's house. Therefore, Tang Xichuan believes that even if Gaia is to be killed, her remaining value must be squeezed first. At this moment, Tang Xichuan understood the nature of capital without any teacher and successfully transformed into a qualified capitalist. And our Earth Goddess is still confused at this time. She still didn't understand why she was suddenly pushed to the ground and beaten. She is obviously a goddess. Are you willing to beat such a noble goddess to death? Is there any justice left? What made Gaia even more depressed was that she had just woken up a little from her dizzy state and heard the conversation between Zeus and Zhang Ji. She almost became so angry that she rose to the sky.
You guys, don't go too far.
Gaia used her sore arms to hold up her body, which was covered with scars, and shouted at the three people who were still arguing.
Let me go. Who is this person?
Zeus hadn't noticed Gaia's appearance after being beaten just now, but now he was shocked when he saw Gaia. At this time, Gaia's entire face was swollen 3 times. There was still nosebleed on her nose, and her eye sockets were blackened by Tang Xichuan's fist. It can be said that Gaia before she was beaten was beautiful, noble and elegant. Gaia after being beaten can only be described as ugly and scary.
Lao Zhou, look at her clothes. She seems to be your grandma.
Zhang Ji said from the side.
I said, Gaia is my grandmother, not my grandma.
Zeus roared at Zhang Ji.
In addition, Gaia is the embodiment of beauty. Do you think she is beautiful? But she is wearing your grandma's clothes. I told you, she is not my grandma.
Gaia looked at the 2 people who were once again quarreling, and she suddenly felt that she was being ignored again. Just when she was about to get angry,
she saw Tang Xichuan push Zhang Ji and Zeus away and walk towards Gaia again. Seeing Tang Xichuan walking towards her, Gaia didn't know why, but she suddenly felt scared in her heart. This kind of fear is not only a natural reaction after being beaten by Tang Xichuan physically, but also a fear from the bottom of my heart. That feeling is like the natural fear that bursts out from the heart of a lower-ranking person when he sees a higher-ranking person.
Xichuan.
Zhang Ji saw Tang Xichuan walking towards Gaia again. He thought Tang Xichuan wanted to beat Gaia, so he shouted out quickly, preparing to stop Tang Xichuan again. But as soon as he took a step forward, he was stopped by Zeus on the side.
It's okay. Just let him go,
Zeus said very seriously. He could see that there was no violence in Tang Xichuan's eyes at this time. There is only the indifference of those in power. That kind of indifference is the natural sense of superiority that superiors have when facing subordinates. As the former leader of Olympus, Zeus knew very well that Tang Xichuan was now preparing to establish his authority. In this case, Zeus has no need or reason to stop Tang Xichuan. Therefore, when Zhang Ji was about to call out to Tang Xichuan, Zeus took the lead and stopped Zhang Ji. Chapter 296 Xichuan. You have changed.
What's wrong?
Zhang Ji asked with some confusion.
You haven't seen that this kid is ready to establish his power. If you stop him, isn't it equivalent to tearing him down?
Zeus whispered to Zhang Ji. After Zhang Ji heard Zeus's words, he nodded thoughtfully. On the other side, Gaia watched Tang Xichuan walking towards her expressionlessly, fearing that he would continue to beat her. So some of them held their hands on the ground and backed away in fear.
What are you going to do?
Gaia said in horror, her voice already trembling.
Don't worry. I won't beat you this time.
When Tang Xichuan saw Gaia's expression, a sneer appeared on his face.
I came here just to tell you that I have the final say in everything here. I don't care if you are a member of the Olympus Pantheon, or if you are the so-called Earth Goddess. You only need to know one thing. This is Myron Island, and it is my territory. Tang Xiuquan, if you think you are a god and can be superior to others, Then let me tell you. You are wrong. Here, everyone is equal. Only the division of labor is different. If you want to challenge this bottom line, then I advise you to leave as soon as possible. Don't think that because you are a god, I will condone you or compromise with you. Let me tell you, since I can resurrect you and cooperate with your Olympus god system, then I can also cooperate with other god systems. Don't think that you can't turn around if the earth moves away. You think about it yourself. Whether you want to stay or go is up to you.
Tang Xichuan told Gaia everything he wanted to say in one breath, and then turned around and left. After Zhang Ji and Zeus looked at each other, Zhang Ji chased Tang Xichuan out of the temple. Zeus stayed in the temple and did not follow him out.
Xichuan, wait for me.
Zhang Ji shouted to Tang Xichuan while running. When Tang Xichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he stopped immediately. He turned his head and looked at Zhang Ji.
What's wrong? Brother Zhang?
Tang Xichuan looked at Zhang Ji and asked with some confusion.
Xichuan, are you still angry?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xichuan and asked. After Tang Xichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he smiled at him.
Brother Zhang, actually I was not angry from the beginning to the end. You're not angry? But you just...
Zhang Ji was speechless when he heard Tang Xichuan's words and didn't know what to say.
Brother Zhang, you want to say why you are not angry, but you still show a very angry expression. Right.
Zhang Ji nodded when he heard Tang Xichuan's words, but did not speak.
I did that on purpose. Didn't you see Gaia's expression just now? It feels like she thinks that since she is a goddess, we must obey her. She doesn't understand the current situation at all. It's not her who has the final say on Myron Island now. A fallen god who has just been resurrected actually wants to compete for the ownership of the island. What a wishful thinking. If such a person doesn't teach her a lesson, she will never know pain. In the future, we must discover such people, deal with them, and suppress them forcefully. Otherwise, our island will have unstable hearts and minds. How can an island that cannot even unite all its human resources compete with other survivors?
Tang Xichuan looked beyond Zhang Ji, looked at the darkness in the distance, and said to himself, perhaps Tang Xichuan hadn't noticed that when he said these words again, he had an inexplicable aura. That kind of momentum contains a sense of invincibility and dominance. Even Zhang Ji doesn't dare to look at Tang Xichuan now. If we say that in the past, when Tang Xichuan treated his own people, he gave people the feeling of a spring breeze. But now, he feels like a knife. A knife that is extremely sharp and can kill people.
Xichuan.
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xichuan with some hesitation, then waited for a long time and shouted to him.
What's wrong? Brother Zhang?
When Tang Xichuan heard Zhang Ji's shout, he came back to his senses and looked at Zhang Ji.
Xichuan, I found that you have changed.
Zhang Ji thought for a while and said to Tang Xichuan.
Changed? Where has it changed?
Tang Xichuan was a little confused when he heard Zhang Ji's words.
It has become decisive and sharp in killing.
Zhang Ji thought for a long time before saying to Tang Xichuan.
You used to feel like the boy next door. But now, you sometimes feel more like a knife. A sharp knife.
When Tang Xichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he suddenly showed a helpless smile.
Brother Zhang, people will change. If you are still the same as before after experiencing so much, it is not good. Myron Island is still very weak. We don't know how many difficulties are waiting for us outside. If I remain strong and enterprising, our Myron Island can only become a stepping stone for others. Brother Zhang, you know, I don't want to die. I want to live. So I must make myself strong.
Tang Xichuan looked at Zhang Ji expressionlessly and said slowly. After Zhang Ji heard what Tang Xichuan said, he just nodded.
Xichuan, I'm very happy that you can grow up.
Zhang Ji didn't think there was anything wrong with Tang Xichuan's changes. In other words, Tang Xichuan's changes. This is the attitude a leader should have. Those who achieve great things do not stick to trivial matters. Compassion does not control soldiers. And righteousness does not control wealth. These are lessons learned by our predecessors through blood and tears. There is no such thing as quiet time. It's just that someone is carrying the burden for you.
Xichuan, what are you going to do next?
Zhang Ji asked, looking at Tang Xichuan.
That's what I think. Since we have the attributes of the temple, we should maximize this advantage. Take advantage of the temple?
Zhang Ji was stunned when he heard Tang Xichuan's words, and then continued to ask.
Then what do you want to do? Brother Zhang, our temple can allow our forces to increase the speed of material collection. It can increase production capacity. And we use light to expand the island to accelerate development. This speed is still too slow for us. I am about to integrate other survivors who are friendly to us and let them join us on Myron Island to quickly integrate our forces. Of course, this kind of joining is not for free. We need to draw certain supplies from it. And these supplies are not very high and will not affect the income of these survivors. Although the quantity is small. Once the base number increases, we can still get a large amount of supplies. With these supplies, our island can develop better, so that we can expel more people and go out to find indigenous tribes to enrich our population. The larger the population, the more people we have available. Repeatedly, we enter a virtuous circle.
Tang Xichuan slowly said his thoughts to Zhang Ji. Chapter 297 Future Planning. Tang Xichuan waved his fist excitedly and said to Zhang Ji. After Zhang Ji heard what he said, he was also very excited at first, because according to Tang Xichuan's expectation, after doing this, Myron Island will only need very little manpower to operate. There is no need to worry about the so-called lack of food. Of course, this does not mean that the food output on Myron Island will be completely abandoned. On the contrary, Myron Island will increase the area of food cultivation in the later stage. There are two biggest benefits to attracting other people to join. The first is that other people can join the Myron Island force and enjoy the benefits brought by the temple. In this case, Tang Xichuan and the others can collect part of the supplies from these people as a condition. This is actually a bit like the tax model in reality. There are very few supplies in this part, which will not cause pain to these survivors at all, because compared to the supplies they received from the temple, the supplies they needed to hand over were pitifully small. The second benefit is that it strengthens the connection between the survivors. After all, everyone is in the same power, and with Myron Island as the middleman, everyone can make bold transactions with confidence. In this way, skills stimulate the development and growth of these survivors. In fact, to put it bluntly, the model proposed by Tang Xichuan is not new. It is actually an improved version of the survival team model. It's just that traditional survival groups no longer have much appeal to survivors. As for the plan proposed by Tang Xichuan, Zhang Ji felt that it would be fatally attractive to the survivors. After all, who can resist the various benefits that a temple brings? Thinking about the bonus attributes of those gods, Zhang Ji felt that even if he was still working alone now, he would try his best to add them. However, when the matter came to this point, Zhang Ji thought of two obvious flaws.
Xichuan, there are two things I didn't understand about your plan.
Zhang Ji thought for a while, and then said to Tang Xichuan,
Brother Zhang, tell me.
Tang Xichuan nodded.
Xichuan, as the saying goes, you must not have the intention to harm others, and you must have the intention to guard against others. Have you ever thought about some survivors with ulterior motives? Or hostile survival groups? What if they send someone to sneak into our place under false pretenses and use our temple bonus to deliver materials to other forces? Just transporting all the materials. They figured out the location of our island. Will these survivors with ulterior motives launch an attack on our Myron Island? You know, for some survivors, they have no bottom line.
Zhang Ji expressed his worries. When Tang Xichuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he smiled slightly. He was not unhappy at all about Zhang Ji's rebuttal, because Tang Xichuan knew that there were some things that he could only discuss after debating them. Only then is it possible to be feasible.
Brother Zhang, I have already thought about what you said. As for what you said, my idea is to find an agent,
Tang Xichuan said with a smile.
Agent?
Zhang Ji was stunned when he heard Tang Xichuan's words.
Yes, agent. Brother Zhang, have you forgotten about the Pledge to Survive group?
Tang Xichuan smiled at Zhang Ji.
Oath. Survival group?
Zhang Ji murmured. And then a burst of fire burst out of his eyes. Indeed, just now Zhang Ji heard Tang Xichuan mention the survival group. He was still a little confused, but after a while, he understood what Tang Xichuan meant by agent. First of all, if Tang Xichuan or Myron Island comes forward directly for this kind of thing, he will be exposed to everyone's view. It's good that this was exposed. But if someone has evil intentions and gathers some survivors, they may come to attack Myron Island. Although Zhang Ji is very confident in the defense of Myron Island, the problem is that a hero cannot stand against a large number of wolves. Now there are only about 700 or 800 people in Myron Island. If the opponent can gather a team of thousands of people, it will still be very dangerous for us. However, if the O survival group is pushed out, even if there is danger, there will be enough time on our side to deal with it. What is this called? This is called risk grafting. In other words, a dead Taoist friend is not a poor Taoist. Of course, this is the worst case scenario. But Zhang Ji doesn't think there's anything wrong with preparing for the worst first.
Okawa, I have another question. Do the collection of supplies from other survivors also need to be handed over to the pledged survival group? If we leave it to them, the location of our island will also be exposed. Brother Zhang, that's what I think. First of all, we don't have enough strength at this stage to collect it ourselves, so it is inevitable to leave it to them. But that doesn't mean we don't do any work at all. We also need to set up a collection team to proactively collect these materials. On the other hand, this collection team also needs to undertake the task of exploration. The main purpose is actually to explore other islands, whether they are islands of survivors or islands of indigenous tribes. If we need indigenous tribes, we will negotiate with them if we can. If we cannot, we will directly capture them and expand the population of our island. As for what you said, we are afraid that others will know our coordinates. We can directly use the island in Nanshan as a transfer station. The island in Nanshan? It's still 200 kilometers away from us. If something goes wrong, is it too late?
Zhang Ji frowned and thought after hearing Tang Xichuan's words.
That's the last thing I want to say.
Tang Xiuchuan smiled slightly, and then took out a space crystal from his system space.
What is this?
Zhang Ji looked a little confused as he watched Tang Xichuan take out the stone that was already transparent and emitting white light.
This is the space crystal.
Tang Xiuchuan smiled slightly.
What? This is the space crystal?
Zhang Ji shouted in surprise when he heard Tang Xichuan's words. This space crystal was obtained by Tang Xichuan's previous sign. But just for this piece, Tang Xichuan originally planned to build a unified transmission system after getting more. But after so many days, Tang Xichuan didn't even see the shadow of the second crystal. And now, he is eager to develop Nanshan's affiliated islands. So he can only use this space crystal first.
Brother Zhang, let's build a teleportation array on the island in Nanshan. Can this solve our material transportation and defense work?
Tang Xichuan said this with a smile on his face.
If there is a teleportation array, I think there will be no problem. Xichuan, when do you plan to communicate with the Oath?
Zhang Ji looked at Tang Xichuan and asked.
The sooner the better. I have a feeling that the world is going to change again.
Tang Xichuan said the last words in a voice that could only be heard by himself. Chapter 298, Inviting the Oath to join the team. When Tang Xichuan and Zhang Ji walked slowly back to the villa from the top of the mountain, it was already past 11 o'clock in the evening. By this time, everyone else in the villa was already asleep. Tang Xiaochuan and Zhang Ji said hello and each returned to their rooms. When Tang Xichuan returned to his room, he lay on the bed but couldn't fall asleep. After thinking about it, Tang Xichuan decided to contact Oath first and talk to him about the future development of both parties. As soon as he thought of it, Tang Xichuan immediately turned over and sat up, walking to the island stone in the bedroom.
Hey, Brother Yifeng, I haven't contacted you for a long time. Why are you free to see me today?
As soon as the communication rang, Oath immediately connected to the video.
Brother Oath, please stay away. I've been too busy these past 2 days.
Tang Xichuan said to Oath with a hint of apology.
Hey, we two brothers. Let's stop talking about these hypocritical things. I also know that Brother Yifeng, you are a busy person. There must be something important for you to contact me so late. If you have something, just tell me. As long as I can help, I will definitely handle it for you.
Oath said boldly.
Brother, please be happy. Little brother, I do have something to do here, but this matter is a bit special, so I am ready to discuss it with my brother.
Tang Xiuchuan also nodded after hearing the words of the oath. Speaking of,
it seems that this matter is quite serious for me to take it so seriously.
After hearing Tang Xiuchuan's words, Xiaoxue immediately stopped smiling.
Before we formally talk about this matter, I want to ask Brother Oath a question. Do you know the gods?
Tang Xichuan asked Oath equally seriously.
God?
Xiao was stunned for a moment when he heard Tang Xichuan's words, and then asked,
The god you are talking about.
Do you mean the god of our original world? Or the god of this world? Is there any difference?
Tang Xichuan didn't expect Zhang Ji to ask this. For a moment, Tang Xichuan didn't understand what he meant.
If it was the old world. If you asked me this, brother, I would think you were a magician. And I don't believe in those so-called gods. I am a staunch atheist.
Xiao said casually while looking at Tang Xichuan.
What about this world? I have to believe in this world even if I don't believe it.
Oath said with some frustration.
What's wrong, Brother Xiaochuan? Listening to what you said, something seems to have happened to you?
Tang Xiaochuan asked.
Hey, I'm not afraid of your jokes. Brother, I've been in a little trouble recently. Some time ago. Wasn't it because of your blessing that our pledge to survival group got stronger? However, as we grow stronger, it affects the interests of other survival groups. Originally, our pledge of survival group relied on the support of my brothers, and we were already in a healthy development. However, all of this has undergone some changes since the last merger.
Last time? Tang Xichuan was a little confused. He didn't know which time the oath mentioned about the last time.
The last time all the survivors were merged together, and the number one survival group in other areas existed on the same plane as us. Our two families had conflicts. Although the opponent is strong, I am not pushy. Faced with their aggressiveness, I will naturally choose to fight hard. The two of us have gone back and forth, and we can be considered evenly matched. However, in the past few days, the other party didn't know what was going on and began to withdraw completely. I felt something was wrong at the time. After all, I have played against each other several times, and I know very well that their character is also the one that refuses to admit defeat. There is no reason to choose to retreat for no reason. So, I bribed one of their senior executives to find out what they were doing. As a result, I learned a big secret.
Zhang Ji paused for a moment as he said this.
What secret?
When Tang Xiaochuan heard Zhang Ji's words, he immediately became interested.
The other party is preparing to resurrect a god.
What? Tang Xichuan shouted in surprise when he heard the oath.
You heard that right. The other party is preparing to resurrect a god. Brother, I am now considering whether to run away.
Zhang Ji said half-jokingly.
Gods? Bro, do you know what gods they are resurrecting? I heard it was Anubis.
Oath said the name lightly.
Anubis?
Tang Xichuan suddenly fell into deep thought after hearing the oath. In his impression, he didn't know much about Anubis.
Yes, it's Anubis, the god of death in ancient Egypt. He's said to be very capable.
Oath nodded and said, Tang Xichuan didn't know much about Anubis, so he couldn't tell what level of combat power Anubis had now. However, one thing is certain. This Anubis must be much stronger than ordinary people. Moreover, the oath was not said, but Tang Xichuan could also hear it. The pressure of the oath was still very high at this time. Therefore, Tang Xichuan thought for a while and said to the oath,
Brother, in fact, I am looking for you today about this matter. What's the matter?
When Wang Xiachuan heard that Tang Xichuan was about to tell him something serious, he immediately sat up straight.
To be honest, brother, I actually have gods here.
What?
You have gods too. Yes, and there is more than one. There are now more than 10 gods. I'll go. More than 10 of them. You demolished the homes of those gods. Or something like that. How could you have so many gods?
Oath shouted out after hearing Tang Xichuan's words.
It's true, Brother Oath. I'm not afraid to tell you that the entire era of gods was started because of him.
Tang Xichuan said to Oath.
Dear me. It turns out that the boss is by my side. But I never knew it.
After hearing what Tang Xiaochuan said, Xiao Xiao said a little dull.
Brother Oath, please don't get excited. What I want to say is another thing.
Tang Xiaochuan first reassured Oath.
It's like this. I came to see my brother today because I wanted to talk to him about the merger. This temple has an attribute. That is, all the forces that belong to me can have some attribute bonuses. For example, the island's food output, mineral output, fish output in the sea, etc. all have a lot of blessings. Moreover, this kind of blessing can be improved as the temple's perfection improves. So, I have an idea. Since we can strengthen our own forces, why don't we maximize our interests? Let more people join in. Of course, this kind of joining is not free. So we need to extract some supplies as payment. In this way, the manpower on my island can be freed to do other things. And other survivors can also get more supplies. However, my companions and I have no experience in this area. So I just want to ask my brother, are you willing to join our Myron Island?
Tang Xiachuan said everything he wanted to say in one breath, came out, and then began to wait for the answer to the oath. Chapter 299 Negotiation with the Oath.
You mean, you want me to take the entire survival team to join your Myron Island?
Oath asked with some confusion.
That's what I mean.
Tang Xiachuan nodded very sincerely.
Brother Yifeng, although we are already very familiar with each other, you also know that I still have a team of tens of thousands of people under my command. If you say that as long as I join your Myron Island, I will definitely not hesitate and choose to join immediately. But if you want me to bring others to join, then there are some questions that I have to ask clearly first. After all, I am also a straight person and don't want to be poked in the spine.
Xiao Xiao thought for a while and then said to Tang Sichuan,
I can understand what Brother Oath means. So what does Brother want to know? First of all, what can we get by joining Myron Island? What do we have to pay?
Xiao Xiao thought for a while, and then asked Tang Sichuan the most critical question. After all, there is no free lunch in this world, and everything in the world is for profit. This is an eternal truth.
First of all, after joining our Myron Island, everyone will be able to enjoy the blessings of the temple. For example, planting, animal husbandry, and fishery will increase production. The island's mineral resources will also be increased. The research and development probability on the island, and the degree of civilization of the indigenous residents will be improved. Not only that, even the loyalty of the indigenous residents will be gradually improved.
Tang Sichuan slowly told the oath all the blessings that could be said in one breath. As for the things that could not be said, such as the natural growth of the island, teleportation, resurrection, etc., Tang Sichuan chose to hide it. In fact, this cannot be regarded as Tang Sichuan hiding something secret. After all, there is a saying that goes well. As a human being, you should still keep something secret. However, even what Tang Sichuan said was enough to surprise Oath. After all, giving so much blessing at once is enough for an island to take off directly from the spot.
Then what do we need to pay?
Oath asked with some doubts. In his opinion, if Tang Sichuan could give so much blessing at one time, what he had to give would definitely be painful.
As I said before, we only need a certain output, which is about 5% to 10% of the island's overall output. Of course, these materials can be paid through the payment of materials or other rare resources. If it is a rare resource, we will give a reasonable valuation. If it exceeds the material ratio that needs to be paid for the current month, it will be automatically offset for the next month. I think it's acceptable.
After hearing what Tang Sichuan said, Xiao Xiao thought about it for a long time and then nodded.
Brother Yifeng, I think this is feasible. I will discuss it with the senior management of the survival group. I don't think they will refuse.
Really?
Thank you so much, Brother Oath.
Tang Sichuan said with a smile when he heard Oath's words.
By the way, something suddenly occurred to me. I remember Brother Yifeng said before that the bigger the island, the more products there are?
Xiao Xiao suddenly thought of something else. So he immediately asked Tang Sichuan.
Yes.
Although Tang Sichuan didn't know why Xiao Xiao suddenly asked this, he still nodded and admitted.
Also, do Brother Yifeng have a few big ships?
Yes.
Tang Sichuan nodded, and then asked,
Brother Oath, what do you want to ask? It's like this. Isn't our survival group always facing threats from another survival group? We have lost hundreds of brothers during this period. And now there is some panic within the survival group. So, someone suggested that the entire survival group be gathered together to resist the invasion of other survivors. However, some people also objected, feeling that the entire survival group, with tens of thousands of people crowded together, might cause material shortages, cause famine, and cause unnecessary non-combat attrition. So, I am also hesitating now whether to gather everyone together.
Oath expressed the entanglement in his heart. When Tang Sichuan heard the oath, he immediately hesitated. Logically speaking, it would be better for the development of the survival group if they gathered together. The larger the island is, the better it is in terms of defense, security, and material output than being separated from each other. But if these more than 10,000 people gather together, they will directly become the largest force in Tang Sichuan's perception. Don't look at it now. Tang Sichuan and Oath are talking and laughing, and they are very close. But you must know that sometimes people's ambitions are linked to their strength. If Oath's strength expands to a certain level by then, they will have some ideas that they shouldn't have. For example, the Oath of Survival group wants to annex their own Myron Island. Even if the Oath has some conscience and does not want to break up with him, he can still negotiate with himself and ask for a reduction in his commission, which is also possible. Although Tang Sichuan is not afraid of these threats, the worst he can do is withdraw the temple's blessing to the pledged survival group. But it is also troublesome. Although Tang Sichuan is not afraid of threats, he does not want to hinder his development because of unnecessary troubles. Therefore, Tang Sichuan's first thought was to refuse. But as soon as the words of rejection came to his lips, Tang Sichuan swallowed them back. It wasn't that Tang Sichuan was embarrassed to refuse the oath, but that he suddenly thought of the setting of this world. First of all, this world divides everyone into independent individuals, one person per island, which is very fair. Then, the rules of the world gradually changed from survival to competition. At this stage, survival is no longer the main theme of all survivors. Now almost every survivor's island has a complete source of food. Therefore, at this stage, survival has turned into competition. If you want to live a better life, you must expand externally. However, not everyone is suitable for this path. Some people who yearn for peaceful coexistence in their hearts will not be able to stop those who are ambitious. Therefore, the weak will definitely face invasion and resistance. Those who long for peace must also be at a disadvantage. However, this does not mean that these weak people are fools. They do not understand the principle of joining a group to keep warm. Then, in the later stages, forces composed of multiple people will definitely form. These survivors who long for peace will definitely form large islands, and then find themselves. This means that there are definitely not a few people who think like Oath in them. There is nothing I can do to stop such a general trend. Since I can't stop it, I can only let nature take its course. Instead of dealing with some forces that you are not familiar with in the future, it is really better to support a force yourself. As for whether the Oath will breed some ambitions after the power expands in the future, Tang Sichuan feels that he can solve the problem as long as he can control the temple's blessing on the island. For example, their planting area can be controlled so that their output, in a blessed state, is just enough for the island's daily consumption. For example, Tang Sichuan can bless negative states. You know, these gods can not only bless positive buffs, but also some debuffs. After all, curses and blessings are what Zeus and his group of gods are good at. There are even gods who are better at cursing than blessing. Chapter 300 Brother. This is a win-win. Therefore, after Tang Sichuan thought about it carefully, he felt that it would be easier to control it by letting Xiao and the others gather together. If there is any change in the Oath at that time, I can directly cast a curse from the gods on it, and then rely on the blessing of the gods to crush it directly. Another point is that Tang Sichuan does not intend to give them the ability to bless Gaia. This means that their island area cannot be expanded independently. If they want to expand, they must pass the island stone. And with so many people gathering together, coupled with the existing indigenous residents on their islands, it is very likely that the living area and farming area on their islands will be insufficient. To put it in layman's terms, the island could not support that many people in the first place. If I can't feed so many people, do I have a chance? There are more than 10,000 people. Even if one survivor brings 2 indigenous people, the pledged survival group will have more than 20,000 indigenous people. Even if I can go to 1/10 of the indigenous population, there will be more than 2,000 people. What a huge population base is this? When Tang Sichuan thought of this, he suddenly felt like he was on the spot. Tang Sichuan is not worried about having too many people to support him now, but he is now worried about not having enough people. As Mr. Fong led the islanders to develop the South Island, after 3 weeks of reclamation and 3 rounds of harvests, Myron Island can now confidently declare that it has achieved food freedom. Not only has the South Island's planting industry made great progress, but the island's livestock industry has also grown from a few at the beginning to dozens of pigs, cattle and sheep now. And this value is still growing crazily at a rate of 1/2 per week. There is no shortage of food on Tang Sichuan's island now. What he lacks is the people who eat the food. Although meat such as pigs, cattle and sheep cannot be openly supplied, fish can be satisfied. An astronomical number of freshwater fish from the lakes on the island and marine fish from the sea are caught every day. Don't ask why the fishing industry is developed near Myron Island. Just ask Poseidon. Therefore, Tang Sichuan is not afraid of the population explosion on his island. What he is afraid of is insufficient population. There were originally more than 700 people on the island, but some male islanders, who were elderly or had handicap, were organized to serve as the island's guards. Some teenage boys or strong women were farming with Mr. Fong. Those young and strong male islanders were unified into the main team of the island, and their main responsibility was to deal with the outside world. As for those children under the age of 10, Tang Sichuan arranged for them to eat well, drink well, and play well. If you have time, explore the island and see if new materials are generated on the island. Therefore, everyone on Myron Island has their own responsibilities, and now they are like precision machines, running at high speed. However, this also exposed a problem. That is, Tang Sichuan now has 3 large warships in his hands. Includes restored trireme, heavy or in flyer. Each of these warships requires between 225 and 275 people to be full. Tang Sichuan can now use Qingzhuang in his hands, but now the total is only enough for 1 ship. In this way, the remaining 2 battleships were wasted. Therefore, Tang Sichuan is extremely confirmed now. He expected that after Oath and their merger, the island would be overpopulated, and it would not be difficult for him to bring a group of people back to the island. Thinking of this, Tang Sichuan suddenly realized that the oath was still waiting for his answer.
Brother Oath, I'm sorry. I just thought of something else. Brother, I support your idea. But there is one thing I want to ask. Brother, have you ever considered the living environment and planting area of your island after so many people come to the island? Know that all the boxes of supplies that flow through the island when they are separated are owned by individuals, so they can easily feed themselves. If people are gathered together, even if the supply box will increase according to the number of people, it is not realistic to satisfy everyone. So, in the end, you still need to develop the planting industry. And even if the growth of plants is fast, it will take time. During this period, you will most likely be short of food. You just said that there are more than 10,000 survivors alone. So why are there 2 or 3 natives on these people's islands? If you calculate it this way, there are more than 10,000 survivors. But there are 20,000 to 30,000 natives. In total, 40,000 to 50,000 people will be starving, which will cause your newly formed island to be extremely unstable. Conflicts and rebellions may even break out. Have these brothers ever thought about it?
Tang Sichuan said lightly, and the oath broke out in a cold sweat behind my back. Now he suddenly realized that he seemed to have taken something for granted. If people are really gathered together, and it turns out that there is insufficient food, then the consequences are simply not something he can afford. It can be said that if there is a rebellion, the first person to die will be himself. In front of a group of hungry people, everything is empty. It is very likely that he will be dragged out by this group of people and skinned alive.
Brother Yifeng, thank you so much this time. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have been doomed this time.
Oath said to Tang Sichuan. When Tang Sichuan heard the words of the oath, he suddenly felt happy. If I don't make the oath feel scared first, how can I trick him into giving up some of the indigenous people?
Actually, there is no way to solve this problem.
Tang Sichuan smiled confidently.
What can be done?
Xiao Xiao heard that Tang Sichuan said it could be solved, and his heart immediately rekindled hope.
It's actually very simple. Just solve the excess population on your island, and then provide additional food sources to sustain it for a period of time, so that the food output on the new island can be stable. According to my estimation, you only need to persist for a week,
Tang Sichuan said with a smile.
To deal with the excess population, I can't possibly ask my brothers to give up or kill all these natives.
Oath said a little depressed. Then, when he looked up, he saw Tang Sichuan looking at him with a smile on his face.
Well, Yifeng, you brought my attention to my brother,
Xiao Xiao said, pretending to be angry. He vowed not to be stupid. When he saw Tang Sichuan's expression, he immediately understood that he had fallen into Tang Sichuan's trap.
Brother, you have wronged me. What I said is the truth. It's just that the solution I thought of also has certain benefits for me. But isn't this a win-win situation?
Tang Sichuan said with a smile.
Humph. Then tell me first, what is your solution? If it is reasonable, we can talk about it. It's very simple. Brother, you give me the surplus population, and I provide you with enough food to support your harvest. Isn't this?
Okay, Tang Sichuan said very casually.